After Su Mei led Qin Jingting into the house, the group from the party committee left. They had come to deliver the results, and once they had it, they would leave quickly. Where Su Mei would go after leaving the military compound was not their concern. Inside the house, Su Mei learned that Qin Jingting wanted to take her as a disciple because she had made notes in medical books with a pen while reviewing them. "How did you find out there was a problem with the textbooks?" Qin Jingting asked Su Mei. Because the textbooks were different from those in later generations, Su Mei couldn't say that. She could only reply, "I figured it out myself." Being able to realize these at such a young age is impressive. Qin Jingting's eyes shone brightly. "I heard you only learned some traditional Chinese medicine from your grandfather, and you studied Western medicine on your own by reading books?" "Yes, that's right." Su Mei could only tell lies. Being seen as talented by Qin Jingting made her feel awkward. She wasn't a genius. She just came from the future and was lucky to learn many advanced things. Qin Jingting didn't know the truth and increasingly thought Su Mei was a natural genius. "I've seen self-taught people, and it's rare to find someone who can think things through on their own. There are some issues with the textbooks, but your notes are correct. Su Mei, with your medical talent, you shouldn't be wasted. Returning to the small village won't give you much opportunity. Be my apprentice. You'll have a better future than staying in the countryside. Is it possible that I might not be as outstanding as you think?" Su Mei couldn't help but smile, awkwardly. She wasn't particularly talented. She was just hardworking and believed that diligence could make up for lack of skill. "Don't always be so modest," Qin Jingting said seriously. "Modesty is good, but when it turns into self-deprecation and self-doubt, that's not so great. All these years, I haven't thought about taking on an apprentice because I feel I have limited energy. I want to spend more time studying medicine. Su Mei, you're the first person who has made me want to take on an apprentice. I hope you won't refuse me. Dr. Qin, I understand what you mean. How about this? Give me 3 days to think it over. I will give you an answer then. Do you agree?" Hu Jiangwo saw Su Mei deep in thought and guessed she probably had concerns. He worried that if she hesitated and Qin Jingting kept urging her, she might refuse directly. So he quickly spoke for Qin Jingting. He needed to put this matter aside first, and then find a way to persuade Su Mei to agree. Anyway, Hu Jiangwo didn't want to go straight to divorce with Su Mei. He preferred to keep her. Love might not be there now, but it could develop slowly with time. He initially thought that if there was no other way, he wouldn't send Su Mei back to the countryside. Instead, he would buy a house nearby for her to stay in and gradually work things out. Now that Qin Jingting agreed to take Su Mei as an apprentice and keep her at the military district clinic, it brought them closer. He would definitely try to make this happen. This would benefit their marriage, which was one reason Hu Jiangwo wanted to support it. Another reason was that, given Su Mei's past reputation, the best way for her to succeed long-term in medicine was to study under a famous teacher. Having a teacher like Qin Jingting will help her avoid many mistakes in the future. Qin Jingting also knows that accepting a disciple should be based on mutual willingness and shouldn't be rushed. So, after Hu Jiangwo finished speaking, he immediately agreed. "All right, Su Mei, I will go back and wait for your decision. Take your time to think."
Okay, Su Mei nodded respectfully to Qin Jingting.
Then, Hu Jiangwo took Qin Jingting and left the yard. In the afternoon, Qin Jingting returned with some officials, leaving the workers' compound. Now, Hu Jiangwo needed to go to the military clinic to send someone back. Right after Hu Jiangwo and Qin Jingting left, Wang Shun hurried into the house, looking anxious. "Su Mei, you were right. Zhao Ying is targeting you. I overheard her at her door saying she wants to send you to jail. Red heart, red heart, red heart tomorrow. There will be a new cover, and a review will follow." After all this trouble, Zhao Ying caused all these problems just for a man. Hu Jiangwo isn't superhuman, so why do they care so much? If they had just said so earlier, I would have been generous and given it to them. Why do they keep hurting me over and over? Su Mei couldn't help but complain after hearing Wang Shun explain everything. Unaware, Hu Jiangwo had just come back from outside and overheard Su Mei's words. Suddenly, he felt a chill and opened the door curtain to look inside. He saw Su Mei and angrily said, "Am I some object you can just discard? If you want to give up, fine, but did you ask for my opinion? Why are you walking so quietly?"
Asaden boy startel Sumei.
She patted her chest and looked at Hu Jiangwo. "Aren't you going to see Dr. Qin? Why did you come back so suddenly? If I didn't come back, how could I hear you saying such things about me privately?" Hu Jiangwo glared at Su Mei with annoyance. He really did go to see Dr. Qin, but on the way, he met Liang Yue driving a military vehicle. Hu Jiangwo then asked Dr. Qin to ride with Liang Yue to the military district. He turned back, planning to come quickly and persuade Su Mei to agree to become Qin Jingting's disciple. But before entering the door, he heard Su Mei say she wanted to let him go. After being scolded, Su Mei still felt innocent. She looked at Hu Jiangwo with a worried expression and said, "Don't you like Yinglan? Since you two are in love, I'll step back and support you. Isn't that what you want?" "Nonsense," Hu Jiangwo shouted angrily. "When did I start liking Yinglan? Please don't make false accusations. As a husband, I am faithful to my marriage, just as I am loyal to my country as a soldier. If you don't like her, then why are you hiding her photos in your notebook?" This had been bothering Su Mei for a long time. She couldn't help but speak out. Hu Jiangwo was baffled. "Who said I hide her photos in my notebook? Don't spread rumors. Is it you who hid them, or is it me?" Su Mei said, then reached for the book on the desk and flipped through it. Seeing the couple argue back and forth, tense and ready to fight, Aunt Wang became anxious. "Hey, you two, talk nicely. Don't argue. The most urgent thing now is to handle Su Mei's matter quickly, so no one with bad intentions can take advantage." "What is it about Su Mei?" Hu Jiangwo looked at Aunt Wang. He only heard Su Mei's words, but didn't catch the background story. Just as he asked, Aunt Wang was about to answer, but Su Mei found the photo. Holding the notebook and the photo, she turned to Hu Jiangwo and suddenly pressed the photo into his chest, saying, "This is the notebook you left in this room. The photo was taken from inside it. Now, do you have anything else to say?" Hu Jiangwo glanced at the photo and then at the notebook in Su Mei's hand. He quickly remembered where the notebook came from. This notebook was a gift from Yinglan when she retired 3 years ago. "I haven't looked at it since I got it. I didn't know there were photos inside. It's a 3-year-old notebook. You still remember clearly that Yinglan gave it to you. Don't you like her?" Su Mei thought she had found a key point. Hu Jiangwo sighed.
What's so special about that?
"I never use notebooks. They're expensive. I usually write reports on plain paper. The only notebook in the house. How could I forget where it came from?" "So, you don't like Yinglan?" Su Mei asked cautiously. She had always thought of Yinglan as Hu Jiangwo's true love. Suddenly realizing it was a misunderstanding, she was a bit overwhelmed. Hu Jiangwo didn't hesitate at all. "Of course I don't like her." Hearing Hu Jiangwo's firm answer, Su Mei finally believed that the so-called true love was just a coincidence and a misunderstanding. Why are you still talking nonsense? The important thing is to deal with the matter now." Aunt Wang saw that Su Mei kept talking off topic and couldn't help feeling anxious. Indeed, important matters were at hand. Su Mei knew her limits and understood that the situation was beyond her ability to solve. She opened her mouth, knowing she had to ask for help and had to tell everything honestly. "Hu Jiangwo, maybe you're not interested in Yinglan, but she might still have feelings for you. She secretly hid a photo in the notebook she gave you. Her mother also secretly tried to get me away from you. The recent report against me was also arranged by Yinglan's mother, who instructed Zhao Ying behind the scenes. Zhao Ying was afraid I wouldn't be completely gone, so she asked Liang Yue to call Yinglan's mother at the military district. They might use my past theft of vegetables as an excuse to send me to jail." Once the topic returned to the main point, Aunt Wang let out a sigh of relief. She then recounted to Hu Jiangwo what she overheard outside Zhao Ying's yard. After finishing, Aunt Wang returned to her own courtyard. She was just passing on a message. The situation was too complicated for her to solve. So she left the space for the young couple to discuss how to handle it themselves. Hu Jiangwo finally understood why Liang Yue borrowed a car late at night and went to the military district. When he met Liang Yue, the young man was evasive, saying he was busy with work and had to do overtime. At that time, Hu Jiangwo thought it was strange. He had never seen Liang Yue work so hard. Now he realized Liang had gone secretly for a purpose. "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." Hu Jiangwo looked at Su Mei, clenching the photo in his hand as he headed outside. He planned to go directly to ask Chu Zhongtian and Chu Yinglan for clarification. But as he reached the yard, a military jeep stopped at the gate. He glanced at the vehicle, recognizing it as Chen Yilong's, but the person getting out was not Chen Yilong, rather Chen Yilong's bodyguard, Bai Feng. "Xiao Bai, why are you here at this hour? Is the chief looking for me?" "Hu Shizhong, I'm not here to see you," Bai Feng said urgently. "I'm here to find Dr. Su."
Why are you looking for me?
Su Mei heard the voice and came out of the house. Seeing Su Mei, Bai Feng took a few more steps forward and explained, "There's an emergency at the military district. The new recruits all have symptoms of fever and vomiting. The situation is urgent. The chief sent someone to the county hospital to get help. The county hospital is far away, and it takes time to get there and back. The doctors coming to help with the rescue probably won't arrive until tomorrow morning. So the leader asked me to come and ask if you could go help Dr. Qin. He is overwhelmed and can't handle everything alone." "How many people are in the unit?"
Su Mei frowned.
Hu Jiangwo replied, "The new soldier group has 500 people." "Are all 500 showing signs of fever and vomiting?" Su Mei was surprised. That number sounded quite large. "No," Bai Feng shook his head and said, "About 40 people have symptoms of fever and vomiting. But these 40 are spread across the entire new soldier group." Su Mei thought to herself, so not all 500 are sick, but still 40 is a lot. Has Dr. Qin found out the cause of the collective illness? He just came here, so why didn't he mention this? Yes, it was only near evening when these soldiers started to show problems, and Dr. Qin just left. Bai Feng answered Su Mei's question first, then explained, "Because the illness is widespread, it looks serious. The person in charge of the new soldier group reported it directly, and the leader just received the news. He asked me to come and ask you." The word ask was not easy to say. Su Mei thought to herself, after working so hard for half a month, she finally saw some results. At least when Chen Yilong needs her, he won't insist that she can't come. As a doctor, she always helps those in need. If someone needs her, she has no reason to refuse. She nodded at Bai Feng and said, "Wait for me. I need to change into a neat outfit." Since she didn't need to see patients, Su Mei wore a heavy padded coat and pants for warmth. It was warm, but not very convenient for work. She needed to go to the military district to help Dr. Qin with patients, so she decided to change into simple, practical clothes for easier work. Soon, she finished changing and got into Bai Feng's car with Hu Jiangwo. The car turned around and quickly headed toward the military district. Since it was a group illness, Dr. Qin did not send the soldiers to the clinic. Instead, he isolated them in their dormitories on the spot. When the jeep arrived at the new soldiers' dormitory, Dr. Qin was arranging for these soldiers to change rooms. He grouped the sick patients together. When multiple people show symptoms of illness at the same time, it is very likely to be a contagious disease. The correct way to handle this is to isolate the patients showing symptoms. Therefore, Dr. Qin's first step was very correct. "Dr. Qin, have you checked what the illness is? Why did 40 people fall sick all at once?" Su Mei stood in front of Qin Jingting. She wore a thick mask, and her voice was muffled and hard to hear. Qin Jingting, also wearing a thick mask, turned to look at Su Mei and then said seriously, "We don't know what it is yet, but so many people falling ill at once definitely isn't an ordinary illness." While they were talking, a soldier hurriedly ran to Qin Jingting and shouted, "Dr. Qin, something's wrong. A soldier is trembling all over, struggling to breathe, and is coughing up blood. Please come quickly and check him." "Take me there," Qin Jingting said calmly and followed. "Bai Feng, go back and report to the commander that I am here," Su Mei said to Bai Feng. Then she also followed Qin Jingting into the new soldiers' dormitory. This was a large dormitory that could hold 100 people at the same time. The situation inside was not good. The sick soldiers were lying on their beds. Some were vomiting at the edge of the bed, some had flushed faces, and some were breathing rapidly. Su-mei followed Qin Jingting to the back of the dormitory. When they saw the soldier lying in the corner, both Qin Jingting and Su-mei's expressions changed. The soldier's lips were pale, teeth clenched, breathing irregular, and he was trembling all over. Just as Su-mei wanted to step closer to check the situation, Qin Jingting had already taken out a needle kit from his pocket, pulled out silver needles, and quickly inserted them into the soldier's body. The way he used the needles caught Su-mei's eye, and she couldn't help but be impressed. She believed she had studied hard and was quite skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, but after seeing old Qin's technique, Su-mei realized her acupuncture skills were still far from perfect. If it had been her, she would first check the pupil response, then feel the pulse, observe, listen, ask, and examine carefully before using needles to diagnose and treat the patient. As Dr. Qin inserted a few needles into the patient, the soldier on the bed stopped trembling, and his lips gradually turned pink. Su-mei watched Dr. Qin with growing admiration. She loved medicine and felt a natural respect for skilled doctors. Just as Dr. Qin let out a sigh of relief, another soldier rushed over and shouted, "Dr. Qin, it's not good. Another soldier is trembling all over and struggling to breathe." Before Dr. Qin could rest after helping one patient, he hurried to a new bed. While treating the second patient, a third soldier also started trembling all over. Then came a fourth and a fifth. As more people began trembling, Su-mei quickly took out the silver needles she carried. These needles were from Dr. Qin's clinic. Good acupuncturists always carry silver needles with them. In her past life, Su-mei also habitually carried needles. Her movements were not as quick as Dr. Qin's. When she approached the sick soldier, she first checked his pupils, examined his body, took his pulse, and only then decided where to insert the needles based on her findings. While Dr. Qin finished with one patient, he silently walked over to Su-mei and looked at her. Watching her acupuncture method, Dr. Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Her technique didn't look like that of a beginner. He had heard that this girl used to be lazy and unwilling to learn seriously, only recently starting to change and get involved in medicine. But from her calm movements and precise needle placement, she seemed to have at least 3 years of acupuncture experience. A medical genius? It didn't seem so. He might have misunderstood. Because Yinglan and her mother did not live in the military district, Yinglan's father, Chu Zhonghua, usually did not stay in the compound but lived outside. Only when Yinglan and her mother came to visit did Chu Zhonghua apply to the authorities to get a room in the officers' dormitory for them. Since it was nighttime, Hu Jianguo went directly to Chu Zhonghua's dorm to find him. When he arrived, Chu Zhonghua was washing his feet. Seeing Hu Jianguo, Chu Zhonghua quickly dried his feet and stood up, asking, "Jianguo, why are you coming so late at night? I have something to discuss with you." Hu Jianguo pinched the photo in his hand, entered Chu Zhonghua's room, and closed the door of the dormitory. Since Yinglan is a young lady waiting to be married, Hu Jianguo wanted to talk to Chu Zhonghua about her privately, avoiding others overhearing and damaging Yinglan's reputation. Chu Zhonghua saw Hu Jianguo's serious face and thought something had happened in the army. His usually stern face grew even more serious. Is it another discovery? Drug trafficking, smuggling, or poaching? In the army, Hu Jianguo mainly handled these kinds of issues, so Chu Zhonghua naturally thought along those lines. However, after he finished speaking, Hu Jianguo shook his head at him. "No, none of those." "None of those?" Chu Zhonghua was confused. "Then what is it?" Although feeling a bit embarrassed, Hu Jianguo awkwardly took out a photo of Yinglan from his pocket and handed it to Chu Zhonghua. "What is this?" Chu Zhonghua first looked at Hu Jianguo with suspicion, then lowered his head to look at the photo. His brow furrowed. "A photo of Yinglan. How did it end up with you?" "The photo was found in a notebook my wife gave me 3 years ago," Hu Jianguo explained honestly. Then he solemnly said to Chu Zhonghua, "I specifically want to return it. Could you help me give it back to Yinglan and thank her for her kindness?" 3 years ago, when Yinglan retired, you were still unmarried, right? So, Her giving you the photo wasn't crossing any boundaries, Chu Zhonghua said, not fully approving. Since you're married now, if you found the photo, just throw it away. Why return it to Yinglan? Isn't that just making things difficult for her? I didn't want to, but I was really at my wit's end. Hu Jingwa looked at Chu Zhonghua with helplessness. Chu Zhonghua frowned, the lines on his face deepening. What do you mean? At your wit's end? What happened? Yinglan liked you, but she didn't force you to marry her, did she? If I wasn't pressured, I wouldn't have come to see you, Hu Jingwa said directly, without beating around the bush. He recounted in detail how Yinglan's mother, Zhaoying, had instructed him. At first, Chu Zhonghua found it hard to believe. As he listened, anger grew in his eyes. When Hu Jingwa finished speaking, Chu Zhonghua suddenly slapped the table. This is nonsense. Is Yinglan unable to get married, or what? Is she really resorting to such shameless, dirty tricks behind my back? She's counting on the fact that we are separated and I can't control her. She dares to do something so disgraceful. Jian Gua, don't worry. Su Mei won't be harmed. I will stop Yinglan's mother and make sure she doesn't do anything to ruin your family's harmony. Thank you very much. Hu Jingwa believed, based on Chu Zhonghua's character, that he wouldn't do anything to break up someone's family. But hearing Chu Zhonghua's personal assurance, he finally felt relieved. His purpose in coming to see Chu Zhonghua had been achieved. Still concerned about Su Mei's situation, he didn't stay long after speaking and prepared to leave. Sorry for the trouble. Since you already know about this, I trust you will handle it well. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't bother you anymore. It's us who caused you trouble. You go ahead and busy yourself. Don't worry, I will take care of this, Chu Zhonghua said, sighing deeply. When he first heard Hu Jingwa explain the situation, Chu Zhonghua was very angry. But after calming down, he felt more helpless inside. Hu Jingwa understood that Chu Zhonghua was upset, but he had no mood to comfort him now. He just nodded. All right, I'll take my leave then. After speaking, Hu Jingwa stood up and left. At the dormitory door, Yinglan, who had overheard Hu Jingwa and Chu Zhonghua's entire conversation through the door, was startled when she heard Hu Jingwa say goodbye. She took a few steps back in panic and returned to the neighboring dorm. Yinglan's dorm was right next to Chu Zhonghua's. When she heard Hu Jingwa's voice, she couldn't help but come out. Although she had already convinced herself to let go of Hu Jingwa, he was someone she had liked for many years. She couldn't completely ignore his presence. Her legs seemed to have a mind of their own, and unconsciously, she arrived outside Chu Zhonghua's door. She couldn't help but want to listen secretly to his voice. Even if they only exchanged a few words, just hearing his voice would be enough. 8 years ago, when she first joined the army, Hu Jingwa was her instructor. During training, she had an accident and fell into a valley. He found her and carried her back to the camp. That day, he strapped her onto his back, his hands constantly digging into the dirt as they climbed. When they reached the camp, his fingers were all scraped and sore. Yinglan knew that at that moment, Zhang Wo was just doing his duty as an instructor. But for Yinglan, that day, Zhang Wo not only carried her on his back, but also carried away her heart. She almost died in the valley, but he appeared like a hero, giving her hope to live. Later, Yinglan joined Zhang Wo's special team. She followed him through many dangers, staying close to him every day, and from then on, she fell deeply in love with him. However, her feelings seemed to be one-sided. No matter how clearly she showed her affection, Zhang Wo never showed her any sign of liking her back. 3 years ago, when she was injured and faced retirement, she lost the chance to stay close to him. Feeling upset, she dared to hide her photo in his notebook, hoping for an answer to her 5 years of love. But instead of an answer, she received news that Zhang Wo was getting married. Heartbroken, Yinglan was about to give up when Du Lei wrote her a letter. He told her not to be sad because Zhang Wo didn't love his wife. He was forced to marry a village girl after saving her from trouble. When she received the letter, Yinglan, who was trying to let go, felt confused and restless. She wasn't sure if Zhang Wo didn't give her an answer because there was no answer, or because he was forced into marriage and couldn't reply. Not knowing the truth, this mystery haunted her for 3 years. She thought she might never find out the truth. But then she overheard a conversation between Jiang Wo and Chu Zhonghua and learned that 3 years ago, Jiang Wo had no idea she put her photo in his notebook. When she heard that Jiang Wo was about to leave, Yinglan hurried back to her room. She lay on her bed and wiped away 2 tears rolling down her cheeks. She whispered, "So you never even opened it." Just as Yinglan was staring blankly at her upper bunk, someone knocked on her door. She stood up and asked as she walked toward the door, "Who is it?" When she opened the door, she saw Chu Zhonghua standing there with a furious look on his face. Chu Zhonghua quickly took a photo of Yinglan and pressed it against her forehead, speaking with a restrained yet fierce tone. "You silly girl, are you ashamed? Sending a photo to a man and then having him return it to your father? What's going on with you and your mother? Are all the men in the world gone? Why are you thinking about someone else's husband? You bring shame to our ancestors."
Dad.
Yinglan picked up her photo from the ground, crying and stomping her foot. She said, "My daughter isn't that shameless. I've never had the idea of breaking up someone's family. I've always kept my feelings for He Jianguo within bounds. 3 years ago, he was single, and I didn't dare say I liked him out loud, just secretly sent a photo to test the waters. Now that he has a family, I definitely won't have any inappropriate thoughts. As for my mom, I don't know what she's been up to behind my back. Really don't know?" Chu Zhonghua looked seriously at Yinglan. Yinglan wiped her tears and nodded. "Really don't know. So it's your mom acting on her own. She's got problems. And you, since you don't have those thoughts, why are you crying? Did you hear what He Jianguo said to me?" "I did hear," Yinglan admitted. "But I'm not crying for him. I'm crying for myself. I've liked him for so many years, and hearing that he never liked me, I think I'm allowed to cry for myself." "Stop crying. You're useless," Chu Zhonghua scolded, but his eyes were full of love. "Don't cry anymore. Listen to your dad. Go to bed early. I'll go to the office and call your mom. I can't let her keep causing trouble. I'll go with you." Yinglan didn't want her mom secretly doing these sneaky things, and she also wanted to know when Zhaoing started supporting her mom and doing these foolish acts. When Chu Zhonghua refused Yinglan, "Call her again tomorrow. Your mom cares about her reputation. If I argue with her in front of you, she'll definitely make a bigger fuss." After saying that, Chu Zhonghua reached out and gently ruffled his daughter's hair. "Lan, be good. Dad, we'll handle this." With that, Chu Zhonghua turned away, looking tired and sad. Yinglan watched her father walk away, then turned back into the room. She tore the photo into pieces and threw it into the trash can under the table. Having cried and struggled, she knew she had to move forward. In this moment, she threw away the photo and let go of the past. Chu Zhonghua walked straight to his office. When he answered the phone, Yinglan's mother's lazy voice came through the line. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me." Even though he only said 2 words, Chu Zhonghua couldn't hide the anger in his voice. There was a pause on the other end.
Chu Zhonghua.
"What's with your tone? Did someone upset you? Who do you think upset me?" "Lin Ruyan. Why do you keep doing such unreasonable things? You're over 50, can you please stop acting like a young lady? Why do you always want to interfere? What's wrong with me, Chu Zhonghua? It's late at night. Can't you just stop being so mysterious? You're the one acting mysteriously." Chu Zhonghua asked directly, "Tell me, why did you send Zhaoing to break up He Jianguo's marriage? What's wrong with Yinglan not being able to get married? Do you really need to steal a man for her?" There was silence on the line for a moment. Then Lin Ruyan's voice sounded heavy. "Did you hear something?" Chu Zhonghua said, "Don't worry about what I heard. Just tell me, why are you doing this? Don't you know why?" "I don't know," Chu Zhonghua said angrily. Lin Ruyan's voice grew louder. "You know very well what He Jianguo's status is. Why can't I get involved? His mother is my best friend. How can I just watch him marry such a rude woman?" Chu Zhonghua shouted, "Enough. Lin Ruyan, no one is allowed to mention He Jianguo's status. Even if he has a special background, it's none of your business. His father doesn't interfere, so why should you?" Lin Ruyan yelled back, his father doesn't interfere. That's his business. He Jangwo's status is not to be discussed. That's an agreement between his father and that family. I can't control that. You're unreasonable, Chu Zhonghua yelled into the phone. On the other end, Lin Ruyan also shouted loudly, I'm unreasonable. Then she hung up. Chu Zhonghua's side of the line went dead with a busy signal. He tried to call back, but Lin Ruyan refused to answer. After several attempts, Chu Zhonghua, frustrated, threw the receiver onto the desk and cursed loudly, crazy. After cursing, he stood up, looked out at the dark night outside the window, and let out a long sigh. At this moment, Chu Zhonghua felt deep regret. He realized some things should have been kept secret from Lin Ruyan. The situation had gotten out of his control, and he couldn't fix it. However, he knew there was one person who could solve the problem. After standing still for a moment, Chu Zhonghua left the office building and stepped into the dark night. Su Mei and Qin Jingting worked tirelessly through most of the night. They used needles to help the soldiers showing new symptoms. Despite their efforts, they couldn't keep up because new patients kept arriving, and those who had been treated could still relapse at any time. When Su Mei arrived, there were only 45 isolated patients. After 2 hours of work, the number had risen to 61. The rapid increase made both Su Mei and Dr. Qin look worried. Seeing more and more people falling ill, Dr. Qin knew that using needles to ease the symptoms was no longer effective. He wiped his sweat and went to Su Mei, saying, Let's stop for now. We should go outside and discuss what kind of illness this really is. Okay, master. Su Mei also wiped her sweat and stood up. Hearing Su Mei, Dr. Qin paused, looked at her strangely, and asked, What did you just call me? Master.
Su Mei smiled happily.
I want to learn acupuncture from you. You said you would take me as a disciple, right? I've thought it over, and I've decided to accept. No, I won't take you. Dr. Qin coldly said 3 words. He wanted to take Su Mei as a disciple because he mistakenly thought she was a medical genius. But after seeing her skills, he realized she was very skilled with needles, far from a beginner. A doctor who had studied for years and was still so ordinary had very limited talent. He didn't want her as a disciple. Humph. Fortunately, Su Mei didn't agree immediately, so he had a chance to change his mind. Seeing the old man leave with a sour expression, Su Mei was confused and asked, why did he change his mind? But changing his mind was useless. Su Mei was determined to learn the skills she wanted. She believed that having many skills was never a bad thing. She decided to follow after Qin Jingting, calling out, Master, wait for me.
Slow down.
Hu Jiangwo was still thinking hard about how to persuade Su Mei to agree to become his disciple. He unexpectedly waited at the door all evening. Just now, he saw Qin Jingting come out, and then he saw Su Mei's chubby figure closely following behind Qin Jingting, constantly calling him master. Her appearance was different from what He Jiangwo had seen before. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her voice was full of flattery, like a dog begging for a bone. Master, are you thirsty? Should I go back to the clinic and bring you some water? Qin Jingting had just come out of the dormitory and sat down exhausted on a chair. Su Mei happily stood beside him. Pouring tea and delivering water were small tasks for Su Mei. She once followed a female doctor to learn traditional medicine, willingly serving her daughter by doing chores like fetching water and cleaning for several months. She loved medicine and wanted to learn all the medical skills she could in this world. Her love was not without reason. Although Su Mei grew up in an orphanage, she was not born an orphan. When she was young, she had parents. In her memory, there were dim lights in an old house, the breeze and bird songs in the woods, her parents working in the fields, and her catching crickets in the cornfield. Those images were distant and beautiful, but all that beauty faded as her parents passed away one after another, forever frozen in a strange time and space. However, her teacher once said she was a girl from the city, and perhaps those memories were just mistaken impressions left by watching too much TV. After her parents died, Su Mei was sent to the orphanage. During those days, she often wondered if her parents had been treated for their illnesses. Maybe they wouldn't have died so young. This thought led Su Mei to pursue medicine later on. At first, she chose to study medicine because of her obsession with her parents. Later, when she truly encountered medical practice, she began to understand its wonders. She saw patients come back to life under her care, and their families gratefully thanked her. Gradually, she fell in love with this profession. She was interested in all medical skills because she wanted to save many people. She wanted to make the world a place where fewer children like her had to end up in orphanages. A doctor's heart is kind, and Su Mei had a heart to save lives and heal the wounded. Whenever she saw more advanced ways to treat illnesses, she couldn't help but want to learn them. At first, when Qin Jingting said he would take disciples, Su Mei hesitated because she had seen the medical textbooks of this era at Qin Jingting's place. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Mei paused for a moment before turning her head to confirm it was Ho Jiangwo calling her. Surprised, she asked, "Hey, when did you arrive?" "I've been standing here since you left," Ho Jiangwo replied with a slightly resentful tone. Clearly, he had been there all along, yet she hadn't noticed him. Su Mei's mind was focused on her apprenticeship and didn't notice anything unusual about Ho Jiangwo. She glanced at the sky and said, "Sorry, it was too dark. I didn't see you." "Am I that dark?" Ho Jiangwo asked with some dissatisfaction. Confused, Su Mei explained, "I meant it was too dark."
Oh.
Ho Jiangwo awkwardly scratched his head and quickly changed the subject. "What's going on with the new troupe? Why did over 40 people fall ill all at once?" "Not just 40. Su Mei shook her head. She looked at Qin Jingting and said tiredly, "The number of sick people keeps increasing. Now it's over 80. At first, we suspected food poisoning. We induced vomiting and gave them antidotes, but nothing worked. So, food poisoning is unlikely. Given the widespread illness, I think it might be a plague." "A plague?" Ho Jiangwo exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. He then looked at Qin Jingting, who was resting with his eyes closed. Qin Jingting opened his eyes and nodded seriously at Ho Jiangwo. "It's probably a plague. What should we do now?" Even Qin Jingting believed it was a plague, and Ho Jiangwo's expression immediately became serious. Qin Jingting stood up, his steps unsteady as he took a few forward. "Master, be careful." Su Mei quickly stepped forward to support him. His support earned a roll of the eyes from Qin Jingting. "Mind your own business. Instead of flattering me here, you should go inside and give a few more acupuncture treatments to help a couple more people." "Yes, Master," Su Mei replied and was about to head back to the dormitory. "Come back," Qin Jingting called out with a stern face. "We should discuss this first. From what I see, a plague is the most likely. Although I've already sealed off the area, it's possible that the sick soldiers were exposed to others before they fell ill. So, Jiangwo, your first task now is to notify all the soldiers in the unit to stop all activities immediately. People on patrol should not return, and those in the military district are not allowed to go out. Everyone's activities should be limited as much as possible. Also, all activities at the military family housing must stop. We need to cut off all transportation links between the military district and the outside world. When an epidemic occurs, the first step is to keep everyone indoors to prevent cross-infection." Qin Jingting has already explained this clearly. Su Mei did not add anything. She told Ho Jiangwo about another important matter. "We need to check the recent activity ranges of the soldiers in the new troop group to see if they encountered anything unusual, so we can find out the source of the epidemic quickly. Right now, we only know it's an epidemic. Given the current situation, we need to identify the source to determine what kind of epidemic it is." "Yes," Qin Jingting nodded. "The most important thing now is this. Jiangwo, you must act quickly." "Okay, I'll go right now," Ho Jiangwo nodded and quickly turned to leave. Su Mei and Qin Jingting didn't relax for long. After standing at the door for a while, a soldier rushed out and called to them. "Dr. Qin, Dr. Su, something's wrong. Someone else has fallen ill." They were exhausted and weak, but hearing the call, they bent over and hurried back into the dormitory of the isolated sick soldiers. They worked through the night. As dawn broke and the sky turned pale, a soldier came in to call Su Mei and Qin Jingting, saying Ho Jiangwo had arrived. After hearing the news, they went out. Su-mei felt her hands were so sore they didn't seem like her own. She and Qin Jingting left and saw Ho Jiangwo waiting at the door. Seeing them, Ho Jiangwo directly got to the point. The military district has now sealed off the area. Regarding the source of the infection, I carefully questioned all the commanding officers of the new troop group. One officer said he found a cave where a little soldier was conducting biological experiments. He sent someone to investigate and found nothing inside, so they sealed the cave entrance with dirt. Almost all of the first 40 soldiers who fell ill had been to that cave. Go check that cave immediately, Su-mei and Qin Jingting almost said together. Ho Jiangwo nodded right away. Good, I'll go now. What's the use of you going alone? Take me with you, Qin Jingting said, supporting his back and stepping forward, then looked back at Su-mei. I'll check the cave to see what's happening. You handle things here, okay? Master, don't worry, leave this to me. I will do my best with acupuncture, Su-mei confidently said. Qin Jingting. Master, long or short, are you never done talking? After Qin Jingting left with Hu Jiangwo, only Su-mei was left to do the acupuncture. Her chubby figure moved around the dormitory. Although it was winter, her clothes were soaked with sweat all over her body. But she didn't dare stop. Even though her legs felt heavy as if filled with lead, she kept turning herself like a spinning top. Just when she was dizzy and nearly collapsed, the guard outside the door rushed in and shouted at Su-mei, Dr. Su, good news. The rescue doctors from the city have arrived. That's great. Su-mei breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the door of the quarantine dormitory was pushed open from outside. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses carried a medical box and came out. Su-mei, who had just given an injection to the soldier, saw the visitor. She dragged her heavy body and tiredly went to meet him, saying, Hello, may I ask your surname? Li. The man in a white coat glanced briefly at Su-mei, then directly carried the medical box, found a soldier, and started checking with a stethoscope. Su-mei thought this man probably just arrived and didn't know the situation. She stepped forward to remind him, Dr. Li, let me tell you about these patients' symptoms. They all have fever, vomiting, and trembling. It's been about 8 hours since the symptoms started. Probably food poisoning, the male doctor said casually, without looking up, dismissing her words. His indifferent attitude made Su-mei slightly frown. Thinking of the soldiers still suffering from pain, she suppressed her displeasure and patiently explained, It's not food poisoning. We have already used vomiting and antidote medication to rule out food poisoning. Just say it's ruled out, but I don't think so.
They all got sick at the same time.
If it's not food poisoning, then what is it? The male doctor looked at her impatiently. He then took some pills from his medical box and made the soldier who had just been examined swallow them. Su-mei frowned and said, Dr. Li, you should at least communicate with me and understand what treatments we have already done before you arrived. Treatments? The male doctor scoffed. You're just poking around with a few needles, calling that treatment? Do you think you're a divine healer like Qin Jingting? Qin Jingting? Hearing the tone of the male doctor, Su-mei realized he must know Qin Jingting, so she decided to bring him up. She said, Dr. Qin Jingting just left. He was the one here earlier. He examined these patients and believes most of them have the plague. Even if you don't believe me, you should trust Dr. Qin. Which doctor did you just mention? Lu, the man, looked at Su-mei. Su-mei frowned and repeated, I said Qin Jingting, the divine Dr. Qin Jingting you mentioned. Ha! The man burst into laughter upon hearing Su-mei. He looked at her and said, Little fat girl, do you even know what you're talking about? Qin Jingting is a famous doctor from the capital. He wouldn't come to this remote place. Don't make such pointless jokes. I'm not joking, Su-mei replied firmly. At this moment she realized this man was actually sick. He had only heard of Qin Jingting's name, but didn't know what he looked like. The male doctor looked impatient, as if he didn't want to talk to Su-mei anymore. He urged, All right. What's the illness? Our professional doctors will check. Looking at your outfit, you're definitely not a doctor. If you're not a doctor, then leave. Don't delay our team's work. How do you speak to Dr. Qin? A soldier couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to speak up for Su-mei. After all, no one knew better than the soldiers in the quarantine dormitory how busy Sume had been all night. Lou, the male doctor, was displeased when someone spoke up for Sume. He said, "If you have doctors, then why do we need support from the county hospital? If you can handle it yourselves, then go ahead. Is that okay?" Before he finished, the door of the dormitory was pushed open from outside. Several doctors in white coats and soldiers carrying medical supplies entered. Sume had been wondering why the medical team was so small. Now she realized they weren't all here yet. Lou, the male doctor, was difficult to communicate with. Sume decided to find someone smarter to talk to. She was about to walk toward the other doctors when Lou spoke again. "I emphasize once more, all unrelated people, please leave." Since arriving in this time and place, Sume has often been teased by others. Most of the time, she has nothing to say, not because she is patient, but because the things the original owner did left her with no grounds to argue. People tease and discriminate against her, which is understandable. But this doctor from the county town, whom she just met, with whom she has no past grievances or conflicts, suddenly and inexplicably insults her? "Did you eat your breakfast in a dry toilet?" Faced with the stranger's repeated provocations, Sume finally couldn't hold back. She turned angrily to look at him. "Since I entered, I haven't said a word, yet your mouth is like a machine gun loaded with manure, constantly spraying nonsense on my face. Are you so good at spitting? Are you possessed by a spitting kettle?" Everyone didn't expect Sume to endure for so long before suddenly turning around and firing back at the male doctor. The dormitory first fell into a strange silence, then a small burst of quiet laughter. This kind of situation shouldn't be funny, but Sume's clean and clever way of insulting someone without using swear words was so impressive that even the person lying on the bed with a fever couldn't help but chuckle quietly under the blanket. The doctor surnamed Lou immediately blushed deeply. "Why would I be insulting you? I told you to leave so I could treat the soldiers quickly. You're causing trouble here talking about manure, and so, rural woman." Yes. Sume nodded wildly. "You're the most meticulous, the #1 meticulous in the world. I am a rural woman, and you are a meticulous dog from Canada." Holding in her anger for half a month, Sume was worried. She had nowhere to vent. But this gentleman insisted on provoking her, so she decided to show him the firepower of the orphanage's big sister. The man surnamed Lou finally managed to say after holding back for a long time, and only managed those 2 words he had already cursed once. Sume looked at his crotch with a half-smile, casually uttering 2 words. "Hee. You insult people casually, I can sue you. Do you believe that? How did I insult you?"
Sume was confused.
"You say I am, but I can't say the same about you? How is that insulting? It's just self-defense. What kind of dog are you?" "You." The man surnamed Lou's face turned red with veins bulging, as if tears were about to flow out. Sume was about to continue scolding the barking dog when suddenly a voice called out from the corner. Dr. Su, come quickly and see. Qingjun is trembling again." Although the medical team from the county had arrived to help, Sume had already been busy here all night. Her hands had countless times stabilized patients' conditions during their illnesses. So when a patient showed signs of trouble, she was naturally the first person they looked to as the main caregiver. This action, however, annoyed a doctor with the surname Lou. Why call her? Do you really think a few needles can save your lives? If she could, we wouldn't need to come here for support. And she even claims that Dr. Qin Jingting is here too. What a liar and foul-mouthed woman. Do you really believe her? It's funny, but Dr. Qin is indeed here with us. I don't know if the Qin you mentioned is the same as our Qin. A soldier couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for Sume. The man sneered. Of course, they're not the same. After saying this, the young man grabbed his medical box and headed toward the patient who was having a seizure. Normally, Sume would argue fiercely with this crazy man, but now, since someone was ill, she had to put the patient's needs first. She swallowed her anger. Is your surname Su? Just as Sume was calming down, a female doctor beside her quietly asked. Sume nodded. Yes, Su, with a chow at the start. "Hello, Dr. Sue," the female doctor said with a smile, even though she was wearing a mask. From her slanted eyes, Sue-mei could tell she was smiling. She leaned close and whispered in her ear, "That Dr. Liu is the son of our hospital director, Liu Kai. He's always been so arrogant. Don't bother with him. It's not worth getting angry over such a person. So he was a rich kid, no wonder he looked down on others."
Sumei nodded.
She watched Liu Kai walk over to the sick soldier with his medical box, take out his stethoscope, and start examining the patient. First, he listened to the chest, then took out a flashlight to check the soldier's pupils and tongue. The soldier was already uncomfortable. When Liu Kai pried open his mouth, he couldn't help but feel like vomiting. Liu Kai hurriedly pushed him away. Seeing the soldier cough a few times without vomiting, he quickly took a vomiting medicine from his box and handed it to the soldier. "Here, take this first." But the soldier couldn't hold the medicine properly. His hand trembled, and the pill rolled away out of sight. Oh no, it fell. "Li Yun, come here and give him some medicine. I need to start checking the next patient. Our medical team isn't just me. Someone come help. Can I handle everything alone?" Coming, Li Yun, who had just greeted Sue-mei, stuck out his tongue at her and then walked over to the soldier. Meanwhile, Liu Kai picked up his medical box and headed to the bed of the next soldier who hadn't shown symptoms. Wow, the trembling hasn't stopped yet, and he just tossed a pill without caring. What kind of move is that? Sue-mei looked at the trembling soldier. He was biting his upper lip tightly, his face pale and blue, breathing fast. Anyone could see he was in great pain. If we don't help him ease this pain quickly, he might go into respiratory shock, which could be life-threatening. We can't just watch him suffer. Sue-mei clenched her needle tightly and hurriedly walked to the corner where the other soldier was sick. She squatted by the bed, took out her needle kit, and just as she was about to take out a needle, Liu Kai snatched her kit and threw it on the ground. He looked at Sue-mei coldly and shouted, "I advise you not to cause trouble." Smack! Sue-mei slapped Liu Kai hard across the face, without holding back. Enough is enough. Sue-mei couldn't hold back her anger anymore. Everyone around was shocked to see her. Some new soldiers had heard of Sue-mei's past deeds, but couldn't connect the gentle Dr. Sue with the notorious troublemaker. Now they understood. Dr. Sue is really fiery, but she's not unpleasant. Sue-mei's slap was heavy. Liu Kai's face immediately swelled up, and he glared at her furiously, shouting, "How dare you hit me?" "Hit you? Sure I will. Do I need a special day to do it?" After saying that, Sue-mei picked up her needle kit from the ground. Just as she was about to leave, Liu Kai tried to stop her again. Looking at the soldiers still standing nearby, Sue-mei sternly said, "Get this fool out now. If you delay any longer, everyone might be lost." "Who are you calling a fool?" Liu Kai spat angrily, reaching out to grab Sue-mei's needle kit. Before his hand could touch the kit, the soldier closest to him quickly grabbed his wrist and pushed it back. Compared to Liu Kai, who had been causing trouble all day without any problem, this soldier clearly trusted Sue-mei more, who had been rushing around the entire night in the dormitory. Liu Kai didn't expect anyone to listen to Sue-mei and use her to tie him up. He immediately cursed and struggled. "You're all crazy. This medical team is led by me. You request support and then start hitting people without reason, is that it? When I get out, I'll send you all to jail." He didn't resist at first, but when he did, the soldiers holding him used more force, causing him to cry out in pain. A few other soldiers saw someone leading the way, and they quickly came to Liu Kai's side. Together, they carried him out. "Fine, if you dare to do this to me, our medical team won't help you anymore. Don't even think about using any of the medical supplies I brought." Liu Kai's voice gradually faded as he was taken outside. Finally, the noise outside was gone. Sue-mei quickly squatted down and gave an injection to the soldier, who had just fallen ill. This time, she was a bit late. After removing the needle, Sue-mei saw that the soldier's fingers were still trembling slightly. She wasn't sure if there would be any lasting effects. A flicker of anger appeared in her eyes. These border soldiers work so hard to defend the frontier. If Liu Kai's delay causes any problems, she would be furious enough to want to punish him severely. Is something the matter? Li Yun saw Su Mei's furrowed brow and quietly asked her. Besides Li Yun, the rest of the medical team had already taken out their medicine boxes and started checking the other soldiers' conditions. Su Mei was a little surprised. Your team leader said he wouldn't help anymore? If we listened to him, we'd be dead 100 times over. Li Yun sighed and shook his head. Supporting the military zone is a task from the higher-ups. How could we just abandon it because of his words? That guy is useless. All show and no skill. I worry that our hospital's reputation, built over decades, will be ruined because of him. Hearing Li Yun's words, Su Mei didn't say anything. She thought, a dog can't be a tiger and Lu Kai's behavior isn't good. What kind of person could his father be? If he had a good reputation, he wouldn't have let such a reckless person out to bite others. Thinking about the possible aftereffects for the soldier, Su Mei told Li Yun about it. He delayed my injection by several minutes, causing the soldier to miss the best time for treatment. Even after I finished, he was still trembling. I suspect there might be lasting effects. Su Mei knew that telling the truth in front of the soldiers might hurt their feelings, but she had to speak up. If this soldier truly encounters problems in the future, she will know that it is not her medical skills that are at fault, but rather that Lu Kai's delay caused the issue. She must protect herself. As a doctor, she should always remember to stay safe. Otherwise, once she falls into a deep pit, she may never be able to climb out again. Loving patients is important, but loving oneself is even more crucial. After hearing Su Mei's words, Li Yun looked at the soldier and noticed that his fingertips were indeed trembling. However, she didn't respond. As someone in the medical field, Li Yun knew that Su Mei told her this on purpose, to serve as a witness if something went wrong. The sun hung high in the sky, bright but cold in the early morning. The number of new soldiers falling ill kept increasing, soon exceeding 100. The medical team only had an elderly doctor who knew traditional Chinese medicine, so their treatment was limited. Su Mei was still busy and running around. But with a few doctors monitoring the soldiers' blood pressure and pulse rates at the same time, they could quickly spot problems and prevent emergencies. As a result, serious incidents rarely happened anymore. Relying only on acupuncture to soothe nerves and stimulate the nervous system couldn't last long. The disease worsened quickly, and Su Mei only hoped that Ho Jiangwo and Qin Jingting would return soon. Only by finding the source could they stop the rapid spread of the illness. However, Ho Jiangwo had not returned, but Su Mei was waiting for Chen Yilong. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Chen Yilong personally came to the ward. The guard at the door stopped him from entering. Hearing that Chen Yilong wanted to understand the situation, the soldier at the door called Su Mei out. Chen Yilong didn't expect such a big problem. The only person who reported to him was Su Mei. After looking at her, he asked with doubt, "Didn't you request support from the medical team? Where is the team leader? Bring him here and tell us what's going on. Do you need any more help? Where is Captain Liu? Where did you take him?" Su Mei hadn't seen Lu Kai since he was carried out. A soldier helping to carry Lu Kai touched his head awkwardly and said, "I'll go find him now." He didn't dare tell Chen Yilong that they had put Lu Kai in the quarantine room. The military quarantine room was like a metal box, with no windows or light. No sound. Even trained soldiers would feel overwhelmed if locked inside. Soon, the soldier brought Lu Kai over. Lu Kai's face was swollen like a pig's head from Su Mei's slap, and his clothes were torn and messy. Seeing his condition, Chen Yilong couldn't help but frown. "You're the head of the medical team sent from the county hospital. How did you end up like this?" "Humph." Lu Kai bit his lip and snorted coldly. At this moment, his military coat was being held by his bodyguard, and he was only wearing a black Zhongshan suit. Because of this, Lu Kai didn't notice any difference in Chen Yilong's attire and thought that the military district was just asking for his support, so they sent him out to speak on their behalf. Chen Yilong hadn't encountered anyone speaking to him with this attitude in many years. His fierce eyes narrowed dangerously, then he looked at the soldier beside him and asked, "What do you mean?" The soldier, sensing Chen Yilong's anger, quickly saluted and said, reporting to the leader, "This Dr. Liu, after coming here, interfered with Dr. Su's treatment, and even spoke disrespectfully to her. He almost caused the death of one of our brothers, so we confined him to the detention room.
Dr. Su?
Chen Yilong looked at Su Mei in surprise. He had only asked her to be a doctor out of necessity, and he didn't expect that in such a short time she had gained people's trust. Lu Kai, who was originally proud and had his braids sticking up, suddenly became energized when he heard the soldier call Chen Yilong leader. He rushed toward Chen Yilong like crazy. But before he could reach Chen Yilong, Su Mei extended her foot and tripped him, causing him to fall flat on his face. Leader, you have to decide for me. I came to support and look at how they are treating me? Why did you suddenly trip him? Chen Yilong asked Su Mei. Su Mei looked concerned and said, Leader, this might be an infectious disease. I've been keeping 3 meters away from you while talking. He just came into contact with a patient, and I'm worried he might infect you if he gets close. As a doctor, doesn't he have any common sense? Chen Yilong. Lu Kai, on the ground, had lost 3 teeth and was crying out loudly. Who said it was an infectious disease? What's the basis for that? I think they just food poisoning. While Lu Kai was crying on the ground, Hu Jiangwo and Qin Jingding returned to the entrance of the dormitory area. Seeing Chen Yilong, Hu Jiangwo stepped forward to greet him. Leader, you're here. Chen Yilong nodded and said, Let's check the situation and see if any support is needed. I heard you took old Qin to the cave. Did you find anything? No significant findings, Qin Jingting replied, stepping forward. We explored the entire cave. There are only some experimental instruments inside. It looks like biological experiments were done, but there are no bodies or petri dishes that could keep bacteria alive. We didn't find any source of infection.
See?
Lu Kai immediately ignored his mouth pain and crawled up from the ground, speaking unclearly through the wind. Leader, this isn't a real plague. It's just food poisoning. Plagues don't happen that easily. If there really was a plague in that cave, the nearby villagers would have already been affected. We should check what they ate before they got sick. Chen Yilong didn't pay attention to Lu Kai and instead looked at Qin Jingding. Dr. Qin, what do you think? Although we haven't found the source, we can't rule out the possibility of a plague. The source might be somewhere else, Qin Jingding said with a worried face. While they were talking, more new patients were brought into the dormitory. Seeing the soldiers being carried in, Qin Jingting quickly said, Commander, you should stay away from here to avoid getting infected too. Okay, I will be careful, Chen Yilong nodded. Lu Kai saw that Chen Yilong ignored him and became anxious. Leader, are you listening to me? We are here from the county hospital to support you. Since you're here to help, then discuss with Dr. Su and Dr. Qin how to handle the soldier's illness, Chen Yilong said seriously to Lu Kai. But Lu Kai immediately became unhappy. Forget about the illness for now. The main issue is that your people are randomly hitting and detaining others. You should first solve my problem. Forget about the illness? Chen Yilong was stunned. What kind of fool would say that? Is anything more important than the lives of my soldiers? Soldiers' lives are important, but fairness and justice are also very important. If you don't handle this properly, our medical team won't let you boss us around for free. Lu Kai didn't know that other doctors had already started working. He pouted like a sulking child. But this child was already over 30 years old, a grown man who hadn't been beaten down by society. Chen Yilong somewhat understands why Lu Kai was beaten. If it weren't for his status here, he would have stepped in to stop the violation. He might have even given him a couple of slaps himself. Although Chen Yilong doesn't fully know the details of what happened, judging by Lu Kai's attitude, he doesn't want to waste time on such a person now. So he waves his hand and says, Lock this troublemaker up. My soldiers' lives are more important than his innocence. If he had been younger and more reckless, I might have shot him myself. Threatening me with my soldiers' lives? What kind of thing is that? Just after being released for only a few minutes, Lu Kai was pulled back down again. Chen Yilong is a veteran from the battlefield. He has experienced war, seen many comrades sacrificed, and lost countless soldiers. To him, his soldiers are his life. Anyone who dares to use his soldiers' lives to threaten him is challenging his bottom line. Su Mei can only shake her head. She is starting to doubt whether her crossing was into a real different time or just into a poorly written historical story full of foolish characters. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine that there are people like Liu Kai in real life, completely brainless. Sume doesn't even bother to get angry at such a person. What she is more concerned about now is the source of the infection. During this morning, Sume conducted a more detailed investigation of the first group of soldiers who fell ill. She learned that a few days ago, the new recruits group had a competition. Everyone in the group was divided into individual units and headed toward a designated location set by the instructor. On that day, a total of 39 people arrived at the destination on time. These 39 people were then collectively taken away by one of the instructors, and they just happened to be part of the first group to fall ill. This suggests that the source of infection must have been somewhere along their march. Besides the cave? Sume asked. Did they look for other possible sources along the route? However, the questions Sume thought of, Gao Zhengwo probably thought of them too. He nodded. I watched the whole process. They didn't go far, only about 400 or 500 meters, then they found the cave. They buried the cave and returned to the camp along another route that they often used for training. We checked every inch of that 400 or 500 meters based on the instructor's description, but found nothing suspicious. But that's not right. Sume shook her head. She believed she understood the situation clearly. The first group of soldiers who fell ill all visited the same place on that day. Hu Zhengwo, if you hadn't taken me there again, I might not have realized this. Sume also knew that Dr. Qin hadn't found any problems. She knew that if she suggested going again now, she would be questioned. Sure enough, Qin Yilong frowned when he heard her words. Is that really necessary? Dr. Qin is in the capital. He hasn't found anything wrong. Maybe you should look for clues elsewhere? Although Qin Yilong doubted Sume's approach, she had been working for many days. Even if he didn't agree with her, his tone was quite gentle. He no longer released heavy pressure on her as he used to when he saw her. This gave Sume the courage to stick to her opinion. I know my medical skills are not as good as Dr. Qin's. But people can't be perfect at everything. Maybe he overlooked something by accident. It just so happens I went and found it. However, Qin Yilong wanted to say that Hu Zhengwo and Zheng Ting had already searched thoroughly. But before he could finish, Hu Zhengwo interrupted him. He looked at Sume and said, All right, I'll take you there. Sume was a bit surprised. She thought Hu Zhengwo would strongly oppose her idea. She didn't expect him to support her willingly. This was quite a surprise for her. Qin Yilong wanted to say something else, but seeing Hu Zhengwo's firm gaze, he thought it wouldn't hurt to go one more time. So he let it be. Okay, let's go. The sooner, the better. Why are you willing to take me there again? Until they left the door, Sume was still puzzled about this matter. They walked in silence, and she finally asked what was on her mind. Hu Zhengwo glanced at Sume and said, Last time, I refused to believe you about Li Yuan, and as a result, Li Yuan suffered for another afternoon. I won't make the same mistake twice. You haven't been there, so how can I judge you as incapable like last time? That's how it is. Admitting mistakes and changing is good. Good. Sume thought Hu Zhengwo was quite aware. The incident from before had just happened not long ago, and it seemed to have taught him a lesson. The mountain road was rough and uneven. The trees in the wilderness were sparse, and the cold winter wind felt icy on her face. To make working easier, Sume changed into a neat, comfortable outfit. It was fine indoors, but once outside, she was shivering from the cold. She was panting as she walked, constantly blowing warm air into her sleeves to try to chase away the chill. Just as she was about to climb a step, a long military coat suddenly covered her. Then, she also put on a large military wool hat. Seeing the extra clothes on her, Sume turned to look at Hu Zhengwo, who had only worn a single shirt. Did you give me all your clothes? Aren't you cold? No. Hu Zhengwo replied simply. Soldiers on the frontier often face harsh survival challenges, so a little cold doesn't bother him. Although she had more clothes on, Sume found walking harder. The coat was thick and heavy, making her feel very burdened. She was bigger in size and already wearing a padded jacket, so she couldn't fit into Hu Zhengwo's clothes. She had to reach out and hold onto the coat to keep it from slipping off. Her hands turned red from the cold after a while. I think I should give your clothes back, Sume decided after walking for a bit. She felt the extra clothes were unnecessary. He Jangwo also noticed that the clothes he handed over were becoming a burden for her. He frowned and took his coat back from her. The moment the coat left her body, Sume shivered slightly, finally understanding what it felt like to be hit by icy wind. As she sniffed and continued forward, He Jangwo caught up with her. His coat was unbuttoned, and with a slight wave, he pulled Sume into his arms. "WH, what are you doing?" she asked, but then remembered how last time she asked that, He Jangwo had answered in a way that made her blush. Her face warmed a little at the memory. This warmth came just in time. Sume, whose face was cold and chubby, felt a little comfort from it. He Jangwo, standing beside her with a serious face, said, "This way is warmer. Otherwise, you might catch a cold." He Jangwo was tall and strong, not overweight. Sume, who was a head shorter, was held in his arms, and most of the cold seemed to be driven away. She felt that touching was inappropriate, so she struggled a little but finally relaxed and leaned into his military coat. It was true, her hands and face no longer felt cold. The soldiers following behind looked around anxiously, almost wanting to run ahead. This cold winter was already tough on their minds, and now they had to endure the rotten smell of dog food.
Ugh.
People often said that Commander Hu's wife was not good, but now it seems that this couple is very loving and harmonious. Indeed, rumors are often not trustworthy. Since these soldiers in the military district rarely visit the family quarters, many only heard about Sume's bad reputation but never saw her in person. Now that they have seen her, they realize she easily breaks those stereotypes with her charm. The rumors are true, but these soldiers now treat them as just rumors. The group walked for nearly 2 hours before finally reaching the cave. Sume wore several masks and took a flashlight to carefully search inside the cave. Hu Jangwo followed behind her. To avoid involving more people, Sume didn't let the other soldiers come in. Originally, Sume didn't want Hu Jangwo to come in either, but he was worried and said he had followed when Dr. Qin arrived, so he decided to go in with her. Sume couldn't refuse him, so she let him follow. The cave was small and had a musty smell from years without sunlight. Sume searched every corner carefully, but like Dr. Qin, she found nothing. She sighed in disappointment, then straightened up and looked toward the outside of the cave. "Don't worry if you can't find it." Dr. Qin didn't find it either. "If you can't find it, no one will blame you. The more anxious you are, the easier it is to miss details. Stay calm and take your time," Hu Jangwo gently comforted her when he heard her sigh. They walked outside the cave. Hu Jangwo shook his head at the soldiers. Outside, there was a pile of dark mud. It was used to block the entrance of the cave. Sume glanced at it and then moved away from the cave. She followed Hu Jangwo and the soldiers, searching again along the 500-meter stretch, but still found nothing. The ground was full of digging marks, with yellow mud turned over everywhere. There was no problem but no results either. Sume stopped and kept thinking. She felt like she had missed some detail. Seeing that they couldn't find anything no matter how hard they looked, Hu Jangwo gently advised her. "If we can't find it, let's go back. Dr. Qin is busy enough alone. We'll send more people along the route they took and search thoroughly. We will find it. Don't bother me." Sume shot a quick glance at Hu Jangwo. She was deep in thought and felt annoyed by the interruption. "Oh, if only we had yellow mud in our military area. Every time we burn coal for fire, we have to walk far away to get yellow mud. It's such trouble." At that moment, a complaint in Sichuan accent sounded in Sume's ear. The words hit her like a thunderclap, exploding in her mind. The answer was almost clear, and Sume felt she had caught it. She looked at Hu Jangwo in shock, her mind racing. But the answer she sensed was just out of reach, like a bomb that wouldn't explode.
Hu Jangwo noticed Sume's surprise.
He guessed she had figured something out and wanted to comfort her, but he was afraid to speak and disturb her. He just looked at her silently, hesitant to say more. Then, another voice came from nearby. It's strange. Why do we need to use yellow mud for mixing coal? Wouldn't black mud work? Black mud and coal are the same color. It should be better, right? Yellow mud? Black mud? The answer was becoming clearer. Hu Jiangwo didn't know what Su Mei was thinking. He was worried others might disturb her, so he gave them a cold look to warn them to stay quiet. As the noise around quieted down a bit, Su Mei suddenly jumped up and exclaimed, "I got it! I got it!" She ran toward the cave. Soon, she reached the pile of black mud near the cave. "Did you find something?" Hu Jiangwo, following closely behind, asked. Su Mei pointed at the black mud in front of the cave and then at the yellow mud inside and on the mountain. She took a deep breath and said, "The mud has a problem.
Look.
This is a yellow mud mountain. The mud nearby and inside the cave is all yellow mud. Why is this mud black? The mud has a problem?" Hu Jiangwo frowned. They checked the cave and dug along the path back and forth, but they had never noticed the mud used to seal the cave. The mud in the cave was dug from a patch of land next to it, where they had excavated a large pit to cover the cave. So, during the inspection, no one paid attention to that big pit. Hu Jiangwo took a shovel from a soldier and turned to walk toward the black mud area. Su Mei quickly stopped him, took off her mask, leaving only one for herself, and said, "Wear more masks. Others who didn't dig the pit should share their masks with those digging. Just 2 or 3 masks are enough. The more people, the more dangerous." Soon, everyone had their masks distributed, and Hu Jiangwo led the group toward the big pit. This digging took half an hour, with black mud constantly being removed from the pit and piled into a small mound. Just as Su Mei wondered if she had made a mistake, a surprised voice came from the pit. "Commander, there are bones." After discovering the bones, Hu Jiangwo led a few soldiers to continue digging deeper. The more they dug, the larger the pit seemed to be. Eventually, the soldiers who hadn't brought enough masks tore their coats to cover their mouths and noses before jumping into the pit. Half an hour later, a huge grave filled with bones appeared before everyone. Yes, beneath the dark soil was a grave filled with countless white bones, at least hundreds of them. These bones belonged to tall adult men, small women and children, and even young kids. Everyone present was deeply moved. Some soldiers cried in the cold wind, while others ran far away to remove their masks and Hu Jiangwo stood at the edge of the deep pit, staring at the bones inside, radiating a cold, fierce, killing aura. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood flowing out. As a doctor, Su Mei believed she had seen too much life and death. Though she felt regret at the loss of life, she no longer felt overwhelming sorrow. But now, looking at the grave filled with bones, her heart was filled with waves of grief. This must be a place where the Japanese used Chinese people for live experiments and then randomly buried the victims. Jiang Wei was the first to break the silence. Everyone understood the answer. After feeling sorrow, their eyes burned with anger. These terrible invaders, one day, when our country grows strong, we will cross the ocean and crush you into dust. Exactly. The Japanese won't be forgiven until they are wiped out. My grandparents were killed by the Japanese. I think they suffered enough, but these people used as test subjects must have endured even worse torture. It's so hateful. One day, these invaders will pay the price. For now, we must find the source of the infection, Hu Jiangwo said. Though he was angry, he knew what was most important right now. He looked at Su Mei and asked, "What kind of infectious disease did these bones carry?" "We need to investigate to find out," Su Mei replied, putting on rubber gloves and covering her face with a few masks before jumping into the bone pit. Actually, during this period, cloth masks didn't make much difference because they didn't have strong filtering capabilities. However, Su Mei still wore her mask and urged the other soldiers to cover their mouths and noses as much as possible. The situation was sudden, and this was only a small act of luck and self-reassurance. She stepped on the bones, which creaked loudly, making her feel tense. She squatted down carefully to examine the bones, feeling around them quickly because she was afraid of wasting time. But soon, she was disappointed because she found nothing among the bones. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. Now she was almost sure that this place was the source of a disease, but she couldn't find exactly what caused it. She was sweating heavily but still gained no clues. Why can't I find anything? It must be here. The soil around is yellow, but here it turned black, which shows the bones inside are badly decayed. Sume was full of doubts, but no one present knew more about medicine than she did, so no one could answer her. After searching for a while longer, Sume gave up. There was no need to insist at this point. Thinking she shouldn't waste more time, she looked at Hu Jiangwo and said, "Go find Dr. Qin. If anyone from the medical team is willing, call them over. The source should be here, but I haven't found it yet." Hu Jiangwo listened to Sume and nodded quickly, then arranged for the soldiers to go back and call people. Sume squatted down again, trying to find some clues among the bones. But by the afternoon, even when Qin Jingting and a few soldiers arrived at the site of the grave, Sume found nothing. Besides Qin Jingting, no other medical team members came along. It wasn't that no one wanted to come, but with so many soldiers falling ill, some had to stay behind to take care of others. When Qin Jingting arrived, Sume stood up helplessly and looked up at him. "Master, I've been looking at these bones all afternoon, but I still don't understand what kind of plague these bones could cause." In Sume's knowledge, no plague was linked to bones that were decades old. Above the grave, Qin Jingting looked solemnly at the dark white bones. After paying a heavy tribute to the bones, he finally spoke to Sume. "Come up first." "Okay, master." Sume thought Qin Jingting wanted to discuss something with her. She found a gap and started climbing up quickly using her hands and feet. She overestimated her body's flexibility and climbed up, then slipped down the low. It was still General Hua who reached out and pulled her out of the pit. After she came out, she saw that Qin Jingting was not near the corpse pit, but had gone to the front of the cave. He was digging through a pile of black mud used to block the cave entrance. She clapped her hands and then walked behind Qin Jingting. Looking at the black mud, she said, "Master, the source of infection must be related to those bones. Why are you digging through this mud?" "Found it." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Jingting picked up some grass and stood up. At first, Sume was confused, then suddenly understood and patted her head.
"Ah, right.
Why do we need to find out what disease it is? As long as we find something alive on the surface of the soil that can survive in this kind of source, it could be the cure for the plague. Not stupid at all." Qin Jingting looked at Sume with a calm expression and walked over to Hu Jiangwo with some grass, saying, "Hurry up and have someone dig up a bunch of this grass, bring it back to boil, and let the soldiers who are already sick try it. If it works, then bring more people to dig up a large amount of this grass." "Okay." Hu Jiangwo took the grass, immediately divided it among the soldiers present, and they started digging nearby with the samples. There was plenty of this grass growing nearby, and soon they had gathered a large bundle. Qin Jingting looked at the grass and said, "That's enough.
Take these back now."
"Is there a high chance this grass can be used as a cure?"
Hu Jiangwo asked.
"Very high." Qin Jingting nodded and added, "Based on my experience, over 90% of this kind of grass can stop the plague. To save time, I'll continue digging here with the soldiers. Dr. Qin, go back and test the effectiveness. If it works, ask the leader to send more people to help dig." Since this medicine is likely to be the cure, Hu Jiangwo thought it was best to gather more while there's still daylight. Although only the new recruits have fallen ill so far, they've been in contact with many people these days. The plague spreads from person to person, and if the medicine is effective, everyone in the military zone will need to take it. Not only the military zone, but also the families living nearby. This means the demand for the herbs will be very high, so Hu Jiangwo didn't want to waste time and decided to start harvesting now. Qin Jingting thought for a moment and agreed that Hu Jiangwo's idea made sense. He nodded and said, "Once the herbs are proven effective, you all need to deal with the mass grave here. There are too many bodies inside, and there is disease. Let's build a collective tombstone. After filling in the dirt, cover it with bricks and cement, and make a simple monument for them. The tombstone should have the cause of their death written on it. We want future generations to remember how the Japanese invaded us. When they see it, They will understand what it means to remember history and never forget national shame. Remember history, never forget national shame. These 8 words made Su-mei feel a shock in her heart. She had only heard these words in books and short videos before, but when she saw the skeletons so clearly, she understood their meaning even more. Hatred for the country and family is unforgettable. Okay, I will arrange everything later. Dr. Qin, I will have someone take you and Su-mei back first, He Jiangwo said. Then he took off his coat and draped it over Su-mei. He tore the coat along the seams on both sides, making it look like a cloak. This way, even if Su-mei was a bit chubby, she could still fit inside. Su-mei looked at the coat and said, "You're digging herbs on the mountain. When it gets cold, you'll be uncomfortable. You don't need to give me your coat. I can go back inside where it's warm and won't be cold." "I'm fine," He Jiangwo said with a serious face, buttoning his coat one by one. After covering Su-mei carefully, he arranged for a few people to carry the herbs they had dug and took Su-mei and Qin Jingting back. When they arrived at the military area, it was already dark. At the camp, Qin Jingting called some people to the new recruits' cafeteria to get a few large pots. They set up a fire in the open space outside the new recruits' dorms and boiled the herbs. An hour later, a pot of green herbal medicine was ready. Su-mei took a bowl, scooped some medicine, and fanned it to cool it down before bringing it into the dorm and feeding it to the first soldier who was sick. Everyone gathered around that soldier, waiting to see if the medicine worked. But the medicine was not a fairy herb, and it took time to take effect. After another hour, Su-mei checked the soldier's pulse and said happily, "The patient's pulse is much stronger and steadier. His complexion has improved a lot. It's clear that the herb really works." "That's great." Everyone around sighed in relief. "This is the fastest I have ever seen in finding the source of the plague medicine," said an experienced doctor from the medical team. Su-mei naturally didn't forget to flatter Qin Jingting at this moment. "Of course, my master takes action, so it's twice as effective." "Stop flattering." Qin Jingting glared at Su-mei. "You've been tired for so long. Since you found the medicine, the soldiers can just boil water and brew it. Here's the key to the clinic. Take it and rest in the lounge. You've been to the disease source area, so you don't need to return to the military residence for now, to avoid spreading the infection. Once the soldier's condition is under control and the military zone opens, you can go back, bring your bedding and toiletries. The military residence isn't allowing you to stay there anymore, so later you can settle into the lounge."
Got it.
Su-mei nodded, then suddenly realized the meaning behind Qin Jingting's last few words, and happily looked up. "Master, do you mean you agree to take me as your apprentice?"
Why?
"Don't want to apprentice under me anymore? If not, forget I ever said it," Qin Jingting said as he headed outside. Su-mei quickly followed. "Master, I definitely want to learn from you. Is there a ceremony for becoming an apprentice? Should I prepare a formal gift?" "Don't bother with all that fancy stuff. If you want to learn from me, just study hard. Just because I agree to take you as my apprentice now doesn't mean you'll stay that way forever. I'll give you a 2-month trial period. If you don't do well in these 2 months, I might change my mind," Qin Jingting said quickly as he walked, speaking to Su-mei. "I will make my master proud," Su-mei said confidently, trusting that anyone who takes her as an apprentice would be impressed by her enthusiasm and hard work. Outside the new recruit dormitory, Qin Jingting ordered a few soldiers to inform He Jiangwo and Qin Ilong about the herbal medicine situation. He also discussed the process of preparing the herbs and then drank a bowl of herbal decoction before heading toward the clinic. Near the clinic, Qin Jingting turned into the cafeteria beside it. The cafeteria was empty. Surprisingly, Qin Jingting took out the key himself, unlocked the door, and went inside, telling Su-mei to wait at the entrance. Not long after, Qin Jingting came out carrying a small pot, a spatula, 2 bowls, a box of potatoes, half a bag of rice, and some oil and salt. He said to Su-mei, "I prepared some food for you. For the next few days, you can cook and eat inside the clinic. Don't come to the cafeteria. Although the military zone is under strict control, soldiers still come here to eat during mealtimes. We are all close to the source of illness, so avoid face-to-face contact with anyone from the military district. I understand, Master, Sume said as she took the items in her hands. Then the two of them parted ways. Qin Jingting has a rest dormitory, but Sume carried her things back to the clinic alone. She hadn't eaten much all day, just a hastily eaten bun given by new soldiers in the morning. She ate a few bites roughly, and then entered the clinic. She took off Jiangguo's military coat and started a fire to cook. She lit a fire in the pit, placed a pot with water, and cooked rice. When the rice was soft, she poured the rice soup into a bowl, then continued drying the rice and put it into another bowl. After preparing the rice, she washed the pot, added oil, and made a soup using the rice water. Once the soup boiled, she poured it over the rice and started eating. For many days, Sume never allowed herself to eat until she was full, but today she was very hungry and allowed herself to eat a little more. After finishing her meal, Sume lay on the sofa to sleep. The ground bed in the room was warm, so she didn't need a blanket and could sleep comfortably. She slept deeply and soundly. When she woke up the next day, it was already late morning. No one came to call her during that time, which meant the herbal medicine was completely prepared. After getting up, she simply made herself some breakfast. Because of the military district's strict security, no one came to see her at the clinic. After eating, she felt bored and could only walk around the clinic. Suddenly, her eyes fell on Jiangguo's large cotton coat, which had faintly visible cotton spilling out of the slit. After looking at it for a while, Sume found a surgical needle and a roll of suturing thread in the clinic. She sat on the sofa in the lounge, holding Jiangguo's military coat. Sume stayed in the clinic for 5 days. During this time, apart from people leaving prepared medicine at the door, she had no contact with anyone. Just when she was feeling extremely anxious, bored, and annoyed by her sweaty, uncomfortable body, Jiangguo finally came to find her. He looked disheveled, with a beard, and when he appeared at the clinic door, Sume was momentarily stunned. After letting Jiangguo into the clinic, Sume poured him a glass of water. She could see that the skin on his lips was cracked from the cold wind. After sitting down and taking a few sips of water, Huojin was said to Sume, "The people in the military district and the military family compound have been taking medicine for 5 days. Now the soldiers in the new battalion are all under control. So, the military district will start opening up from tomorrow. The quick control of this epidemic is largely thanks to your efforts. In recognition of your work, I want to reapply for you to stay in the family quarters. The organization will probably agree. There's no need to apply."
Sume interrupted Jiangguo.
She told him, "Dr. Qin agreed to take me as his apprentice. I will move from the military family compound to the clinic tomorrow. Where will you live at the clinic?" Huojin frowned. Sume pointed to the room and said, "Right here. From now on, I will stay in the clinic's lounge." "No, you can't live here. If Dr. Qin is tired, where will he rest?" Huojin immediately rejected the idea. "Master told me to live here," Sume smiled. "Don't worry, Master has no problem with it. He can stay in the dormitory." "I have an opinion," Huojin blurted out. This puzzled Sume. "Why do you have an opinion? Didn't you promise not to get a divorce?" Huojin asked. Sume was confused. "I never said I wanted a divorce. If you're not getting a divorce, then the two of you shouldn't live apart, separated geographically. That's not good for your marriage," Huojin said, clearly unhappy. Hearing Huojin serious words, Sume finally understood what he was thinking. She really wanted to tell him she hadn't given up on divorce. After all, their mutual dislike made it unrealistic to keep their marriage just based on a marriage contract. Sume is a person who craves love. She needs genuine feelings, not a marriage based only on duty and responsibility. But she didn't dare to say what was in her heart, fearing that if she did, this straightforward man would start talking about intimacy again. So, when she heard Huojin words, she could only temporarily use a delaying tactic. "How can you call that living apart? You're in the main compound, and I'm in the military district. We see each other every day, but rarely look up, right? Mostly, I don't want to go back. Think about how terrible I used to be. How could I be proud to live in the main compound and face those military family members? Just as well, I moved out to the clinic to study with Master. It also saves me from you having to take me to and from work every day. If a wolf appears, I can't defend myself, and I'd be a burden to you. If you go on a mission, you would need someone to pick me up and take me around, which is very inconvenient. So I moved into the clinic to live, which is the easiest option. Do you think that makes sense? That makes sense. After a half-minute of silence, Hu Jiangwo nodded at Su Mei. Su Mei smiled, thinking she should distance herself from this man first. The divorce could be discussed slowly. Anyway, they couldn't live under the same roof anymore, to avoid him making inappropriate moves on her, given her weight. But Su Mei was happy for less than 3 seconds before she froze because she heard Hu Jiangwo say, "Since you insist on living here, then just stay here. Tomorrow, I will cancel the military housing contract, and I will move in to live with you." Hearing Hu Jiangwo speak seriously, Su Mei's eyes widened in shock. She felt terrible. "You're also moving here? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What's wrong with that?" Hu Jiangwo thought it was fine.
Su Mei was convinced.
As a soldier, he should be very disciplined, organized, logical, and follow rules. Why does he keep changing his mind? There are people coming and going every day here. It's not appropriate for us to live together.
Why not?
We are legally married and living together is natural. But it's not right either. Su Mei frowned. I've finally improved my reputation, and I don't want to become the center of gossip again because of some messy stuff. Either you don't move out or I move in. Hu Jiangwo gave Su Mei a choice. He was waiting for her here. Is there a third option? No, Hu Jiangwo shook his head.
Fine.
Su Mei nodded. Then you move in with me. She didn't believe Hu Jiangwo had such a big face. Sure enough, Hu Jiangwo was trapped by his own decision. Their marriage was already having problems. Hu Jiangwo knew that if he let Su Mei leave now, she might never come back. When she said she wanted a divorce last time, her expression was very serious. If he still wanted to save their marriage, he couldn't give her any chance to escape. Actually, he could move into the clinic too. He worked early and late, so it wouldn't affect others. But as Su Mei said, if he did that, she would definitely become the center of gossip again, and he didn't want that. Seeing Su Mei determined to move into the clinic, Hu Jiangwo felt very upset. Divorce is not a good thing. Isn't it better for two people to support each other and live a good life behind closed doors? She is the one who desperately wanted to marry, and now she is the one trying to leave. Women are really complicated. Su Mei, the military zone has lifted the curfew, so you can come to move your things tomorrow, said Qin Jingting as he entered, just as Hu Jiangwo was feeling upset about how to persuade Su Mei not to move. When Qin Jingting entered, he noticed Hu Jiangwo was there and greeted him. Jiangwo, so you're here. Lao Chen sent someone to find you. He probably has something to tell you. You should go see him quickly. Hu Jiangwo didn't turn around when he heard the voice and replied coldly, Then he stood up, looking distant and unfriendly, not even glancing at Qin Jingting, and strode out with long steps. Jiangwo, you seem a bit unhappy? Qin Jingting frowned. Hu Jiangwo had never treated him with such coldness before. You brought my wife to stay at the clinic. How can I be happy? Hu Jiangwo forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. No, Dr. Qin. You must have misunderstood. I'm very happy. Qin Jingting felt that something was off with Hu Jiangwo, but didn't say anything. He simply followed him outside. Even if Hu Jiangwo was secretly upset, he couldn't say it because he knew Hu Jiangwo was kind to Su Mei out of good intentions. He sighed. He should have thought of this earlier and told Dr. Qin not to take Su Mei in. Early notice? Isn't it the same now? Thinking of this, Hu Jiangwo's eyes lit up. If Qin Jingting didn't agree to let Su Mei stay at the clinic, she would have to obediently go back to live with him. Ha ha ha. So, just moments ago, Hu Jiangwo, who had shown no friendliness to Qin Jingting, raised his eyebrows and turned back. He re-entered the clinic and said seriously to Qin Jingting, Dr. Qin, I just remembered. The chief wants me to understand the entire process of this plague and prepare a detailed report. I don't understand this stuff, so I can't report on it. How about you come with me and explain the process to the chief? Oh, okay. Qin Jingting felt puzzled. He hadn't even sat down properly at the clinic when Hu Jiangwo called him out again. He wondered why. Last night, he had already reported the plague incident to the old chief. Because of that report, the military curfew was lifted tomorrow. Why is Hu Jiangwo now saying he needs to report again? Although Qin Jingting was confused, he didn't ask directly in front of Su Mei. He believed that what He Jiangwa said must have some reason behind it. Because He Jiangwa appeared very serious, Su Mei watched Qin Jingting being called out without noticing anything unusual. Finally, after leaving, Qin Jingting asked his question. Jiangwa, do you have something on your mind? Yes, I do have something on my mind, and it's a heavy one. He Jiangwa looked at Qin Jingting with a sad expression. Someone wants to break up me and my wife. Who is it? Qin Jingting first looked confused, then became alert. Who dares to harm my disciple's marriage? Although Qin Jingting just accepted Su Mei as his disciple, as her teacher, he would always see her as his own child. No one wants their child to get divorced, especially in this era, where divorce is seen as very bad.
You.
He Jiangwa looked at Qin Jingting with a deep gaze. This made Qin Jingting very angry. He glared at He Jiangwa. Nonsense. I'm not so unkind as to hope for your divorce. He Jiangwa, it's not that I hope for it, but Su Mei now wants to divorce me. Qin Jingting looked down on him. Then it's your own fault. If you can't handle my disciple, that's none of my business. He Jiangwa, it's not your business, but it's not completely unrelated either. We could have taken things slowly, gradually getting along, but you didn't even say a word and let her move into the clinic. Since she moved into the clinic, how could I let things flow smoothly? You really have a way of making things complicated. Qin Jingting shot a look at He Jiangwa. They've been flowing for 3 years, and you still haven't managed to keep my disciple. He Jiangwa. This old man really knows how to annoy people. So, Su Mei can't stay at the clinic anymore. You need to find a way to refuse her. She made great contributions during this epidemic, and the group committee decided to let her stay in the main yard because of that. You called me out just for this? I thought it was something big, Qin Jingting muttered, a bit dissatisfied, recalling He Jiangwa's cold attitude when they first met. He Jiangwa didn't deny it. Isn't that a big deal? Clearly, it is a lifelong matter. All right. I'll send Su Mei away when I get back. Is that okay? Qin Jingting said as he turned to leave. Hu Jiangwo hurriedly stopped him. Hey, you can't let her know I live at the clinic, and you definitely can't let her know that I was the one who sent her back. Otherwise, she might hate me, and that wouldn't be good for our marriage. Got it, I'll be careful, Qin Jingting replied, about to turn back. But earlier at the clinic, Hu Jiangwo had made an excuse to trick Qin Jingting out. Since Qin Jingting returned so quickly, it looked suspicious. Hu Jiangwo grabbed him firmly. You can't go back now. You need to act out the whole scene. First, come with me to see the leader. If you go back now, she'll guess I'm lying. Qin Jingting didn't finish his sentence, but Hu Jiangwo pulled him roughly toward Chen Yilong's house. When they arrived at Chen Yilong's yard, Chen Yilong saw Qin Jingting and asked surprised, Old Qin, why are you here? Do you need something? Ask your good subordinate, Qin Jingting said irritably, giving Hu Jiangwo a look. Chen Yilong looked at Qin Jingting, then asked Hu Jiangwo, why did you invite Dr. Qin over? Dr. Qin wanted to come see you, Hu Jiangwo said seriously, though sometimes he also talked nonsense. Thinking of him? Chen Yilong didn't understand. He looked at Qin Jingting with a surprised face and asked, seeing each other every day, why do you miss me? Nonsense. Qin Jingting finally couldn't hold back and blurted out a curse. He widened his eyes and said, this brat is doing all this just to put on a show for his wife, trying to save their marriage which is already shaky and about to fall apart. Save the marriage? Chen Yilong raised his eyebrows and then looked deeply at Hu Jiangwo. That's right, Qin Jingting nodded firmly, then carefully explained the whole story to Chen Yilong. After finishing, he smiled and said, this kid is sometimes really stubborn. He won't let me go back to the clinic, so I might as well change places. Why bring you here? As long as I'm not at the clinic, Su Mei won't know where I've gone. Really stubborn, Chen Yilong glanced at Hu Jiangwo, then said to Qin Jingting, Old Qin, sit in the yard, have some tea, play with my dog. I have some things to discuss with Hu Jangwo that I can't share outside. Sorry for the inconvenience. No problem, you guys talk. I'll just sit here casually. Dragged by Hu Jangwo for a long time, Qin Jingting was tired and sat down heavily at the table, drinking tea by himself. After greeting Qin Jingting, Chen Yilong took Hu Jangwo into his private study. Once seated, Chen Yilong looked at Hu Jangwo with a hint of doubt and confusion in his eyes. He asked, "You specifically called Dr. Qin here and went through so much trouble. Is it just to use Dr. Qin's words to tell me that you've changed your mind and no longer plan to divorce?" Hu Jangwo didn't expect his plan to be so easily seen through. He nodded honestly and said, "Yes, that's exactly my goal." He took a deep breath and continued, "I won't divorce anymore. As you know, Dr. Qin has always been a very picky person. Since even he thinks Su Mei has changed for the better, it means she has truly made positive progress." After hearing Hu Jangwo, Chen Yilong was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "I understand your thoughts. Marriage and divorce are not small matters. They involve many factors and should be handled carefully. If Su Mei really is changed, it's okay to reconsider this relationship. I'm not trying to interfere in your marriage." Hu Jangwo gratefully looked at Chen Yilong and said, "Thank you for your understanding. I made this decision after careful thought. I believe we should give each other a chance to work together to repair our marriage. So I hope you won't cause her trouble or make things difficult for her in the future." Chen Yilong nodded slightly. He knew Hu Jangwo was a person with strong opinions and kept his promises. Since he said he wanted to save his marriage, he definitely wouldn't think of divorcing again. "Alright, I get it. If you're not divorcing, then just live happily. Why do you think I'm so bad in your eyes? I just want to make things difficult for your wife for no reason?" Chen Yilong looked at Hu Jangwo with a faint smile, tapping his finger on the table with a loud click. "I wanted you to divorce because the old Su Mei was really unreasonable. I was worried she might hold you back in your future. Since she's changed for the better, I won't have that idea anymore. And even if she hadn't changed, if you didn't want a divorce, I wouldn't force you. Marriage is arranged by parents and matchmakers. I'm not your parents, so I can't control your marriage. You don't need to go to such great lengths. Chief, I don't think you're a bad person. You are a benefactor in my life." Hu Jangwo looked serious and said, "Throughout this journey, I have always remembered your kindness in guiding, helping, and caring for me for 10 years. To me, you're almost like a father. I sincerely hope my wife can gain your approval. Truly." Chen Yilong suddenly stopped tapping his finger on the table, looked at Hu Jangwo, and withdrew his finger awkwardly into his palm, his hand tightening slightly. Then he said, "If she is good, I will naturally approve. That's enough, go ahead and get busy. Is there something important you want to talk to me about?" Hu Jangwo wondered why he was being told to go busy himself. Chen Yilong, sitting in his office chair, sighed slightly and said, "Yes, I do have something to discuss, but after thinking it over, I found someone more suitable to handle it."
You can go now.
"Okay," Hu Jangwo nodded, trusting him. Then he stood up and left the room. Behind him, Chen Yilong stood quietly, his gaze like two deep ravines, fixed tightly on Hu Jangwo's distant back. His eyes were deep and complex, as if hiding many feelings and thoughts, like a mountain shrouded in clouds, difficult to understand. After leaving Chen Yilong's yard, Hu Jangwo told Qin Jingting to go back. He needed to go to the military district. But this time, when he told Qin Jingting to leave, Qin Jingting refused. "I came to report a problem. If I leave now, won't your wife suspect me again? Go somewhere else and take a walk before you come back," Hu Jangwo said, heading toward his office. This time, Qin Jingting grabbed Hu Jangwo's arm. "No, I want to stay with you. For my disciples' happiness in marriage, I need to personally pass on the secret of marriage. You have a way?" Hu Jangwo was about to leave, but stopped when he heard Qin Jingting. Qin Jingting looked proud. "I have a little experience. Do you want to hear it?" "Master, there's a jar of girl's red wine buried under the crooked tree in front of my office. Come with me to get it. One day when we rest, we can have a little drink," Hu Jangwo said, making a gesture inviting him. Who's your master? Qin Jingting frowned. Does this kid want to call him master? Clearly, Qin Jingting was overthinking. Hu Jiangwo said, I call Sumei master. Okay?
All right.
Qin Jingting pursed his lips. If you want to call me that, go ahead. Everyone says Hu Jiangwo is honest, but they're all wrong. He's sneaky, just like everyone else. When he needs help, he's all polite and offers good wine. But when he doesn't need anything, he talks to you like you owe him 80 yuan, like he's angry or something. You're saying that makes me seem greedy.
I'm honest.
Before I ever asked for your help, I often brought you drinks, Hu Jiangwo said confidently. Although he was a bit cold and didn't like useless socializing, he was still a good person. Qin Jingting thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. I've given you a lot of wine. Fine, for the sake of the wine, I'll teach you today how to open your mind. The two of them kept talking as they walked toward Hu Jiangwo's office. Sumei didn't know that her new master, whom she had only known for less than a week, was secretly selling her out over a jar of wine. It wasn't until the afternoon that Qin Jingting, holding his beloved daughter red wine, returned to the clinic. Seeing the wine in Qin Jingting's hand, Sumei casually asked, Master, is this wine a gift from Director Qin? Oh, yes, he gave it to me. Qin Jingting nodded guiltily. He looked at Sumei and thought carefully about what to say, then lied to his new apprentice. Sumei, I've been thinking carefully these days. I don't think it's good for you to stay at the clinic. Our camp already has doctors, but the military housing area doesn't. You should stay there. If someone in the main camp gets sick, you could help, right? Didn't you promise me I could stay there?
Als u mij was stund.
She had told Hu Jiangwo this morning that she definitely wanted to move in. Now that she couldn't, she felt very embarrassed. Master, I can visit the military housing area often. But what if there's an emergency? Like, someone gets injured? You know there are many wolves nearby. If someone's artery gets bitten and they can't reach the military hospital in time, they could die, Qin Jingting said seriously, his eyes wide with concern, trying to scare his new apprentice. Sumei still didn't understand. Before I made you my master, there were no doctors in the military housing area either. There used to be fewer wolves, Qin Jingting said honestly. This year, the wolves' natural enemies have been hunted down too much. He was telling the truth. The number of people bitten by wolves in nearby villages this year is at least 10 times more than last year. Master, because there are wolves nearby, you should let me stay at the clinic. Look at my size. If wolves come, I can't outrun them. Are you just going to watch me get eaten? Sumei still tried hard to persuade him. She didn't feel embarrassed. She just thought living at the clinic would be very convenient. But Qin Jingting had promised Hu Jiangwo that he wouldn't let Sumei stay. No matter what she said, he wouldn't change his mind. He looked at the wine in his hand with a helpless expression. Disciple, they say doctors have kind hearts. Do you want to watch the military personnel at the military residence have no place to see a doctor? They can only wait until I come for consultations to treat them? Is there really no way to fix this? Sumei could tell Qin Jingting was very firm. She was right. Qin Jingting nodded at her, no way. This is complicated. Besides the issues at the military residence, I also submitted an application for you to live in the military district, but the organization hasn't approved it. Since you're not in the military, there are rules about living there. My master agreed to your request, but it's not easy to make it happen. All right, if the master is making things difficult, then forget it, Sumei sighed. She knew arguing wouldn't help, so she had to accept the reality. What else could she do? She was worried that if she asked for too much, Qin Jingting might regret taking her as a disciple, and that would be a loss. Thanks to Hu Jiangwo's interference, Sumei lost her chance to stay at the clinic, but Hu Jiangwo pretended not to know anything about it. The next day, when the military district's alert sounded, Hu Jiangwo arrived in a car to find Sumei at the clinic. He pushed open the door and said, "The curfew is over. You said you wanted to move to the clinic. I borrowed a car to help you move your things. Let's go back and get your luggage."
Well.
Sumei felt a bit awkward, but since things had already developed that way, she had no choice but to tell Hu Jiangwo honestly, "I'm not moving to the clinic anymore." Not moving?
Why?
Hu Jiangwo looked surprised and then said, Oh no, I already submitted a report to withdraw from the house today. Since you're not staying, the house is useless. I plan to move into the military district dorms instead. What should I do?
Als u mij was stund.
The house is gone, and my master won't let me stay at the clinic. Where am I supposed to go? Why did you withdraw so quickly? If you're not staying, I can't use the resources. Why won't Mr. Chin let you stay again? He's so unreliable. How can he go back on his promises? Hu Jiangwo frowned as he spoke. Su Mei also felt helpless.
I didn't expect that.
Can we still get the yard back? She wondered, feeling ashamed. She was the one who wanted to reclaim it. It can definitely be done, but it will be a bit troublesome. Your previous issues haven't been resolved yet, and now if we give up the yard, we have to try to get it back again. Hu Jiangwo looked troubled at first, then sighed deeply. Oh, it's okay. I'll endure it. I'll go talk to the group leaders and beg them to return the yard. I can't let my wife have nowhere to live. Sorry for making things difficult for you. Su Mei hated to trouble others. Seeing Hu Jiangwo hesitating because of her, her brow furrowed with worry, feeling uncomfortable inside. But Hu Jiangwo didn't seem to mind. He looked into Su Mei's eyes and smiled openly. No need to be polite. We're family. Why talk about two families? Your problem is my problem. I won't make it hard for you. His tone was light and teasing, with a hint of a smile, as dust in the winter sun entered her ears, warming her heart. In that moment, Su Mei felt as if her heart was gently stirred, like a willow branch falling into a lake. Anyway, thank you. I really appreciate it. Su Mei sincerely thanked Hu Jiangwo, unaware that her situation was entirely caused by his careful planning and schemes. Hu Jiangwo thought to himself, indeed, experience counts. The advice from Qin Jingting was very useful. Su Mei's gaze at him had changed from before. His mind was full of thoughts, but his face remained serious as he told Su Mei, "All right, wait for me a moment. I need to go to the group committee again to get back the materials about the yard, and then I'll help you sort things out. Don't worry. With me here, I'll make sure you have a place to stay. Okay?" "Okay." Su Mei could only nod obediently. She looked into his eyes, feeling strange. She always felt that this upright-looking man had a strange smile hidden in his eyes. Then she watched as Hu Jiangwo left. Actually, he wasn't lying to her completely. He really was going to the group committee. Although she hadn't officially moved out of the yard, it was true that the committee had issued a notice for her to leave last time. Hu Jiangwo needed to go back to the Youth League committee to regain Su Mei's right to live there. The committee members were difficult to deal with, and he knew he would have to put in some effort to negotiate. But that's okay. He was willing to do whatever it took to protect their marriage. It was not until the afternoon that Hu Jiangwo came to the clinic to pick up Su Mei and take her home. He arrived on foot. Thinking about walking back together with Hu Jiangwo, Su Mei's legs felt weak. She still vividly remembered being chased by wolves last time. How could she not be scared? She didn't want to walk that road again. Just thinking about that scene made her have nightmares at night. Hu Jiangwo clearly noticed Su Mei's worry and comforted her. Don't worry. The weather is clear now, so there are probably no wolves. They usually live deep in the mountains. When it snows, they can't find food. Plus, hunters sometimes take advantage of the snow to hunt, which scares the wolves away. That's why they come into areas where people gather. With this weather, it's unlikely you'll meet wolves or other wild animals on the road. Just follow me confidently. Okay, Su Mei nodded, but she still felt something was off. Her master had said that wolves were becoming more aggressive, so why did Hu Jiangwo say the weather was clear and wolves rarely appeared near people? Their words seemed completely different. She thought for a moment and guessed that her master might have truly changed his mind and didn't want her to stay at the clinic. Maybe he made up an excuse to send her back home. But that didn't matter. She had successfully become his apprentice and was happy to learn his skills. After tidying up the lounge, Su Mei locked the clinic door and followed Hu Jiangwo home. He was carrying rice, oil, and vegetables, which someone he trusted had bought for him in the county. They walked along the road, and in less than 20 minutes, they reached the military housing area. The area was close to the military zone, but snow earlier had made walking difficult, so it took longer. Once inside, Su-mei went into the kitchen to start a fire, boil water, take a shower, and change her clothes. As she picked up the water bucket, Hua Jiangwo entered and quickly took it from her. "Fetching water?" "I'll do it," he said, carrying the bucket into the yard. According to the marriage rules taught by Qin Jingting, a man should always try to do the chores his wife usually does to make her happy. A man who cares about his woman should always be busy. Soon, Hua Jiangwo filled the pot with water. The water was filled, and I saw Su-mei cooking. He hurried to the yard, carried a big bundle of chopped firewood, and placed it in front of Su-mei. He wanted to be more attentive but had nothing else to do, so he sat on a small stool beside the stove and glanced at Su-mei. While looking, he was surprised to see that Su-mei had become thinner again. Since she said she wanted to change herself, almost a month had passed. During this month, Jiangwo thought Su-mei had lost at least 30 jin, about 15 kilograms. She used to weigh around 200 jin, but now she looked to be less than 170 jin. Although she wore loose clothes, so her body changes weren't obvious, Jiangwo could see that her hands and face had become smaller. When she was heavier, her eyes were squinted, and Jiangwo couldn't clearly see her features pressed together. Now, after losing weight, her features are more spread out on her face. Although she is still quite fat, she no longer looks swollen, and her skin is much whiter and softer than before. Losing 30 jin felt like a complete transformation to Jiangwo. Before, Su-mei was dark and sturdy. Now, she looks white and plump. Even though Jiangwo didn't pay much attention to women's appearances, he had to admit that a woman who is fair and chubby looks more charming than a dark, sturdy one. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Su-mei had already noticed Jiangwo was watching her and felt uncomfortable. Since he proposed they sleep together, she felt a strange feeling when facing him. Jiangwo didn't hide it and said directly, "I noticed you look much prettier now." "Really?" Su-mei's eyes lit up. She thought her change was not obvious. Women always like to hear compliments about their looks. She looked down at her body, covered in layers of flesh, and shook her head sadly. With such a big body, how good can I look? Losing the fat in the front is easy, but the rest will be hard. I wonder when I can become a slim beauty that blows away in the wind like a piece of paper." "A paper-thin beauty that blows away in the wind?" Jiangwo frowned. "Can she still live?" "I'd rather be thin and die than fat and live." "You don't understand a woman's obsession with her figure," Su-mei sighed softly. "The road to losing weight is long and difficult." Jiangwo truly didn't understand. What's so good about being a paper-thin person? He thought Su-mei looked fine now, chubby and round, with a prosperous look. According to Aunt Wang, she looked like she would bring good luck to her husband. The fire grew stronger, and soon the water in the pot started to boil. Before Su-mei could stand up, Hua Jiangwo took the bucket and scooped out the hot water, then carried it to the next room. He also found a wash basin in the yard, brought it into the bedroom, added hot water, and then filled half a bucket with cold water to adjust the temperature. Watching Hua Jiangwo busy with everything, Su-mei leaned against the kitchen door, a little annoyed, and pursed her lips. She had been boiling water all afternoon, but he had taken the opportunity to go ahead and wash first. Su-mei thought Hua Jiangwo was preparing the water for her bath. Just as she was about to complain in her mind, Hua Jiangwo came over and said, "Your bath water is ready. Go ahead and wash now."
Did you
help prepare my bath water?" Su-mei looked at Hua Jiangwo with a strange expression, feeling a bit guilty. She had just been petty enough to think he was stealing her bath water. "Otherwise?" Hua Jiangwo casually asked back, as if what he did was just an ordinary thing. While speaking, he secretly watched the change in Su-mei's eyes and thought more and more. Master was right. Men need to have a spark in their eyes. While Su-mei went to take her bath, Hua Jiangwo quickly started cooking. His master also said that to win a woman's heart, you first need to win her stomach. Although Hua Jiangwo's cooking wasn't very good, he wasn't worried that Su-mei wouldn't like it. After all, even if he burned the dishes before, he couldn't eat them himself, but Su-mei would happily eat several bowls. She was not picky about food. Hu Jiangwo thought that with 3 dishes and 1 soup, he could definitely impress her stomach. He even considered her wish to lose weight and avoided greasy foods by using less oil. After Su Mei spent about 40 or 50 minutes in the bedroom messing around, she came out to pour the bathwater, and Hu Jiangwo had already finished his 3 dishes and 1 soup. A plate of roughly chopped fried potatoes, a plate of dull-looking sweet and sour cabbage, and a barely acceptable plate of scrambled eggs. Seeing Su Mei pour out the bathwater, he hurriedly called out, "Are you hungry? Come and eat dinner." Su Mei hadn't planned to eat dinner that night. During these days at the clinic, she had already developed the habit of not eating after noon. But facing Hu Jiangwo's obviously eager look, she didn't feel like refusing and obediently went into the kitchen. As soon as she entered, Hu Jiangwo handed her a bowl of rice. Su Mei took the rice and chopsticks, sat down, and only after seeing the dishes on the table did she start to regret agreeing to have this dinner. Intuition told Su Mei that these poorly presented vegetables wouldn't taste good. In fact, they were quite hard to eat. As someone who cares about food flavor, Su Mei almost chewed wax while finishing this meal. Because it was not tasty, she ate very slowly. Hu Jiangwo finished eating and went to the yard, but she stayed on the bench, continuing to eat. When she finally finished, she picked up the water bucket to go to the well and wash the dishes. Suddenly, she froze in place in the yard. When she reached the well, Hu Jiangwo was washing her exchanged clothes. Seeing the clothes in Hu Jiangwo's hand, Su Mei felt an urge to explode in anger. "Hu Jiangwo, please put down my belly band. You're done eating, just put the dishes in the kitchen. I'll wash the clothes and then wash the dishes." Hu Jiangwo seemed completely unaware that he was holding Su Mei's belly band. He was scrubbing the clothes with soap, speaking calmly to Su Mei. Su Mei walked over and snatched back her belly band. She looked at Hu Jiangwo and asked, "Did you take the wrong medicine today? You've been overly attentive since I came in. What exactly do you want? Just tell me honestly. I don't want to do anything special. I just want to be good to you." "It's normal for a husband to treat his wife well," Hu Jiangwo said innocently, looking at the belly band he had taken. He knew that a belly band was a private item. When washing it, he hesitated for 3 seconds, feeling he shouldn't touch Su Mei's intimate clothes, as it would seem impolite. But then he thought, Su Mei is his wife. They could do more intimate things, so helping her wash her intimate clothes shouldn't matter. So he washed it, purely just washing clothes. However, while washing, touching the familiar texture of the belly band made him involuntarily think of the softness from that day. But just as he was starting to reminisce, Su Mei interrupted him. Watching her take back the belly band, a shy pink blush appeared on his ears. Su Mei finally reclaimed her belly band and, in a quick moment, saw the basin with her washed, twisted underwear resembling a rope. She swallowed hard and said awkwardly, "Stop it. I appreciate your kindness, but really, I can wash my own clothes. You should go wash the dishes." As she spoke, Su Mei squatted by the water well, holding her belly band. She tucked her undergarments under her cotton coat, picked up a brush placed nearby, and started brushing the cotton pants she had worn all week. Su Mei's action of adjusting her underclothes was clearly seen by Hu Jiangwo. He understood that Su Mei was feeling shy. He slightly curved his lips, carried a water bucket, and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Although Hu Jiangwo also wanted to use this kind of indirect close contact to get closer to Su Mei, he didn't dare to rush. He was afraid of upsetting her or causing the opposite effect. When Hu Jiangwo finished washing the dishes and came out, Su Mei was already wringing out her padded jacket. The padded jacket was big and thick. When wet, it became very heavy, and Su Mei couldn't lift it. Hu Jiangwo quickly stepped in front of her, grabbed the jacket, and pulled it out of her hands. With long arms, he grabbed the collar and easily twisted the jacket into a tight knot. Water dripped everywhere. He glanced at the small basin beside Su Mei, confirmed that her underwear was inside, and then said, "If you don't want me to touch your personal clothes, just wash those 2 separately and hang them up. The padded coat and pants are thick, so you can't lift or wring them out. From now on, I'll do all the laundry." "Hu Jiangwo, you really don't need to do this. I don't like bothering others, Sumei said, feeling uncomfortable with this show of kindness. She was used to handling her own affairs. But Hu Jiangwo didn't listen to her. He quickly squatted down and continued helping her wash the clothes. He said, I don't think it's a bother. You're my wife. It's only right I help you wash the clothes. What's the trouble? If you don't bother me, then who do you want to bother? Sumei couldn't argue with him. Seeing that he insisted, she finally took a small basin, filled it with water, washed her personal clothes, and hung them up. She went into the bedroom, feeling a mix of emotions, and sighed. Her desire to divorce suddenly wavered a little at that moment. Actually, from this era's perspective, Hu Jiangwo was quite a good husband. He was wealthy, employed, willing to understand and help with housework, and most importantly, he matched Sumei's aesthetic standards. If only he could like her. Then this marriage might still have a chance to continue. She used to think Hu Jiangwo wouldn't like her because she mistakenly believed he had someone else in his heart, someone he admired more. She thought she could never replace that person. But recent events proved that the so-called someone else was just a mistake. He might not like her now, but maybe he would like her someday. Orphan Sumei is used to earning what she wants through her own efforts. She can get most things she desires by working hard. But love is something effort cannot buy. She has never been truly loved, so she feels a deep lack of love. She thinks that if Hu Jiangwo could give her some wholehearted love, he would be the perfect man. But in this world, nothing is ever completely perfect. Sumei can't help but feel she is being greedy. After all, a man like Hu Jiangwo is rare, not just in the 1970s, but even in later times. She has high hopes, and if he doesn't meet them, she worries she might miss out on someone better in the future. She plans to get married. She is young and doesn't want to live alone forever. If she divorces Hu Jiangwo and then finds someone worse, she would regret it deeply. So, when it comes to divorce, Sumei is more uncertain than firm. She hasn't decided what to do next. But those are future worries. For now, they haven't divorced, and things can develop naturally. Right now, the sky is getting dark, and Sumei hesitates about whether to close the door and sleep. If she closes it, Hu Jiangwo will have to sleep next door. But that room has only a narrow, short wooden bed for health checks, which is too small for his tall frame. If he sleeps on that bed, his legs below the knees will hang off. The nights are getting colder, and the neighboring room leaks wind, making it almost as cold as sleeping outside. Sumei feels sorry to let Hu Jiangwo freeze there. Since he confirmed her change, he has been kind to her in many ways, and she doesn't want to be too harsh on him, as he doesn't owe her anything. But she also doesn't dare to let him sleep inside her room. She fears he might ask to share her bed again, and she can't handle that kind of intimacy. After thinking carefully, Sumei decides to be honest. She walks to the door and sees Hu Jiangwo washing clothes under the clear moonlight. She says, Hu Jiangwo, I'll leave the door open for you. You can sleep on the Kong bed, but you must not touch me or make any moves. We sleep separately.
Can you do that?
If you can, I'll let you in. If not, then forget it. Can do, He Guojun replied quickly. He didn't expect Sumei to be willing to let him sleep inside. Just imagine that afternoon he almost swallowed her whole. At the time, he didn't think he was doing anything wrong because they were married. He was her husband, and at that moment, he was just exercising his rights as her husband. But afterward, when He Guojun put himself in her shoes, he was terrified by his own actions. He remembered how Sumei had given him medicine before, almost forcing herself on him. If she had succeeded that day, he might have been haunted by it for the rest of his life. As a man, he was almost assaulted, and he still felt scared. And she, as a woman, how could she accept such a thing? Fortunately, someone interrupted them that day. Otherwise, He Guojun thought he might have made a terrible mistake. He believed that after such an incident, going back to sleep in the bedroom would be very difficult. But surprisingly, things turned around quickly. Sumei even took the initiative to ask if he wanted to sleep inside. He Guojun couldn't help but feel grateful to Sumei. Thank you for trusting me. I promise I won't have any bad thoughts about you again. He Guojun, you're a good person. I trust you because I believe you're worth trusting. Sume chose to speak openly because she genuinely thought Hee Guojun's character was trustworthy. She believed that as long as he promised not to hurt her, he would keep his word. And it proved to be true. That night, Hee Guojun and Sume returned to sleeping on the same bed. They slept in the same bed, snoring separately, dreaming their own dreams, each keeping to themselves, not bothering each other. The next morning, Hee Guojun woke up early and prepared breakfast. By the time Sume got up, the porridge was thick and sticky, and the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes filled the kitchen. The breakfast was simple, but Sume felt satisfied. She ate a sweet potato, drank a bowl of porridge, and fed herself until she was half full. Then she got up and washed the dishes. After breakfast, Sume went with Hee Guojun to the military district for work. They headed there together. When Sume arrived at the clinic, it hadn't opened yet. She came half an hour early. Since she was there to be an apprentice, she thought she should act like one. After arriving early, she first lit the stove, then placed a kettle of boiling water on top, and tidied up the clinic. I made a cup of tea for my master again. After finishing these tasks, Sume placed her recent medical expense ledger on Qin Jingting's desk. Starting today, Qin Jingting would begin collecting the debts owed by the soldiers from a few days ago. In the morning, Sume also took a few coins from her savings, which she had carefully saved from the original owner, intending to use them to pay for her weight loss medicine. She prepared everything, and only then did Qin Jingting arrive at the clinic. Seeing the warm and cozy atmosphere inside, Qin Jingting couldn't help but sigh. If I had known that taking on a disciple would save me so much trouble, why did I insist on not having one for over 10 years? Maybe it's fate. It's already decided in the heavens that I should be your disciple, Sume said seriously. She now firmly believed in the idea of destiny. Otherwise, how could she have coincidentally ended up in the original owner's body and done so many fitting things? Anyway, she found it hard to believe that all this was just a coincidence. Qin Jingting naturally didn't believe this. You're just talking. Don't get too happy too soon. I have high standards for my disciples. If you're too slow to learn, I might not be able to teach you. You might not even pass the probation period. I know. That's why I'm working hard to pass the trial, Sume said, holding a cup of hot tea and offering it to Qin Jingting. After drinking the warm tea, Qin Jingting couldn't pretend to be aloof anymore. He sat down at his desk and began his usual consultations. While seeing patients, he asked Sume questions and occasionally discussed things with her. Qin Jingting was very efficient in his work, and this marked the start of his teaching. At first, Qin Jingting planned to help Sume build a solid foundation, starting with basic illnesses and giving her an overview of the entire medical system. After all, Sume always claimed that her knowledge of Western medicine was learned bit by bit from textbooks. He thought that studying from textbooks would leave many gaps in her knowledge, which he needed to fill and correct. But after teaching all morning, Qin Jingting gradually realized that Sume already understood many things and didn't need him to teach her. Sometimes, he didn't have to say much. Just giving her a hint would lead her to think further and provide him with more insights. After finishing work in the afternoon, Sume waited at the clinic for Huijiangua to come pick her up. Qin Jingting thought that if he was going to teach a student, he should first understand what Sume had already learned. Only after understanding Sume's foundation, clearly could he tailor his medical teachings to her current level. So, after finishing his work, Qin Jingting didn't rush to leave. Instead, he sat down and carefully discussed medical questions with Sume. He asked questions and she answered. What was meant to be a routine check of her learning base turned into a lively exchange of ideas about modern and early medical practices. All of Sume's points and arguments amazed Qin Jingting. She could suggest more treatment options for some illnesses and propose ways to handle complications. In Western medicine, Sume could talk nonstop from head to toe for 3 days and nights. Their conversation lasted 2 hours. Even when Huijiangwo came to pick up Sume, Qin Jingting still seemed eager to continue. Seeing Sume leave work, Qin Jingting was a bit surprised and said, "Disciple, I see you know so much. Your master, feel ashamed in many ways. You still want me to teach you?" What could I possibly teach you? Master, there are many things you can teach me. I became your disciple because I want to learn acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine properly. You spent the whole afternoon asking me about Western medicine. Western medical knowledge is quite rigid. I've memorized everything I need to. But Chinese medicine is more flexible in its knowledge and application. My learning of Chinese medicine has been very rigid, following a strict routine. I want to achieve more in Chinese medicine, especially in mastering acupuncture. I definitely need your help with that. You really have good judgment. Qin Jingting finally understood why Su Mei wanted to become his disciple. No wonder, when I first said I would take you as my student, you hesitated. But suddenly, you wanted to become my disciple. It turns out you admire my acupuncture skills. My acupuncture technique is passed down from the Qin family, called the Qin Revival Technique. An inheritance? Can I learn it? Su Mei asked eagerly after hearing this. Qin Jingting smiled and said, according to family rules, outsiders can't learn it. But I am someone who doesn't follow rules strictly. I believe that medicine should be promoted and developed. Many traditional skills are passed down only within certain families or groups, and sometimes only among men or those with the same surname. This way of passing knowledge has caused the loss of many valuable traditions. Our thousands of years of culture have lost many treasures, which is very unfortunate. My master is a famous doctor, and his ideas are very broad-minded. Su Mei's words are both a compliment and heartfelt truth. China's culture has both good and bad parts. When passing down culture, we should keep the good and discard the bad. However, in reality, both the valuable and the less useful parts have been damaged over time. This is truly a sad thing. Su Mei thinks that any technology that benefits humanity should be shared widely so more people can learn. She didn't hesitate to share many advanced medical skills with Qin Jingting because she believes that medical progress can benefit the whole world. She doesn't want to hide anything. Qin Jingting didn't think much about this. He decided to teach Su Mei acupuncture because he had already promised to take her as a disciple. He didn't consider the importance of passing on traditions. However, after hearing Su Mei's words, he was stunned for a long time. He kept thinking about what she said and felt that her ideas made sense. He had never thought much about passing on skills before. But now he realized that many medical practices have disappeared because no one passed them down. It's really a pity. He told Su Mei it's okay. If you learn our acupuncture skills and want to pass them on, you should do so. In the past, we were reluctant to share our techniques because our ancestors relied on these special skills for their livelihood. Times are changing. Now, even without exclusive skills, we can still live well. There's no need to cling to those techniques. Master, your sense of justice is admirable. Su Mei really thinks Qin Jingting is impressive. She thought he would oppose her words, but he didn't. Although he sometimes seems a bit proud, overall, he is a reasonable and open-minded doctor. After a day of studying, Su Mei tidied up the clinic briefly, then went home with Hu Jiangwo. When they arrived, Hu Jiangwo went into the kitchen and took the initiative to prepare dinner for both of them. The food was quickly served, but Su Mei looked at the dishes with little interest. They looked and smelled unappetizing, and it was rare to see several dishes cooked so badly at once. Su Mei thought it was quite unusual. However, eating like this was actually good. If the food was too delicious, it might make her more hungry and affect her diet. While the two were eating in the kitchen, suddenly loud crying and shouting came from outside, along with some slap sounds. Hearing this, Su Mei and Hu Jiangwo exchanged a glance. They both put down their bowls and got up to leave. Outside in the yard, Su Mei saw Zhaoying kneeling on the ground with messy hair. Yinglan was standing in front of her, arms crossed, questioning her. Zhaoying, you approached me years ago with a purpose. You never saw me as a friend. You only got close because of my family's power, right? Yinglan, how can I make you believe I really considered you a friend? I even drove Su Mei away to help you get Hu Jiangwo back. Zhaoying, despite being slapped, was still kneeling on the ground, trying to speak nicely to Yinglan. She still hoped to turn things around with Yinglan and didn't want to lose this friend. Zhaoying was not willing to give up. But what's the use of being unwilling? Since Yinglan had hit her, it meant she saw Zhao Ying's true nature. Yinglan shook her head at Zhao Ying. "Ha, Zhao Ying, you're not worthy of being my friend. We will never be friends again." While speaking, Yinglan rubbed her palms, remembering she had just hit Zhao Ying. She had come today to confront her, but just as she was about to knock on the door and find Zhao Ying, she overheard Zhao Ying talking about relying on her mother's connections to get Liang Yue a job transfer. Hearing this, Yinglan realized she had been tricked. She stormed into the yard and gave Zhao Ying a good beating. After ending their friendship, Yinglan turned and walked away. When she saw Su Mei and Hu Jiangwo again, Yinglan paused briefly, then confidently stepped forward and called out, "Hello, Captain." "Hello, sister-in-law." Hu Jiangwo didn't look at Yinglan and replied coldly before turning to go inside. He didn't want to deal with her. Although the issue with Su Mei was caused by Yinglan's mother and not Yinglan herself, he felt that if she didn't like him, her mother had no reason to do such things behind his back. This situation is closely linked to Yinglan, so Hu Jiangwo shows no kindness toward her. He also knows that Yinglan likes him, which makes him even less willing to speak to her. Seeing Yinglan look embarrassed, Su Mei couldn't help but think silently that Hu Jiangwo was being very rude to the young girl. "Yinglan, have you eaten dinner? Would you like to come in and have some food?" "I'm not hungry anymore, sister-in-law. I need to go back to the military area." "Thank you." Yinglan could tell Hu Jiangwo didn't like her, so she naturally didn't want to stay and make things awkward. After casually exchanging a few words with Su Mei, Yinglan left with her father's security guard toward the military area. But just a short while after Yinglan left, Zhao Ying suddenly ran after her like she had been energized, hugging Yinglan's leg and crying, "Yinglan, you can't just forget about me as your friend. I have nothing now. If you refuse to acknowledge our friendship, I really won't know what to do." Zhao Ying cried heartbreakingly. To chase Su Mei away, she lost her job, her dignity, her husband's love, her uncle's last kindness, and even offended her husband's boss. Yinglan's mother, the one who ordered her to do all this, had disappeared without a trace. She said Zhao Ying didn't complete her task of driving Su Mei away, so she refused to help Zhao Ying in any way. As a result, Zhao Ying had worked hard for half a year only to fall back to where she started. She had lost everything. If Yinglan also ignored her, she would become useless and worthless. Now, she could only hope in Yinglan. Like she was crazy, she clung tightly to Yinglan's leg, as if holding on to her last hope. "Yinglan, I beg you, don't leave me." Earlier, when Yinglan hit Zhao Ying, many people in the military compound had come out to watch. Now that she was causing such a scene, even more people gathered to see what would happen. While everyone waited to see how this drama would end, Liang Yue stormed out of his home with a dark face. He quickly walked up to Zhao Ying, grabbing her collar and dragging her into the house like he was pulling a dead dog. "Stop making trouble. Are you still not embarrassed enough? Hurry up and pack your things. Tomorrow, I will send you back to your hometown." The next day, Zhao Ying was indeed sent away by Liang Yue. Zhao Ying carefully planned to drive Su Mei away, but she probably didn't expect that in the end, she would become the first woman to leave this military compound. The next day after work, Su Mei heard the news and felt a long-lasting sigh. Over the past month, she had turned her luck around with a poor hand, while Zhao Ying had played her good cards badly. Thinking about their very different outcomes, Su Mei felt a little relieved inside. Being sent here might be fate, and she couldn't resist it. But at least, she could control her own destiny from now on. Since crossing over, she had felt a bit down, but now she relaxed a lot. Fate could play tricks on her, but it couldn't control her. Since Su Mei fully showed her medical skills in front of Qin Jingting, he began to teach her the most difficult things with care. He taught her traditional Chinese medicine, and Su Mei shared Western medicine from different eras with him. They took turns sharing their expertise with each other. This way of learning was more like friendly sparring than formal study. At first, Qin Jingting said he wanted to observe Su Mei and only officially take her as a disciple after a trial period. But in fact, since they started exchanging ideas, he became obsessed with Su Mei's detailed and professional knowledge of Western medicine. From their academic exchanges, Qin Jingting often felt grateful he had accepted Su Mei as his disciple. He didn't understand how Su Mei, who was self-taught, could master Western medicine so thoroughly and even think beyond what she was taught. But Qin Jingting was sure that in Western medicine, Su Mei's skills were far superior to his own. Although he was older and called himself her master, he knew that their discussions benefited him greatly. Su Mei generously shared her Western medical knowledge with Qin Jingting and also studied acupuncture and herbal medicine seriously. Time flew by in this busy learning atmosphere. Before they knew it, another month had passed. As the time for the annual family visit and New Year approached, Hu Jiangwo started buying things to take home about 10 days before the holiday. Su Mei didn't know what Hu Jiangwo had bought, only that on the day they left, he carried a large canvas bag filled with many things, but he couldn't pack everything. He carried a full backpack, with his left and right hands also holding many things. Compared to Hu Jiangwo, Su Mei was much lighter. She only brought clothes for changing, nothing else. The day before leaving, Su Mei received 3 months' worth of wages. It was a total of 45 yuan, plus some food coupons and shopping tickets. Although the money was not much, 3 months' wages couldn't match Hu Jiangwo's 1 month. Su Mei was still very happy when she received it because it was the first money she earned on her own in this world. The original owner had saved 30 yuan before, and with Su Mei's wages, she now had 75 yuan. Since arriving in this world, Su Mei had never gone shopping for anything. After getting her wages, she decided for the first time to go to the city's mall and treat herself. She went into the city with Wang Shun, taking a bus from the military district to the county town. Although the original owner had some memories of the city, Su Mei was still very curious when she saw the city with her own eyes. The city was just beginning to develop. The streets were full of dilapidated buildings, and everything was dull black, white, and gray. It was visibly poor and backward. Su Mei entered the city with Wang Shun. Once there, she went straight to the nearest department store, wanting to buy 2 sets of clothes for herself. In 2 months, Su Mei had lost weight from 200 jin to 150 jin. Although she was still fair and plump, her old clothes were now too loose and no longer suited her new size. She was not picky about styles, so after wandering around the department store with Wang Shun for a while, she bought 2 neat, simple outfits. After buying the clothes, Su Mei followed Wang Shun to explore other parts of the store. She paused in front of a women's watch for a long time. That watch cost 120 yuan, which she couldn't afford even though she had earned a little money. She thought that after the new year, she would earn a few more months' wages and then come back to buy a watch. As a doctor, not having a watch to tell the time was really inconvenient. Although Su Mei planned to treat herself, after wandering with Wang Shun for a while and buying only 2 outfits and a jar of snow cream, she didn't want to spend any more money. That little money was really not much. She looked at many things she liked but ultimately couldn't bring herself to buy anything extra. After buying clothes, Su Mei and Aunt Wang went to the state-run restaurant again. Su Mei wasn't craving food. She just wanted to see what the famous state-run restaurant looked like since it was this era. They didn't order expensive dishes, just 2 bowls of plain noodles. After eating, they went to the bus station to catch the only bus back home in the afternoon. Once home, Su Mei couldn't wait to boil some hot water and took a shower with the door closed. After her shower, she put on her new white shirt and black wide-leg pants, then added a black coat. These were simple styles, but she managed to look quite fashionable. Looking at her new clothes, Su Mei couldn't help but walk around the yard a few times. She was very happy, not just because of the new clothes but also because she had lost a lot of weight. Hu Jiangwo had just come back and saw a woman with her hair, very fair skin, and a curvy figure, posing in his yard. It was broad daylight. Who was doing what in his house? Hu Jiangwo didn't recognize that the person in the yard was Su Mei. He only glanced at her briefly and then looked away, asking in a harsh tone, "Who are you, and what are you doing in my house?"
Who do you think I am?
Su Mei stopped twisting her waist when she heard Hu Jiangwo's words. She turned around and rolled her eyes at him. Living under the same roof every day, even if she changed her clothes, she wouldn't look so different that Hu Jiangwo couldn't recognize her. Her familiar voice made Hu Jiangwo freeze. Are you Su Mei? He really didn't recognize her in the yard. In Hu Jiangwo's eyes, women all looked pretty much the same. His impression of Su Mei was just her heavy floral coat and dull gray cotton jacket. Besides those two outfits, he had never seen her wear anything else in winter. So when he first saw her, he thought it was another woman in his yard. When he finally realized it was Su Mei, he even hesitated for a moment, unsure. Who else could I be, if not Su Mei? Su Mei felt a bit frustrated that Hu Jiangwo didn't recognize her. We've lived under the same roof for years. Hu Jiangwo, haven't you remembered my face? I haven't really looked at anyone's face carefully. Aren't they all the same? What's the difference? Hu Jiangwo stared blankly at Su Mei, looking confused. Su Mei was convinced. You haven't looked carefully, so how do you remember what the people around you look like? Just remember their clothes. Hu Jiangwo glanced at Su Mei and thought for a moment before saying, It's not that I can't remember, I just can't recognize people's faces. To me, everyone looks the same. Can't recognize faces? What does that mean?
Su Mei was surprised.
She looked at Hu Jiangwo and asked, Could you have face blindness? What is face blindness? Hu Jiangwo had never heard of this condition. As a doctor, Su Mei had heard of the condition but had never treated anyone with it. She thought for a moment and explained, Face blindness means you can't tell different people apart just by their features. Aren't people all the same, with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth? Hu Jiangwo had never thought that people's features could be so different. Su Mei realized that Hu Jiangwo was someone with face blindness who didn't know it. She tentatively asked, If I and Inglan stand in front of you at the same time, how would you tell us apart? You are shorter than her, and she is thinner than you, Hu Jiangwo answered quickly. He then looked at Su Mei strangely and added, Obviously, they are 2 different people. Why would you need to tell them apart?
Su Mei.
That was a pretty harsh thing to say. Why did she compare herself to Inglan? But for someone with face blindness, life shouldn't be completely unaffected. She thought for a moment and asked Hu Jiangwo, Your way of telling people apart probably won't always work, right? If there are several people who look alike, have similar hairstyles and heights, would you sometimes mistake them? Yes, Su Mei said, and Hu Jiangwo suddenly remembered. He looked a bit embarrassed and said, You have 5 brothers. I still haven't figured out which is which. So I just call everyone brother. Besides your brothers, I also can't tell many of the village women and relatives apart. So every time I see someone, I keep my distance to avoid not greeting them. Others say I've become a leader, and my nose is so high it almost touches the sky. I always thought I just had a bad memory and couldn't remember many people. But now I realize, this is actually a kind of illness? Yes, it really is a kind of illness. Su Mei didn't expect that just changing her clothes would lead her to discover something new. No wonder Jiangua, who was holding her weighing 180 pounds, could still bite her. It turns out that in his eyes, her appearance doesn't matter. This realization made Su Mei feel complicated inside. Jiangua was silent for a moment, then let out a deep sigh and said confusedly, So, everyone's features are different. I can't remember them. Not because I have a bad memory, but because I never really remembered them in the first place? That's right. Su Mei looked at him with some sympathy. Turns out, that's a kind of illness. Jiangua suddenly smiled. Since I was young, I was often scolded by my parents for refusing to call people properly. I told them I couldn't remember people's faces, but they didn't believe me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know such a strange illness exists in this world. No wonder they always say some women are pretty, some are average. I used to think they all look the same, but now I realize they really are different. Does this illness have a cure? No, it doesn't. Su Mei shook her head and honestly said, This is a hereditary genetic condition, and there is currently no good treatment. But you can improve your ability to remember faces through special memory techniques. I don't know exactly how to do it, as I haven't studied this kind of illness specifically. When I have time later, I'll try to find a way to help you correct it. Oh, no need to correct it, Jiangua said, not feeling too disappointed when he heard it couldn't be cured. After all, before today, he didn't even know such an illness existed. Looking at the clothes on Su Mei, he frowned uncomfortably because the new outfit made her seem very unfamiliar to him. He had to start recognizing Su-mei all over again. After talking with Su-mei for a while, Jianguo went into the kitchen to start preparing dinner for the evening. Su-mei looked at her new clothes and suddenly felt a bit bored. When Jianguo didn't recognize her earlier, she was a little excited, thinking she had suddenly become more beautiful, which caused him not to recognize her. But now she realized that he simply didn't recognize her, and it had nothing to do with her appearance or beauty. Thinking about how the man beside her saw her without distinguishing her features or judging her beauty, Su-mei couldn't help but feel disappointed. She still wanted to lose a bit of weight, dress fashionably and elegantly, so that Jianguo, this dull, stiff man, could experience what it means to make a stunning entrance and impress everyone. It seemed that hope was slim. It shouldn't be called stunning, but if she lost a few more pounds and wore even slimmer clothes that showed off her figure, she might surprise Hu Jianguo completely. Next time she loses a bit more weight, Hu Jianguo might ask again, "Hey, ma'am, who are you? What are you doing in my house?" After putting away her clothes in the wardrobe, Su-mei went to the kitchen to cook dinner with Hu Jianguo. Recently, she's been very busy at the clinic and sometimes feels a bit lazy, not wanting to cook alone. But she also didn't want Hu Jianguo to cook alone because his cooking skills are not very good. Usually, she waits until Hu Jianguo finishes cooking and chopping vegetables, then she goes to stir-fry. When she entered the kitchen, Hu Jianguo had just put down his knife. Seeing Su-mei back in her old clothes, he frowned and asked, "Where are your new clothes? Why aren't you wearing them anymore?" "I'll wear them when I go home tomorrow." The next day was the day Su-mei and Hu Jianguo returned to their hometown for a visit. She put away her clothes because she was worried about getting them dirty doing housework. Unexpectedly, her not wearing the new clothes made Hu Jianguo anxious. He urged her, "Start wearing the new clothes now." He wanted to remember how her new clothes looked. Tomorrow, they would take the train back home, and he was afraid he would forget which woman was his wife in the crowded train station. "Does it matter what I wear?" Su-mei couldn't understand. "In your eyes, there's no difference between beauty and ugliness. Whether I look good or bad, it's all the same to you." Since that was the case, Su-mei couldn't understand why Hu Jianguo still wanted her to wear new clothes. She thought it didn't matter what she wore. Hu Jianguo wasn't afraid of losing face. He honestly told Su-mei, "If you only wear that new outfit tomorrow, I won't remember." She embroidered a big bow on the back. She put on the clothes and showed the bow to Hu Jianguo. "Remember, the woman with a big red bow on her back is your wife." "Okay, I'll remember." Hu Jianguo looked at the bow carefully and nodded seriously. Because he needed to go back to his hometown for the new year, after dinner in the evening, Hu Jianguo packed some things. He said he wanted to visit and give New Year greetings to Chen Yilong and Chu Zhonghua with Su-mei. Although Hu Jianguo is usually quite serious, he still understands basic manners and social customs. Chen Yilong and Chu Zhonghua are Hu Jianguo's immediate superiors. Every year before the new year, he never forgets to pay his early respects to these two leaders. First, they went to Chen Yilong's house. When they arrived, Chen Yilong was having dinner. Seeing Hu Jianguo and Su-mei come in, Chen Yilong quickly stood up and said to Hu Jianguo, "Jianguo, why are you coming now? Have you finished your dinner? If not, come and eat a bit. Although there aren't many dishes, it should be enough for a quick meal. And who is the person behind you? I've never seen her before. Is she a female soldier from your unit? Why is she following you? Our unit has gained some well-fed female soldiers these past few years on the frontier."
Su-mei.
"How come? No one recognizes her anymore. She only changed her clothes, not her body. How come everyone looks at her with such unfamiliar eyes?" "Commander, she's not a female soldier. She's Su-mei, my wife. How come you don't recognize her?" Hu Jianguo suddenly doubted whether the illness Su-mei mentioned was real. It was clear that he was not the only one who couldn't recognize Su-mei. Like Hu Jianguo, Chen Yilong was stunned for about 3 seconds after hearing that the woman in front of him was Su-mei. Then he patted his thigh and stood up. "Oh, so it's Su-mei. Sorry, I didn't recognize her with that sudden change of clothes. Have you both eaten? If not, sit down and eat something together. We've already eaten. We're leaving tomorrow, so we came to see you before we go. We also need to visit Commander Chu and Dr. Chin. Finish your greetings early and go back to rest. It's late and unsafe to stay out. Say hello to your parents for me, and Happy New Year. Okay. Jang Wo exchanged a few words with Chen Yilong and then took Su Mei out the door, heading to the next house. Actually, Jang Wo wasn't very eager to visit Chu Zhonghua for New Year greetings. After all, Yinglan's mother had secretly caused trouble for Su Mei last time. Jang Wo had kept this in mind and wasn't keen on dealing with Chu's family. But separate issues are separate. Although Jang Wo was unhappy with Yinglan's mother, he remembered that during his years in the army, Chu Zhonghua had always been kind to him. He couldn't dislike Chu Zhonghua just because of Yinglan's mother. After careful thought, Jang Wo decided to bring some gifts and visit Chu Zhonghua's home. The couple each carried a small gift and headed to Chu Zhonghua's place. Chu Zhonghua's home was farther from Chen Yilong's. They walked for about half an hour before reaching the apartment building where Chu Zhonghua lived. They went upstairs and knocked on Chu Zhonghua's door. The door was quickly opened from inside, revealing a fashionable middle-aged woman with a refined aura. When she saw Jang Wo, her eyes lit up noticeably. She looked him up and down and said happily, "Oh, I wondered who it was. It's Jang Wo."
Come in.
"Why are you bringing gifts?" "Chu Zhonghua, come out quickly, Jang Wo is here." This woman was Chu Zhonghua's wife, Lin Ruyan, Yinglan's mother. Lin Ruyan had come from Shanghai to celebrate the New Year with Chu Zhonghua and had only been at the military district for a few days. Jang Wo didn't want to show much friendliness to her because he knew Zhaoing would cause trouble, mainly because Lin Ruyan was stirring things up behind the scenes. However, Lin Ruyan's overly enthusiastic attitude made Jang Wo uncomfortable. Even though he didn't want to pay much attention to her, he didn't have the heart to give her a cold look, especially since she was about the same age as his mother. He took Su Mei and followed Lin Ruyan into the house. Just as he was about to introduce his wife, he suddenly saw Lin Ruyan turn around, cast a cold glance at Su Mei, and ask in a clearly unfriendly tone, "Are you Jang Wo's wife?" "Yes, I am Jang Wo's wife." "Hello." Su Mei could sense the hostility from the woman, which was an open disdain and contempt. She didn't know where this hostility came from, so she politely responded to Lin Ruyan and then quietly sat down on the sofa with Jang Wo. Chu Zhonghua quickly came out of the house, poured 2 cups of tea, and handed them to Su Mei and Jang Wo before sitting down. "Jang Wo, are you going back for the New Year?" "Su Mei is here too. Why not stay at the team?" "Traveling to my hometown takes 3 days by train. It's so tiring." "I have to go back," Jang Wo replied. "My parents are waiting for me, and Su Mei hasn't left her hometown in many years. Her family is also eager. We only get to visit once a year during the New Year, so I must go." "That's true. You should go back and visit," Chu Zhonghua said, looking at Jang Wo deeply and sighing. "Next year, when you have free time, bring your parents to the army to celebrate the New Year. The old leader treats you like his son. He has no children of his own and spends every New Year alone. If you stay and keep him company, he'll be very happy." "Maybe. We'll see when the time comes." Jang Wo thought Chu Zhonghua's words were strange. Even if Chen Yilong valued him, he wasn't Chen Yilong's real son, so how could he stay here to celebrate? Although he found it odd, Jang Wo didn't ask further. He guessed Chu Zhonghua probably had nothing more to say, which was why he made small talk and said a few strange things. While they talked, Lin Ruyan was busy inside the house. It wasn't until Jang Wo and Chu Zhonghua finished chatting and prepared to leave that Lin Ruyan came out. She handed him a bunch of bags and parcels, stuffing them into Jang Wo's hands while speaking. "Jang Wo, I prepared some food for you to take on the road. There are also 2 sweaters in this bag, made with trendy wool yarn this year. Take them back to wear. There's also a pair of military boots. They look just like your usual ones, but I had someone make them based on your style. They're made of genuine cowhide, thick and soft inside, very comfortable for winter wear." "Lin Auntie, I have everything I need. You shouldn't go to so much trouble for me." Jang Wo looked at the pile of things in his arms, feeling he had no space to hold them all. He thought Lin Ruyan's enthusiasm was a bit excessive. He had noticed for several years that she showed unusual warmth toward him. At first, Hu Jiangwo thought she was like that with everyone. But this year, he realized her warmth toward him was because she had always treated him as her future son-in-law. Hu Jiangwo didn't understand what made Lin Ruyan so interested in him, a married young man, and why she was so persistent, even willing to use tricks to drive his wife away from him. In the past, Hu Jiangwo didn't know Lin Ruyan's intentions and could still smile politely at her. Now that he knew what she was really after, he couldn't keep smiling. He placed all the gifts Lin Ruyan had prepared on the coffee table and said to her, "Lin Aunt, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept gifts without returning favors. Thank you for your good intentions. How can I not give you something? It's all for your mother." Lin Ruyan's tone grew anxious as she saw Hu Jiangwo refuse everything. Before she finished speaking, Chu Zhongtian interrupted her. "Enough. These things are for Hu Jiangwo's wife and mother to worry about. Do you need to interfere? He's traveled so far, and carrying all these gifts is troublesome. Don't prepare things randomly in the future. Hu Jiangwo, I won't let Lin Aunt buy things like this anymore. But since she already did this year, and these shoes don't fit me anyway, you might as well take them." Chu Zhongtian said this while stuffing the gifts into Hu Jiangwo's arms. In the end, unable to resist the kindness of the elder, Hu Jiangwo accepted the seemingly valuable gifts. They carried large and small packages in and out, then left with their hands full. Once the couple was out of sight, Chu Zhongtian, with a dark face, returned to the house. He looked at Lin Ruyan with displeasure and said angrily, "Why are you so quick to speak? If I hadn't interrupted you just now, you might have let something slip." "Let something slip? It's nothing shameful," Lin Ruyan said nonchalantly, pouting. At this moment, Lan, who had been outside all day, returned home. As soon as she entered, she asked, "Mom and Dad, what are you talking about? Something shameful? Did you two do something embarrassing?" Chu Zhongtian and Lin Ruyan, rarely in sync, both turned to look at Lan and shouted in unison, "Get out." Su Mei and Hu Jiangwo left the house and went back to the clinic. They still had one last gift to deliver. This gift was for Qin Jingting. When Su Mei became his apprentice, she didn't prepare a formal gift for him. Now that the new year was approaching, she thought it was time to give him a New Year's greeting. Everything was thought up by Hu Jiangwo. Su Mei has no life experience and has never celebrated the New Year with others in her past life. In her previous life, during the New Year, others happily went home to celebrate, but Su Mei stayed in the hospital and never celebrated the New Year. She spent the holiday in the hospital. For Su Mei, the most meaningful part of the new year was working overtime for triple pay. Because she didn't understand the concept of paying New Year visits, she wasn't prepared with gifts either. It wasn't until Hu Jiangwo handed her the New Year visit gifts that Su Mei suddenly remembered she should give her newly acknowledged master a New Year greeting. Carrying the gifts to Qin Jingting's residence, Su Mei couldn't help but feel a bit sad and said to Hu Jiangwo, "Luckily, you prepared the New Year gifts for my master, or I wouldn't have thought of coming here. During the day at the department store, I was only thinking about buying things for myself. Now I realize I haven't bought anything for my family all year long."
Su Mei felt truly upset.
In her past life, she envied others who had families and was jealous that during festivals, they could rush home to their loved ones. This year, she also had the chance to do so. She was eager to find the joy of reunion, but despite her efforts, she didn't feel the festive atmosphere. She longed for the warmth of family, but didn't know how to integrate herself into one, which made her feel a bit bitter inside. She said, "Hu Jiangwo, I think I have no basic life knowledge at all. It's okay. Just buy what you need. I've already prepared gifts for your grandfather, parents, and brothers. You don't need to buy anything," Hu Jiangwo said, feeling that as a man, he should handle these things. Seeing Su Mei's low spirits, he comforted her, "I will remember everything. You don't need to have life skills. Having me is enough." Hu Jiangwo is not. The next day, they woke up early, packed their things, and took a bus to the military district gate to go home. The bus was full of people. During the holidays, officials would gradually head home during these days. Su Mei and Hu Jiangwo sat on the bus as it entered the county town, and once there, they headed straight to the train station. At the station, Sume sat on the ground watching their luggage, while Hu Jiangwo went to queue to buy tickets home. This is a small county on the northwest border region. The train station there is plain, with only a ticket booth and a platform guarded by train staff. Everyone waiting for the train was on the platform. After buying tickets, Sume followed Hu Jiangwo to the back of the line, behind some young people returning home for the holidays. They waited in line for about 20 minutes until a green train with 11 carriages slowly arrived at the platform. Sume grabbed 2 bundles, and together with Hu Jiangwo, they squeezed onto the train with the crowd. Since this was the starting station, the train was empty, and the compartments were quiet. Hu Jiangwo bought 2 sleeper tickets, and they took turns sleeping in the upper and lower berths. In the past, when Hu Jiangwo traveled alone on this train, he only bought a hard seat and spent 72 hours sitting back home. After bringing Sume along, he was worried she wouldn't handle the long journey, so he started buying sleeper tickets. The train clattered along for 3 days before they finally arrived in Guiyang. They are from Guizhou. The train only goes as far as Guiyang, and their small hometown doesn't have a train station, so they had to take a half-day bus from Guiyang to reach their hometown. By the time they arrived, Sume's head was spinning from the bumpy ride, but their journey wasn't over. They still had to take a bus from the small town back to the county seat, and then walk 60 miles of mountain roads to reach their home. It takes 5 days to go from the military district to home. Are you really planning to stay there long? After spending a few months together, Gu Jiangguo already knew what Sume was afraid of. So when she said she wasn't leaving, he didn't get anxious. Instead, he calmly told her about his family's conditions back home. When Sume first came here, she didn't want to go back to her hometown because she remembered the small mountain village as dirty, messy, and poor. She suddenly felt very upset, like a beaten eggplant. I'm not sure anymore. If it weren't for occupying the original owner's body and needing to return to see her grandfather, parents, and siblings, Sume wouldn't want to step into her old home at all. Seeing Sume upset, Gu Jiangguo didn't make her continue traveling. Instead, he took her to a guest house in the county town. After moving their luggage into the guest house and settling in, Gu Jiangguo took Sume out for a meal at a state-run restaurant. Southern winters are a bit warmer than northern winters. As they walked to the restaurant, Sume was already sweating from the heat. She took off her coat, leaving only a sweater, and sat with Gu Jiangguo to eat. They ordered a small dish and a bowl of soup, quickly finishing their lunch. After eating, Gu Jiangguo felt uncomfortable and asked Sume to wait for him. He went to the backyard of the restaurant to use the restroom. Sume stayed at the table, waiting for him. She sat for a long time, but Gu Jiangguo hadn't come out yet. It was mealtime, and suddenly many people flooded into the restaurant. The waiter saw that the new guests had no seats and approached Sume to ask, "Ma'am, could you please wait in our lounge? It's mealtime now, and people from nearby factories will come to eat. There's no space in the main hall. Sorry for the trouble." "No trouble at all. Where is the lounge?" "You can take me there," Sume responded politely, standing up and following the waiter into the inner room, where she sat on a sofa to rest. Once she sat down, she remembered she hadn't taken her coat from the main hall. She thought Gu Jiangguo should be almost done, and when he came to find her, she could just go out, put on her coat, and leave. So, she didn't go back to get her clothes. The sun outside shone on the sofa, making Sume feel warm and cozy. She leaned back, feeling sleepy, and took several sips of the hot tea the waiter had brought her. Why isn't he back yet? Is he having diarrhea? Sume mumbled to herself, yawning as she waited, noticing Gu Jiangguo still hadn't come. Just as she was closing her eyes, pretending to nap, a sharp voice suddenly rang out in the hall. "You scoundrel! Who do you think you are calling your wife? Shameless! Hurry up and send someone to take this rogue to the police station." "Sorry, I mistook someone else." After the woman's voice finished, a man's apology sounded in the hall. The familiar voice made Sume suddenly wake up. She quickly stood up. What's going on? How did Hu Jiangguo become a rogue? Just as Sume was puzzled, the sharp female voice suddenly came again. "Nonsense. You can recognize your own wife? I know you. You just casually come over and call me your wife. And you're wearing a military uniform. You're embarrassing soldiers everywhere. Sorry, I really mistook someone. The clothes you're wearing belong to my wife. Hua Jiangwa stood awkwardly, not expecting to mistake someone else. He looked toward the seat where Su Mei was sitting. She was still sitting there, with a large embroidered bow on her coat. He saw her sew it himself. It was the bow that confirmed the person sitting there was Su Mei. So he went over and patted her back, saying, "Wife, let's go." But the woman in the seat stood up, turned around, and said in a voice that made Hua Jiangwa feel shocked and frightened, "Rogue, who do you think you're calling wife?" Sometimes, things happen just by chance. Su Mei got up and looked, only to find that the woman Hua Jiangwa mistook was not only about the same height as her, but also had a similar hairstyle and body shape. Most importantly, the woman had somehow put on the clothes Su Mei had forgotten outside. After watching for a while, Su Mei roughly understood what was happening. She went over to the woman and Hua Jiangwa's position, stopping the woman who was shouting to call the police, and said, "Comrade, my husband really did mistake someone else, but you can't blame him entirely. You also have some responsibility. May I ask why you're wearing my clothes?" A familiar voice sounded. Hua Jiangwa turned his head to look at Su Mei, then lowered his head awkwardly. Mistaking someone else really is embarrassing. Su Mei ignored Hua Jiangwa and kept her eyes on the woman in front of her. "Your clothes?" "No, these are my clothes." The woman loudly shouted at Su Mei, pulling her clothes tighter and looking at her with contempt. "You're not really family, not even married into the same family. One of you is taking advantage of me, and the other is trying to steal my clothes. You're both so bad." "Comrade, we should speak and act based on evidence," Su Mei said calmly. "The clothes you're wearing are indeed mine. I've been wearing them since I came in. The big red bow on the back is sewn on by me. Inside the bow, there are patterns. If you don't believe me, you can take the bow off and look at the patterns to prove the clothes are mine." "What bow?" "I don't have any bow on my clothes," the woman said confidently as she touched her own clothes. When her hand reached the back of her clothing, she suddenly widened her eyes in shock. She hurriedly took off her clothes and, upon seeing the bow at the back, froze in place. "That's strange. I don't have a bow on my clothes. Where did this come from?" "Huli Jing, it seems you weren't wearing a coat when you came out. Maybe you put on someone else's coat by mistake," a young girl sitting across from the woman suddenly reminded her. Su Mei quickly added, "Yes, maybe you wore the wrong one. I finished eating and forgot my clothes on the chair."
"Sorry about that."
"Take good care of your clothes. Just leaving them around randomly is really annoying." The woman finally confirmed that the clothes weren't hers. Still, she refused to give up and blamed everything on Su Mei. As she spoke, she suddenly threw her coat towards Su Mei. The coat flew in an arc, carrying a foul smell, heading straight for Su Mei. Even while still in the air, she could smell the disgusting odor. She tactically dodged the coat and inwardly cursed her bad luck. In the end, she realized she had forgotten her clothes outside. Although she was upset, Su Mei didn't argue further with the woman. She said to He Jiangwa, "Let's go." "Oh, okay," He Jiangwa replied awkwardly. He felt guilty about the mistake with his wife and dared not look Su Mei in the eyes. He stepped forward and reached out to pick up the coat. Just as his hand was about to touch it, Su Mei immediately stopped him. "Don't pick it up."
"Don't."
"Why not?" "It's a nice coat," He Jiangwa said confused. Su Mei also couldn't say for sure if it was because of the smell on the clothes that made her no longer want them. She had to casually brush off Gu Jiangwa. "If I don't want it, then I don't want it. Why ask so many questions?
Hurry up and go."
"I'm tired and need to go back and rest." Although she didn't understand why Su Mei was so firm about not wanting the clothes on the ground, Gu Jiangwa believed she had her reasons. Without overthinking, he got up and followed Su Mei. This action, however, angered Hu Lijing, the woman who saw Su Mei no longer wanted the clothes. She immediately chased after Su Mei and stopped her. "What do you mean? I just tried on the clothes, and now you don't want them? Are you looking down on me? If you hadn't misplaced your clothes, I wouldn't have worn them wrong. Who are you trying to shame here? These are my clothes. I don't like them anymore, so I don't want them. I didn't mean to shame anyone. Is that okay?" Sume had no desire to argue and continued to speak patiently and kindly. She was already trying her best not to embarrass the other person. But Hu Lijing still wouldn't give up. You just dislike me, look down on me, and want to make me feel bad in front of so many people. Otherwise, why would you just throw away good clothes? Yes, I dislike you. You smell so bad, and you have no self-awareness at all. I only dislike the smell of the clothes, so I don't want them anymore. Are you satisfied now? Finally, Sume's patience was completely exhausted. Seeing Hu Lijing insist on stopping her, Sume snapped at her. Then, in Hu Lijing's surprised eyes, she bypassed her. If talking nicely doesn't work and she insists on embarrassing herself, Sume could only think she deserved it. At this point, Guojiangua also understood why Sume was so determined not to want that piece of clothing anymore. He glanced at Hu Lijing, quickly chased after her, and draped his coat over Sume's shoulders. I'm sorry, Guojiangua said with a guilty look. In the past, when he apologized, he didn't feel so guilty. But facing Sume's cold stare, Guojiangua felt like he had made a serious mistake. Sume wasn't angry. She just felt disappointed that Guojiangua so easily admitted he was wrong. She had considered giving him a chance to develop feelings slowly, but how could someone who couldn't even remember her face have feelings for her? But she also couldn't blame Guojiangua. He didn't want to get sick, and such an illness would definitely cause trouble in his life. So, even though she felt a little disappointed inside, she didn't say anything to hurt him. After feeling upset for a little while, Sume pretended to be fine and started talking to He Jiangua about other things that interested her. He Jiangua, I'm quite curious. Since you can't recognize people by their features, only by their body shape and appearance, how do you manage in the army? In the army, everyone wears uniforms, and there's no difference in height or build. How do you tell apart your soldiers? And when you're on border patrol, how do you identify drug traffickers or poachers? Well, I have my own secret reconnaissance system that helps me avoid mistakes, He Jiangua said. He looked around to make sure no one was listening, then quietly told Sume, I'll share a secret that most people don't know. What's secret? It's about my condition. When I first joined the army, I made a funny mistake. I confused Commander Chen Yilong, who was inspecting us, with Chu Zhonghua, and I talked to him for a long time. Later, someone told me I had mistaken him, but Commander Chen didn't blame me. Instead, he called me to his place and told me he also had this condition. He said few people have this problem, and since we shared it, we got along well. He secretly trained me and shared his own method of recognition. We have our own way of recognizing people. Honestly, I see it as a blessing in disguise. Because I share this condition with the commander, I learned a lot from him and gained many skills. Even though I can't recognize faces, this made me focus more on other parts of my reconnaissance skills. This condition hasn't affected my life in the army. In fact, it made my skills better than most people's. He Jiangua looked confident and lively when talking about his abilities. Sume listened, but didn't believe him. She couldn't help but criticize. If you're so skilled, why did you even mistake your own wife? I don't know why that happened, He Jiangua said, looking embarrassed. Reconnaissance requires calmness. Only by staying completely calm can I perform my reconnaissance skills perfectly. Since I learned his method from the commander, I haven't mistaken anyone I needed to recognize carefully. But I just can't remember you. When I face you, I can't stay calm. Every time I think of you, I get nervous for no reason and can't calmly analyze your features. It's like seeing a bow at a restaurant. All I can think about is my wife there. I immediately headed toward the red bow. I didn't even consider whether that person was really you. What do you mean? Sume was surprised, opening her mouth wide. You just said that when you're with me, you feel nervous and can't stay calm? She must have heard right. Hu Jiangwo saw Sume with her mouth open and thought she was angry, feeling even more helpless. Maybe it's because you've changed so much that I can't get used to it right away. You've been so different these days. There are many sides of you in my mind, so I can't remember exactly what you're like. But I didn't mean for it to be like that. I will try to recognize you better in the future. Many sides? What kind of faces are those? Tell me. Sume was very curious. She had a strange feeling deep inside. Seeing Su Mei's eyes no longer so cold, Hu Jiangwo guessed she might not be so angry anymore, so he tentatively said, "Everyone has a clear aura about them. Only you are so changeable, sometimes sweet and naive, sometimes bossy, sometimes gentle, sometimes stubborn, sometimes like a helpless little bunny, and sometimes like a small hedgehog with claws out. Others have a fixed impression in my mind, but you have many different sides. Su Mei, this feeling is wonderful. I don't know how to describe it." Cough, cough, cough. Su Mei suddenly coughed loudly after hearing Hu Jiangwo's words. Although Hu Jiangwo didn't understand what was wrong, Su Mei, who had watched countless melodramatic love stories in modern times, clearly sensed that he was unknowingly falling in love. Even though he didn't openly admit he liked her, only when someone likes another person do they unconsciously notice all their changes. So, in Hu Jiangwo's heart, Su Mei was full of different faces. Earlier, Su Mei was disappointed, thinking Hu Jiangwo couldn't remember her face and wouldn't like her. But in the next second, she heard him say he would feel nervous and lose his composure when facing her. Thinking that Hu Jiangwo might already have some feelings for her without even realizing it, Su Mei felt happy inside. Hu Jiangwo didn't know what Su Mei was thinking. Seeing her cough until her face and neck turned red, he worriedly stepped forward and patted her back to help her breathe. "Did you catch a cold just now from taking off your clothes? Your clothes just got lost. Maybe we should go to the department store in the county town and buy you a new one." "No need." Su Mei shook her head. She turned to look at Hu Jiangwo and couldn't help but smile secretly. The two of them walked back to the hotel. At the hotel, they asked for water, washed their faces and brushed their teeth, then lay down to sleep. After a long journey, Su Mei was almost exhausted. She quickly fell into deep sleep as dusk fell. The next morning, they left early to go to the bus station. They rode for 4 hours on the bus. The bus twisted and turned along the mountain road for the whole morning, making Su Mei feel so sick she almost vomited. Finally, they arrived at the town. Carrying their luggage, they headed into the mountains. Looking at the winding, muddy mountain path, Su Mei almost cried. She asked Hu Jiangwo, "Will it take us until night to get home if we walk like this?" "About 6 hours, Hu Jiangwo replied first, then said strangely, "This is the only road from our village to the town. I used to walk it every day when I was a kid. Why do you look like it's the first time?" "Isn't it the first time?" Su Mei thought to herself, but she answered, "I haven't walked it in a long time, so I forgot." Even though she had lost weight over the past few months, she still weighed about 150 pounds. She was a big person and still got tired after walking a few steps, panting every few steps. She followed behind Hu Jiangwo, looking at the winding mountain road and feeling helpless. At first, Su Mei could barely keep up with Hu Jiangwo's pace, but as they went on, she had to sit down and rest every 5 minutes. Because of her frequent stops, the 6-hour journey took them 2 extra hours. Finally, they reached home. They left the town at 10 a.m. and arrived in the village at 6 p.m. It was still light outside, and the sunset was just touching the bottom of the mountain, leaving only half of its face visible in the sky. Standing at the village entrance, Su Mei looked at the village she remembered, took a deep breath, and thought, no wonder she was scared to come back after passing through here. The village looked even poorer than she remembered. Everywhere were dilapidated wooden houses. Su Mei followed Hu Jiangwo back to the Hu family's house. The whole village, except for the Hu family's house, was made of red bricks and black tiles. The yard was made of stones and mud. As soon as she stepped into the Hu family's yard, Su Mei accidentally stepped on a pile of chicken droppings. Her foot froze in place, unable to move forward or backward. She couldn't help but shout, "Hu Jiangwo, I'm going crazy."
"Wow, who's that?"
Just as Su Mei was feeling uncomfortable because she stepped in chicken droppings, a clear, bright voice suddenly sounded from the yard. A young girl with twin ponytails came out of the house. The girl first looked at Su Mei with curiosity, then noticed Hu Jiangwo behind her. She immediately smiled brightly. "Third brother, is that you? Why didn't you say anything when you came back?" Mother was just saying, yesterday she wondered when you'd arrive. I left in a hurry and didn't have time to send a telegram, Hu Jiangwo replied to the girl. This girl was Hu Jiangwo's youngest sister, Hu Xiaoju, only 17 years old, 11 years younger than Hu Jiangwo. Hu Xiaoju listened to Hu Jiangwo and then looked at Su Mei. She asked, "Third brother, who's this?" "Who else?" "Your sister-in-law," Hu Jiangwo said as he picked up a stick from the ground and squatted in front of Su Mei. He said to her, "Lift your foot." "Oh, okay." Su Mei quickly lifted her foot. It wasn't that she was delicate, but she had never lived in the countryside before, and she was a bit particular about cleanliness. She was a little overwhelmed by the situation. After lifting her foot, Hu Jiangwo wiped the chicken droppings from her sole with a stick. Seeing the couple's actions, Hu Xiaoju was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes lit up. She looked at Su Mei and said, "Third brother, you finally gave me a new sister-in-law." I knew it, that Su Mei is lazy and greedy, always causing trouble at home. You'll break up with that fat pig sooner or later. This sister-in-law is so nice, fair and clean. She looks comfortable. Unlike that fat guy who's disgusting to look at. She doesn't deserve you. But that fat guy went with you to the army, right? So where did you put your new sister-in-law? Little sister, you might be disappointed. I'm still your sister-in-law. Your third brother didn't throw me away. I've come back. Su Mei looked at Hu Xiaoju and said softly. Hu Xiaoju was so surprised she took 3 steps back, as if she'd seen a ghost. She widened her eyes and asked in disbelief, "Are you Su Mei?" "Yes, I am," Su Mei nodded firmly. "No, Su Mei is dirty and smelly again, and she looks as fat as a wild boar from the mountains." "You. How did you become like this?" Su Mei has changed so much that she looks like a different person compared to before. For a moment, Hu Xiaojun simply couldn't connect the current Su Mei with the one she knew before. But upon closer look, Hu Xiaojun can still see some similarities in Su Mei's features. She stared blankly at Su Mei, feeling that the world was full of strange surprises. At this moment, Hu Jiangwo's face was dark as a pot bottom. Before Su Mei could speak, he coldly shouted at Hu Xiaojun. "How do you talk to your sister-in-law? I spent money to send you to school. Are you so dumb you can't tell the difference? Apologize to your sister-in-law right now." "Third brother, are you crazy? You want me to apologize to her?" Hu Xiaojun looked at Su Mei in disbelief, then shook her head. "No way. I will never apologize to this disgusting woman. Apologize immediately." Hu Jiangwo's eyes turned colder, and as he spoke, a strong, commanding aura burst out from him. This aura instantly scared Hu Xiaojun so much that she started crying. She shouted loudly, "I'm sorry." Then she ran out of the house in a rush. "Xiaojun, what are you yelling about?" Only after Hu Xiaojun ran far away did an older woman's voice come from inside the house. Soon after, Lu Tsueyun, Hu Jiangwo's mother, came out. She looked at Su Mei first, stunned for a moment, then turned to Hu Jiangwo and said, "Third brother, why didn't you tell us you were coming back? Why does Su Mei look so thin? No wonder Xiaojun didn't recognize you just now." I almost didn't recognize her either at first glance. From Lu Tsueyun's words, it was clear she had heard Hu Xiaojun insulting Su Mei. But when Hu Xiaojun started to curse, Lu Tsueyun didn't come out of the house. She waited until Hu Xiaojun finished, then appeared slowly. She was deliberately making Hu Xiaojun feel embarrassed in front of Su Mei. In this family, only the youngest daughter, Hu Xiaojun, dares to look down on Su Mei. Although Lu Tsueyun doesn't like her daughter-in-law, as a mother-in-law, she doesn't want to cause trouble with the younger generation. Sometimes, she feels angry inside but can't express it. So when her youngest daughter makes things difficult for Su Mei, Lu Tsueyun pretends not to see. It's like she's intentionally letting her youngest daughter vent her anger on the whole family. In the past, whenever the main character was at home, Lu Tsueyun would only come out with a full face of apology after Hu Xiaojie finished scolding and ran away. She would say to Su Mei, "I'm really sorry, Su Mei. My little Jia lacks discipline. Please don't mind her." Although the main character was lazy, greedy, and lively, she was also simple-minded. She couldn't win arguments with Hu Xiaojia and was often scolded harshly by her. Yet, she didn't realize that her mother-in-law was allowing her younger sister to insult her. After being scolded harshly, as long as her mother-in-law said sorry, she would feel she had the upper hand, thinking her mother-in-law was apologizing on behalf of her sister. On the surface, her mother-in-law appeared kind and virtuous, and her husband's family seemed honest and good-hearted. In reality, she didn't live as comfortably here as she did in her maiden home. She was unaware of many things, which is why she was considered a simple person with simple blessings. Only Su Mei, who inherited her memories, could see clearly through all this. Because Su Mei saw everything so clearly, she couldn't show any warmth or friendliness when meeting her mother-in-law for the first time. Mother. When Hu Jiangua saw Lu Tsueyun, he immediately put away his cold, stern demeanor. Su Mei also politely but distantly called out, Mother.
Ah.
Lu Tsueyun responded and quickly came out to help Hu Jiangua carry his luggage. She said, You've been on the road for several days and traveled such a long mountain road. You must be tired. Come inside and rest. Today, the commune is slaughtering a pig. Your father, brother, sister-in-law, and nephews all went to watch the fun. Soon, your father will bring back the meat. You're just in time. When he comes back, I'll cook some meat for you. You can go inside and rest for a while. I'll call you when the food is ready. As she spoke, Lu Tsueyun carried her luggage toward the room where Hu Jiangua and Su Mei had been sleeping. Go inside, Hu Jiangua urged Su Mei from behind. Looking at the ground full of chicken droppings, Su Mei hesitated for a few seconds before tiptoeing, avoiding the droppings, and following Lu Tsueyun into the house. Hu Jiangua saw Su Mei's chubby little legs as she tiptoed and frowned. In the past, when she wasn't particular about cleanliness, she wasn't afraid of dirt. But since she became more clean and tidy, she seemed to become especially particular about it. Inside the house, Su Mei took a quilt from the cabinet, spread it out, and lay down directly. Hu Jiangua looked at her for a few moments, but didn't rest and went out again. Su Mei thought he must have gone to the commune to watch the pig slaughter. She had just lay down for a moment when she heard Lu Tsueyun speaking. Oh, third brother, you're so tired. Just rest properly. Why do you start cleaning the yard as soon as you come in? I've never seen you work so hard before. It's full of chicken droppings and dirty, came Hu Jiangua's cold voice. Tomorrow I'll build a chicken coop to keep the chickens in. Su Mei didn't expect that as soon as Hu Jiangua entered, he would go out again. He was probably going to clean the chicken droppings in the yard because he noticed her looking at the mess and felt helpless, right? Although it was a small thing, Hu Jiangua cared about it, which made Su Mei feel very warm inside. She lay on the bed for a while. She was exhausted but couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Her feet suddenly throbbed with sharp pain. She sat up, took off her socks, and then saw that her chubby little feet were covered with blisters. Recently, Su Mei had been drinking herbal medicine daily and soaking in herbal baths, which made her skin very delicate. After a day of walking on mountain trails, her feet were so badly hurt, she couldn't bear to look at them. Hu Jiangua, after sweeping the floor, saw Su Mei's miserable feet when he entered the house. He looked at them and quietly stepped outside. Not long after, he came back in, holding a basin of steaming hot water. He carried the water to the bed and silently took Su Mei's feet, which she was about to ask what he was doing. Before she could speak, he had already submerged her feet into the warm water. His large hands also went into the water, massaging gently with varying pressure. The right water temperature made Su Mei feel so comfortable that she couldn't help but cry out.
Ah ah ah.
Realizing how suggestive her sound sounded, Su Mei quickly covered her mouth in surprise. She whispered, I didn't mean to scream.
Ah.
Hu Jiangua, my mother is still at home. Are you doing this on purpose? After speaking, she hurriedly pressed her hands over her mouth, afraid she might make more inappropriate sounds. Although her screams were inappropriate, Su Mei didn't want Hu Jiangua to stop. She didn't know what kind of technique he was using, but it made her feet feel very comfortable. Hu Jiangua, with a blank expression, gently pinched Su Mei's feet, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly in a secret smile that she couldn't see. until the water gradually cooled. Huijiangua finally lifted Su Mei's foot. He took an old shirt to wipe away the water stains on her small foot, then reached out to pull the blanket over her legs and said, "It should be better now. Sleep well for a while." After speaking, Huijiangua sat on the bed, took off his socks, and used the water from Su Mei's foot soak to wash his own feet. Once finished, he went outside to pour out the water, then entered the room, climbed into bed, and silently lay down beside Su Mei. This bed was not as good as the one in the military area, just a small wooden bed. When Huijiangua lay down, the bed creaked. His strong, masculine scent instantly filled Su Mei completely. Even through the blanket, she could still feel Huijiangua's warmth. Watching his tall back as he slept with his back turned to her, Su Mei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She thought she might have started to feel a little bit interested.
Just a little bit.
2 hours later, someone knocked on the door. Huijiangua and Su Mei got up from the bed. "Third uncle, third aunt, breakfast is ready." A shy voice called from the door. After calling Huijiangua and Su Mei, the little girl turned around and ran off quickly. From the original owner's memory, Su Mei immediately remembered that this shy voice belonged to Huiqiu, the daughter of Hui's eldest son. The person who suffered the most in the Hui family because of the original owner was the young Huiqiu. 3 years ago, when Huiqiu was 3 years old, she was eating candied hawthorn when the original owner saw her. The original owner snatched the hawthorn and ran away. The original owner ran very fast, not noticing that little Huiqiu, with her short legs, had fallen into a water ditch at the entrance. When Lu Tsueyin found Huiqiu in the foul water ditch, Huiqiu was unconscious, and her face was very pale. Although the Hui family eventually called Su Xuanhu to save Huiqiu, Huiqiu was left with health problems and often fell ill. Because of this, Hui's wife, Li Shufan, hated Su Mei deeply. She watched Huiqiu very closely and never allowed Su Mei to get near her. Thinking about what the original owner had done, Su Mei could only say it was a sin. She didn't know why today, but Li Shufan surprisingly allowed Huiqiu to come and call her and Huijiangua to wake up for breakfast. Just as Su Mei was feeling confused, Huiqiu's crying suddenly came from the yard. Li Shufan was hitting Huiqiu's with a stick and scolding, "Lazy girl, do you want to die? I told you to stay away from her. Why don't you remember? Who told you to go call her for breakfast?" "Mother, I was wrong. I won't do it again. It was Grandma who asked me to call him. Mother, please don't hit me anymore." Huiqiu cried heartbreakingly. At this moment, Lu Tsueyin's voice also rang out. "Shufan, why are you hitting the child? I asked her to call Jiangua and his wife. Can a family hold a grudge forever? With Jiangua here, nothing bad will happen. Do you really have to do this?" "Of course I do," Li Shufan said while crying. "Mother, you know very well that Qiu almost got hurt to death by her. I know Jiangua contributes a lot to this family, so we can't do anything to his wife. But we can't afford to offend her either. Why are you making Qiu stay close to her?" The two women cried together. At this time, brother Hao of the Hao family, Hao Jianjun, entered the yard carrying 2 pieces of pork. He shouted angrily at Li Shufan. "Enough, stop crying. My third brother only comes home once a year. It's not easy for him outside. Don't make things difficult for him." "Shufan, I was wrong." "Can I be wrong? Please stop crying. It's the New Year festival. What's going on?" Lu Tsueyin saw Li Shufan crying so hard and started apologizing repeatedly. The noise in the yard gradually quieted down. Inside the house, Su Mei heard all the arguments and felt her head about to explode. The drama in her hometown was even harder to perform than in the military compound. She looked at the shoes on the ground and suddenly lacked the courage to get out of bed and go outside. "It's okay," Hao Jiangwo noticed Su Mei's embarrassment. He patted her head and said, "Your sister-in-law is very kind. Although you hurt Huiqiu, as long as you sincerely treat Huiqiu well in the future, she will see your change. I bought some tonic for Huiqiu to help her recover. Later, you can give it to her and say you bought it. Take your time. Your sister-in-law will forgive you." "How is that possible?" Su Mei shook her head pessimistically. "Such a big grudge, I even have murderous thoughts. How could she forgive me?" Thinking about what I did before makes me so embarrassed. How can I have the face to eat at the same table as my sister-in-law? Although she said this, Sume still got out of bed. Suddenly, she felt that heavenly rewards were indeed hard to come by. Although she had a chance at rebirth, she was also faced with endless messes to clean up. She had finally regained some dignity in the military district, but now she was back in the village, back to before liberation. What could she do? She could only grit her teeth and face the difficulties head-on. As Sume walked outside, she encouraged herself, "Brave little dog, don't be afraid of difficulties." In this era, large families rarely split up. Brother Huijangwo has 3 brothers and 1 sister, and the family lives together in one courtyard with over a dozen people. The eldest, Huijianjun, seems honest and simple. His wife, Li Shufin, is gentle and obedient. Both are kind-hearted and honest people. They have only one daughter, Huiqiu. The second brother, Huijianzhong, is very clever. His wife, Zexy, always holds her head high and looks proud. These 2 are good at calculating. They have 3 children, all of whom are the favorite big grandchildren of the older generation. This is also why Zexy feels confident and proud. The third family is Huijangwo and Sume. The youngest is the little sister, Huiziaj. Besides the younger generation, there are 3 elders: Huijangwo's father, Huifugui, his mother, Lu Tsueyun, and grandmother Wang Jingxing. The whole family, 14 people in total, sit tightly in a small, roughly 10-square-meter earthen house, crowded together in a big circle. Since there are so many people, when Huijangwo returned, he brought gifts that filled 2 large bags for the family. After bringing Sume inside, Huijangwo started taking out more gifts. Everyone was eagerly watching him, clearly used to him bringing back lots of things every year. Huijangwo first took out 3 sets of warm clothes and handed them to Sume. He said to the people sitting inside, "Grandma, parents, brothers, and sisters-in-law, this new year, everything was bought personally by Sume. She's been at the military district for a year, and she's changed a lot. Please accept these gifts and feel her sincerity. In the past, Sume made many mistakes. I hope my parents and brothers and sisters-in-law will forgive her and be patient with her. She has improved a lot now, and I hope you can see her changes and forgive her past actions." While speaking, Huijangwo also said to Sume, "Hurry up and give these 3 sets of clothes to grandma and parents. You said the clothes from the north are warm, so you bought them yourself. Don't forget to let them try them on." "Oh, okay." Sume blushed with embarrassment. She hadn't prepared anything and didn't expect Huijangwo to put all the responsibility on her. She held the clothes and handed them to the elders one by one, saying, "Grandma, Dad, Mom, Happy New Year. Eating dumplings?" Grandma Hua, holding the clothes, shook her head repeatedly. "Oh dear, Sue girl, we didn't make dumplings today. If you want to eat dumplings, I'll make them for you tomorrow."
Mom.
Huifugui looked at the cheerful old lady at home and said with a smile, "Your daughter-in-law wishes you a happy new year, not just eating dumplings." Everyone in the house laughed happily because the old lady, who was hard of hearing, misunderstood the words. Sume was originally a bit nervous, but couldn't help but smile slightly at the warm atmosphere. "Third brother's wife, you are thoughtful. We have enough clothes, and coming back from so far away, you shouldn't buy these things anymore. Carrying them all the way is quite tiring," Lu Tsueyun said happily, holding the clothes in her hands. It wasn't really about the clothes. She just didn't expect that one day, the daughter-in-law of the third family could speak so kindly and peacefully to the elders at home. She thought that letting the third daughter-in-law go to the military district with her husband was the right choice. The third brother was capable and had managed to discipline his wife well in just a year. His father and grandmother were also very pleased with Sume's behavior. When the hard-of-hearing old lady realized she had misunderstood the words, she opened her mouth, which had only a few teeth left, and said, "Third brother's wife, Happy New Year. You've grown up and become sensible." "I knew it. Granddaughter taught by Dr. Su won't be wrong." "Bah, Sume is lazy and doesn't earn money," Xiaojie scoffed when she saw the elders praising Sume. All these things were paid for by my third brother. He also brought them back from the trip. She's just good at flattering others. As soon as she entered, everything became her achievement. I see she hasn't changed at all. Her face is still as thick-skinned as 3 years ago. Stop talking, no one thinks you're mute. Hu Jiangwo, seeing the hard-won harmony disrupted by Huxiaojia, frowned deeply again. He knew this marriage wasn't just about two people, it involved two families. Since he planned to be with Su Mei, he had to handle the relationship between Su Mei and the family well. To make their marriage go smoothly, Hu Jiangwo was trying his best. He naturally disliked any obstacle that could threaten his marriage, and his gaze at Huxiaojia was very unfriendly. Huxiaojia felt wronged and said, "For Su Mei, you've scolded me only twice since you moved in. I am your biological sister, born from the same mother, but I'm worse than Su Mei, an outsider. How can you be my brother? Sisters should act like sisters.
Su Mei is also called by you.
If you don't have proper manners, I might go find a stick and fulfill my brotherly duty properly." Hu Jiangwo was furious when he heard Huxiaojia repeatedly call Su Mei. Not only was I upset for Su Mei, but I also felt disappointed in Huxiaojia. The family had long since forbidden Huxiaojia from studying, saying that a girl reading so many books was useless. Hu Jiangwa had been paying for his younger sister's education, and Huxiaojia was the only girl in the village of her age still attending middle school. The only other girl who had gone to middle school was Su Mei, who was spoiled by her family. Hu Jiangwa didn't expect Huxiaojia to achieve much. He just thought that studying was wise. But he was furious when he saw her speaking so rudely and poorly behaved. Huxiaojia didn't realize she had done anything wrong. She looked angrily at Hu Jiangwa and said, "You've never spoken to me like this before. What's so good about Su Mei? No one in the family likes her. If it weren't for her, how could Huqiu have so many problems at such a young age? How could mother be so upset that her health worsened? How could grandpa die in her first year of marriage? She's just a bad luck charm. No one in the family cares for her. I just speak my mind openly. If you're going to hit me, go ahead. Find a stick and beat me to death." "Fine. I'll give you a good beating today so you'll remember," Hu Jiangwa said, no longer holding the gift and angrily getting ready to leave. At this moment, Hu Gui suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "It's the new year. What are you all doing? Why are you arguing? This is not proper. Huxiaojia, if you really can't stay here, then just leave." "Then I'll leave," Huxiaojia said, her temper flaring, and she stood up to go. Lu Tsueyun quickly grabbed her youngest daughter. She sighed and looked at Su Mei, saying, "Third daughter's family, I really feel sorry for you. Xiaojia has always been straightforward and honest. She speaks without thinking. You're clever and sensible, so don't bother with her. Let's have a family meal together. Don't take her words to heart. I'll apologize to you on her behalf, okay?" Grandpa, who was already very ill when Su Mei married into the family. Grandpa even went to see him, and he said that Grandpa, who was as ripe as a fruit on a tree, already near the end of his life. At that time, the Hu family was not willing to accept this and sent Grandpa Hu to a big hospital in the city. However, the hospital refused to admit him, and the doctors there said that Grandpa Hu's life was almost over, and hospitalization wouldn't make much difference. So, Grandpa Hu was already at the end of his life. After the main character married in, she barely saw this grandfather's face. Now, Hu Xiaoju is actually blaming Su Mei for Grandpa's death. Isn't that nonsense? If such a rumor were to spread and be associated with Su Mei, she would never be able to lift her head again in her life. Lu Tsueyun, as an elder, should know how much damage such a reputation could cause to a young person. If this matter isn't cleared up and she encounters a reasonable husband, they might be able to handle it. But if she marries a man who doesn't understand, this issue could become a trigger for constant arguments between the couple. Su Mei doesn't know what Lu Tsueyun's real intention is in brushing this off so lightly, but she recognizes how serious this matter is. Naturally, she won't let it pass quietly. After organizing her thoughts, Su Mei walks up to Lu Tsueyun, bows deeply to her mother-in-law, and then calmly says, "Mother, How can you apologize to me, your junior? It's I who should be apologizing to you. I haven't done well before, which caused you so much worry. But, mother, no matter how naive I am, I wouldn't be so wicked as to push an elderly family member to death. Grandpa was already very ill before I married in, and everyone in Xiaogang village knew that. I don't understand why Xiaoju blames me for Grandpa's death. Does she think I caused his death? It's been almost 30 years since New China was established. The country has been promoting the abolition of feudal superstitions. Xiaoju, who is in middle school, still believes in bad luck and superstition. It's really unacceptable. It's just an apology, and Su Mei quietly returns the apology to Lu Tsueyun. She bows again, and after that, she calmly shares her thoughts. She knows she can't let others say anything more. In the past, whenever Lu Tsueyun apologized to Su Mei, she would happily accept it. But this time, Su Mei throws her own sincere apology back at her. Lu Tsueyun opens her mouth but finds herself speechless, not knowing what to say. Hua Xiaojun saw that her mother no longer spoke and thought that Su Mei had caused her mother to feel wronged. Suddenly, she felt happier. You are just a bad omen, and people shouldn't say that. My grandfather was indeed sick, but before you married in, he was living well. After you moved in, we had a funeral in just 3 months. Isn't that a bad sign?
Bang!
Just as Hua Xiaojun finished speaking, the deaf old lady sitting in the corner threw her teacup at her. The porcelain cup shattered on the ground with a clear sound, rolling a few times. You naughty girl! When your grandfather died, he was bedridden for 3 years. He kept crying out in pain, crying every day. Every night, he hated himself for not dying. He finally found peace after 3 years. That was a good thing, a happy death. If my wife gets sick someday, I don't want to wait that long. For your grandfather, this was a great blessing. How can it be blamed on Su Mei? I am 80 years old and have no such thoughts. A great person said we should break away from superstitions. Although I am not well educated, I know that following the party is the right way. If you even doubt what the great person said, I will be the first to oppose you. If you keep talking nonsense, I will report you. The old lady was hard of hearing, but she heard everything Hua Xiaojun said clearly. Probably because Hua Xiaojun's voice was very loud, making the argument easier to hear. Su Mei didn't expect the old lady to stand up and speak for her at this moment. She looked at the old lady with gratitude. However, Su Mei also understood the old lady's actions. The more someone had suffered in the old society, the more they admired great people. To them, the great person was like the sun on a mountain of gold. It was the great person who saved them from suffering. In their eyes, the words and actions of the great person were absolutely correct. They cheered for the great person, believing they were more important than family. So, after hearing Hua Xiaojun's words, the old lady was very angry. The oldest elder in the family had spoken, and Hua Xiaojun dared not make a sound anymore. She just lowered her head, still angry and not convinced. As the argument gradually calmed down, the second family's daughter-in-law, Cheng Erxi, probably tired of the commotion, stepped forward with a peacemaker attitude. Oh dear, it's so rare for the family to gather together. Why are you arguing so fiercely? Just forgive each other a little. What's so hard to get over? Seeing your family like this gives me a headache. I also have 3 sons. If they start arguing like this during the new year, I would feel so upset. It's easier for the eldest brother and sister-in-law. They only have 1 daughter, Huiqiu. When she grows up and gets married, they can close the door and enjoy their quiet life. Those days must be very peaceful. My second son and I have a hard life. With 3 sons, I don't know how much more I will have to worry about in the future. Please stop arguing. It's making me scared. Third sister-in-law, you've already picked out gifts for the family. Hurry up and take them out so I and your 3 nephews can see some new things. This second sister-in-law often talks about her 3 precious sons. She seems to envy the eldest sister-in-law for having only 1 daughter, but actually, she is always criticizing the eldest sister-in-law for not having a son. The eldest sister-in-law seems to have tolerated a lot. When faced with the second sister-in-law's teasing, she could only hold her daughter, Huiqiu, and stay silent in frustration. As for the eldest brother, Huijianjun, he has his head buried in his lap. Although he feels sad that his wife cannot have more children, he also feels ashamed for not having a son. Seeing his wife and daughter upset, this rural man can only stay silent and not dare to speak up. The atmosphere in the house suddenly feels very strange. Su Mei, take this ginseng and some supplements to Qiu. She has a weak body and needs good care. Our niece, Qiu, is the only girl in the family, so naturally, she's very precious. No wonder the second sister-in-law is jealous. She's had 3 sons but no daughter. It's just bad luck for her not to have a girl. I feel sorry for you, Hu Zhengwo said, handing the ginseng to Su Mei. Su Mei could only think to herself that only Hu Zhengwo dared to openly speak about the second sister-in-law's jealousy and feelings. She responded with a subtle smile. Cheng Erxi was surprised that Hu Zhengwo would embarrass her like this. Her face turned pale with anger. Su Mei looked at the ginseng and confirmed it was very good. She carefully handed it to the eldest sister-in-law, Li Shufan, and sincerely said, "Big sister-in-law, when I first married into the family, I was young and a bit mischievous, which caused me to offend Qiu. I'm sorry for that. I know I can't undo what I did now, but I still want to do my best to make it up to Qiu. This ginseng is at least a few hundred years old. My older sister-in-law holds it and cuts slices every day to make soup for Qiu. After the soup is ready, she lets Qiu hold the ginseng in her mouth. Eating this ginseng for half a month can help Qiu recover over 70% of her health. Such a good ginseng is very rare. In the future, if I get the chance, I will find more for Qiu. I am sure it will help her return to her old self. My older sister-in-law should keep it. There are other supplements too, which can gradually help Qiu get better." Although Qiu's condition isn't caused by Su Mei, since Su Mei occupies the original owner's body, she feels sad that such a young child is so weak because of her. Su Mei never thought about these things before, but now that she sees this child, she hopes to make up for it as much as she can. It's also a way to atone for the original owner, so she can have a good pregnancy and be a good person in her next life. Li Shufan is very cautious of Su Mei, but she has a gentle personality and is kind to others. Even if she doesn't like Su Mei, she can't bring herself to be rude or unkind. Seeing Su Mei bow her head politely and recalling how Hu Zhengwo has helped her family over the years, she finally doesn't have the heart to ignore her. She calmly takes the things from Su Mei's hand and says coldly, "Thank you." Although her attitude is cold, Su Mei understands that this is the most respect Li Shufan can give. She has the idea of helping the original owner make up for Qiu, but she doesn't want to be overly eager or flatter her sister-in-law's family. Seeing that Li Shufan isn't very warm, Su Mei doesn't insist. Instead, she takes the New Year's gift from Hu Zhengwo's hand and politely hands it to her older brother and sister-in-law. After giving the gifts to her brother and sister-in-law, it's their turn. Hu Zhengwo bought the same gifts for both of them. He gave both brothers a pair of fur shoes. For the 2 sisters-in-law, since it's hard to buy clothes directly, he gave them some cloth vouchers that can be exchanged for fabric at the town supply store. Su Mei thinks that Hu Zhengwo seems a bit straightforward on the surface, but he is actually very thoughtful. He's a little brother-in-law, so it's not easy to give the sisters-in-law clothes directly. Giving cloth vouchers for them to choose their own fabric and make clothes is a very good idea. The gifts for the brothers and sisters-in-law are the same, but the gifts for the nephews and nieces are different. Hu Zhengwo gave Qiu supplements, while the 3 nephews received stationery for studying and writing, pens, ink, and notebooks. The set of writing tools and paper is complete, except for an inkstone. Hu Zhengwo gave these gifts to his 3 nephews, hoping they would study hard and grow up to be successful. However, perhaps because the children were still young and didn't understand his intentions, all 3 of them looked disappointed when they received the presents. Hu Gang, the youngest son of the second brother, cried the hardest. He pointed angrily at the can of malted milk in Huiqiu's hand and said loudly, "I don't want a pen or a notebook. I want something tasty." Huiqiu, give me the malted milk. You're just a girl, so why do you get to eat it? All the good food in this house should be for us boys. Hand it over, or don't blame me for being rude. Oh my. Su Mei couldn't imagine such blatant gender bias coming from a little boy just over 4 years old, wearing open-crotch pants. It was clear what kind of ideas the adults in this family were teaching the children. Xiao Gang, how can you talk like that? Qiu is your uncle's precious niece. Why can't she eat malted milk? Second Aunt Cheng scolded Hui Gang, then turned to smile at Huiqiu and said, Qiu, you're the older sister. You should let your younger brother have some. Look, Xiao Gang also wants to drink malted milk. You have 3 cans, share one with your brother. Later, your second mother will buy you another one, okay? Second sister-in-law, you know Qiu isn't feeling well. These things were given to her by the third wife to help her recover. I'm not feeling well myself and spend a lot of time in medicine jars. We can't afford such expensive treats ourselves. If Xiao Gang wants some, just buy it for him tomorrow when you go to market. Why must you take this can from Qiu? Li Shufan, though timid, was firm when defending her daughter. Seeing Qiu stay silent, the eldest sister-in-law stepped forward, clearly annoyed. Big sister-in-law, you see Xiao Gang is crying. We are all family. You can't just watch him cry and do nothing. I already said I'll buy some tomorrow and return it to Qiu. Why are you being so petty? I'm not trying to take anything from you. Second sister-in-law, I didn't say you're taking advantage. It's just that the malted milk bought by the third wife is different. This Shanghai malted milk isn't available here. I heard it's very sweet and good for children's health. Even if you buy it, it won't be the same, insisted Second Aunt Cheng. Despite her words, Li Shufan refused to back down at all. Second brother Cheng felt humiliated and was immediately furious. It's just a broken can of malted milk, and look at how precious you've made it. You have no backbone at all. Who caused Huiqiu to have what he has today? If it were me, I wouldn't give Su Mei anything for a lifetime. It's only because your eyelids are shallow that a few cans of malted milk can buy you over. They argued, but Su Mei didn't expect that she, who had done nothing wrong, would also be dragged into the fight by second brother Cheng. Suddenly, her gaze toward him turned unfriendly. However, Li Shufan didn't take second brother Cheng's words seriously. She lowered her head and said, What does backbone matter? I've never had backbone in this family. Is backbone more important than my daughter? Enough, stop arguing. 2 adults fighting over a can of malted milk. If this gets out, it'll be embarrassing. Ho Jianjun suddenly shouted. He turned to his daughter and said, Split your malted milk into 2 cans and give one to your second uncle's son and brother. There are 3 cans in total, so keep one for yourself to drink. Once Dad goes up the mountain in a few days to catch rabbits and exchange them for money, I'll buy you more. Li Shufan was disappointed. She had fought hard for her position, but her husband, so timid, didn't stand up for her. When he spoke, he directly dismissed her efforts, and her eyes filled with disappointment. Young Huiqiu also felt it. Every time something happened, her father always made her give in to her second uncle's children. Seeing her mother look so wronged, she tightly hugged all the malted milk. It's mine. No one can take it. Huiqiu wasn't greedy for those few cans of malted sugar. She just saw her mother say she wanted to keep it, and without thinking, she stood on her mother's side. If her mother said no, then no one could take it away. Second brother Cheng originally thought he would get the 2 cans of malted milk, smiling happily at the thought of taking them from Huiqiu. But unexpectedly, this little girl also protected her food, which made his face look even worse. At that moment, his eldest son, Hoda, suddenly rushed out before anyone could react. He grabbed Huiqiu, who was covering the malted milk, and pushed her to the ground. Then he took the 3 cans of malted milk, walking to the side and giving one to his second brother, Ho Liang, and one to his third brother, Ho Gang. He kept one for himself. Huda is the oldest child in the family, 9 years old, 3 years older than Qiu. He is strong and sturdy. With one slap, he pushed Qiu hard, causing her to fall heavily to the ground, and she immediately started crying loudly. Seeing her daughter being bullied like this, Li Shufan was furious. After helping her daughter up, She reached out and slapped Huda hard. With that slap, Huda's already chubby face instantly swelled into a bright red slap mark. Huda then hugged the milk drink in his arms and started crying loudly. Everything happened so quickly that everyone in the house was stunned and didn't react right away. They didn't understand what had just happened. When Chung Erxi realized her son had been hit, she immediately reached out to grab Li Shufin's hair. Chung Erxi grabbed Li Shufin's hair and yanked her to the ground. The house instantly became chaotic. Su Mei, who was broad and strong, saw Li Shufin being completely overwhelmed by Chung Erxi and quickly stood up to intervene. She tightly hugged Chung Erxi from behind and shouted, "Second sister-in-law, stop hitting her. Second sister-in-law, stop. It's just milk drink. We didn't think it through. After the new year, we'll find a way to send it to you." Li Shufin, now angry, completely dropped her usual timidness. She swung both hands and slapped Chung Erxi's face. Chung Erxi wanted to fight back, but was held tightly by Su Mei and couldn't move. She could only curse angrily. "Su Mei, are you blind? Li Shufin hit me, not the other way around. Let go of me, you fat pig. Second sister-in-law, you can't keep hitting her. You can't keep hitting her." Su Mei ignored Chung Erxi's words and kept holding her tightly. She was dragged into this mess for no reason, so don't blame her for taking sides at this moment. It wasn't until the others in the house finally pulled Li Shufin away that the chaos ended. This family was really too messy. Plus, with the original troublemaker stirring things up, Su Mei couldn't imagine how lively and interesting their life would be. Although Su Mei had the original owner's memories, many things she experienced firsthand, and recalling vague fragments was completely different from her own perspective. She struggled to break free from the fight, panting heavily as she sat down. Only then did she remember she had blisters on her feet, and she grimaced in pain. But seeing Huda and Chung Erxi's swollen faces, she couldn't help but secretly laugh, feeling a bit unkind. Although the blister was painful when popped, the effort was worth it. After the fight, second brother Chung cried and begged mother-in-law Lu Tsuyin to settle things. The second son also touched Chung Erxi's swollen face, saying his wife was feeling wronged. Meanwhile, the eldest, Hu Jianjun, became silent again, shrinking in the corner, quietly smoking his herbal cigarette, as if the argument had nothing to do with him. Li Shufin sat nearby holding her daughter, silent. She didn't complain or argue for herself because she knew that in times like this, she would always be the one to suffer. As expected, Li Shufin was right. Lu Tsuyin looked at Chung Erxi crying sadly and then at her grandson's swollen face, her expression darkening. She looked at Hu Qiu and said, "Qiu, Grandma cares about you the most, but why are you so disobedient and selfish? You don't share at all. It's just a jar of malted milk. You should have given one to little gang, and there wouldn't be so much trouble. Your third uncle also said you're spoiled." Grandma is very disappointed when she sees this. A bowl of water can't be kept level, and Su Mei thought that was normal. But she didn't expect Lu Tsuyin's water to be so off course. Clearly, Huda had grabbed something and pushed Hu Qiu to the ground. Yet, Lu Tsuyin didn't blame the one who started the fight but instead blamed Hu Qiu. Disappointed? Su Mei found it funny. She thought Hu Qiu should be the one disappointed, not this terrible grandmother. What a frightening family. Compared to the magical original owner, Su Mei felt many people in this family were truly exceptional characters. Using a den of tigers and wolves to describe this family, Su Mei thought it was fitting. On her first day back, she just brought some New Year gifts for these people and already caused so much trouble. Next, she would have to spend more than 10 days living here. Just thinking about it made Su Mei feel suffocated. No, she had to leave. Her in-laws were full of trouble. She decided to go back to her parents' house. At this moment, Su Mei, full of pride, thought her plan to change her image in her in-laws' eyes was completely ruined. She would go back to her parents tomorrow to avoid the chaos. Whoever wants to stay here can stay. As for Lu Tsuyin's reaction, Li Shufin was numb to it, used to such things. She didn't say a word in protest, only touching her daughter's head, which had a big bump from being thrown, and said, "Qiu, We don't need that malted milk anymore. Sorry, Mom isn't capable enough to protect your things. Since your cousins like it, just give it to them. Li Shufin suddenly stopped arguing after all the fuss. She picked up Huiqiu and left the house. She never looked at her helpless husband again. Su Mei watched Li Shufin's frail back, feeling a deep sadness that hurt her heart. Su Mei thought this matter would end there. Although she felt uncomfortable, she couldn't do much because her relationship with her sister-in-law was not good, so she just watched with a frown. Based on the original owner's relationship with her sister-in-law, even if she chased after her, her sister-in-law wouldn't accept her kindness. She is a sensitive person and can't stand such scenes, but she could only sigh quietly. To Su Mei's surprise, things didn't just end there. Because Hu Jiangwo stood up, reached out with a big hand, and grabbed all 3 bottles of malt milk. Su Mei looked at Hu Jiangwo in surprise. She didn't expect him to act so directly. She thought, wow, he's really impressive. She also felt the urge to stand up and take back the malt milk, but she didn't expect Hu Jiangwo to act immediately. After taking the malt milk, Hu Jiangwo suddenly started crying loudly, but he didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he turned around and handed the malt milk to his older brother, Hu Jianjun, saying, "Hurry and go check on sister-in-law. Don't just spend your days smoking those 2 lousy cigarettes. Qiu is your daughter. If you stay silent when something happens, you're afraid sister-in-law, and the kids will lose trust in you. It's just 2 bottles of malt milk. It's not a big deal, really not a big deal," Hu Jianjun said as he tried to return the malt milk to Hu Jiangwo. He didn't seem to think anything serious had happened, his face expressionless and without any joy or sorrow. Hu Jiangwo's face suddenly turned cold. "Brother, if you're a real man, go chase after her now. Is this about 2 bottles of malt milk? Your wife and kids are suffering, and you act like nothing's wrong. What kind of man are you? How is she suffering? Look at how Huda was beaten up by her." Cheng Erxi, hearing Hu Jiangwo's words, immediately disagreed. But Hu Jiangwo didn't show her any respect and retorted, "Huda pushed Qiu first. If your wife can't take care of her own kids, don't blame sister-in-law for disciplining them. Boys are supposed to be raised with discipline. If they want everything, what kind of future can they have when they grow up? It's just a bottle of malt milk. Kids are naturally greedy. What does it matter if they grow up to be successful or not?" Lu Tsueyun couldn't stand Hu Jiangwo saying her grandson was useless. She held Hu Gang in her arms, wiping his tears and comforting him. "Good grandson, don't cry. It's just malt milk. Grandma will buy you some tomorrow. I don't want to wait. I want it now." Hu Gang did not show any gratitude towards his grandmother and continued to cry loudly. Hu Jiangwo looked at Lu Tsueyun and said, "Mom, look at what you've done to Xiaogang by spoiling him. I've made the decision about the malted milk, and no one is allowed to mention it again. What we buy is for who we decide." The house was in chaos. Su Mei was confused and overwhelmed, almost wanting to leave immediately. She had been hungry all day. She was called to eat, but after sitting for a long time, she saw no food, only frustration. Hu Jiangwo frowned, pulled Hu Jianjun up, and pushed him out. "Go see big sister-in-law and Qiu, and ask them to come eat." Under Hu Jiangwo's push and pull, big brother Hu Jianjun finally carried a few cans of malted milk and went to the next room. After sending big brother out, Hu Jiangwo looked at the people inside and said coldly, "Everyone in the family, we decide what to give as gifts. Su Mei and I have thought about it. If anyone doesn't like what I give, just say so. Next year I won't buy that again. Don't always think about things that aren't yours. If Su Mei and I give something, it's from our hearts. We don't expect thanks, but our kindness shouldn't be disrespected. It's just a few cans of malted milk, Jiangwo. Look at you, you're a leader in the army, and now you talk like a boss at home. What's the big deal?" Hu Jianzhong was annoyed with Jiangwo. Although he was the 3rd brother, once he entered the house, he seemed to become the head of the family. Why does everything have to be decided by Jiangwo? Jiangwo lightly responded, "Second brother is right. It's just a few cans of malted milk. If he thinks it's not a big deal, then let's just forget about it. The ancestor worship should be over now. Can we go to the kitchen and serve the food? Hearing Jang Wo's words, Su Mei remembered the village's rules. When the family eats a reunion meal, they first set the food and dishes in the kitchen. They place chopsticks across the bowls, close the kitchen door, and wait for the ancestors to eat first before serving the food to everyone. It wasn't that they didn't want to serve the meal, because everyone was waiting for Jang Wo's gift. It was because of this ancestor worship tradition. She was very hungry and wanted to move past the issue quickly. She followed Jang Wo's lead and stood up, saying some polite words to smooth things over. It's time to eat. I'll bring the food and dishes. Let's have a family meal. Whatever unhappy things there are, let's put them aside. Family members should support each other. After speaking, Su Mei turned around and headed toward the kitchen. Just as her foot was about to lift, Hu Jiangua pressed her shoulder and sat her back down. He whispered, I'll go get it. Your feet are full of blisters and hurt so much you've grimaced several times. Why don't you just stay still? Okay, you go. Su Mei looked at Hu Jiangua in surprise. She thought she had been very patient, but it seemed he still noticed her expression. Lu Tsueyun, holding her grandson, saw Hu Jiangua and Su Mei whispering softly. A quick flash of displeasure crossed her eyes. Seeing Hu Jiangua really about to go to the kitchen, Lu Tsueyun was annoyed. She put down Huagong and stood up, saying, Jiangua, sit down. Do you really need to go to the kitchen? You're a grown man. She crossed past Hu Jiangua and headed to the kitchen. He wanted to help, but Lu Tsueyun shot him a stern look. She looked at Cheng Erxi, who was still wiping tears. Erxi, are you deaf? Can't you hear the men in the house saying they're hungry? Hurry up and come with me to serve the food. Although Cheng Erxi was crying sadly, she dared not disobey her mother-in-law. She got up and followed. Soon, Lu Tsueyun and Cheng Erxi brought the dinner to the table. All the dishes were ready, but the older brother hadn't convinced his wife to come back yet. Seeing this, Hu Jiangua got up again and left the house. No one knew where he went, but shortly after, the older brother and his wife, along with Chi-Chi, returned to the table. After all this fuss, dinner finally started. When Huagong saw the meat on the table, he finally stopped crying. He took a small wooden bowl, filled it with fatty, oily meat, and started eating eagerly. Su Mei, starving after walking a long mountain road, didn't care about her weight now. She picked up her bowl and ate heartily. Most of the time she was disciplined, but a little indulgence now and then was okay. After finishing her meal, Su Mei was immediately pulled back to the room by Hu Jiangua to rest. Once in the room, Su Mei couldn't help but ask, What did you say to the older brother and his wife? I thought after all that fuss, they wouldn't come to eat anymore? People are all connected. My sister-in-law is kind to me. Hu Jiangua replied naturally, glancing at Su Mei and then saying, I have good eyes. I can see clearly who is good or bad, right or wrong. I keep things simple. What I see is what I believe. After hearing this, Su Mei understood. When it comes to goodness or badness, a wise person can tell at a glance who is more like a good person, her sister-in-law or her second sister-in-law. Hu Jiangwa is also very stubborn and always does things properly. For such a simple matter, there's no doubt in his mind. Exhausted from the day, Su Mei didn't bother to think much and just asked casually before lying down to sleep. But as soon as her head touched the pillow, Hu Jiangwo called her again. He handed her a small square box and said, This is your New Year gift. I also have a gift? Su Mei looked curiously at the box in her hand. Of course, Hu Jiangwo replied. Everyone in the family has one. How could you be left out? Open it and see. What is it? Su Mei asked as she started to open the box. When she opened it, she saw a beautifully designed women's watch inside, with a bejeweled face and a brown leather strap. The watch looked very familiar. She remembered the day she spent a long time looking at a similar watch in the department store. How do you know I like this? She asked. That day at the department store, Hu Jiangwo didn't go with her. Hu Jiangwo smiled and said, I asked Aunt Wang to keep an eye out, to see if there was anything you looked at for a long time, but didn't buy. Later, Aunt Wang told me you liked this watch. I had someone buy it for you right away. I thought you would like it. I love it. This gift touched her heart deeply. Sume couldn't say she didn't like it. As she took out the watch, she said to Hu Jiangwo, "How come you're always so thoughtful about everything? Anything done with care will seem thoughtful," Hu Jiangwo said calmly. He took the watch from Sume's hand and helped her put it on her wrist. Her soft, white hand in his grip made him feel strangely warm and tingly. Looking at her delicate wrist, he said, "Looks very nice." "Are you talking about the watch or my hand?" Sume asked, noticing him staring at her hand. Hu Jiangwo looked at Sume's arm again and finally said seriously, "That bracelet suits you. It looks very good on you." His reply was meaningless, and Sume, feeling uninterested, lay down again. She was actually hoping Hu Jiangwo would praise her hands. She thought about lifting her chubby hand to look at it, then silently shook her head. It was hard to honestly say her hands looked good when they were so soft and round. Forget it, time to sleep. Sume was used to wrapping herself up like a cocoon, tucking herself into the quilt. Seeing her wrapped up, Hu Jiangwo gently reminded her, "We're at our hometown, and there's only this one quilt in the room." The implied meaning was that if Sume wrapped herself up alone, he would have to lie coldly on the side, feeling chilly and shivering. Hearing this, Sume paused for a moment, then quietly spread the quilt open again. She hesitated, not because she was afraid Hu Jiangwo would do something, but because ever since she refused to share a bed with him that one time, he hadn't mentioned it again. Mostly, she was worried she might not behave properly and end up curling into Hu Jiangwo's arms again while sleeping. "Hu Jiangwo, I don't sleep properly." "It's okay, I'm always ready for that part," he replied.
Sume.
Before she could say anything, she felt a cool breeze slip into the quilt. Hu Jiangwo lifted the quilt and, leaning back against Sume, slipped into the bed. The narrow quilt made it hard for them to sleep separately, and despite her efforts to keep some distance, their backs still pressed tightly together. Looking at the watch on her wrist, Sume silently prayed she would fall asleep quickly and not accidentally press into Hu Jiangwo. Hu Jiangwo, lying with his back to Sume, had a very different mindset. Last time, when Sume forcefully pressed him down, he dreamt of being wrapped by a big snake and was terrified. Tonight, he was secretly hoping Sume would come to cling to him. But his hope was dashed as Sume's deep snoring grew louder. After months of sleeping like a cocoon, Sume had become surprisingly obedient. Hu Jiangwo waited and waited, his eyes turning red from exhaustion, but Sume didn't come to him. Eventually, he grew more tired but felt frustrated. He turned over quietly, reached out secretly, and pulled her into his arms. At first, he was careful not to wake her. After holding her for a while, Sume realized that Sume was very tired and had no intention of waking up. He boldly used his strength. His body felt a bit hot, so to reduce his desire, he had to stretch his legs outside the blanket to cool down. However, his upper body was tightly pressed against Sume, not wanting to let go. As a result, early the next morning, when Sume woke up, she was surprised to find herself lying in Hu Jiangwo's arms again. Because she wasn't sure if she had fallen asleep and accidentally snuggled into Hu Jiangwo's embrace, Sume carefully tried to turn away from him. At this moment, Hu Jiangwo slowly woke up and opened his big, surprisingly wide eyes. Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Sume's face turned bright red. She tried to change the subject to hide her embarrassment and looked into Hu Jiangwo's eyes, saying, "Did you not sleep well last night? Why do your eyes have so many red veins?"
Didn't sleep well.
"You kept pressing into my arms. I couldn't sleep all night." "You're right, I didn't sleep peacefully at all." "Sorry, I sleep very deeply and don't know what I did," Sume said, a bit frustrated as she rubbed her head. Hu Jiangwo got up from the bed, dressed, and replied, "It's okay. I'm your man, so you can do whatever you want." He had completely forgotten the harsh words he said months ago when the original owner had drugged him, trying to do something intimate. Both of them were used to waking up early. When they got up, the family was just preparing to eat breakfast, not yet ready to go out and earn work points. The whole family was still sitting in that small room, the atmosphere cold and tense, clearly still not over yesterday's argument. Seeing the couple enter, Lu Tsueyin said to He Jiangwo, third brother, why not sleep a bit longer? You've been on the road for several days. You should rest more.
You're home now, not in the army.
It's okay to sleep a little longer. I'm not sleeping anymore, He Jiangwo replied, then added, we finished breakfast, and we need to visit my father-in-law's house. Why go now? Lu Tsueyin looked a bit confused. She mumbled, our family tradition is to visit the in-laws on the first day of the new year. It's still 4 days until the new year. You should wait until after the holiday to visit. Going so early, they haven't prepared, and it might cause trouble for them. How troublesome can it be? On the opposite bank of the river, Sume hasn't seen her parents in a year. My father-in-law and mother-in-law both feel sorry for their daughter and wouldn't mind the trouble. After so long apart, it's only right to go see them sooner rather than later. There's no need for so many rules. While speaking, Hu Jiangwo grabbed 2 coarse grain buns and a bowl of vegetable soup, handing them to Sume. Breakfast was very simple, dark, coarse buns, probably mixed with some unknown ingredients. Sume took a bite and found it dry and hard. They had just arrived home yesterday. Lu Tsueyin prepared a welcoming meal, and since the commune had just slaughtered a pig, dinner was a bit more lavish. In rural areas at this time, breakfast was usually quite simple. Coarse grain buns were considered decent. Some families could only afford thin porridge with barely visible grains. Most families had to tighten their belts to have food year-round. The Hu family's life was better because Hu Jiangwo sent a monthly allowance, which helped them get by more comfortably than others in the village. After serving Sume her bun and soup, Hu Jiangwo then poured some for himself. At that moment, Lu Tsueyin finished feeding Hu Gang a homemade egg custard and stood up. She took a bun and said, now the third son cares about others, huh? He knows his wife hasn't eaten, so he hurried to bring it to her. I've raised you with hard work, but I don't get this kind of treatment. Although Lu Tsueyin said this with a smile, Sume saw her expression and felt her smile was not reaching her eyes. It seemed like she was speaking her true feelings. Sume wanted to hear what Hu Jiangwo would say, but he didn't say anything. He simply stood up, stretched out his long arm, and took Lu Tsueyin's bowl. He scooped a bowl of soup and placed it in front of her, then pushed a bun into her hand without a word. He sat back down quietly to eat. A few simple actions left Lu Tsueyin speechless. Next to them, Chung Erxi kept watching Sume's hand. It was the first time she saw a woman wearing a watch, and the watch looked more stylish than her bracelet. She thought to herself that Sume was really lucky. Despite being plain, lazy, and not very smart, she had been married for nearly 4 years without having a child, yet she lived a life that made every woman in the village jealous. Everyone in the village said Chung Erxi's pregnancy was lucky. She could stand tall in the Hu family, and she also thought she was capable. She was very satisfied looking at her 3 sons. Let's look at Sume again. Second brother Ching felt annoyed and thought, what's the use of having more skills if I still can't compete with someone who is just lucky? Some people are so lucky that they don't have to do anything. They are loved from birth. Thinking about how he had risked his life several times and worked hard to give the Hur family a few sons, he still felt that Sume, this lazy girl, was happier. The more he looked at her, the more the watch on her wrist hurt his eyes. Maybe because life in the Hur family had been too smooth, Chung Erxi completely forgot about her face swelling from causing trouble yesterday. Suddenly, he said without thinking, third sister-in-law's watch looks nice. It's probably not cheap, right? Under Chung Erxi's reminder, everyone's eyes turned to the watch on Sume's wrist. It's okay, not expensive. After all, my husband's allowance is high, so he can buy it, Sume said, giving Chung Erxi a faint smile. Was she being sarcastic? Not with Sume. She responded with the most pointed reply, making Chung Erxi speechless. Hu Jiangwo, who was chewing a bun, paused when he heard Sume's words. He looked up at her subtly, thinking, why do these 3 simple words, my husband, sound so powerful? Although Chung Erxi was silenced by her retort, the family's attention was still on the watch. Old Master Hua, Horfugwa, was the first to be unhappy. He took a few bites of his bun, but his mood worsened, and he threw it onto the table. What kind of crazy behavior is this? Lu Tsuyin looked at Hu's Fugwa and secretly glanced at the watch on Su Mei's wrist. Clearly, she knew why Hor Fugwa was upset. Hor Fugwa sighed deeply and said, "A watch costs 200 yuan. A bun costs 5 cents. 200 yuan can buy 4,000 white flour buns. 4,000 buns are enough for our family to eat for half a year. I'm not greedy for white flour buns, but this money should be spent wisely. Third brother, even if your salary is high, you should save some. Life is already hard, and you spend money without thinking. Is this how I taught you to be a person?" Su Mei, a woman with no job, wearing a watch. What's the point? Why did she have to cause trouble just by wearing a watch early in the morning?
Trouble?
Who was causing trouble for whom? Su Mei didn't expect that just by wearing a watch, someone would find an excuse to start trouble again. Seeing Su Mei's watch being brought up again, Huo Jiandang saw his wife feeling upset. To give Chung Erxi some comfort, he quickly added fuel to the fire. Exactly. We've never seen a woman wear a watch, not even the Women's Federation director. Third sister-in-law, why do you look so out of place? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Third brother, you married a wife and forgot your mother. I've never seen you show such filial respect to our mother before. This anger seemed to strike a sensitive nerve deep inside Lu Tsuyun. Her wrinkled face suddenly looked as if it could drip water from its sadness. Seeing Su Mei once again put in a difficult spot, Chung Erxi finally felt happy. I think, just spend 20 or 30 yuan to buy a silver bracelet to wear. We don't have that kind of culture. No need to pretend to be fancy or cultured. Second sister-in-law has no education, so she can't understand watches, so she naturally doesn't need to wear one. But Su Mei went to middle school, studied medicine with Grandpa Su, and even joined the army, where she apprenticed under an old military doctor. She now has a job and a stipend. She's a cultured person, so why should she pretend? Hu Jianguo's tone was calm, but his words shocked everyone in the room. Huo Xiaogui said, "She studied medicine? What are you talking about?" Chung Erxi opened her mouth wide. Even the usually expressionless sister-in-law looked at Su Mei in surprise. The usually strict eldest brother, Huo Jianjun, opened his mouth in shock. Huo Jiandang bit down on his chopsticks, hurting his teeth. No one expected Huo Jianguo to say such things. Everyone was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. The old lady, who was hard of hearing, once again couldn't hear clearly and asked, "Why are you all making such strange things?" Su Mei apprenticed as a doctor. When did that happen? I never heard you mention it in your letters. Lu Tsuyin finally calmed down after a long time. She looked at Huo Jianguo and then at Su Mei, still full of disbelief, thinking she must have heard wrong. It was hard for her to believe that someone so foolish and useless in her mind could go to study medicine. The whole family looked at Huo Jianguo eagerly, trying to see if they had just misheard something. Huo Jianguo finished the last sip of soup, let out a satisfied burp, and then replied, "I haven't studied for long, so I haven't had time to say. She goes to the army clinic every day for work. Without a watch, it's inconvenient. The money she spends, she can earn back easily, so it's not a waste. Since I came back, I've said that Su Mei has already improved. After all, she's Grandpa Su's granddaughter. It's understandable that she's more mature now, so there's nothing surprising about it. Also, the money I've given to the family over the years is worth much more than that watch. If second brother says I married and forgot my family, he can talk about it. After you got married, what did you buy for your mother?" "Nothing at all." Huo Jiandang didn't know what to say. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I don't have much money." "Third brother, if I had your talent, I would have already bought my mother jewelry and nice clothes. I would have taken good care of her." "So, second brother has no money." Huo Jianguo looked at Huo Jianding thoughtfully and suddenly brought up an old story. "Second brother has no money, but he's very generous to his mother-in-law. 5 years ago, when I returned from the army, I bought a cotton coat and a pair of bracelets for my mother. When you came to help me move things, those bracelets disappeared. Second brother insisted he hadn't seen them. Later, I saw the bracelets on my sister-in-law's mother's arm. Second brother's filial piety is admirable. That's not true. The bracelet my mother-in-law has is her own. All bracelets are the same style. Hua Jiandang didn't expect Hua Jiangwo to suddenly bring up this matter, which he thought he had kept secret. Naturally, he refused to admit it. But since Hua Jiangwo mentioned it, he wasn't afraid Hua Jiandang wouldn't believe him. He sneered, "I didn't say anything before to save your face, so you wouldn't be embarrassed." The bracelet had our mother's surname engraved inside, a character that looks like a cloud. Dare you call her over to verify? It's just about the bracelet. Do we need to verify? Hua Jiangwo, I really spoiled you when you were little. Hua Jiandong's voice was hesitant, admitting that he had stolen the bracelet. Hua Jiangwo's purpose in exposing Hua Jiandang was achieved, so he stopped speaking. The reason he chose to be patient after Hua Jiandang did something bad was because, when they were young, second brother had indeed treated him very well. Back then, when he went to school, the family had no rice to send him. It was second brother, Hua Jiandang, who went to catch snakes, rabbits, and wild mushrooms and traded rice at the market so he could eat. Second brother was really kind then, but since he married Qing Erxi, he gradually changed. Thinking about past relationships, Hua Jiangwo was not willing to cause too much trouble with Hua Jiandang. However, when the matter involved Su Mei, Hua Jiangwo immediately stepped forward without hesitation. When it came to defending Su Mei, as long as Hua Jiangwo believed she was right, he would not hesitate at all. The main reason was that his older brother, Hua Jianjun, had set an example, warning Hua Jiangwo deeply. He realized from his brother that a man who does not protect his wife can cause great harm to their marriage. Therefore, Hua Jiangwo, who wanted to maintain his marriage well, was determined not to follow his older brother's bad example. In the past, his older brother and sister-in-law had a good relationship, treating each other with respect. Now, after several years, his sister-in-law, who used to be so cheerful, had become silent and withdrawn. The couple seemed distant and disconnected. A few years ago, his sister-in-law even threatened to divorce, but her family members beat her severely with a stick, saying that divorce was shameful. After that, she never dared to mention divorce again. Hua Jiangwo thought that although his sister-in-law was still in the family, her heart had already died. He felt that his brother and sister-in-law's marriage was suffocating. Learning from this, Hua Jiangwo paid special attention to defending Su Mei. As the matter was finally resolved, Hua Fugui's expression eased a little. He picked up the half-eaten steamed bun and continued eating, speaking in a muffled voice. In the future, if there's anything, we should communicate with the family in time. I don't think it's wrong to buy that watch. It's just that wasting money on showy things and pretending to be rich is something I can't stand. We went through hard times before. You all can't imagine, biting bark and eating roots. Your uncle was so hungry, he almost became ill. Money should be spent wisely. Third brother, even though you earn a lot, you should save more because there will be more expenses when you have children. Since Su Mei bought the watch for work, it's justified. I just didn't understand the situation clearly earlier, and I spoke harshly. That was my bad. If the watch is useful, then buy it. That's enough. Let's not bring it up again. You're going back to your parents' house soon, so hurry and finish eating. We need to share the good news about the apprenticeship with Su Mei's family. If Dr. Su finds out that his granddaughter has achieved such success, he will be relieved. It hasn't been easy for him in his life. All kinds of good and bad words have been spoken, and Su Mei has nothing more to say. Anyway, Hua Jiangwo has spoken on her behalf for everything that needs to be said. But Su Mei pulled her sleeve up a little higher. She has never been a shy person. When someone was just staring at her watch with envy, she didn't hide it and let the jealous person feel sour all they wanted. On the lemon tree, the lemons are sour, but not as sour as you. Su Mei even proudly shook her arm 3 times, showing off, as if saying, "Sour all you want, you can't beat me." Perhaps Ching'er noticed that Su Mei was deliberately showing off, and she immediately rolled her eyes in anger. Although this family is often unpredictable and strange, it didn't affect Su Mei's mood much. She had worked in emergency services for a few years and had seen all kinds of people. Even if she felt a little uncomfortable, she could quickly adjust her mood. There was no need to waste energy on herself. As long as nothing serious happened, Su-mei tried to live happily. Once everything was explained, no one in the house spoke, and everyone sat quietly eating. After finishing breakfast, the family went out to work and earn points. Only Lu Tsueyun didn't need to work in the fields, but she actually worked harder at home than in the fields. She was responsible for 4 children and took care of the family's meals. All household chores were done by her alone. Though she was under 60, her hair was already gray, and she looked so old that her waist almost touched the ground. Most of the family had gone out, and Lu Tsueyun only took out 2 baskets. How Fugue put eggs, noodles, and various grains into the baskets. Lu Tsueyun watched how Fugue filled the baskets and felt heartache, as if her heart was bleeding. Until she saw how Jiangwo walking away with a big bag on his back, her eyes reddened. Seeing the young couple carrying large and small bags and walking away, Lu Tsueyun couldn't help but complain to Hao Fugue. Going to Su-mei's family almost emptied our house. The third one even prepared things. Do we need to add more eggs and rice? Those 2 big baskets of stuff look so heavy, it makes my heart ache just looking at them. Your heart doesn't matter. Hao Fugue glared at Lu Tsueyun. Do you know what those 2 baskets are? They were sent last year during the new year from Su-mei's family. Every year, the Su family worries Su-mei eats too much and can't afford it, so they send food to us one by one. But after the new year last year, Su-mei went to the army with the 3rd brother. She didn't eat any of that stuff. We should return it, since she didn't use it. We shouldn't always try to take advantage. How can that be called taking advantage? Su-mei went to the army, so she doesn't need to eat anymore? This year, the allowance sent back by the 3rd son is much less than in previous years. Why didn't you say anything? Lu Tsueyun finished speaking and continued with a sullen face. That 2nd son, that listens to Zexy about everything. Even the bracelet the 3rd son bought for me was taken to give to his mother-in-law. I thought the 3rd son was marrying someone not so good, but I didn't expect him to forget his mother after getting married. Now I see it's all pointless. He's never been so kind to me, his mother. Initially, Su-mei was your main choice for marriage. You insisted on it, and now that it's settled, why do you have so many opinions about your daughter-in-law? Hua Fugui said, frowning tightly, with wrinkles on his forehead almost ready to trap mosquitoes. Lu Tsueyun, hearing Hua Fugui's words, looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then quickly retorted, that's also your fault. I told you not to let him join the army, but you insisted. If I weren't worried that he wouldn't keep his promises, I would have been nervous about giving Jiangwa a rural wife, just to keep him close. Do I want to trap him? When the Hua family was forced into marriage by the Su family, Lu Tsueyun was the one who agreed to the match, bringing Hua Jiangwa and Su-mei into the family. Others thought Lu Tsueyun was responsible for her daughter's future. But Hua Fugli knew the truth. It was purely her own selfish reasons. Because their son was not their biological child, Lu Tsueyun was afraid Hua Jingguo would go out and find his real father, then marry an urban girl, losing his attachment to the countryside. She wanted Hua Jingguo to have more ties to the rural home, so she arranged for him to marry Mei. Su-mei was Lu Tsueyun's ideal daughter-in-law, lazy, stupid, and not pretty, so she wouldn't get along well with Hua Jingguo. She wouldn't replace her as the mother in her son's heart like Cheng'ershi did. Lu Tsueyun just wanted to bind Hua Jingguo to her in some way. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel at ease, always worried her hard-earned son would be taken away by his biological father or his wife. She just wanted Hua Jingguo to be closest to her, his mother. So she arranged for Hua Jingguo to marry a rural wife, and this wife couldn't be too attached to him emotionally. Hua Fugui understood her mindset, but didn't agree. He sighed softly and said to Lu Tsueyun, hey, do you really not understand your own son? Even if he finds his real father, he won't abandon us. Jiangua is a kind-hearted person. You constantly say you raised him like your own son, but how can a mother treat her son that way? Just to maintain your status in his heart, you deliberately arranged for him to marry a less suitable wife. Everyone hopes the younger generation lives happily and peacefully, but you refuse to accept peace. You insist on making the families of the 2nd and 3rd children just like the eldest, and you're satisfied with that? Now that Su-mei has improved, it's a great thing. Please don't cause trouble for Jianguo anymore. Things are fine as they are now. I just don't feel at ease. The second child is still my biological son, but he's already starting to drift away. If the third child finds out the truth, I don't know where I'll stand as a mother. By the end, Lu Tsuyin was crying. She kept thinking about the bracelet stolen by Hu Jiandang, feeling cold inside. Horfugue couldn't stand to see Lu Tsuyin cry. When he saw her tears, he lost the desire to argue. He waved his hand, picked up his, and headed outside, muttering, "What are you crying about? Forget it. I can't argue with you, this old woman. I need to get to work. If you keep acting like this, when the third child finds out the truth someday, he'll be heartbroken. Then you'll really regret it." Seeing Horfugue leave, Lu Tsuyin clenched her hands around her clothes even tighter. She just wanted her son, whom she raised herself, to put her first. What did she do wrong? Meanwhile, the elderly couple argued in the yard. Over there, Hu Jiangwo and Su Mei had already arrived at the riverbank, where Hu Jiangwo had rescued Su Mei from the river long ago. Hu Jiangwo's village is called Shaojiang Village, and Su Mei's family lives in Dagong Village. The two villages are separated by this river, called Gongsuan River. As they crossed the wooden bridge over the river, Su Mei's mind unconsciously flashed back to the moment Hu Jiangwo pulled her out of the water. She couldn't help teasing Hu Jiangwo with a bit of dark humor. "Is this our love river?" "No," Hu Jiangwo replied without hesitation, denying it immediately. After saying that, he was surprised at himself. If this was where they fell in love, where their bond in marriage began, then it should be their love river. But Hu Jiangwo had a faint feeling that it wasn't quite right, because when he saved Su Mei from here, he didn't feel any affection for her. Su Mei was stunned for a moment after hearing Hu Jiangwo's words. Then she suddenly understood and said, "Yeah, how can this be our love river?
You don't like me.
We have no love, so there's no such thing as a love river."
I didn't mean it that way.
Hu Jianguo's tone was urgent, but he didn't know what he was so anxious about. Hearing Hu Jianguo's hurried voice, Su Mei smiled faintly. Her bright eyes mischievously looked at him and asked, "What do you really mean?" Actually, Su Mei intentionally brought up this topic. Although she had already sensed that Hu Jianguo had some feelings for her, she believed some words needed to be spoken to make things clear. She didn't expect Hu Jianguo to say like himself, so she had to hint and push him a little. Unfortunately, Hu Jianguo still disappointed her. He suddenly hurriedly picked up his things, feeling nervous, and said, "If you think this place counts as a love river, then so be it." Seeing Hu Jianguo's hurried figure walking away, Su Mei sighed in disappointment. When will he ever tell her he likes her? The two villages are close. Hujia is not far from Su Mei's family. They quickly arrived at Su Mei's home. Su Mei's family was very poor, at least 10 times worse than Hujia. The roof was patched up in many places, and the walls were covered with peeling mud. Poverty was obvious everywhere. It looked exactly like Su Mei remembered. But unlike Hujia, although the yard was old and worn, it was clean and tidy. There were small cabbages neatly planted in front, and bundles of firewood stacked neatly in the corner. A clean and well-kept home. Su Mei couldn't understand how such a clean house could produce someone like the original owner. In the yard, there were many baskets, straw mats, and dried herbs laid out, all gathered by Su Mei's grandfather from the mountains. Normally, with Su Mei's family having Su Xuanhu, a famous doctor, they shouldn't be so poor. But in fact, it was because they had Su Xuanhu that they couldn't get rich. They were afraid to become wealthy. Years ago, Su Xuanhu opened a clinic in town and earned some money. But that nearly cost him his life. He was branded as a landlord. He almost went to jail. At that time, dozens of nearby villages and hundreds of villagers voluntarily petitioned, pleaded, and protested for Su Xuanhu, helping him avoid disaster. He used his kind heart and skills to escape danger. But although he avoided the crisis, Su Xuanhu lost all his wealth. After losing his family business, he returned with his family to the village where his ancestors had lived, planning to farm for a living. Su Xuanhu is famous for his medical skills. Even though he decided to give up medicine and farm, Villagers still came to him for treatment one after another. Su Xuan, who wanted to help people but was afraid of getting into trouble again. He was scared of trouble but couldn't bear to see patients suffer. To continue practicing medicine, Su Xuan, who reopened his clinic in the countryside. Worried about being accused of using medicine to make money, he charged only a small fee for herbs, almost taking nothing extra. Although he ran a clinic and worked as a traveling doctor, he earned less than he spent. Because of this, Su Xuanhu became a local legend. People in the area said he was truly a doctor who saved lives. But his way of helping people made life harder for his own family. Compared to nearby farmers, his family was much poorer. Perhaps because Su Xuanhu knew his actions might burden future generations, his family was different from other big families. Usually, parents would split their property when children married, but Su's family stayed united. Su Mei's brothers all left home after getting married, and Su Xuanhu didn't want his grandchildren to live with him, forcing them to live in poverty. Now, only Su Mei's fifth brother is unmarried and still lives with her parents and grandfather. The couple carried things into Su's simple yard. It was quiet there. A golden dog saw Su Mei and suddenly ran over, rubbing its head against her leg. Big Yellow, Su Mei called naturally. She bent down to pet the dog's head. Big Yellow wagged happily and barked cheerfully. At that moment, a gentle, kind voice came from inside the house. Big Yellow, what are you barking at again?
Shumei.
That phrase sounded a bit outdated. Grandpa. Su Mei cleared her throat and called out to the people inside. She thought that when Su Xuanhu heard her voice, he would rush out happily. After all, he loved her very much. But after she called, there was no response from inside the house. After a long time, Su Mei heard Su Xuanhu sigh softly and say with a sad smile, I'm getting old and useless. I keep hearing that chubby girl's voice. I wonder if she's doing well.
Sigh.
Originally, Su Mei didn't have much feelings for her grandfather. When she came to see her family, it was mainly because she had taken over the original owner's body and wanted to show filial piety. However, at this moment, when she heard Su Xuanhu sigh, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness in her nose. She wasn't sure if it was her body's reaction or her own sensitivity, but she ran into the house, sniffling and with a tearful tone, said to Su Xuanhu, Grandpa, I'm back. Inside the house, Su Xuanhu, who was drinking a cup of strong tea, paused. He looked up at Su Mei, and in the next moment, the tea jar in his hand fell to the ground with a clear clatter. Then, Su Xuanhu stared at Su Mei for a full half-minute before rubbing his cloudy eyes and muttering in disbelief. Fatty, you've been through so much. How did you get so thin? Indeed, a real grandfather is different from others. Most people, upon seeing Su Mei, either couldn't recognize her or, even if they did, weren't sure. But her grandfather, at first glance, saw that she was his precious granddaughter. When he saw she was thinner, he wasn't surprised, only filled with concern. At that moment, Su Mei felt a natural sense of belonging to her family. She looked at Su Xuanhu and said, Grandpa, I didn't suffer much. I just thought I looked better when I lost weight because I was too fat. Look at me now, don't I look much better than before? Being fat isn't ugly. My girl is always beautiful. Did Zhang Wo think you didn't look good? Su Xuanhu said, suddenly giving He Zhangwo a sharp look. He knew well what kind of person his granddaughter was. Their family was poor, and her eating habits were closely related to their livelihood. Other kids in the family might be foodies, but their daughter was a big eater who ate everything. Although he criticized his granddaughter, Su Xuanhu knew it was the truth. With her current situation, how could she have lost weight so easily? She must have been disliked and forced to starve herself to slim down. He couldn't imagine how much hardship she endured to lose so much weight after finally gaining some. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He glared coldly at He Zhangwo again.
Grandpa.
He Zhangwo cleared his throat and spoke softly, feeling more wronged than the legendary heroine Do. I never disliked Su Mei for being fat. Being chubby is lucky. People are naturally different in height and size. If everyone were the same, it would be too boring. Su-mei didn't expect Hu Jiangwo to speak like that. She sharply looked at him, thinking, look at how scared the child is. Suddenly, he's so good at talking. Hearing Hu Jiangwo's explanation, Su Xuanhu's expression softened a bit. He then looked at the food that Su-mei and Hu Jiangwo brought, shaking his head unhappily. Just come, but why are you bringing big baskets of things home? If others see, they'll say you're using your husband's family stuff to support your family, and that's not a good reputation. When have I ever had a good reputation? Su-mei scolded him playfully. She walked over to Su Xuanhu, picked up the ceramic teapot from the ground, wiped it clean, and placed it on the table. This simple action made Su Xuanhu look at Su-mei more deeply. He felt something was off about her. In the past, she wouldn't have even helped the person who spilled oil in the kitchen. How come, after just a year apart, she now knew to pick up the teapot for him? When she first entered, Su Xuanhu only thought she looked thinner. But after a closer look, he suddenly realized she wasn't just thinner. Her entire demeanor had changed. That calm and confident aura was comfortable to see, but from deep inside, it made Su Xuanhu feel unfamiliar, like an inexplicable distance. He couldn't help but ponder quietly, what had this girl experienced during her year away? Su Xuanhu's gaze was very clear, and Su-mei could feel it. Honestly, she felt a bit guilty. Although crossing over wasn't something she could control, she had indeed taken someone else's granddaughter's body. The old man loved his granddaughter dearly. If he found out that his precious granddaughter had already passed away, he would be heartbroken. But even with her guilty conscience, Su-mei had to remain calm and accept Su Xuanhu's scrutiny. As long as she didn't speak, no one would ever suspect the bizarre story of reincarnation or crossing into another world. Seeing her change, others would probably think she had gone through a major upheaval and transformed completely. Su-mei could never let anyone find out about her crossing. Since she had taken over the original owner's body, she would accept everything about her. She would keep the secret of her crossing forever, deep in her heart. From the very first day of crossing over, there has only been one Su-mei in this world. Watching Su Xuanhu keep staring at her, Su-mei sat down on a wooden chair in the room, lit a fire in the hearth, and took the initiative to break the silence. She asked, "Grandpa, why do you keep looking at me? Is there something dirty on my face?" It looks like there is something dirty, but not on her face, rather as if something dirty has possessed her. Su Xuanhu didn't dare to say the last half of the sentence, but he couldn't help asking, "Chubby girl, you've been out for a year. Did you encounter anything? Why do you look so different?" "Nothing much happened. People do change over time. When I was little, my parents didn't let you spoil me too much. You always said that I would understand when I grew up. Now that I am older and more sensible, I look different from before. After all, I am now married, and I can't just live a clueless life forever." Su-mei deliberately mentioned her childhood while talking to Su Xuanhu. After she finished, she clearly felt that Su Xuanhu's gaze became much gentler. That quiet look of inspection and scrutiny almost disappeared instantly, and Su-mei felt a huge relief. Su Xuanhu stroked the small patch of white beard on his chin and sighed repeatedly. "It's really good that the chubby girl can be sensible. I used to blame myself, thinking I spoiled you too much and ruined you for life. Actually, I didn't mean to spoil you. When you were 7, you had a high fever and almost went to the ghost gate. I had some medical skills but almost couldn't save your life. The villagers said children shouldn't buy coffins, but I made one for you. I even prepared your funeral, but you survived. After finally saving your life, how could I not hold you in my hands and love you dearly?" "Grandpa, you've said that 100 times. Su-mei finally remembered the reason why her original self was spoiled by her grandpa after Su Xuanhu's reminder. No wonder Su Xuanhu, a person so upright and noble, raised her that way. The only child rescued from the ghost gate, a little spoiled, which is understandable. To make her change seem more reasonable, Su-mei simply went along with Su Xuanhu's words and said, "Grandpa, although you did spoil me a bit too much, as the saying goes, you are influenced by your surroundings. You are a person of dignity and grace, and I grew up by your side every day. How could my heart not be influenced by you? In the past, I was naive and didn't think things through carefully, but I have such a wise grandpa like you. Over time, I naturally learned to understand many things. This is all thanks to you. Because of your good example, I have learned some important lessons deep in my heart, even without realizing it. Rebel girl, turn back. Pfft, rebel girl? That's not a nice word. Su Xuanhu rolled his eyes at Su Mei and subtly looked at He Jiangua. Su Mei saw Su Xuanhu's small expression and found it funny. Oh, Grandpa, just think of that word as meaning the same as a wandering son. Every time she spoke, Su Mei's tone would unconsciously sound a little spoiled. At first, she was deliberately acting this way, but gradually, she felt that this kind of playful affection came naturally. She realized that having family and being able to act spoiled was such a happy thing. In her past life, she was unlucky, alone, and drifting like a floating leaf. Maybe heaven saw her loneliness and decided to give her some family so she could feel the warmth of human connection. Since crossing over to this world, Su Mei had never felt that crossing was such a bad thing. Looking at Su Xuanhu's caring eyes, she felt warm all over with happiness. Seeing the innocent, youthful expression on her granddaughter's face, Su Xuanhu's heart softened completely. He stood up and said, "Girl, you and Jiangua sit here. I'll go to the fields and ask your mother to come back and cook for you." "Grandpa, no, don't go to the fields to call my mom. They're busy, and it's just cooking. I can do it myself. We just finished eating at home, and there's no rush to eat again. Jiangua and I will take our time with lunch. And it's a good chance for you to cooking skills." Since Su Mei admitted she had changed, she decided to be a completely new person in the Su family. She and the original owner were very different people, so Su Mei couldn't pretend to be the same as the original anymore. It didn't make sense to act like her old self, and there was no need. Hearing Su Mei's words, Su Xuanhu fell silent for a moment. He looked at He Jiangua with a gloomy expression and said in a low voice, "Fat girl, you can cook now." He Jiangua instantly felt uneasy. Why did Grandpa look at him like that? Did he blame him again? He hadn't forced Su Mei to learn cooking. In the past, Su Mei only knew how to cook with a messy iron pot. He was curious how she suddenly learned to cook so well on her own. Noticing Su Xuanhu's displeasure towards Hu Jiangwo, Su Mei humorously stepped in to diffuse the situation. "Oh, Grandpa, it's just cooking. Your granddaughter is quite capable. Don't be so surprised. Since I said I've changed and grown up, it means I've had a big transformation. If you can't accept me cooking, and if you find out I do other things, you might be so shocked you drop your chin." With Su Mei shifting the topic, Su Xuanhu's gaze finally stopped lingering on Hu Jiangwo. Hu Jiangwo didn't know why he was so nervous. Seeing that Su Xuanhu was no longer secretly probing him, he felt a faint sense of relief. Thinking about telling Su Mei's family the good news of her apprenticeship, Hu Jiangwo spontaneously started talking about Su Mei's situation in the army. "Grandpa, Su Mei's changes are truly remarkable. She has learned to cook and to take care of herself. These are small changes, but the most impressive thing is that she has now taken a military doctor as her master. Now she works at the army clinic in a part-time role. Although she's not a full-time employee, she receives a special salary from the army. She's doing us proud outside." "Really?" Su Xuanhu's eyes suddenly widened in shock. The previous changes Su Mei had made only gave him a little surprise, but the words about her apprenticeship made him jump up instantly. "You mean Su Mei is studying medicine with someone?" "Grandpa." Su Mei hurriedly stood up and gently sat her almost frightened grandfather back into his chair, patting his back and giving Hu Jiangwo a side eye. "Take your time and say things one by one. You're so old, and you suddenly say so much. Aren't you afraid you'll scare my grandpa to death? I didn't expect Grandpa to react like this. Are you okay?" Hu Jiangwo thought this was good news, and he believed Su Xuanhu would be happy. He didn't expect Su Xuanhu to react this way. Still seated and stunned, Su Xuanhu took a long time to recover. After a while, he turned his head in disbelief to look at Su Mei, who was helping him breathe smoothly. "You really are studying medicine? It was clear that Su Xuanhu was genuinely shocked and confused, speaking slowly and carefully, each word bouncing out hesitantly. Su Mei gently pressed on the acupuncture points on Su Xuanhu's back and said slowly, "Yes, Grandpa, I am learning medicine from my master. When I was young, you also taught me a lot about medicine and pharmacology. Fortunately, I am in the army, and after I met my master, he thought I had some foundation. He needed an apprentice, so he took me in. I have been studying with him for some time now. It's not something to boast about, but it's a proper and decent job." As Su Mei finished speaking, Su Xuanhu fell silent. "Are you studying medicine just for respect?" After a long pause, Su Xuanhu finally asked, "Is studying medicine just for respect?" That has never been the case. Su Mei thought for a moment before replying, "Of course, it's not just for respect. Studying medicine is to save people. It's my duty to heal the injured and save lives. I also want to become someone like Grandpa." "Really?" Su Xuanhu's expression softened slightly, but he quickly sighed and told Su Mei to sit back in the chair. Then he spoke earnestly, "Having changes and growing is good, and I am glad. But when it comes to studying medicine, you must think carefully and plan for the long term. The path of medicine is a rugged and deep journey. It's full of hardships and can be quite monotonous. But it does not allow any rashness or carelessness, because behind every drop of sweat and every moment of focus, there is respect and responsibility for life. Any negligence could become a burden that life cannot bear. Therefore, doctors must be humble, strive for excellence, and use their skills to protect lives. On this path, we are not just learners but also guardians of life, carrying endless missions and responsibilities. Although Grandpa's taught you some medical knowledge, he never hoped you would fully dedicate yourself to this profession. I just want you to understand some medical principles and take good care of yourself. Have you truly thought carefully about studying medicine?" "Mei, Grandpa can rely on you for anything, but I do not allow you to take studying medicine lightly." To Su Xuanhu, medicine is not just a skill but a noble belief and mission. It is solemn and sacred, like a towering mountain that stands firm, radiating endless wisdom and strength. For Su Xuanhu, the seriousness of medicine must not be violated. It requires every practitioner to maintain reverence, be meticulous, and avoid any carelessness or rashness. Even his most beloved granddaughter, Su Xuanhu, would never allow her to tarnish the noble and great field of medicine. He knew well that the path of medicine requires firm belief and relentless effort, and no disrespect or careless attitude could be tolerated. He looked at Su Mei with a serious and stern gaze, his eyes fixed on her as if worried he might miss any subtle hint of mischief in her expression. However, to Su Xuanhu's surprise, he saw in Su Mei's eyes the same seriousness and passion. She boldly met his gaze and said earnestly, "Grandpa, I've thought this through clearly. I want to study medicine seriously. For me, this is something I am absolutely determined to do. I've never taken this lightly. From a young age, you've helped many people escape danger and death right in front of me. No matter how immature I may seem, I understand how great and passionate the field of medicine is. I just want to become someone like you. Rest assured, studying medicine has never been a fleeting idea for me." Although Su Mei spoke sincerely, Su Xuanhu's serious expression did not change at all. He looked at her for a long time before lowering his head and saying, "Since you've been studying for a while, I'll test you to see what you've learned and whether you're truly dedicated. If you dare to pretend or cheat, I won't rely on you. Test me? That's wonderful." Su Mei couldn't ask for more. Grandpa is a traditional old Chinese doctor. She wanted to discuss her progress with him, and once he saw she was doing well, he would surely give her some guidance. This way, Su Mei could stay at her family home under the guise of studying medicine, while also learning some skills from her grandfather. Isn't that a perfect plan? Thinking of this, Su Mei immediately smiled and said, "Grandpa, please test me." "Oh, and by the way, did you learn traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine from your master?" Su Xuanhu was about to start the test when he suddenly remembered this important question. If she learned Western medicine, he wouldn't be able to test her properly, since the two systems are completely different. Although Su Xuanhu was curious about Western medicine and had bought some books to study, he hadn't explored it much. Fortunately, Su Mei reassured him. Grandpa, don't worry, I've learned a little bit of both Chinese and Western medicine. Since she hasn't been studying for long, Su Mei still hides her abilities appropriately. Otherwise, if she became an expert doctor in just a few months, her grandfather might start to suspect something. Su Xian, who didn't delve too deeply into testing Su Mei. He started with observation and simple questions, asking her basic medical knowledge. At first, he worried that his questions might be too difficult for her, which could hurt her confidence. But as he asked more, he found that Su Mei could answer most of the simple questions clearly. So, he gradually increased the difficulty and Su Mei took a bit more time to think, but her answers were mostly correct, with only small, minor mistakes. Su Mei could control the difficulty level of the questions. When faced with slightly harder ones, she would intentionally give a slightly wrong answer. This back and forth between the grandfather and granddaughter became more enjoyable. Sometimes, Su Mei would even use Western medicine methods to diagnose and answer Su Xianhu's questions, combining both approaches, which often made him listen intently. Watching the two talk happily, Guo Jianguo quietly left. He went to the kitchen to start a fire and cook. Su Mei noticed Guo Jianguo's movements and frowned quietly. She thought to herself that this man could barely cook a decent breakfast. If he used his cooking to make soup for the family, it wouldn't be very impressive. Seeing her granddaughter distracted, Su Xian, who was a bit annoyed. What's wrong? Feeling sorry for him? You're still worried about your husband cooking at your parents' house? Are your eyes following him into the kitchen? Grandpa, it's not that I want to watch him. His cooking is terrible, and I'm afraid I'll lose face, Su Mei honestly replied. Unintentionally, her words gave Su Xianhu a reason to teach her how to cook. No wonder you're starting to learn to cook. Turns out his skills aren't good. I'll teach him later. How can a grown man not know how to cook?
Su Mei.
People who can cook well as grown men are probably rare. All right, Grandpa, help me train him properly, Su Mei said with a smile. She thought that after saying this, Su Xianhu would shift the conversation back to testing her medical skills. But unexpectedly, Su Xianhu stood up and headed straight to the kitchen. I'll teach him now. He said he was going to teach, but once in the kitchen, he started working quickly. He was just being stubborn with words. Deep down, he was soft-hearted. He wouldn't let his son-in-law come in and cook for himself. However, Su Xuanhu was busy with his work while seriously giving guidance. This meat can't be stir-fried directly. You need to boil it in water first to remove the raw smell. Only then will it taste good. Guo Jianguo hurriedly took the ingredients back from Su Xuanhu's hands while wiping sweat and jotting down what Su Xuanhu had instructed. Watching the two busy in the kitchen, Su Mei felt very happy inside. But Su Xuanhu was already quite old and had gone through many hardships. Su Mei smiled and eventually went inside to persuade Su Xuanhu to come out of the kitchen. Grandpa, I promised today you could cooking. Just wait in a room for dinner. You've suffered so much over the years, and now I want to repay you, right? Who needs your repayment? Just cooking a meal is enough. If you really want to repay me, then study medicine seriously. If you become skilled, I'll be at ease. With these words, Su Xuanhu seemed to accept the idea of studying medicine. Taking this opportunity, Su Mei also brought up staying at her maternal home. I will study hard. Since I'm back for the new year, I can stay at home for about half a month. Grandpa, you can also give me some guidance. Your medical skills are excellent. You should pass on some real life-saving techniques to me, so even my master will look up to me. You've already become my apprentice and want to learn from me too. Won't your master mind? In Chinese tradition, there's a saying that one should not have two masters. Su Xuanhu felt that since Su Mei had officially started apprenticing, it might not be appropriate for him to give further guidance. Su Mei shook her head. It's okay. My master is like you, someone who doesn't care about trivial rules. He believes that doctors should learn broadly and read extensively. Those complicated rules are not as important as life and death. These words were indeed spoken by Qin Jingting. When Qin Jingting was teaching Su Mei medical knowledge, he also instilled his own moral standards for practicing medicine. He genuinely tried to guide Su Mei onto the right path. It wasn't unnecessary. After all, Sume initially left a bad impression on him. He felt it was necessary to teach her some principles of being a good person. Sume understood these principles naturally, but Qin Jingting would often nag her, and she would listen patiently. People need to distinguish right from wrong, and Sume knew that Qin Jingting's willingness to talk so much was because he truly cared for her. Su Xuanhu looked at Sume and quickly learned a lot of knowledge. Her teacher was very wise and understanding. This made her feel more at ease. You have a good teacher. Not many people are so open-minded. You should learn well from him, and don't let him down. Grandpa, don't worry, I will. You can go rest now and wait for dinner, Sume said as she picked up the oil jar, ready to heat the oil for cooking. But when she lifted the oil jar, she found only a small spoon of oil inside, with a little piece of cloth. Sume remembered that this cloth was used when families couldn't afford much oil. They would put a piece of cloth in the oil jar. When cooking, they would boil water first, then dip the cloth in the oil to make a little oil soup. Seeing how Su Xuanhu, a famous doctor, was living such a poor life, Sume's eyes filled with tears. Looking at the dishes prepared by Hu Jiangwo, most of them were things they brought back from the Hu family. The family had little to eat, only simple seasonings like chili and green onions, and a few tender cabbages that they already had. Despite being so poor, they sent food to the Su family every year. They were willing to suffer more themselves, but refused to let Sume suffer even a little. In this family, the original owner was clearly loved very much. Sume had planned to cook me directly, but after seeing the block of oil, she quietly put down the oil jar. She decided to use the pig fat she brought to fry a pot of oil first. Hu Jiangwo was cooking at the stove and clearly noticed Sume's mood was off. He looked up at her and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. It's just that my grandpa and their family are living very hard. The house is broken, and there isn't a proper chair. There's almost nothing to eat in the kitchen. They gave me the best, but they live like this. I used to enjoy life without worry, but now I feel guilty." Sume felt truly sad, but her sadness was because she believed that someone like Su Xuanhu shouldn't be living like this. It was quite heartbreaking to see. Moreover, the love this family showed for the original owner was truly touching and enviable. Hearing Sume's words, Hu Jiangwa glanced around at his wife's simple family home, noting the uneven stove and the missing corner of the pot. He frowned slightly and said, "Let's go to the market soon and buy some proper things for the house. The house also needs fixing. When you and Grandpa were talking in that room, I could feel the wind coming through." "No need," Sume quickly refused. She said, "I have some money. I will find a way to buy what's needed. As for the house, I'll wait until I get my subsidy next year and then find a way to fix it. I don't need your money." "Not spending my money?" Hu Jiangwa's face darkened immediately. "Are we still you and me or not? Whether we're you and me or not, you can't do this for me. Otherwise, how can I let my family live peacefully?" Sume knew she shouldn't speak badly of Hu Jiangwa's mother in front of him, but some things needed to be said honestly. Sume didn't have the courage to offend her in-laws. That morning, Hu Jiangwa only took 2 baskets and some food to bring home. His mother-in-law's eyes widened like copper bells. Sume couldn't imagine if Hu Jiangwa used his money to build a house for her family, her mother-in-law might jump up as tall as 2 meters. Compared to causing trouble, Sume thought it was better to endure a few more months of hardship for her family. With Sume's cautious personality, she was most afraid of being betrayed. If her mother-in-law spread rumors that the Su family depended on their son-in-law to survive, she might even cause Sume to faint from anger. So, when it came to helping her family, Sume didn't want to spend Hu Jiangwa's money at all. Her salary was hard-earned, and even if she couldn't build a house for her family, fixing and repairing was no problem. Sume thought that if she told Hu Jiangwa that his mother was not good, he might get a little angry. After all, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship is always difficult. But to her surprise, Hu Jiangwa just lowered his head to pick up some firewood, then looked up again and said, "My mom is really controlling. It's better if we don't let her know about this. Grandpa spends his days treating people, and he only has a little money. Fixing the house isn't a big deal. The conditions at home need to be improved. Only the younger generation should show filial piety, and it's not good to say he earned money, in case someone with bad intentions takes advantage. My grandfather can't handle any more trouble. I was thoughtless. Ho Jang-wo lowered his head. He did speak too quickly and didn't think about this issue. Regarding what Su-mei said about her mother's situation, Ho Jang-wo didn't think much. He knows his mother's personality well enough. If he truly used his money to improve her family's living conditions, his mother definitely wouldn't let it go easily. That's a fact. But their family is really poor, and Ho Jang-wo feels sorry for them. He looks around and secretly considers how he can help Su-mei's family quietly. He's doing well now. With a little savings, he can make a big difference for his wife's family. He can't just watch them suffer and do nothing. Su-mei saw Ho Jang-wo fall silent and didn't speak again. She's not someone who depends heavily on others, and she doesn't think it's wrong to not spend Ho Jang-wo's money. She thinks even if they're poor now, it will only last a year or two. When she takes the college entrance exam and gets into a good university, and when the country opens up small businesses, she can use her rebirth advantage to seize opportunities and earn a lot. She will eventually become a little rich. She's confident about her future. Now she has a mentor and a stable job, so she's not worried about Ho Jang-wo's money. She married him to have someone to share life with, to have a caring partner, someone to talk things over with, but not to rely on him for everything. People should rely on themselves as much as possible. That's their greatest strength. When she has the chance to earn money in the future, she can make even more than Ho Jang-wo. Then she can decide how big a house to build for her family, without worrying about her mother-in-law's opinion. The couple is busy. One adds firewood, the other cooks, and they each have their own thoughts. They haven't discussed fixing the house for Su-mei's family again. Su-mei cuts all the fatty meat and puts it in the pot. After frying most of the pork until almost dry, she scoops out half a pot of pork lard. She drains the oil and then boils water to cook the pork residue. She doesn't squeeze out all the oil, leaving a little behind. This pork residue becomes crispy and soft when cooked, and when stir-fried with finely shredded potatoes, it has a unique flavor. After frying the potatoes and removing the pork residue, Su-mei also makes a spicy chicken and egg dish, and then cooks a vegetable stock soup. Su-mei was thinking that since her brothers had all gone out, there weren't many people at home for dinner. With these few dishes, they could have 2 meals. She didn't want to waste food and make things worse for the poor family. She cooked 2 dishes and a soup, then put down the spatula. As she was about to add 2 scoops of dishwater to boil and call her parents and brothers back for dinner, suddenly she heard her 5th brother, Su Xingxue, say, "Mom, I got some meat from the commune yesterday. Can I have some today? It's been a long time since we had good food. Mom knows you're craving it, but that meat is saved for the new year to treat your sister. She only comes back once a year, so we can't just give her vegetables," a tired yet gentle voice replied after Su Xingxue finished speaking. Then, a rough middle-aged man's voice took over. "Your mother is right. Life on the border is hard. When we leave, your sister takes some meat with her. Now, there's not much to eat. You're a boy, tough and strong, so you should care more about your sister.
We won't eat that meat now.
New Year is coming soon. Your sister and the others will be here soon. When they come, we can all eat meat together and be happy and united," he added. "You all talk so nicely, but when it comes to eating meat, what about Su-mei's big mouth? When she starts eating, can I even get a sip of the soup?" Su Xingxue's voice sounded quite disappointed about not being able to eat meat. "Even if we don't eat meat, Mom, you can cook some meat and make some lard to satisfy my craving," he said. Listening to the family talk, Su-mei peeked out from the kitchen door. She saw her family, dressed in ragged clothes that looked worn out and patched, with no clear style visible. Only patches, no original clothes. "Oh my, they are really poor. Don't say that about your sister. You're already grown up. Why are you fighting over food with her? Your sister barely escaped death, and is a miracle just to be alive. Why can't she eat more?" When she heard Su Xingxue describe her daughter's mouth as a bloodthirsty big mouth, Su-mei's mother, Bai Xiaofang, was unhappy. Su Xingxue heard Bai Xiaofang and rubbed his mouth. "I'm only 2 years older than Su-mei. You're all too biased." Wait, why do I smell meat coming from our kitchen? You're probably craving so much that you're going crazy. Where's the meat? Oh, I smell some meat bits too. Am I craving it too? Bai Xiaofeng said, feeling uncomfortable, and swallowed hard. The commune only gives a few pounds of meat each year. After eating it, the family hardly gets to enjoy any meat for the rest of the year. If someone says they don't crave meat at all, Bai Xiaofeng wouldn't believe it herself. She only thinks about Su Mei coming back for the new year. Bai Xiaofeng can only swallow her saliva, salt the meat, and tie it all up with leaves, hanging it above the stove. The family longs for meat. When they hear Su Xingxue and Bai Xiaofeng talking, Su Yongsong, Su Mei's father, also sniffs the air. Strange, I smell meat too. Could it be Dad cooking? He can't hold back and starts talking about meat? Nonsense. Our dad loves Mei Mei the most. Even if he cooked meat, he wouldn't eat a bite if Mei Mei isn't back, Bai Xiaofeng says as she rolls up her sleeves and walks toward the kitchen. Just as she reaches the kitchen door, Bai Xiaofeng stops in her tracks. She stares blankly at the kitchen, where a girl with a ponytail stands, smiling kindly at her. Mom, what's wrong? Su Xingxue, who is washing his hands in the well, notices Bai Xiaofeng's unusual behavior and casually asks. Bai Xiaofeng points at Su Mei, and for a moment, she is so excited she can't speak. Su Mei can feel that her body has a natural closeness to Bai Xiaofeng. This is probably what people mean by blood is thicker than water. Even with a different soul, when Su Mei sees Bai Xiaofeng, she feels genuinely warm inside. She walks a few steps to Bai Xiaofeng and takes her hand, affectionately calling out, Mom. Mei Mei. It's really you. My good girl, you're finally back. Bai Xiaofeng's face is filled with tears of joy as she sees her daughter. She holds Su Mei's hand tightly, and before she can say much, tears stream down her face. Meanwhile, Su Xingxue and Su Yongsong quickly dry their hands and walk over to Su Mei, studying her closely. They can't believe their eyes. Their so-called weak girl is actually their daughter, Su Mei. Father, fifth brother, I'm back. Su Mei says to Su Yongsong and Su Xingxue. Her voice trembles a little, showing the joy that naturally comes when she faces her family in this body. Seeing the whole family reunited, Hu Jiangre finally comes out of the kitchen, smiling and greeting Su Mei's family. Father, mother, fifth brother, long time no see. When did you come back, Su Mei and Su Gui? You didn't say a word, and we weren't prepared at all. I should have gone to pick you up and prepared food for you. Su Xingxue looked at Su Mei several times, pinched his thigh, but still felt like he was dreaming. We didn't tell anyone on purpose, hoping to give you a surprise. It's been a year, and you must miss Su Mei a lot. There's nothing to prepare, just being a happy family together is enough. Hu Jiangwo smiled and said, Of course you miss her, especially her grandfather. He keeps saying that we married Su Mei to a soldier in the border army. Su Yongsong patted Hu Jiangwo's shoulder and said, Come on, let's go inside and talk. The family gathered around Su Mei and Hu Jiangwo and went into the house. Bai Xiaofeng held Su Mei's hand, looked around, and tears fell again. You little troublemaker, you really made your mother worry. It's been a year since you left, and I think about you every day. I almost got sick from missing you. Su Mei sat down and comforted Bai Xiaofeng. Mom, I'm back now. I won't leave you again. I'll stay at home with you every day, okay? You naughty girl. You know how to say sweet words to make your mom happy. Bai Xiaofeng smiled through her tears. She held Su Mei's hand and sat on a chair. Tell me, how have you been these past years?
Why?
Why do you look so thin now? I can't even look at you. It hurts my heart. After saying this, Bai Xiaofeng naturally turned her gaze to Hu Jiangwo. Su Xingxue and Su Yongsong also looked at Hu Jiangwo with suspicion. Hu Jiangwo. The sharp looks made Hu Jiangwo feel very awkward. It seemed like everyone in her family thought he had mistreated Su Mei. He really wanted to say, listen to my side of the story. Seeing his parents and brother showing the same worried expressions as Su Xuanhu, Su Mei thought, this family is really adorable. They all seem to care that she has lost weight. She really has lost weight, but it has nothing to do with being thin. Su-mei reached out and pinched her stomach, which had 3 layers of love handles. She thought to herself that maybe only her family would look at her body and talk about being thin, even when she was actually just skinny. Seeing how much her family cared, Su-mei quickly explained her weight loss journey. "Oh, I was intentionally losing weight like this. Even now, I get tired just walking. Please don't say I'm too thin. Being too fat isn't good. Look at me now, my features are clearer, and my clothes fit better. Don't I look more pleasing now? Bigger eyesore." Bai Xiaofeng gently touched Su-mei's face with concern. "Your health is the most important. Being a little chubby is lucky." As they talked, they arrived at the guest room. Su Xuanhu was leaning on an old bamboo chair, dozing off. When he heard voices, he suddenly woke up, slapped his forehead, and said, "Oh dear, I'm getting old. I sleep a lot, and sometimes doze off without realizing it." After leading Su-mei and He Jiangwo into the room and sitting down, Bai Xiaofeng looked at Su-mei with some reluctance, then stood up to go to the kitchen. She said, "Jiangwo, Su-mei, you two chat first. I'll go cook for you." Su-mei watched Bai Xiaofeng leave without reminding her that the meal was already ready. She simply stood up, smiled, and followed her into the kitchen. Once inside, Bai Xiaofeng saw the fried pork cracklings with shredded potatoes and the simmered soup. She realized that the meaty smell they had noticed earlier was real. Someone had cooked meat. Although the meat was fried into cracklings, it looked soft and glossy, and the potatoes shone golden. Bai Xiaofeng immediately knew this wasn't something Su Xuanhu could have made. Thinking of this, she turned to look at Su-mei, who had followed her in. She asked, "Girl, did Jiangwo make all this?"
Why?
"Can I make it?" Su-mei said, touching her nose. Maybe she was irritated by the smoke while cooking, and her nose itched. Unexpectedly, Bai Xiaofeng chuckled when she saw Su-mei's gesture. "You lie and keep rubbing your nose. That habit never changed since you were a kid. I know how much you can handle. If I didn't know better, I'd believe you burned down the kitchen."
Su-mei.
That's her mom's teasing. She knew no matter what she said, Bai Xiaofeng wouldn't believe she cooked the meal. So she didn't bother explaining. Instead, she helped serve the rice and dishes, then carried them to the guest room. Looking at the fried potato strips with meat served on the table, several people in the room started to drool. However, after sitting down to eat, Su Xingxue, who kept calling for meat, became shy. He barely reached for the meat with his chopsticks and instead hunched over his rice, stuffing his mouth eagerly. The other 3 family members were the same. Although their eyes kept lingering on the meat, their chopsticks mostly only touched the cabbage leaves in the soup. No one was eating the meat. The observant Su-mei quickly noticed this problem. Flashbacks of the original owner and her family eating together appeared in her mind. They always did this, leaving the most delicious and fragrant food for the original owner. The family always sat together, with the original owner eating until her face was shiny with oil, while the others only picked at leftovers she didn't like. The original owner was spoiled and selfish, happily accepting this love. Su-mei couldn't do that. Seeing everyone staring at the meat but not touching it, she felt guilty inside. She couldn't help but speak up. "With so much meat, why aren't you eating? Your eyes look like they're growing meat. Why are you all so hesitant?" Fifth brother said earlier he was afraid he couldn't compete with my big mouth, but now that the meal is served, you've become so refined? Fifth brother, I don't like meat. I prefer vegetables. If you like it, just eat. You don't need to worry about me, Su Xingxue said fiercely, but Su-mei could still sense the deep love hidden behind his words. Su Xuanhu, I'm getting older, so I eat lighter, healthier food. Su Yongsung, Dad has a toothache these days, so he's afraid to bite into meat and get food stuck in his teeth. Bai Xiaofeng, Mei Mei, you and Jiangwo eat more. We don't like meat either. Although Su-mei spoke up, no one touched the meat in the potato strips. Seeing that gentle persuasion didn't work, Su-mei thought for a moment. She suddenly slapped her chopsticks down and pushed her bowl aside. She deliberately looked angry and unhappy, saying gloomily, "If none of you are going to eat, then I won't either. This is our first family reunion dinner, and none of you want to eat with me properly. What's the point of eating then?" I'm not eating anymore. Not a single bite. In the end, Sume even adopted the playful, mischievous attitude of the original owner when she was pretending to be helpless with her family, stomping her feet on the ground. Hu Jiangwo saw that Sume wasn't eating and, following her lead, put down his chopsticks and bowl, saying, "Since Sume isn't eating, I won't either." Seeing the young couple put down their bowls and chopsticks, Su Xuanhu's eyes welled up with tears. He took the lead, scooping a large portion of meat, and said to the other 3 family members, "That girl has grown up and become sensible. She understands to care for Grandpa, Mom, Dad, and brother. That's a good thing. Today, let's all enjoy a good meal together." A family reunion dinner should be neat and together, eating hearty. Yuan Song, Xiaofang, and Xingxue, I know you've been craving this for a while. Don't just stand there. Eat with us. With Su Xuanhu taking the lead, the other 3 family members finally reached for the meat with their chopsticks. Seeing the family happily eating and satisfied with just a little bit of oil residue, Sume felt a wave of bittersweet emotion in her heart. In this era, for many ordinary people, just having enough to eat and warm clothing was almost a luxury. The family chatted happily and finished their lunch together. After the meal, Sume's parents and older brother went back out to work in the fields. Though they hated to leave Sume, the weather was clear today, and they couldn't bear to stop their work. They said goodbye to Sume and He Jiangwa, and the family of 3 headed out again. Only He Jiangwa, Sume, and Su Xuanhu remained at home. Once everyone left, He Jiangwa took the initiative to clear the dishes and wash them in the kitchen. Sume stayed beside Su Xuanhu and resumed their conversation about medicine. During this time, an elderly grandmother came to see Su Xuanhu because she was coughing badly. Su Xuanhu asked Sume to check her pulse. Sume carefully took the grandmother's pulse, accurately describing her condition, and based on her knowledge, she prescribed a medicine. The prescription was very clever. Su Xuanhu only looked at it once, and his eyes lit up. He asked Sume, "Did your master teach you this prescription?" "No, I came up with it myself," Sume replied honestly. Since the cough was a common illness, she admitted that she designed the prescription herself and explained her reasoning for choosing each ingredient. At first, Su Xuanhu was just testing Sume's attitude toward learning. But gradually, he realized that his granddaughter was truly extraordinary. According to Sume, she hadn't been studying medicine for long, yet she already knew so much. Besides her hard work, Su Xuanhu believed that someone who could learn medicine so quickly must have a high natural talent for it. Another misunderstanding. Thinking of his granddaughter as someone with exceptional medical talent, Su Xuanhu felt a sense of clarity and peace in his heart. After the elderly lady left, Su Xuanhu's gaze at Sume changed from kind to warm and friendly. He looked at her with bright eyes and asked, "Granddaughter, does your master really mind if you learn medicine from others too?"
Not at all, Grandpa.
"Why do you ask?" "Granddaughter, is it possible that the family's ancient medical skills might be lost someday?" "Grandpa, do you mean you want to teach me the old family's medical skills?" Sume guessed his intention, but still asked.
Xuanhu.
"Actually, it's not about whether it's family tradition or not. Medical skills depend on talent and experience. You already have the talent, and I can pass on my experience to you. That will make you a better doctor. I've spent decades practicing medicine, and I sometimes feel it's a pity not to share my knowledge. If Grandpa is willing to guide me, I would be very grateful." Although she hadn't stayed at home long, Sume already had a solid medical foundation. A few days were enough for her to learn a lot. She always liked to learn about medicine from many sources and wouldn't miss any chance to improve. The grandfather and granddaughter sat inside, chatting leisurely, and before they knew it, the afternoon had passed happily. Hu Jiangwo finished washing the dishes, didn't disturb the 2 inside, but took an axe to chop firewood in the yard. His chopping was skillful and strong, each strike hitting the wood precisely, making a clear cracking sound. At sunset, Sume's parents and brothers returned home. They were surprised to see a neat stack of firewood that Hu Jiangwo had chopped. That night, Sume's brothers gathered at her parents' house, bringing along her sisters-in-law and some young nieces and nephews. The whole family was lively and crowded into her parents' small yard. There wasn't enough space inside the house, so her parents burned 2 piles of firewood outside, and everyone sat around the campfire talking under the open sky. Once everyone was there, Su-mei and Hu Jingwo started giving gifts to the family members for the new year. The family was happy, sharing the gifts they received. Despite having many people, there was no argument or disagreement. The yard was filled with laughter and joy. Seeing such a happy family and thinking of his own, Hu Jingwo couldn't help but feel a little envious. When Hu Jingwo finished giving gifts to Su-mei's family and was about to sit down on a stool, Su-mei's brothers and sisters-in-law also took out the gifts they had prepared for the young couple. Although the gifts were not expensive, it was clear they were thoughtfully chosen. No one in the family was willing to accept the young couple's gifts without giving something in return. Dinner was a joint effort from several families. Su-mei's brothers brought meat to share. The meal was peaceful and happy. By 11 o'clock at night, everyone in the Su family yard gradually left and went home. Su-mei and Hu Jingwo naturally stayed overnight at home. The young couple was arranged to sleep in the room where Su-mei used to stay before she got married. Even though she had been married for over 3 years, her room still looked the same as before. Unlike other rooms in the house, Su-mei's room was small but had bright-colored painted furniture. The wardrobe and bedding were new. Every corner of the house showed signs of the original owner's pampering. However, the bedding in Su-mei's room was still the one she used before marriage. It was thick and sturdy but not very wide, just enough for one person. If she and Hu Jingwo shared it, they would probably have to cuddle close to stay warm. Otherwise, they might freeze. Su-mei felt a bit embarrassed to ask her mother for another quilt. Given the family's conditions, asking for more bedding seemed difficult. Lying on the bed, the couple turned off the flickering kerosene lamp on the table. The room fell into darkness and awkward silence. Time slowly passed. Su-mei couldn't sleep. Her back felt cold, and she couldn't help but ask Hu Jingwo, "Hu Jingwo, are you asleep?"
No, Hu Jingwo replied softly.
He wasn't planning to sleep. He was waiting for Su-mei to fall asleep first. Once she was asleep, he would pull her into his arms. The next morning, he would pretend she had just snuggled in on her own. It seemed he was enjoying this game very much. But tonight, he miscalculated. No matter how long he waited, Su-mei kept tossing and turning. She didn't seem sleepy at all. Seeing that she really couldn't sleep, Hu Jingwo got up and lit the kerosene lamp again. Under the warm yellow light, he looked at Su-mei with bright eyes and asked, "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" "I'm a little cold," Su-mei said, yawning. Her eyes were full of sleepiness. Hu Jingwo looked at her. There was a small gap about the width of a palm between them. He thought for a moment and moved closer to Su-mei. "Are you still cold now?" "Feeling better now." But it was still cold. Su-mei spoke as she even lifted her exposed hand and let out a gentle sigh. Hu Jingwo heard the sound of her sigh and couldn't help but frown. A voice inside him kept shouting, "Why don't you take the initiative and hug her? Are you still not a real man?" He wanted to hold her, but he was afraid of upsetting Su-mei. Last time, he almost lost control and hurt her badly. Since then, for several days, Hu Jingwo could feel that whenever he lay in bed, Su-mei's eyes would show a disturbing fear. That fear was too obvious. Although Hu Jingwo believed that it was natural for a married couple to sleep together, he didn't want to force her and make her feel scared. So even if he wanted to hold Su-mei to sleep, he could only wait until she was asleep before pulling her into his arms, then pretend it was her idea. At least then, she wouldn't have a reason to be upset. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. Hu Jingwo thought that his marriage with Su-mei was already difficult enough. Now, he just wanted to maintain it steadily and carefully, without rushing. But his mind was one thing, and his body had another idea. Hu Jingwo felt as if his hand had a mind of its own. Several times, his right hand seemed to have a soul of its own and unconsciously wanted to rest under Su-mei's head. Reason told Hu Jingwo to wait a bit longer, but his body kept wanting to act. "Hand, I want to hold her and sleep." Hu Jingwo, wait a little longer. The person and his hand were almost in a battle of heaven and earth. Achoo! Suddenly, in the quiet air, Su-mei sneezed, her voice tinged with a nasal tone from the cold. It's so cold. In the next moment, Hu Jiangwo's hand won. He didn't have time to think much and simply reached out naturally, pulling Su-mei into his arms. Hu Jiangwo. Hu Jiangwo responded softly, his voice deep and gentle. Su-mei's face was pressed against Hu Jiangwo's chest. His chest was strong and muscular, and his lively heart was pounding happily inside. Are you sick? Su-mei suddenly felt like teasing and poked his chest with her finger. Why is your heartbeat so fast? Hu Jiangwo was stunned by her words. He instinctively lowered his head and looked at her chubby face in his arms. Her eyes reflected the flickering candlelight, and she wore a mischievous smile, clearly teasing him on purpose. Your heartbeat is speeding up, which means you are very excited. Jiangwo, can you tell me what is making you so excited? Su-mei's soft and gentle voice, with a hint of coaxing, softly reached Jiangwo's ears. Seeing his handsome face turn red little by little, Su-mei found it strangely interesting. Does this man not know what liking someone means? That's okay. She will make him understand what it feels like to like someone. I am just cold, not excited. Jiangwo's voice was a bit hoarse. He didn't want to admit his nervousness. Feeling shy was a woman's reaction. What is a man nervous about? Really? Su-mei blinked. So, being cold can make your heartbeat faster? And what about your face? I think it looks red under the candlelight. Since she knew he was feeling something, Su-mei didn't mind following her feelings and teasing him. Listening to Jiangwo's chaotic heartbeat, Su-mei became more daring. Her fingertips kept drawing circles on his chest. Say something. Why aren't you talking? In the next moment, Jiangwo grabbed Su-mei's restless hand and pressed it firmly into the blanket. His deep voice sounded in the candlelight. Not cold anymore, right? Go to sleep quickly. Don't tease me anymore. Do you want me to do something passionate to you? Oh, okay, sleep. Being closer does make it warmer. Su-mei pressed herself closer to Jiangwo. Like an octopus, she clung to his body entirely. The flirtatious stage is very interesting. Su-mei enjoyed this feeling of not crossing the line yet. Although she knew Jiangwo liked her, he hadn't admitted it aloud. She wasn't planning to do anything with him now. Soft and warm, she curled up on Jiangwo's broad chest. As they breathed, the warm air made Jiangwo feel excited. Looking at the person in his arms, Jiangwo kept adjusting his sleeping position. He had never felt sleep to be so tormenting before. Little Fatty was sure he wouldn't bully her anymore, so she dared to be bold and tease him wildly. Knowing he was in his prime, full of energy, how could he not react? If he weren't worried about scaring Su-mei by acting too rash, he really wanted to turn over and take her right then. He couldn't do that. He couldn't act on impulse and instinct to be with Su-mei. He had promised to build a good relationship with her, to harmonize with her, and only then could they truly unite and blend together. Life is long, and just acting on a little impulse isn't enough. Especially now, Hu Jiangwo felt that Su-mei had become very determined. From her words and expressions, he could tell she wouldn't easily settle for less. For steady and lasting development, Hu Jiangwo knew he had to take things slowly. Su-mei could feel that Hu Jiangwo was tense, his body tight like a drawn bow. He was in a state ready to shoot but was holding back, not letting himself go wild like a runaway horse. This man really had great self-control over his primal urges. Good night. See you in our dreams, Su-mei said with a smile, blowing warm air into Hu Jiangwo's neck. The warm breath felt like flirtation, like a flame igniting Hu Jiangwo's body. He couldn't help but swallow hard. After finally suppressing his physical discomfort and wanting to warn Su-mei not to tease him anymore, he looked down and found she was already softly snoring. After teasing Hu Jiangwo and making his face turn red and his heart race, Su-mei fell asleep first. She closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes like fans resting on her fair face. The person in her arms breathed steadily, her body soft and warm. Seeing her breathing, Hu Jiangwo's cheeks puffed up as he unconsciously reached out and pinched her chubby, baby-fat face. The soft, tender feeling made his heart feel like floating on clouds. Su-mei frowned when her face was pinched, startling Huijiangua so. He quickly withdrew his hand. Then he saw she was still asleep, and feeling a sudden itch in his heart, he stretched out his rough, calloused hand. The person in his arms curled up like a cat in her sleep. He couldn't help but want to poke her, to touch every soft part of her. Her face was soft, her arms soft, her belly soft, and her big soft, like a fluffy rice ball. Suddenly, Huijiangua doubted her insistence on dieting. These soft, squishy parts in his hand felt so wonderful. Why would she want to lose weight? If she lost weight, it wouldn't feel the same to squeeze her. Don't tease me. Why are you pinching me? How annoying. While asleep, Su-mei let out a soft cry. Her body always sleeps very deeply, so she felt nothing. Jangwo was doing something to her body. That night, Jangwo kept pinching and playing with her tender flesh all evening. He later forgot how he fell asleep, only knowing he woke up when it was already bright outside. When she opened her eyes, Su-mei had just woken up too. She lazily looked up at the ceiling made of straw and yawned. Their eyes met. Su-mei could feel Jangwo was holding her soft belly. She felt very embarrassed inside, thinking that with her body, she had even been flirting with a man last night. This man was strange. Why did he grab her while sleeping? Did he not know that women feel awkward when their flesh is grabbed? And he kept squeezing even after it hurt. Jangwo, please let go of my hand. You're hurting my flesh. In the south, the weather is more humid. In the morning, the air smells faintly of earth, which feels very familiar. Su-mei found her cotton jacket from before her marriage and wrapped herself in it. She had lost 50 jin, about 25 kilograms. Her old jacket no longer fit well. Bai Xiaofeng handed her face-washing water and looked at her clothes, saying, "It's a bit big now. When you take it off tonight, I'll help you alter it. It's too loose and lets in the wind. No need to bother fixing it. I won't wear it for long anyway. If you want, you can alter it and wear it yourself. Looking at your and brother's clothes, they've been patched so many times. You can't even see the original fabric anymore," Su-mei said while washing her face, talking to her mother. Hearing this, Bai Xiaofeng shook her head. "I don't want to. Working in the fields every day, I don't need nice clothes. When you and Jangwo come back, don't buy me clothes anymore. It's a waste of money." Sighing, she added, "This clothes of yours is really too big. Later, you can wear that one Jangwo bought for me. I won't use it. I don't want to wear it. The one he bought for you looks like an old lady style. I only come back once every year and a half, and I don't want to embarrass myself outside." Su-mei didn't really dislike it. She knew that if she didn't say this, Bai Xiaofeng would definitely give her that dress. Seeing Su-mei dislike the style of that dress, Bai Xiaofeng pouted in dissatisfaction. "You've been gone a year, and your taste has become pickier. Before, you would wear any clothes. If you don't want it, fine. Tonight, I'll help you alter this dress. You haven't worn it many times. If I make it smaller, you can wear it for 3 or 5 more years. It's made of the best corduroy fabric. Alright, don't worry about my clothes. I'm grown up enough to handle that myself. Plus, I plan to keep losing weight. Even if you alter it, I might only wear it for a few days. When I come back next year, I might have lost more weight, and it won't fit anymore," Su-mei said. She then handed the face towel and basin to Guojiangua. "Still want to lose weight?" Bai Xiaofeng paused her cooking. She glanced at Su-mei and shook her head in disagreement. "No more losing weight. The way you are now is just right, neither too thin nor too fat. Being too skinny can make you sick. If it weren't for your grandpa's herbal medicines, you'd probably be sick all over. I also think there's no need to lose more." Guo Jiangui suddenly spoke up, taking over from his mother-in-law. He thought her soft, plump body looked healthy. No matter what Bai Xiaofeng and Guo Jiangui said, Su-mei's desire to lose weight remained firm. "I must lose it. I want to be as fast as lightning." During breakfast, Su-mei noticed her rice bowl had unknowingly piled up into a small, sharp mountain. The family was busy adding dishes to her plate, as if everyone was trying to shake her resolve to lose weight. There's a kind of hunger called feeling that your family thinks you're very hungry. After controlling her diet for so long, Su Mei's eating amount had already shrunk a lot. Looking at the mountain of food in her bowl, she felt overwhelmed. When Bai Xiaofeng added a piece of braised pork to her bowl again, Su Mei quickly dodged to the side. Meanwhile, Guijian was shoved a large piece of meat into her bowl again. Su Mei was furious. My parents haven't seen me in a long time. They care about me and want to serve me food normally. Why are you butting in? My wife weighs 200 jin, about 100 kilograms. Why should I let her go hungry? If she doesn't eat more to keep her figure, my brothers will think I'm mistreating her. Guo Jiangui kept adding dishes to her bowl while talking. He needed to prove that Su Mei's weight loss had nothing to do with him. Clearly, Guo Jiangui's behavior made Su Mei's parents very happy. They looked at him with warm, approving eyes. Under the continuous feeding from the family, Su Mei finally let out her first burp since crossing over. That's a crime. This meal is enough to last me half a month, she said, standing in the kitchen while tidying up the dishes. She touched her round belly and sighed deeply. After breakfast, Su Mei's parents and older brother went back to the fields to work.
Today was a nice day.
Su Xuanhu decided to go up the mountain to pick some herbs. Su Mei wanted to learn from him, so she carried a small basket and obediently followed behind him. Grandpa and grandson went to find herbs, while Hu Jiangwo carried a sickle and followed them up the mountain to chop some firewood. Although Su Mei had been a doctor for many years, she had never gone to the mountain to pick herbs herself. Many herbs she had seen in books, but when she saw the actual plants, she couldn't recognize them quickly. So, while picking herbs, Su Xuanhu also taught Su Mei how to identify different kinds of plants. There were quite a few herbs in the mountain. At a time when traditional Chinese medicine was declining and Western medicine was rising, the country didn't promote traditional Chinese medicine much. Its development faced many difficulties and restrictions. This also meant that herbs were left unharvested. Su Mei and Su Xuanhu only wandered a little deeper into the mountain and already collected many herbs useful for common illnesses. Carrying the herbs, they found Hu Jiangwo, who was chopping firewood. He the wood, and then went to a hidden bush to find an injured rabbit that was. Hu Jiangwo had caught this rabbit shortly after entering the mountain. Seeing the chubby rabbit, Su Mei's eyes lit up. She stepped forward and grabbed the rabbit's ears, smiling happily. Such a cute bunny. Bunny is so adorable. Roasted, it must taste great. Hu Jiangwo. Sometimes he really felt helpless. Carrying the rabbit, the herbs, and the firewood, the three of them happily headed down the mountain. After returning home for lunch, they continued to go back into the mountain in the afternoon. Su Mei followed Su Xuanhu all day to pick herbs. At night, the grandfather and granddaughter processed the herbs they collected under an oil lamp. Some herbs needed their leaves and roots separated, some needed drying, some needed frying, some ground into powder, and others soaked in wine. Su Mei had never seen such methods before. She carefully watched and learned from Su Xuanhu, taking notes diligently. The grandfather and granddaughter were inside handling herbs, while the rest of the Su family continued to sit around the yard, warming themselves by the fire. On the fire, a fresh, tender rabbit was roasting, filling the air with a delicious meaty smell. Hu Jiangwo caught the rabbit while chopping wood on the mountain in the afternoon. Because the border area had poor conditions, soldiers often hunted small animals during their rest to improve their meals. Hu Jiangwo was good at hunting, so catching a small rabbit was easy for him. The others in the yard looked at the plump rabbit with drooling mouths. They all thought catching such a rabbit was not easy. Su Mei's older brother, Su Shengtang, said, "This thing is clever. I've seen it many times, but I've never succeeded in waiting for a rabbit. Jiangwo is lucky. He went into the mountain once and brought back such a fat rabbit. Catching rabbits isn't hard. They have fixed burrows and regular habits. Since we don't have many hunters here, it's actually pretty easy to catch them. Besides rabbits, other animals are the same," Hu Jiangwo said. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His eyes brightened. He looked at Su Mei's brothers and said, "Brothers, the work these days isn't worth much. You won't earn many points. I see life is hard for you, lacking clothes and warmth. Why not take this chance to go hunting with me? I have experience in hunting. We can catch mountain chickens and rabbits. If we're lucky and encounter bigger animals, we can earn some money. We'll have meat to eat all year round. Do you want to try?" That day, Hu Jiangwo kept thinking about how to help Su Mei's family improve their living conditions. He couldn't think of a good idea for a long time. Only after catching this rabbit did he suddenly think of hunting. He thought that if his brothers-in-law could go into the mountain with him, not only could they solve their food problem, but they could also earn a little extra money. In this way, Su Mei's family could improve their lives with their own efforts. His mother's side would have nothing to say. It was a good idea. Hu Jiangwo believed that if he could do this well, Su Mei would be happy. He looked at the dim house. Through the square window, a chubby shadow was cast, looking playful and cute. Soon, several of his brothers-in-law agreed to go hunting with him. They are all young people, and they still have a competitive spirit. When they heard that Hu Jiangwo wanted to go into the mountains to hunt a big game, several of the brothers-in-law started to get excited. Men have a natural desire to conquer nature. Most importantly, when Su Mei's brothers moved out of their home, they were heavily in debt and had built their houses with borrowed money. They were all very poor and their food supply was barely enough. So, when they heard about hunting to improve their lives, none of the brothers hesitated. They were worried that if they were caught, they would be in trouble. Luckily, Hu Jiangwo had a military ID and the authority to hunt dangerous animals. As long as the animals he hunted threatened humans, it was considered legal. Nearby wild boars and bears often caused trouble for local crops, so killing them was acceptable, and villagers wouldn't complain. After hunting, Hu Jiangwo planned to share some meat with each family. During hard times, everyone would benefit, and no one would complain. The next day, the hardworking Su brothers all took leave from the team. After taking leave, Hu Jiangwo didn't immediately lead people into the mountains. Instead, he prepared for the trip with a few brothers-in-law. He made sure to bring hunting tools, food, dry rations, and supplies for staying overnight. Hunting is a long-term effort, and it's hard to find suitable prey if you go out early and return late. So, Hu Jiangwo decided to take Su Mei's brothers deep into the mountains, find a place to rest, and then start scouting for prey. When Su Xuanhu knew that Hu Jiangwo was taking his grandsons hunting, he also packed his things and said he wanted to go into the mountains to gather herbs. Usually, he gathered herbs from nearby forests. Most medicinal plants could be found there, but some rare and valuable herbs only grew in the deep mountains. Because he was old, it was inconvenient for Su Xuanhu to go alone into the deep forests. He also didn't make much money from his medical practice and felt embarrassed to trouble his younger relatives. So, he hadn't gathered herbs for a long time. Now that he had the chance to go herb picking, Su Xuanhu refused to miss it. Naturally, Su Mei followed closely behind him. The grandfather and granddaughter joined Hu Jiangwo's hunting team. On a clear and sunny morning, the family set out from their home, walking briskly toward the deep part of Tiger Rock Mountain near Gang Village River. Along the way, they chopped away weeds and brush. They traveled for a whole half-day. Although others are tired, their faces still look okay, but Su Mei is gasping for breath, exhausted and looking very worn out. Amid the gentle sound of flowing water, a group of people stop by the stream to rest. The stream here flows out from a cave. Even though it is cold winter, the water coming from the mountain stream feels warm and gentle. Su Mei, dragging her tired body, walks to the stream. She bends down, cups some cool water with her hand, and gently washes her face. The water slips through her fingers, washing away dirt and fatigue. She closes her eyes, feeling the cool, pure water, and thinks that this primitive scenery isn't as scary as she remembered. After traveling through time, Su Mei finds herself starting to like these simple ways of life. She hasn't thought about the internet in a long time. Su Mei opens her eyes, takes a deep breath, then cups some water again and drinks it. The sweet water soothes her dry throat. She feels her strength returning and her mood lifting. At this moment, Hu Jiangwo comes out of the deep pond at the bottom of the stream, holding a wooden stick. He doesn't know when he took off his outer cotton pants, leaving only his inner thermal underwear, with the pant legs rolled up high. He is barefoot in the stream, carrying several wild fish that are injured and bleeding. Everyone looks at Hu Jiangwo with surprise. No one expected that just taking a break, he could catch so many fish. Catching a few fish is a normal task for soldiers who need to survive outdoors. Seeing everyone's admiration, Hu Jiangwo smiles and says, "I didn't expect there would be wild fish in this deep pond. I caught a few to take into the mountains to help us regain energy while hunting." Seeing how easily Hu Jiangwo caught so many fish, Su Xingshue's confidence grows. He looks at the fish in Hu Jiangwo's hands and says, "Even if we can't find a bear, just these fish are enough for us to catch a few more. It's worth it. Why didn't I realize there are fish here? I've gone hungry so many times for nothing. Sume, you're not very useful, but the man you found is pretty good. Not bad, not bad." Since Sume returned home, Su Xingxue has been constantly finding fault with her. Sume knows he's just being rude, so she smiles and replies, "At least the man I found is useful, unlike some people. My sister has been married for 3 years, and he still can't find a wife. How sad." Old Bakalor. The group pushed through thorns and obstacles, struggling hard until night fell and finally stopped in front of a cave. Having a cave as a shelter was the best choice, since building a temporary home takes time and effort and might not even be safe. After setting down their luggage, Hu Jiangwo went inside the cave first to check it carefully. Once he confirmed it was safe, he called the others to come in. The cave was a natural limestone formation, a masterpiece of nature. The ceiling rocks jutted out like dragon scales, shining with a mysterious glow in the sunset light. The stalactites on the walls looked like galloping horses, dancing fairies, long-lived elders offering peaches, flying swans, and mermaids' water sleeves, all colorful and beautiful. The ground at the entrance was smooth like a mirror, with small holes every 10 meters or so. Looking around from the entrance, it felt like being in another world. A gentle stream seeped from the rocks, dripping from the mountaintop like strings of pearls, splashing tiny water droplets onto the ground. The droplets floated in the breeze, creating ripples that spread outward. Under the sunlight, these droplets looked like colorful butterflies dancing in the air. Sume felt like she was on an outdoor adventure. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, offering a visual feast that words couldn't describe. Nature truly was amazing and awe-inspiring. Since it was already dusk and it was about to get dark, Hu Jiangwo didn't rush to start hunting. He and a few of his brothers gathered some dry grass outside and made simple beds. Su Yongsong went out to gather firewood, while Su Mei and Su Xuanhu started a fire in the middle of the cave. The fire lit up the cave brightly, like daytime. Soon, everyone was ready to settle in. Hu Jiangwo brought some wild fruits for everyone to share. He also used a stick to roast the fish caught in the deep pond. Although Hu Jiangwo wasn't a great cook, he was good at roasting wild game. He kept flipping the fish, and soon the aroma of delicious grilled fish filled the air. The skin crackled as it roasted, and Hu Jiangwo finished the first fish quickly. He handed it to Su Xuanhu, who then gave it to Su Mei. "You must be starving. Eat up, good granddaughter." "She's the granddaughter, and I am the good one," Su Mei replied with a smile. While Su Xingxue was talking, he reached out to tear the fish meat from Su Mei's hand, but Su Xuanhu slapped his hand away. "You're such a mischievous kid. So disrespectful. You're just an old bachelor who can't find a wife," Su Xuanhu said irritably, giving Su Xingxue a side glance. Su Xingxue's face immediately turned sour, like a bitter melon. "You're really my grandfather. I'm only 24. How am I an old bachelor? 24 and not old?" Su Xuanhu clicked his tongue twice. "Lu Ergo from the neighbor's house, only 20, and he's already a father of 3. All your brothers married earlier than you, but no one is interested in you. Is it that no one is interested? I have high standards. I haven't met my destined soulmate yet. Many girls in the village are secretly fond of me," Su Xingxue said. "Girls secretly fond of you?" Su Mei looked at Su Xingxue and shook her head. "Fifth brother, I guess at most a few cats are calling for you." "Grandpa, look at how Su Mei talks. She's a girl, isn't she embarrassed?" Su Xingxue didn't expect Su Mei to speak so boldly. His face instantly turned bright red. Embarrassed? Su Xuanhu didn't think Su Mei's words were inappropriate. He sighed and said, "You can't find a wife, and you're not embarrassed. Why should my granddaughter be embarrassed?" "All right, you win." Su Xingxue leaned back and lay down on the haystack, gazing lazily at the sharp stalactites at the top of the cave and saying sourly, "Granddaughter is my real granddaughter, but grandson was picked up from a stinky ditch during the market."
Sigh. Ha.
Su Mei couldn't help but laugh when she saw how serious Su Xingxue was pretending to be. Playful as they were, they didn't joke about feelings. Although Su Mei teased Su Xingxue with Su Xuanhu, when she saw him pretending to be worried, she finally handed the fish back to him. "Fifth brother, eat first. After you're full, find me a wife-in-law early," she said. "You're somewhat considerate," Su Xingxue said without hesitation, taking the fish from Su Mei and eating it. Since they were closest in age, they got along very casually. After finishing the grilled fish, He Jiangwo divided some dry food among everyone. Refueling their strength, the group lay down to sleep. Su Mei and He Jiangwo leaned against each other, covering themselves with He Jiangwo's military coat. Since it was still early, everyone was not sleepy and started chatting about all sorts of topics. Most of the time, everyone listened to He Jiangwo talk. He had traveled to many places, seen a lot, and shared many interesting stories. He was holding Su Mei tightly while calmly telling a few brothers-in-law stories about the border. As night deepened, the sound of snoring echoed inside the cave. Su Mei, who had finally gotten used to He Jiangwo's snoring, began to have trouble sleeping amid the snoring sounds. She looked at the flickering fire in the cave and felt everything before her was so unbelievable, as if she were in a different world. The man in her arms was sleeping soundly, but his hand was not as obedient as others. His large hand unconsciously explored Su Mei in his sleep, sometimes hugging her tightly and occasionally pinching different soft parts of her body. Even in his sleep, he mumbled softly, "Wife, you're so soft. It feels so nice to touch." Su Mei realized that this man was not at all well-behaved when he slept. She even wondered if her every time slipping into his arms after falling asleep was not entirely her own choice. After being disturbed by He Jiangwo's teasing all night, Su Mei forgot how she fell asleep. She only knew she was awakened by pain when dawn broke. When she woke up, Su Mei shouted at He Jiangwo, "Wake up. You're pressing on me. It hurts." This shout woke everyone in the cave, who opened their sleepy eyes. He Jiangwo yawned and looked at Su Mei. "I'm not pressing on you." "You are, I feel it in my flesh," Su Mei cried out in pain, then saw He Jiangwo's body quickly jump away. Touching her sore waist, Su Mei climbed up from the hay, almost crying with frustration. "He Jiangwo, all this flesh of mine is suffering because of you." This extra flesh was suffering a lot, being pinched into different shapes or pressed into bruises. Su Mei didn't know whether she should feel more embarrassed or if He Jiangwo should. After waking up, He Jiangwo got out of bed, took out some dry food, and divided it for everyone to have breakfast. Then, he began to explain his hunting plan. After clarifying the plan, everyone started to split up and act. To keep track of time, Su Mei handed her watch to Su Yongsong to wear. She, along with Su Shihu and He Jiangwo and Su Xingxue, went together. Grandfather and grandson needed to go picking, which was safer with He Jiangwo nearby. The four of them headed into the distance. He Jiangwo marked their route as they walked to ensure they could return to the cave easily by noon. This trip was mainly to find animal droppings. The best way to find out which animals are in a mountain forest is to look for their droppings, since they are usually produced daily. He Jiangwo searches for animal droppings in the wild grass, while Su Xuanhu carries medicinal herbs with Su Mei. There are many rare medicinal herbs in the deep mountains. Su Xuanhu gets more excited as he harvests, and he says to Su Mei, "If I had found such good herbs earlier, I might have been able to cure more people. The patients who use this batch of medicine are lucky."
Just pick whatever you like.
"There are so many people around, so it's not hard to bring it back," Su Mei says while cleaning dirt off the roots of the herbs. "Even if they gather a lot, they will eventually run out." Some herbs lose their effectiveness if stored for too long. It's a pity they can't come to these mountains all the time, Su Xuanhu says with a regretful sigh. Su Mei doesn't understand. If storing herbs for a long time reduces their effect, why not plant more? In modern times, no one goes to the mountains to pick herbs because there are special herbal farms. The herbs are grown artificially in large fields, so there's no need for such hard work. Plant? The word surprises Su Xuanhu. He quickly shakes his head at Su Mei. We can't plant those. There are strict rules about land use. Once, a pumpkin vine grew at the corner of our wall, and after being reported, the whole team pulled it out. You want to plant herbs directly? Do you want to send your grandpa's old bones to the pigsty?
Sumei.
She had forgotten the limitations of this era. At this time, the country strictly controls land use. Each family can only use a certain amount of land for vegetables, and there are specific rules about what kinds of vegetables and how much they can grow. Villagers are not allowed to use land freely. Besides land restrictions, the team also has strict rules for other activities. For example, they can only raise up to 3 chickens. During such times, even planting a single herb is dangerous, very dangerous. Su Mei was too optimistic. She is not from this time, so she sometimes doesn't think things through carefully. However, the days of going to the mountains to pick herbs are about to end forever. Grandpa, when there's a chance in the future, I will lease the herbs near our home and plant all the herbs you like, making a beautiful garden for you. Silly girl, stop talking nonsense. Su Xuanhu doesn't take Su Mei's words seriously at all. One day, when the entire Dagong village was filled with tall medicinal plants and the nearby mountains and land had become their own fields, Su Xuanhu looked silently at the endless fields of herbs. At that time, he thought about today and how Su Mei had cheerfully promised. After walking for over 4 hours, Su Xuanhu and Su Mei's baskets were already full. Ho Jiangwo and Su Xingxue carried 2 baskets of herbs each and began to return to the cave. According to their plan, both groups searched in 2 different directions until noon, then met at the cave to share their findings. Soon, the group returned to the cave entrance. Another group arrived earlier. Once everyone was there, Ho Jiangwo spoke first about his harvest. I didn't find anything big, just some animal droppings from rabbits, wolves, wild boars, hedgehogs, and mountain chickens. Father, brothers, what about you? What did you find? After Ho Jiangwo finished, the eldest brother, Su Xingxue, took out the droppings they had collected along the way. Some droppings we don't recognize, so we brought them all back. Jiangwo, take a look. This is from a bear. Ho Jiangwo examined one large piece and said. When they heard about the bear, the Su brothers immediately became interested. They came out specifically for such big animals. One bear could provide enough meat for the Su family for a year, and they might even have some left over. The bear's internal organs and fur were very valuable. If they could catch a bear, life for the Su family would be much better. After sharing their discoveries, everyone started lunch. After resting for a while, Ho Jiangwo and a few brothers went to the place where the bear droppings were found, while Su Mei and Su Xuanhu continued collecting herbs. Ho Jiangwo quickly determined the area where the bear was active. He and Su Mei's brothers began setting traps, aiming to catch the bear soon. The bear living nearby was a large brown bear nearly 2 meters tall. After setting the traps, Ho Jiangwo bled the other small animals they caught and spread a lot of blood around the traps to attract the bear. Next, Ho Jiangwo and his brothers waited nearby, hiding in ambush. The next day, Su Xuanhu and Su Mei no longer went out to gather herbs because they already had enough. They couldn't carry any more. While Ho Jiangwo and his men were outside on a lookout, Su Mei and Su Xuanhu stayed in the cave to process the collected herbs. 2 days passed quickly. In the evening of the second day, Ho Jiangwo finally waited for a brown bear coming out to look for food. He and Su Mei's brothers hid in the trees, watching the bear approach the trap they set. Soon, the bear fell into the trap. The group quickly and easily killed the bear. After killing the bear, Ho Jiangwo arranged for everyone to carefully cut it up into manageable pieces. With his experience, Ho Jiangwo easily carried the bear back to the village, along with some smaller animals he caught. They stayed in the mountains for 5 days and returned with a good harvest. Su Xuanhu looked at the meat and said, "It's not easy. Our Su family can have a lively new year now. Jiangua, it's all thanks to you." During these days in the mountains, Su Mei's brothers saw how carefully Hu Jiangwo took care of Su Mei and also saw his skills. The Su family members liked him more and more as a son-in-law. When they carried the meat back to the village, the villagers gathered around to watch and praised Su Mei for finding such a good man. The meat was evenly divided among Su Mei's brothers. As for the bear's internal organs and skin, Hu Jiangwo sent his childhood friend to sell them. He handed all the money back to Su Mei, saying, "This money was earned by your brothers. You can use it to repair the house and improve your family's life. No need to worry about your mother-in-law's opinions." Only after Su Mei received the money from Hu Jiangwo did she realize that his trip to hunt with her brothers was not just for meat, but also to help her family. That day, he offered to help her build a house, but she refused, worried that using Hu Jiangwo's money might cause trouble with her mother-in-law. Su Mei thought the matter was settled, but she didn't expect Hu Jiangwo to keep thinking about it and secretly making plans. This was Hu Jiangwo's sincere intention, and it was also the result of her brother's joint effort. Su Mei naturally had no reason to refuse. She took the opportunity to go to the market during the fair, bought some red bricks from the state-owned kiln factory, and also bought black tiles for building the house. "I don't have much money on hand." Su Mei bought these things mainly to repair the old house. She currently can't afford to improve the house's appearance. She just wants a place for her parents and grandfather to stay safe from the wind and rain. After buying everything, Su Mei only then told her brothers to bring tools and help with the move. When Bai Xiaofeng found out that the money from selling bear organs and bear bile was used to buy materials, she was quite angry. She thought the family was already poor, and since Su Mei married Hu Jiangua, who was better off, she should save more money to speak with confidence. She felt Su Mei shouldn't spend family money anymore. But the money was already spent. No matter how much Su Mei's family cared, they couldn't say anything now. The brothers all took leave together and started moving materials into the village to repair the old family house. Meanwhile, the Hujia family also sent someone to deliver a letter to Hu Jiangua, inviting him and Su Mei to return home for the New Year's reunion on the 30th. Although Su Mei was reluctant to go to the Hujia, her husband's parents were there. No matter how unlikable they were the ones who raised Hu Jiangua. Su Mei didn't want to make things difficult for him, so she packed some wild game and went back with Hu Jiangua to the Hujia family. Since it was already the 30th and the village was on holiday, everyone was at home celebrating the New Year. Bai Xiaofeng, ignoring Su Mei's objections, bought many things for her and made her carry them back to her husband's family. When they arrived home, the Hujia family was sitting in the main house, big and small. Seeing Hu Jiangua bring back things, Cheng Erxi immediately stood up from his bench to look through and pick at the items. After inspecting, Cheng Erxi threw a piece of meat aside and slightly pursed his lips, saying, "I heard the third brother gave Su Mei's family a big bear. A bear weighs about 600 jin of meat. If divided among Su Mei's 5 brothers, each gets over 100 jin. Our big family only got 30 jin of meat from the commune, and after the new year, it will be gone. It's a pity we don't have Su Mei's luck, or a generous son-in-law like Hu Jiangua. When my sister gets married, she better be clever and marry someone generous, so we can enjoy some benefits too." All this sneering was just to complain that Hu Jiangua brought back too little meat from the bear. But the allowance Hu Jiangua sent home every year was not less than the meat. Everyone in the village knew Hu Jiangua had hunted a big bear, but the meat all went to Su Mei's family, leaving only scraps for the Hujia family. Cheng Erxi felt jealous inside. That bear wasn't caught by me. It was my brothers who set traps and caught it. I'm rarely home and not familiar with the mountain terrain. If it weren't for my brothers, I wouldn't have found the bear, he said. I only gave a little advice. The effort was all from the brothers. How can you count that bear as mine? If second sister-in-law is craving it, let second brother go and get it for you. Although it sounds like He Jiangua is responding to Shi's words, he is actually speaking more to Lu Tsueyun. He is worried that his mother might have opinions about this matter. Lu Tsueyun indeed has opinions. She didn't openly say that He Jiangwa should share some of the meat with the He family, but she still has some complaints. You called all of Su Mei's brothers, but why didn't you call your own 2 brothers? It's not farming season now, and both the eldest and second brothers are free. They should be called along, at least they can help out. Helping out is just a pretense. Actually, she wants to share the meat. He Jiangwa had thought about bringing his 2 brothers into the mountains together, but these 2 brothers are not reliable. One is cowardly, the other sly. When they go into the mountains, one is terrified out of his wits, and the other always looks for chances to slack off and be lazy. He doesn't know if they're there to help or just to cause trouble. Compared to Su Mei's brothers, his own brothers are not worth mentioning. Hunting bears is very dangerous. None of the brothers-in-law backed down. They all worked together, holding forks to fight the big bear that fell into the trap. Their success in subduing the bear was thanks not only to He Jiangwa's cleverness, but also to the hard-working bravery of Su Mei's brothers. If it were his own 2 brothers, He Jiangwa thinks that if he took He Jiandang and He Jianjun along, he might encounter 3 bears in the forest, a brown bear and 2 scared black bears. Although he secretly complains about his brothers, he doesn't show it in words. Isn't it because I'm worried about my brothers working hard? Our family has my allowance to help out, and life has been fine. There's no need to risk going into the mountains. If the big bear doesn't behave, it could eat people. If my eldest and second brothers really want to go, I'll take you after the new year. The 3 of us brothers will work together and be unstoppable. Don't worry, if we lose, it's okay. Bear paws are big. A slap can knock a person's head off. No pain at all. 18 years later, you'll be a strong man. Eldest brother, second brother, shall we go tomorrow morning? I'm not going, said He Jianjun. When he heard that a bear paw could knock off a person's head, his face turned pale with fear. Li Shufan opened her mouth, intending to say that bear gallbladder tonic could be tried, but seeing Ho Jianjun's timid face, she silently closed her mouth again. Looking at the second son of the Ho family, he was actually afraid too, but he refused to admit it. I have no problem. For the sake of our family's food, I am willing to go hunting in the mountains. But hunting needs more people. Big brother is afraid and won't go. It's just me and the 3rd brother, and that's not enough. Mother, you saw it. It's not that I didn't call 2 people to go. I called them, but they wouldn't come. I can't go into the mountain alone to hunt, Ho Jiangwo said, shrugging his shoulders to show he was helpless. He deliberately made his words sound scary to discourage the older and second brothers from going. Hunting is very dangerous. Ho Jiangwo values his life. He asked his brothers to go hunting with him only after talking and trusting them, so he dared to go with them. As for his own 2 brothers, Ho Jiangwo thought it was too risky to go up the mountain with them. If they were attacked, they probably wouldn't be able to help much. Fortunately, Ho Jiangwo knew his brother's temper. He knew that with a little persuasion, both brothers would back down on their own. Seeing his 2 timid sons, Lu Tsueyun sighed with a headache. They were both raised by her. With the same education and the same rice, why was Ho Jiangwo outstanding while her own 2 children? Well, it's hard to say. The topic of bear hunting was thus ended. But Lu Tsueyun didn't stop there. She had new complaints waiting for Ho Jiangwo. In previous years, you always came back for the new year, staying at home from the moment you entered until you left. The only time you went to visit Sun Yang's family was during the new year. Why this year did you stay? I didn't ask anyone to call you, but you didn't come back? This visit to relatives should be at your own home. Why are you staying at Su Mei's house every day? If people know, they'll say Su Mei misses her family. Those who don't know might think Su Mei doesn't get along with us and refuses to stay in our Ho family. Mother, this is my fault. I'm studying medicine. My grandfather is a traditional Chinese doctor. When I went home and told him I wanted to study medicine, he was excited and said he wanted to pass down the family's medical skills to me. I am learning from him, so I stayed longer at my mother's house. Su Mei replied obediently, but she was thinking privately that she already had a bad relationship with his family. Su Mei spoke casually, but it surprised Cheng Erxi sitting opposite her. Cheng Erxi stared at Su Mei for a long time before muttering, Isn't it said that family heirlooms are passed down to sons and not daughters? Since it's a family medical skill, why would Dr. Su pass it to you? Are you bragging? This time, Chung Erxi really felt jealous, so much so that her stomach churned. Her family also has a family heirloom, but she hasn't had the chance to learn it. Chung Erxi is the second daughter in the Chung family. She has an older sister, Chung Dashi, and a younger sister, Chung Xiaoxi. The Chung family once was famous for tea farming, with a unique tea roasting technique. This skill kept the family prosperous for many years. Although they weren't very rich, they managed to live comfortably with this craft. Such a valuable skill now has no one to pass it on. Chung Erxi wanted to learn from her father, but he scolded her harshly, saying she was greedy for the family's craft and that it was a tradition to pass the skill to sons, not daughters. Her father would rather see the skill lost than teach her. To Chung Erxi, family heirlooms have nothing to do with daughters. Her family is the best example. So when she heard Su Mei say she was learning medicine from Su Xuanhu, she was shocked. In her view, that was not allowed. She instinctively thought Su Mei was bragging. But Ho Jiangwo also knew about Su Mei studying medicine with Su Xuanhu. He stepped forward to support her. Su Mei is indeed learning from Grandpa Su. He's been teaching her all these days. Today we're celebrating the New Year at home, and she'll stay overnight. Tomorrow, she'll go back to Su's house. Such a good learning opportunity. She can't miss it. Originally, Ho Jiangwo planned to let Su Mei stay a few more days because this was his home. He only came back once a year, so staying a few extra days was fine. But after hearing the noise and chaos in the house, he changed his mind. The commotion was bothering him, especially with Su Mei. Lu Tsueyin heard Ho Jiangwo say she was leaving today and suddenly looked very upset. Her gentle grandmother image was shattered. All right, you can move to Su's house. In the future, you can become a son-in-law there, visit us during the new year, and pay respects to me and your father. We don't need you to serve us. Mom, Su Mei is learning medicine from Grandpa, not just having fun. If she learns well and becomes successful, I'll be the one enjoying the benefits. You and Dad will also benefit. Why are you so unclear about this? Hu Jiangwo always speaks honestly. If he thinks something is wrong, he'll say it, even if the person is his mother. Lu Tsueyin feels uncomfortable inside, but doesn't want to argue with her son, who only comes home once a year. She can only lower her head in frustration. I'm not against Su Mei returning to her mother's house. It's just that you only come back once a year. Your father, Grandma, and I miss you every day. Finally, you come back, but you disappear for 3 or 5 days, and then you leave again. My heart feels empty. As a mother, I naturally want to see my son. Since you're not at home every day, I also feel sad. If you miss me, just say so. Why do you say such harsh things about being a son-in-law? Hu Jiangwo saw Lu Tsueyin soften her attitude, and also felt soft-hearted. After all, she was his mother, and he couldn't really blame her. In the next few days, I will go to the Su family with Su Mei during the day, letting her learn medicine from Grandpa Su, and we will come back in the evening for dinner and rest at home. Is that okay? That works. As long as you come back every day, I can see you, Lu Tsueyin said. Although she was still somewhat dissatisfied, Hu Jiangwo had already made concessions, so she could only compromise. Usually, she wouldn't argue with Hu Jiangwo, afraid that her words might hurt his feelings. This family was really not peaceful. Just a few minutes after entering, so many things happened. Su Mei was too tired to get involved and just lowered her head, eating her meal quietly. Thanks to Hu Jiangwo's support, life was still comfortable. The New Year's dinner was well prepared, with about 10 dishes on the table. During the holiday, Su Mei didn't hold back her appetite and ate eagerly. It wasn't that she was greedy for food. She just wanted to silence her mouth. Otherwise, with her personality, always arguing with heaven, earth, and even the air, Su Mei was afraid she might say something too harsh and make everyone cry. She didn't plan to stay in this family for long. For Hu Jiangwo's sake, Su Mei didn't want to cause too much trouble with his family. She chose to turn a blind eye to many things, thinking it was better to avoid making everyone unhappy. However, her deliberate patience didn't bring her peace. Chung Erxi seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for Su-mei. She watched Su-mei eat heartily and sneered with a strange, mocking smile. "Look at you, sister-in-law. You're so hungry, you look like you haven't eaten in days. Does the Su family not feed you? You come back and gobble everything up. If people didn't know better, they'd think you just got out of prison. Or maybe they'd think you just came from jail. The Su family is really something. People say that families with many children tend to do well, but the Su family has become the poorest in our village. They even rely on us, the third siblings, to help repair the house. Su-mei, you go home every day. I advise you to encourage your brothers to take pride in themselves. With so many sons, how come they are all so lazy? No wonder your grandfather passed down his medical skills to you. None of your brothers seem capable of doing anything. You and the third brother will have your own children someday. You can't always support your maternal relatives. Second sister-in-law is experienced. She has some advice for you. Second sister-in-law, do you dislike the New Year's dinner my mother made? Su-mei suddenly asked while holding a chicken leg. Caught off guard by the sudden change of topic, second sister-in-law Ching-dixie was confused. When did I say I disliked my mother's cooking? Don't talk nonsense, third sister-in-law. Mother's cooking is very good. Good enough to hide your bad mouth? Su-mei rolled her eyes at Ching-dixie. She could tolerate her teasing, but she couldn't stand her insulting the Su family. Why is the Su family poor? It's because Su Xuanhu, who is always doing good deeds, has drained the family's resources. Other families are united and work together to get richer, but Su-mei's brothers got married and moved out one by one. They started from nothing, borrowing money to build new houses. All four brothers built new homes, spending all their money on the houses. Poverty is normal in this situation. In fact, the brothers all saved money when they grew up and worked hard to create their own small families. They are not lazy. They are more diligent than many others in the village. As for studying medicine, there were many twists and turns, which caused Su-mei's brothers to miss the chance to learn. It's not about being lazy or hardworking. Only Ching-dixie doesn't understand the situation. She talks carelessly, driven by her jealous heart, and always speaks badly. Su-mei doesn't indulge her. She keeps her words moderate and doesn't say anything too harsh, especially since today is New Year's Eve. Su-mei doesn't want to cause a scene. Ching-dixie considers herself a favorite of the Hor family. Everyone in her family treats her with respect, but she always finds fault with Su-mei. Frustrated, she bites her teeth and says, "Third sister-in-law, your mouth is really sharp. I'm just trying to remind you kindly, don't let helping your maternal family affect your marriage. A woman should prioritize her husband's family after marriage. I'm just trying to be kind. Even if my third sister-in-law doesn't accept my kindness, she shouldn't scold me. The Su family is already poor, and their poverty is due to laziness. I only told the truth. Your anger won't change this fact. People can make you angry, but Chung Erxi is not willing to accept it. She feels she is no worse than Su-mei in any way, yet she married worse, dressed less fashionably, and isn't as valued by her family. Seeing others who are not as good as her living much better makes Chung Erxi feel unhappy. She can't help but want to show off her presence in front of Su-mei. She can't stand seeing Su-mei happy. In the past, she was the most valued daughter-in-law in the family. Why did Su-mei, this fool, steal all the attention when she returned? Chung Erxi's parents are very traditional and prefer boys over girls. They would rather leave their estate to her father's distant relatives than let her or her sister get involved. This made Chung Erxi feel very insignificant before marriage, so she always wanted to prove herself. Finally, she proved her worth in her husband's family and found a strong sense of presence. She became very sensitive and afraid others would surpass her. She used to dominate her eldest sister-in-law, who was very obedient to her. Now she wants to dominate Su-mei too, so she always tries to act like the older sister-in-law when talking to her. But she chose the wrong approach. Su-mei had just met her biological family and was very happy with her parents and brothers. She couldn't tolerate Chung Erxi bad-mouthing them repeatedly. She endured it many times, but Chung Erxi kept insulting her. So, Sume didn't care if it was the new year. She picked up the egg drop soup in front of her and poured it all over Chung Erxi's head. "Thank you, second sister-in-law. To show my respect, I invite you to drink some soup." The soup wasn't boiling hot, but it still made Chung Erxi scream and squirm. She stood up to fight back, but before she could, Sume slapped her to the ground. Sume didn't want to waste words on hitting her. She had been wanting to slap Chung Erxi for a long time. Lu Tsuyin watched from across the river for a while, then finally stepped in when she saw Sume strike. "What are you doing? It's the new year. Can't you even have a peaceful dinner?" "Yes. Even a New Year's dinner can't be peaceful. I've tolerated enough." "Chung Erxi, you think I, Sume, are easy to bully? Dare to talk nonsense again and I'll hit you every time you do." "I can't believe your nonsense." After Sume finished speaking, she threw down her chopsticks and walked outside. "Forget about eating the meal?" "Ugh. Well, I guess I ate enough earlier." Seeing Sume leave, Hu Jiangwo quickly got up and followed her. He hadn't spoken because he knew Sume's temper was tough and she wouldn't be easily bullied, but he didn't expect her to hit someone directly. When they reached the door, Hu Jiangwo remembered to look back at Chung Erxi. "3 children from second sister-in-law's family. I used to support them with my allowance. From now on, that's over. Second sister-in-law is right. Once you get married, your family should come first. We need to focus on raising our own children now. As for my older brother and his wife, I can't help anymore."
"Why?"
"You promised before to help take care of your older brother's 3 nephews, Chung Erxi said. Since she married into the Hu family, she had been using Hu Jiangwo's allowance as her own money. She even forgot who she was spending her children's expenses on, and she didn't expect Hu Jiangwo to cut off support for the 3 kids. She was stunned, forgot to cry, and stared in shock. Seeing this, Hu Jiangwo sneered coldly. "I did promise, but only if you can afford it. Am I supposed to spend money to support ungrateful people who damage my family? Are you the one with a problem, or is my mind broken?" After speaking, Hu Jiangwo didn't care about everyone's reactions inside the house. He hurriedly followed outside because he was fed up with this family. When Hu Jiangwo left, Chung Erxi started crying again, feeling sad. "Mom, look. Old Third used to be loyal to our Hu family. Now I don't know what kind of spell Sue may cast on him. He's neglecting his own nephews to help Sue May take care of her lazy relatives back home. Just stop it already. We had a peaceful new year, and now you're causing trouble with Sue May for no reason," Hu Jiangdang said. He had never spoken loudly to Chung Erxi before. Now, seeing that the money for raising children was suddenly gone, he looked at her with some anger. "I told you, can't you just behave? You gave birth to 3 sons for our Hu family. Your status is the highest here. Nothing can shake it. Why fight over trivial things? It's all because you're useless. If you had any ability, I wouldn't have to rely on the 3rd son to help raise the kids. If you were capable, I wouldn't have to lower myself in front of Sue May. You're a coward and useless, only good at scolding women." Uffed. When his wife was beaten, you just watched silently and didn't step in to defend her. You're a useless man. Erlixi has always been used to being bossy, so she naturally didn't listen to Hu Jiandang's advice and started arguing with him directly. Hu Jiandang had always been obedient to Erlixi, probably because he endured for so long, but finally, he couldn't hold back and burst out. "I'm useless. Why don't you marry someone who isn't useless? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just think you're not bad, and you deserve someone like my 3rd brother. You think fate is unfair because it didn't marry you to someone like my 3rd brother. Erlixi, you're just a sister-in-law who keeps thinking about her brother-in-law. You're shameless." "Nonsense. I'm thinking about your dad." Erlixi also got angry, and as soon as she spoke, she realized she had said the wrong thing. In the next moment, Hu Jiandang slapped Erlixi hard across the face, leaving a big slap mark. After so many years married into the Hu family, this was the first time Erlixi had been hit by a man. She immediately felt like the sky was falling and stood up to fight Hu Jiandang desperately. The couple from the second household argued loudly, causing a big fuss. Seeing the tense atmosphere, The older couple quickly finished their meal and left the room. This New Year's dinner at the Hur family ended in disappointment. In the West Wing, Hu Jiangwo was still trying to reason with Su Mei. Don't be angry. We only have 7 days left before we leave. Why argue with her? 7 days? If it weren't for it being dark, I couldn't stay here for even 7 minutes. You didn't even discuss with me before deciding we'd come back every evening to eat and stay. Hu Jiangwo, I don't want to spend a single minute in such chaotic days. Thinking about spending every New Year in this kind of atmosphere makes me scared. During the holidays, I get scolded even when I just eat quietly. It might be better if we just divorce and go our separate ways, each with our own family, so your family won't look down on me and cause constant trouble. At this moment, Su Mei was angry and speaking harshly, picking out the most unpleasant words. She truly felt like she was in a terrible situation, her good mood ruined completely whenever she returned to her in-laws' house. She wasn't naturally a person who liked to get angry, but her family, especially Hu Jiangwo, was so difficult that she felt upset and annoyed. Hu Jiangwo knew Su Mei was angry, and he also felt uncomfortable. This was the first New Year they had spent together after their relationship improved. Seeing the scene turn so ugly, he felt very regretful. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have brought Su Mei back that night. This family indeed has many overwhelming problems, but he didn't expect that just by this, Su Mei could easily say the word divorce. When he heard the word divorce, his face instantly darkened like coal in a mine. If it's because of Zexy, you want to divorce me? Isn't that unfair to me? During the new year, your family hints that my family is taking advantage of you, saying my brothers are lazy. Is that fair? Su Mei knew she shouldn't blame Hu Jiangwo, but she couldn't help it. She was full of anger and just wanted to vent it all out. Hu Jiangwo saw Su Mei angry and felt a headache coming. He rubbed his head and said, "Divorce is impossible. You can forget about it. I will never divorce you. There's no urgent reason to do so. Who would willingly choose divorce? As for my family, I will handle it. Tomorrow, I will ask Zexy to come and apologize. I promise they won't do this again. Is that okay? What can you guarantee? If they listen to you, today wouldn't have become such a mess. I say I can guarantee it, and I will. You just need to give me a chance to prove it to you. And if it happens again, then you should divorce me and keep me away from all the trouble with your family. Su Mei, if you dare to say the word divorce again, I wouldn't mind staying right here and making love to you, marking you with my exclusive brand," Hu Jiangwo said, looking deeply into Su Mei's eyes, then softly added, "If it happens again, I will become your son-in-law and go to your family. Like my mother said, we will just visit during the new year, not stay often." These words sounded truly unbelievable. Which man would willingly become a son-in-law without reason? Su Mei looked quietly at Hu Jiangwo for a long time, finally managing to say 3 words. "Are you crazy?" Knowing that Hu Jiangwo was a very filial person, he married the original owner mainly out of filial duty. He was worried that if he didn't marry her, his parents wouldn't be able to hold their heads up in the village. Under her pressure, he reluctantly agreed to the marriage. He valued filial piety very much. Such a person, who cared so much about filial duty, now said he wanted to become her son-in-law while his parents were still alive. Su Mei thought Hu Jiangwo must be crazy. However, at this moment, Hu Jiangwo was very clear-headed. He reached out, pinched Su Mei's chin, looked into her eyes, and said, "Parents will grow old, children will grow up, but only you will always be by my side. Your feelings are the most important. Su Mei, I am respectful to my parents, but I am not naive. I will not let you suffer silently like your older sister-in-law or endure unfair treatment. In my heart, our marriage always comes first. I will treat you well for the rest of my life. The word divorce is not a good one. Let's not mention it anymore, okay?"
Wow.
Su Mei was stunned. She always knew that Hu Jiangwo had strong principles, but she never thought he could be so rational and firm when facing conflicts with his mother-in-law, always protecting their small family. Su Mei gently pushed away Hu Jiangwo's hand that was holding her chin and asked softly, Is your support for me unconditional? Of course not. I support whoever is right. I stand on the side of justice. Hu Jiangwo said seriously, every word clear and firm. This answer was very honest, and Su-mei felt very satisfied. If Hu Jiangwo had said he would support her unconditionally, it would sound insincere. The more time Su-mei spent with Hu Jiangwo, the more she felt he was a person she could trust in every way. Seeing him carefully apologize, her anger eased significantly. If it weren't for your face, I wouldn't come to the Hu family. If someone picks a fight with me again, I'll only come here during the new year from now on. Even if you don't want me to be a son-in-law, I won't come here to suffer indignities. Although she no longer argued with Hu Jiangwo, Su-mei still wanted to be clear from the start. She wasn't afraid of these people causing trouble. She just thought life was too short to waste on scheming and fighting. Instead of arguing and getting angry, she preferred to learn more and improve herself. If she knew that entering the Hu family would bring her trouble, she wouldn't have come to make things difficult for herself. Don't worry, I said I wouldn't do such things again, and I won't. Hu Jiangwo knew Su-mei was strong-willed and wouldn't give in easily. If she could compromise because of him, he was very grateful. He promised Su-mei, I will handle these matters well. Don't worry. Seeing Su-mei calm down, Hu Jiangwo got up and prepared to leave. When he was about to go out, Su-mei quickly stopped him. Where are you going? To ask Qing to apologize to you. Hu Jiangwo didn't want Su-mei to suffer unfairly. But Su-mei shook her head. I know what you want to do. You just want to tell second sister-in-law that if she doesn't apologize to me, she won't get any support for the 3 children from second brother anymore, right? When she left the house, Su-mei heard what Hu Jiangwo was saying. Yes, Hu Jiangwo nodded at Su-mei. I support this family with my money, raise the children, and they still make my wife upset. How is that fair? Don't worry, I will definitely get justice for you today. I don't want justice. Su-mei shook her head. What's the use of that? Even if he apologizes, he won't do it sincerely. It's better to say, from now on, I won't give money to support the second brother's children. I don't want you to spend money, just to make me angry. Soon, we will have our own children and our own family to take care of. Why should we support the second brother's kids? Su-mei said this on purpose. Before marrying Hu Jiangwo, he supported his 2 older brothers. When Su-mei became successful, she would also help her brothers. Supporting family members is natural and right. But Su-mei was testing her position in Hu Jiangwo's heart to see how much her words could influence him. However, at this moment, Hu Jiangwo hesitated. The second brother has 3 sons. If I don't help, he can't afford to send them to school. Without education, they won't have a good future. Although I said in anger that I wouldn't care about my nephews anymore, I can't really ignore them. No matter how much adults argue, they shouldn't delay the children's future. Hu Jiangwo is a man of principles. He didn't give up his integrity just to please Su-mei. He remains clear and honest about what he should do and can do. Over 10 years ago, when he was in elementary and high school during a nationwide famine, his family couldn't afford enough food or warm clothes. Even then, his family didn't let him drop out because he was smart and good at studying. His second brother told him, "You're clever and good at school. Keep studying well. The rest is up to your brothers." His 2 brothers worked hard in the mountains, risking their lives to catch snakes, to support him. His current position is closely related to his education. Even after his brothers married and started their own families, he never abandoned them. Family relationships are complicated. Su-mei fully expected this attitude. She knew that such an honest, principled man was truly worth trusting. If a man abandons his family and all other feelings just to please a woman, that is truly frightening. But even though Su-mei understands this logically, she still secretly hopes to be favored. She stubbornly asks Hu Jiangwo, "If I absolutely forbid you from giving allowances to the second brother's children, and you do it anyway, I will argue with you and divorce you. When I return to the army, I will give you my bank book and all my salary will go directly to you. I won't take the army's allowances to support them," Hu Jiangwo says seriously. Then he adds, "I won't take allowances, but I have other ways to earn money. My allowance is for raising our children, and I will earn money through other means to pay for my nephew's education. Do you have any objections? Yes, I do, Sume replies stubbornly. Since you want to live with me, all the money you earn should be mine. She knows this is a bit unreasonable, but she can't help herself. Love shouldn't be about arguing. She crosses her arms and quietly watches He Jiangua, eager to see how he will handle her. He Jiangua also notices that Sume is upset and deliberately looking for trouble. Suddenly, he steps forward and pinches her chubby face. Without warning, he kisses her. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Sume is momentarily overwhelmed. Are you crazy? Why are you kissing me? His sharp, angular lips don't speak, but quickly take in the air in her mouth. His tongue invades, stirring up her feelings. This kiss is long and deep, making Sume blush all over. Now, do you have any objections? He Jiangua asks her softly in her ear, seeing her breathless. If you do, then kiss until I have no objections. You're being shameless, Sume says angrily. We're talking about serious matters. Don't try to fool me like this. He Jiangua, who taught you to do this? Your master taught me. He Jiangua thinks silently. Qin Jingting once said that when a woman is unreasonable, there's no point arguing. If you can't reason with her, couples often argue at night and make up in the morning. Sleeping on it works better than anything else. He Jiangua hasn't mastered that yet, but he figures a quick kiss might have a similar effect. It was you who started being shameless. We have problems to solve, but supporting my nephew isn't something that can be put aside. Not just my nephew, but also the children of my brothers-in-law. If they can't afford to go to school, I will help. Poverty should not mean ignorance. Education makes people wise. If I don't let my nephews attend school, they might grow up to be like their parents, just as uneducated and foolish. This kind of ignorance will keep causing problems in the Hua family. You're not a billionaire or a wealthy person, so how can you control everything?
Sume said.
And I don't fully agree that education makes people wise. Many educated people can still be bad, she added. Look at the children brought up by your second brother and sister-in-law. They're not good people. The 3 kids now are enough to be annoying. Hua Jiangua sighed and said patiently to Sume, I know that education doesn't guarantee wisdom. I just want to be honest with myself. When I was studying, the country was suffering from famine. Before your second sister-in-law married into the family, my second brother worked hard to support my education. He bought me new shoes, went barefoot into the mountains to catch snakes, and picked wild mushrooms to bring me rice for school. No matter how bad he is now, I remember his kindness from before. We should not forget our roots. As long as we can maintain our own good life, we should help others. Sume, I now earn a good salary. Most children in the village can't go to school. We shouldn't let adult grudges stop children from learning. I will only help with their education. As for your second sister-in-law, I will make her apologize to you for today's matter. In the future, I will make her respect you. If I keep saying no, it would make me look too difficult, like a busybody, Sume said with a pout. This man's sense of responsibility was just too overwhelming. Hua Jiangua, your ideals are too high for me to keep up. You're always thinking about helping others, but I'm not that great. Not exactly greatness, he replied. I've experienced the hardship of not being able to go to school because of lack of money. Within my ability, I don't want our family to suffer like that. Just like how you've been through the rain. You don't want others to get wet too, right? Sume summarized for him, giving him a popular motivational quote from the internet. Hua Jiangua nodded happily.
Exactly.
My wife speaks so well. Most importantly, I don't like adult grudges affecting the children. Stop flattering me. I only tolerate you because of your face, and because I believe in forgiving past mistakes. But you should remember what you said. Sume knew arguing further was pointless, so she could only reluctantly compromise. She said angrily, If anyone in this family keeps bothering me on purpose, and you still go out of your way to help, I will definitely divorce you. Hua Jiangua, why are you kissing me again? Don't mention divorce, he warned fiercely. If you do, I'll kiss you once for every time you mention it, until you're too scared to say it anymore. Then he added, Go to sleep quickly. When you wake up tomorrow morning, I promise second sister-in-law will sincerely apologize to you. Forget the apology. She might really apologize, but only if she stops bothering me afterward, she said insincerely. An insincere apology was better not to have at all. As long as they kept their distance in the future, it would be fine. But Hu Jiangua shook his head. She must apologize. If I don't teach her a lesson, she won't remember. If she truly doesn't know her place, I'll cut off her allowance for the 3 nephews. I want her to understand that once you take something from someone, you must be gentle. From now on, she'll have to act humbly in front of you. He turned and walked out. Behind him, Sumei's face was red to her neck. This man was very strange. His face always looked serious, but when he was close, he was not shy at all. His tongue was quick and very charming. He looked proper, but he would pinch her soft flesh and kiss her red lips. Sometimes, Sumei faintly felt that he didn't seem as serious as he appeared. Actually, Hu Jiangua was very deceiving in appearance. His face was sharp and angular, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, full of integrity. If you saw his face in a modern TV drama, you might think he was playing a drug dealer, but actually, he would be the first to be suspected as an undercover agent. His face was very upright, and he liked to carry himself with pride, always standing tall and righteous. Sometimes, this made it easy to overlook his cunning and scheming nature. For example, Sumei always thought Hu Jiangua was a straightforward, honest official. But later, she slowly realized that honest and simple didn't really fit him. He was at most a little direct. When he said someone should apologize, he meant it. He wanted to give Sumei some justice. Just as he was about to open the door, a small figure holding candied fruit and tied with 2 little buns suddenly burst into the room from outside. Autumn, why are you here? Hu Jiangua quickly caught the falling little Autumn. Auntie, Autumn wants to give you a candied hawthorn. You like candied hawthorn the most, right? If you eat it, you won't be angry anymore, okay? Huiqiu, with her short legs, carefully walked up to Sumei. Mom said you bought maltose for Autumn. Autumn should thank Auntie. So, can Autumn give the candied hawthorn to Auntie? After speaking, Huiqiu looked at her candied hawthorn with reluctance, then reluctantly handed it to Sumei. She looked at the candied hawthorn, swallowed hard, and hesitated. Although this is the countryside, and the entire Huijia is messy and dirty, Huiqiu was very neat and clean. The 2 red strings tied together made her look very cute. Seeing the little girl holding the candied hawthorn, clearly scared and reluctant, but still brave enough to hold it up to her face, Sumei felt her heart soften completely. Autumn, aren't you afraid of Auntie? The original owner had caused the little girl to fall into water and almost lost her life. Sumei thought the girl should be afraid of her. But Huiqiu shook her head. You're Autumn's 3rd aunt. Autumn isn't afraid. You brought ginseng and maltose to help Autumn's health. You're a good person. Just bringing maltose makes you a good person? Sumei couldn't help but smile, thinking that children's worlds are really simple. Huiqiu, in a soft voice, said, Autumn has never eaten such delicious maltose before. I saw that the second aunt's brothers all ate some. I just took a quick look, and the second aunt said I was a naughty girl not worthy of eating those things. Grandma also secretly gave the brothers some, but she didn't let me eat. She said too much sugar would ruin my teeth, and girls' teeth look bad when they're rotten. But I'm not stupid. She clearly just doesn't want to give me any. Neither the second aunt nor Grandma let Autumn eat maltose. Only the third aunt gave me 3 jars at once, so she's the best person ever. That's why I want to give my favorite, most loved candied hawthorn to the third aunt. Look, a big, sweet candied hawthorn. My mom bought it at the market. I've kept it for many days and didn't dare to eat it. You should eat it quickly. It's my treat. Heartsuit, 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 heartsuit. Even if Sumei was really angry, she couldn't stay mad at such a cute, soft little girl. She touched the girl's face and shook her head. Third aunt won't eat it. You eat it yourself. Thank you, Autumn. Before she finished speaking, Huiqiu had already stuffed the candied hawthorn into Sumei's mouth. The sweet and sour taste quickly filled Sumei's taste buds. Seeing a hint of a smile on Sumei's face, Hu Jiangor felt relieved and quietly left the room. Is it delicious? Hu Qiu tilted her head and smiled sweetly at Sumei. Then she shoved the candied hawthorn stick into Sumei's hand, turned around, and ran out on short legs. Sumei felt a bit embarrassed to accept something from a child. When she saw Hu Qiu run out, she quickly got up and followed her. Just as she stepped outside, she happened to meet Li Shufan coming out to find Hu Qiu. Li Shufan saw Hu Qiu run out of Sumei's house, immediately hugged her, and then looked at the candied hawthorn in Sumei's hand. Sumei was so embarrassed, she didn't know where to hide. Second sister-in-law, I didn't take it. Hu Qiu wanted to give it to me herself. I was just about to chase after her to return it. I understand, Li Shufan nodded at Sumei. She told me she wanted to give the candied hawthorn to third aunt. The ginseng is very good. After drinking the soup for a few days, Hu Qiu's complexion improved a lot. We have nothing to repay you with. It's just a string of candied hawthorn. Hu Qiu has this kind thought, so please accept and eat it. It's not anything valuable. Sorry for the trouble. You bought so many things for us when you came back, but we have nothing to give you and third brother in return. Over the years, we've been treating Hu Qiu's illness, and Hu Qiu's weak body isn't entirely your fault, Li Shufan said, suddenly stepping closer to Sumei. Although that time she fell into the water and was seriously hurt, her weak health was already showing signs before that. When I was pregnant, I had no food to eat, and severe morning sickness made me unable to eat what I wanted. I only ate pumpkin every day. Hu Qiu was born weighing only 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, very thin and weak. The midwife said she might not survive. Later, Hu Qiu lived with her grandmother, who said she didn't eat well, only willing to eat 1 meal a day. The child was so hungry she looked pale and thin. What could be done? The child was stubborn and refused to eat properly, Li Shufan said with a bitter smile. Whether the child was simply unwilling to eat or someone deliberately starved her is unknown. She then said, So, the child's poor health is partly because of you, but you can't blame everything on yourself. It was the child's grandmother who said it. She claims you caused the child to fall into the water, which made her health worse. Honestly, I truly hate you. The child was already weak, and you nearly took her life when she fell into the water. But third brother has helped us so much. For his sake, I will forgive you this time. Third brother is a good man. Stay close to him, and he will never let you suffer. He's way better than that useless man I have. Sumei, you're lucky. From now on, you should live well with third brother. After saying this, Li Shufan hugged Hu Qiu and went back to their room. What are you saying outside again? When you were postpartum, your appetite was poor and you couldn't eat. During childbirth, the baby was difficult to deliver, which caused Qiu's health problems. All of this is your fault. Why are you always complaining in front of third sister-in-law? Saying you had no food to eat, or that Qiu didn't have enough when she was little. Li Shufan, you're just about to go around telling everyone that my mother treated you unfairly. My mother is so kind, yet you keep slandering her every day. Are you finished? In the main house, old master Hu scolded Li Shufan loudly. Hu Jianjun, the eldest, usually couldn't say a proper word, but when he closed the door to discipline his wife and children, he was all strict. Sumei looked at the candied haws in her hand and then at the flickering kerosene lamp in the eldest brother's room. She sighed with some sadness. They say women fear marrying the wrong man and men fear choosing the wrong career. Li Shufan married such a useless man like the eldest, and in a time when divorce was difficult, her life was basically ruined. In the room, Li Shufan didn't even argue. She was used to responding with silence to Hu Jianjun's scolding. Probably because she knew arguing was useless. Back in her room, Sumei finished eating all the candied haws. She thought to herself that after she returned to her mother's house tomorrow, she would carefully pick out the medicinal herbs she gathered from the mountains. She planned to select some aged tonic herbs to give to Qiu. She couldn't do much to help Li Shufan and her son, but at least she could help Qiu improve her health. This child was quite likable. With her kind heart as a healer, Su-mei was willing to help as much as she could. After finishing the candied haws, Su-mei poured water from the thermos to wash her face and feet, then snuggled into bed to sleep. Until late at night, Su-mei was already half asleep when she suddenly felt a cold breeze into her quilt. Immediately, she was pulled into a hug by Hu Jangwo's large hand. Did she finally agree to apologize after all this time? I told you not to go at all. Even if she apologizes, she doesn't do it willingly. Why bother? I don't even want to hear her speak. It's just annoying. Su-mei mumbled drowsily in Hu Jangwo's arms. His hand held the back of her head, and he softly said above her head, "No, they agreed to the apology from the start. I stayed out so late because I was negotiating with them about the kids. You're right, the kids will eventually grow up to be troublemakers if they stay with them. So I told them that after the new year, Huda and Huliang will go to a boarding school in the county. The school only comes home once every 3 months, so they will have less contact with their second brother and sister-in-law. Maybe then they'll have a better chance to become good people. You're so thoughtful, but I worry they won't appreciate you and might think you're causing a separation between family members," Su-mei said, honestly not understanding why Hu Jangwo was doing such a troublesome thing. Hu Jangwo sighed faintly but didn't reply. Instead, he changed the subject. "Tomorrow morning, second sister-in-law will apologize to you." "Haha, I don't want that," Su-mei said. She found apologies disgusting, so the next day she didn't give Zexy a chance to apologize. She got up early and went back to her parents' house, not even eating breakfast at the Hu family. Knowing Su-mei was upset, Hu Jangwo carefully saw her back to her parents' house. After sending her off, he had to return to the Hu family. He was worried that if he stayed too long at Su-mei's house, Lu Tsueyin would have opinions. Back at the Hu home, Hu Jangwo remembered Su-mei's disgusted expression towards the chicken manure, so he built a chicken coop and kept the chickens inside. He also cleaned the yard thoroughly, tidying up all the dirty spots inside and outside the house, making the entire Hu residence look fresh and new. After tidying up the yard, Hu Jangwo saw that it was almost dinner time, so he left again to go to Su's house to pick up Su-mei. At her parents' house, Su-mei was very happy, and when she saw Hu Jangwo coming to pick her up, she felt overwhelmed. "Why do you insist on bringing me back to live at the Hu house? We're married, but it's just on paper. We don't need to be together at night, so there's no need to live together. You stay at the Hu family, and I stay at the Su family. We each find our own way. Isn't that comfortable for everyone?" "No, it's not good. I can't sleep without you by my side," Hu Jangwo wanted to say. It's not just that he can't sleep at night. During the day, he hadn't seen Su-mei at all, and he felt empty inside. Su-mei listened to Hu Jangwo's words and felt nothing in her heart. "Can't sleep? Why don't you sleep with me at the Su family? That's fine. If you really don't want to go back, I can stay at your mother's house with you." Hu Jangwo finally compromised. He didn't want to see Su-mei with a sad face. He reached out and smoothed her brow. "Wherever you want to stay, that's where we'll stay." Seeing Hu Jangwo's compromise, Su-mei turned around and tidied up her things before returning to the Hu family with him. She just wanted Hu Jangwo's attitude, but she didn't want to make things difficult for him. Besides being her husband, he also had to be a good son. A few days ago, he had stayed with her at the Su family for many days. Now, Su-mei also wanted to make some proper compromises. Maybe because Su-mei hit Zexy yesterday, the people in the Hu family seemed to realize that Su-mei was now more assertive and harder to bully. When she returned to the Hu family, she no longer heard the chatter and gossip around her. That night, Su-mei slept at the Hu house. The next morning, she left without even having breakfast and went straight to the Su family. When the couple arrived at the Su family, Bai Xiaofang had already prepared breakfast. Su Xuanhu didn't know when he had hidden a jar of wine, and early in the morning, he insisted on dragging Hu Jangwo and Su-mei to drink until they were drunk. Unable to refuse, Hu Jangwo sat at the table under Su Xuanhu's invitation. Under Su Xuanhu's constant urging, both Hu Jangwo and Su-mei drank until their faces turned red. Seeing the tipsy couple, Su Xuanhu chuckled and said, "Have enough to drink? When you're done, go rest in Su-mei's room." After saying that, Su Xuanhu got up and went to the toilet. When he returned after using the bathroom, he found that Su Mei and Ho Jiangwo were no longer in the room. He quietly asked Su Xingxue, who was about to go out with your sister and brother-in-law, "Did they go to rest?" "Rest? What rest?" Su Xingxue looked at Su Xuanhu with surprise and said, "They went up the mountain. My sister said that the medicinal herbs they collected a few days ago were too few and needed to gather some more."
Up.
Up the mountain? Su Xuanhu was shocked. Su Xingxue was confused. Yes, they went up the mountain. They're adults now. Why are you so scared just because they went? I went alone up the mountain, and I wasn't nervous at all. You don't understand anything. Su Xuanhu's mouth kept opening and closing. After thinking for a moment, he quickly ran outside. No, I must find the person quickly. There are hundreds of small hills near Tiger Rock, and you just squat in the toilet for half an hour. Now they've all gone into the mountain. How can we find anyone? Don't worry, Su Mei is protected by my brother-in-law. Nothing will happen. Su Xingxue stopped in front of Su Xuanhu. Su Xuanhu's face turned red with embarrassment. He whispered, "I must find her. I put some aphrodisiac in your sister and brother-in-law's wine."
What?
What did you put? Su Xingxue was also stunned. You're just having a normal drink, and you put that medicine in? TSK, that's an aphrodisiac. What are you doing? I'm just trying to help your sister. When she left during the New Year, she stole a special pill from my pharmacy. She stole it to be with Hua Jiangwo.
Cough, right?
Yesterday, I overheard her talking with a Hua family boy. They're not really together yet, so that means your sister hasn't been with anyone for a year. Hua Jiangwo is pretty good. I just want to stir things up. Su Xuanhu spoke confidently, but he knew he was doing something wrong. His face was so red it looked like it might bleed. Su Xingxue was speechless. You're really making things worse. They might lose their minds slowly. If they walk around and get caught on the street, will my sister still be alive? Call my mom too. Hurry and go find her. Grandpa, you're really a treasure in the family. You're a real treasure. Su Xuanhu knew his grandson was teasing him, but he felt guilty and didn't dare to reply. He thought that after going to the bathroom, Su Mei would have already gone back to her room with Hua Jiangwo. They would have already made things official. He never expected that the couple went back up the mountain early in the morning. Although Su Xingxue felt embarrassed, he quickly told Bai Xiaofang about it. Bai Xiaofang was so angry her chest hurt, but as a daughter-in-law, she couldn't blame her father-in-law. She could only sigh heavily at Su Xuanhu. Since this matter was sensitive, Bai Xiaofang didn't tell anyone else in the family. She only took Su Xingxue and hurriedly headed towards Tiger Rock Mountain. They didn't let Su Xuanhu go with them. A few days ago, Su Xuanhu went into the mountains to gather herbs and got tired. Over the past couple of days, his legs haven't been very steady. Su Xingxue was worried that the old master might make another trip and tire himself out again. Since returning to the Su family, Su Mei kept thinking about preparing medicine for Huiqiu. After searching through the herbs, she found there weren't many ingredients for tonic medicine. Thinking she had nothing to do anyway, she decided to ask Hua Jiangwo to go to the mountains and pick some tonic herbs. They walked together to Laohuyen, into a rocky mountain full of slate. These rocky cliffs are the best places for growing rare herbs like lingji mushrooms and ginseng. While cutting through the thorny bushes, Su Mei walked and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She couldn't help but say, "Strange, Hua Jiangwo, why do I feel especially hot today?"
Hot.
Hua Jiangwo also felt stuffy and said, "Maybe the weather is changing. I also feel very hot. I don't know if it will rain. So let's finish gathering the herbs quickly and go back. It's hot, so what? Why are you twisting around?" Su Mei looked at Hua Jiangwo strangely. She noticed the man walking ahead was swaying his hips suggestively. Hua Jiangwo replied helplessly, "Itch. If it itches, just scratch it." Su Mei found it odd that he was twisting so much, like a little pig twisting around. "It's inconvenient to scratch." Hua Jiangwo responded. "Could it be that he can't reach?" Su Mei looked at him and said, "Where does it itch? Let me help you scratch." She thought it might be on his back, places she couldn't reach, and since he seemed very uncomfortable, she wanted to help. Suddenly, Hwo Jang-woo turned around and gave Sume a strange look as he began unbuckling his belt. His strange behavior confused Sume. Hey, what are you doing unfastening your belt for? Didn't you say you wanted to help me scratch? Hwo Jang-woo said, and with a click, the belt buckle opened with a crisp sound. Why would he scratch while taking off his pants? Sume finally realized something was wrong. Where does it itch? Here. When Hwo Jang-woo spoke, he slightly lowered his head, and his warm breath lazily drifted over Sume's head, gradually creeping into her heart. Her fair face flushed with a faint red. She reached out and slapped Hwo Jang-woo the hand. Hwo Jang-woo, you used to be such a decent person. Then, ignoring Hwo Jang-woo's reaction, she bypassed him and quickly headed up the mountain. Hwo Jang-woo stood there, slightly raising his eyebrows, a faint smile on his face mixed with a hint of pain and joy. He thought it was really strange, so early in the morning something unusual was happening. Although the tickling action was unseemly, Hwo Jang-woo truly felt he had reached his limit. Seeing Sume walk away, he quickly reached out and grabbed a handful when she wasn't paying attention. Much better. Doing this kind of thing really damages his image. Hwo Jang-woo was teasing Sume just to lure her closer, then quickly tickle her again. When he felt relief from the itch, he hurried to catch up with Sume, following her with a strange look. Why the strange look? Because Hwo Jang-woo still felt uncomfortable. He had never experienced this before. The unseemly act was something he didn't want to do, but the itch was so intense it almost took his life. His walk became weak and unsteady. No matter how awkward the action was, he had to do it. His handsome face flushed red. Later, he realized he simply couldn't stop himself. At first, Hwo Jang-woo didn't dare do it too obviously, afraid Sume would notice his embarrassment and tarnish his noble image. But then he saw that Sume hadn't looked back at him once, so he let himself indulge in relieving his pain. So satisfying. If Hwo Jang-woo were from another world, he would describe his feelings like this. This feeling is incredibly awesome. It was so itchy and uncomfortable. No matter how inappropriate, Hwo Jang-woo no longer cared. Sume really felt she shouldn't have looked back. Just one glance, and she saw a scene she would never forget for decades. A man, 1.85 meters tall, with a face full of desire, was following her and doing something hard to look at. So shameless. He looked like a gentleman, but in broad daylight he was doing something inappropriate while walking. This shocking scene made Sume feel her innocent eyes sting with a fiery pain.
It was terrifying.
She felt her legs speeding up as she hurried away. Hwo Jang-woo didn't notice that Sume had seen his awkward state. When she quickened her steps, he instinctively hurried to catch up. At this moment, Hwo Jang-woo's cheeks were flushed, his eyes unfocused, and he was slightly confused. However, he didn't realize this himself. His legs moved naturally to follow Sume. If she had looked back, she would have seen Hwo Jang-woo walking unsteadily. But after noticing what Hwo Jang-woo was doing, Sume didn't look back again. She was feeling upset and thought she had been single for 30 years, so hungry for affection. Seeing Hwo Jang-woo's posture, her heart felt like it was about to explode. Yet, as they walked, she couldn't help but imagine his handsome face in her mind. More than once, she felt the urge to turn around and throw herself into his arms. Deep inside, a voice seemed to shout at her chest, "Go ahead, Sume. Throw yourself at that handsome guy with the six-pack abs. He's yours. Enjoy him fully." Oh my! Sume felt both excited and ridiculous at the same time. She wondered how she had become such a desperate woman. Besides the voice in her head, she also felt her mouth dry, her whole body tingling and itchy. It was so hot and uncomfortable that she couldn't help but unbutton one of the buttons on her cotton coat. A cool mountain breeze blew into her clothes from her neck, giving her a moment of relief and a faint breath of fresh air. But this comfort only lasted about 10 seconds before she felt even more restless and uncomfortable. So she unbuttoned the second button, then the third, then the fourth. She kept unbuttoning until she finally took off her coat altogether. The cool mountain air brought her back to her senses. She looked at her coat, alarm bells ringing in her mind. Wait, what just happened? How did her mind go blank, and she ended up taking off her coat while walking? In such a cold winter, even if it was hot outside, she wouldn't normally offer clothes. At most, she would unbutton to let some air in. But just now, Sume felt her thoughts seemed driven by some kind of desire.
Desire?
When she thought about her symptoms, her eyes suddenly widened. This symptom. Hiss. Just as Sume was vaguely aware that she had fallen under some strange influence, she suddenly heard a faint, weak moan behind her. She was drawn to the sound and turned around. It was only then that she realized Hu Jingwa had already taken off his pants and thrown them behind him. He was lying sprawled on a round stone, completely relaxed. He was muttering to himself, clearly not fully awake. Sume, I told you not to lose weight. Look at you now, you're so thin, not soft at all, just as hard as a rock. Losing weight isn't good. From now on, no more dieting. Boo-hoo, I can't even feel softness anymore. I want a chubby wife. Why are you so hard now?
You're hurting me.
Sume, I've never felt so speechless in my life. If you keep this up, it's not just about hurting anymore. You're going to scrape your skin off. Hu Jingwa, wake up. This is so embarrassing. Come on, wake up. The readers are starting to find you creepy. But no matter what Sume said, Hu Jingwa was lost in his own world, ignoring her. He was lying on the stone, sounding aggrieved. Forget it, if you're hard, you're hard. I'll buy you more food later and raise you back. I worked hard to lose weight, and now you want to raise me back? Sume glared at Hu Jingwa with annoyance. Hu Jingwa, lying on the ground, mumbled unclearly. I have to raise you. I married a wife who weighs 200 jin. Why are you so hungry that you're only half a person? Your taste is really heavy, heavier than cheese.
Sume finally understood.
No matter what she said, Hu Jingwa was already completely drugged. Through her memories, Sume realized that it was the wine that was the problem. She remembered Su Xuanhu inviting her and Hu Jingwa to drink, and the mysterious smile afterward. Because she couldn't handle alcohol well, Sume only drank half a bowl, while Hu Jingwa drank 3 large bowls happily. At that time, Su Xuanhu looked at Hu Jingwa with great satisfaction. He was pleased that the drug had worked. Hu Jingwa mistakenly thought his grandfather was admiring his drinking skill, so he drank happily. The result was that the medicine was too strong. Sume kept shaking her head and saying, "Poor kid." She took out silver needles from her clothes, and while she was still conscious, she quickly sealed her meridians to delay the drug's effects. Hu Jingwa's condition was more troublesome. He was already unconscious, so sealing his meridians couldn't wake him. At this point, the only way was to cause him intense pain to wake him up for 5 minutes. To do that, Sume inserted needles into Hu Jingwa's Zhongchong, Taichong, Huohenghuo, and Shifo acupoints. The first few acupoints are used to restore yang energy and clear the mind, helping unconscious people wake up quickly. The last acupoint is in a special position. Inserting a needle there causes intense pain for men. Although it's inconvenient to move that area, to help Hu Jingwa continue with his life, Sume turned him over and gave him an injection. After 4 injections, Hu Jingwa slowly woke up, gasping from the pain and feeling confused. Why am I lying on a stone? Why is my lower body so cold? Sume, did you take off my pants again? There's no stone. You're lying on your wife, Sume said, glancing at the spot. That stone probably didn't expect in its past life that it would no longer be a living thing, but still be loved by a man. The stone seemed to cry, I'm no longer pure. Hu Jingwa awkwardly stood up and ran toward his pants, which he had thrown aside. Just as he was about to put them on, Sume kindly reminded him, Big brother, don't bother with your pants. Just run quickly. I remember there's a cave about 1,500 meters ahead. You need to get inside within 5 minutes. You've taken my grandfather's super tonic. If you don't reach the cave in 5 minutes, you'll have to deal with some strange things outside. If someone chopping wood on the mountain sees you, you'll be in big trouble. Why did I take your grandfather's super tonic? Hu Jiangguo was stunned at first, then realized, is there something wrong with that wine? Maybe we can discuss that later. Hu Jiangguo, you have 4 minutes. While Hu Jiangguo was lost in thought, voices came from the foot of the mountain.
Shumei.
That was by Xiaofeng's voice. Hu Jiangguo. That was the voice of his brother-in-law. Hearing these voices, Sumei couldn't help but rub her forehead. Hu Jiangguo, you're lucky. If my brother had come a little earlier, he would have run into you and that stone, and you'd be in an embarrassing situation. Hearing Sumei's words, Hu Jiangguo's face twitched sharply. He now had some vague memories. He seemed to remember touching Sumei, and she had become as hard as a stone. So that was a stone. Could it really be that hard?
Shumei, Wu Jiangguo.
The voices from below grew closer. Sumei was about to remind Hu Jiangguo to run quickly when she saw him dash away like an arrow shot from a bow. After taking a few steps, Hu Jiangguo suddenly stopped. He looked back at Sumei and asked, how about you? Are you okay? Did you drink too much? Is there a problem?
I'm fine.
I drank a little, and I noticed that my meridians are blocked behind my back. I can hold on for another half hour, so you should run quickly, Sumei said, noticing Hu Jiangguo's nervousness from his series of questions. She almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Hu Jiangguo didn't notice Sumei's expression. Hearing that she was okay, he felt relieved and ran towards the cave. Seeing Hu Jiangguo run away, Sumei quickly put on her coat, then a few steps down the mountain to find Bai Xiaofeng and Su Xingxue. She calmly asked, Mother, fifth brother, why are you here? Did something happen? Girl, do you feel uncomfortable? Bai Xiaofeng said, glancing at Su Xingxue and pushing him aside. After Su Xingxue walked away, Bai Xiaofeng told Sumei about the medicine she applied. Then she asked, are you feeling unwell? And where did Jiangguo go? That medicine is very powerful. You need to come back with me quickly, or something serious might happen. Mother, we didn't take Grandpa's medicine at all. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare come up the mountain. When the bowl was brought out, I noticed something was wrong. The taste was off, and there was something on the side of the bowl. I secretly washed away those things with alcohol and poured out the alcohol while Grandpa wasn't paying attention.
He doesn't know.
Seeing that he was happy, I didn't expose him. Actually, I have nothing to do with Hu Jiangguo. You and your brother should go back quickly and do your own things, Sumei said.
Really?
Bai Xiaofeng was still a bit doubtful. Sumei looked calm and natural. Of course. I've been with Grandpa since I was little. I'm very sensitive to the smell of medicine. How could he possibly succeed in giving me medicine? But she was wrong. It worked. Sumei thought that after this trip back, she would start learning to recognize the smell of traditional medicine, so she would never be fooled again. Although Sumei said she was fine, Bai Xiaofeng still felt uneasy. If you're feeling unwell, tell Mom. Don't be afraid of losing face.
I'm really fine.
All right, you should go back with your brother. I still need to gather herbs with Hu Jiangguo. He's waiting for me. Let's go. It's impossible not to feel embarrassed. Sumei didn't want to lie on a rock, twisted like a worm for Bai Xiaofeng to see. Sumei ran very quickly. She managed to fool Bai Xiaofeng for a while. After she ran far away, Bai Xiaofeng and Su Xingxue also headed home. Seeing Bai Xiaofeng and Su Xingxue return, Sumei quickened her pace. Her needle only slowed down the spread of the medicine, but she still felt uncomfortable. She needed to find the cave quickly to avoid any more problems. According to the original owner's memory, Sumei soon found a cave she had never been to before. The cave was long and deep. Sumei carefully made her way inside, walking far into the darkness where she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She didn't see Hu Jiangguo either. In the dark, she called out his name. Hu Jiangguo, are you there?
How are you?
As Sumei was feeling her way further into the cave, a strong and tall figure, carrying a familiar scent, suddenly lunged toward her body. She was knocked to the ground. Luckily, the ground was soft sand, so she wasn't hurt badly. Hu Jiangguo, are you crazy? Before she could finish her words, his hot lips pressed against hers. His tongue skillfully parted her teeth.
Strength.
Freedom. Happiness. Time passed peacefully. Don't worry, I will be very patient. Hua Jiangua said softly. His fingers lightly touched her collarbone, giving her a special feeling. This touch made Su Mei shiver slightly. She instinctively reached out her hands and gently placed them on his neck. Hua Jiangua, do you like me? She asked, looking up at him with a hopeful expression. Yes, I like you. Hua Jiangua answered without hesitation, very clearly. Is it because of the current situation that you like me? What if I refuse now? Su Mei looked worried. I won't refuse, Hua Jiangua said firmly. If I didn't like you, I wouldn't act like this. You know, I've been affected by this medicine before. The last time, it was the medicine you made myself. Back then, did you not like me? No, I even found you annoying. When did I start to make you like me? I can't say exactly. Maybe it was when you carefully prepared the bathwater and helped me undress, or perhaps when I saw you doing yoga seriously on the ground, or maybe when I saw you helping people with illness in the crowd, shining with light. I remember every detail of you. You are the only person who constantly appears in my mind with vivid images. Sometimes I can't recall all the details of your appearance, but I can feel that you are incredibly charming to me. However, you never used to say these things before. Although I had already sensed that Hao Jiangwo cared for me, I still felt a bit unsure inside. The kind of love I long for is when we understand each other deeply, fall in love naturally, and develop together. Not like now, where things feel rushed and many words haven't been spoken clearly. Right now, it seems I can only face the situation together with Hao Jiangwo. Perhaps sensing my unease, Hao Jiangwo, despite feeling so overwhelmed he almost seemed to burn with emotion, stopped his actions and looked at me clearly. Su Mei, I like you. I'm absolutely sure of that. I didn't say it before because I realized I haven't liked you for very long and I didn't know how to express it. But no matter when I say it, my feelings won't change. His face was flushed with excitement and effort to control himself, almost as if it was bleeding with emotion. It was clear he was trying hard to stay calm because he didn't want their relationship to develop blindly and confusingly. Hao Jiangwo, I love you too. When Su Mei heard his sincere words, she finally let go of all her worries. She knew Hao Jiangwo was almost unable to control himself, and she was reaching her limit too. If that's the case, then let's face it together. Yes, Hao Jiangwo responded softly. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. He took off his coat carefully and laid it on the ground. Then he gathered a few flat stones to make a simple seat. Next, he began to unbutton Su Mei's padded jacket. Perhaps because he was too nervous, his hands were unsteady, and after several tries, he couldn't undo a single button. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Su Mei's cheeks were flushed, and her heart was full of complex feelings, nervousness about the unknown and firm love for each other. She took off her jacket neatly and placed it aside, then gently held Hao Jiangwo's hand, signaling him to sit down. She sat close to him, unconsciously wrapping her arms around his, resting her head on his shoulder. They sat quietly together, feeling each other's heartbeat and breathing, sharing a gentle, deep kiss. The cave was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of wind outside. Fortunately, the cave stayed warm in winter and cool in summer, so they wouldn't suffer from the cold during winter. Time slowly passed in this quiet and warm moment. Su Mei had a piece of meat stuck between her teeth. Hua Jiangwo wanted to help her remove it. But when he tried, he accidentally hurt Su Mei. Stop! Su Mei suddenly cried out, gasping in surprise, feeling a cold sweat on her forehead. She thought to herself, he's bleeding my gums. That's too careless.
Ouch.
Hua Jiangwo held a cotton swab, looking embarrassed. His original plan was to help remove the foreign object from Su Mei's teeth. He had promised to be careful, but when he started, he lacked experience and used too much force. At that moment, Su Mei was in pain, her forehead sweating coldly. Although he hadn't completely removed the object, the pain was already hard to bear. I'm sorry. Hua Jiangwo noticed the pain in Su Mei's voice and felt a jolt in his heart. He quickly retracted his hand, looking nervous. He was also sweating from worry but kept paying attention to Su Mei's feelings. After a while, Su Mei's pain eased a little. She cautiously said, Maybe I can try gently again. It's okay now. Hua Jiangwo nodded quickly. Following Su Mei's instructions, he carefully continued trying little by little. Su Mei couldn't help but chuckle softly. Although he was clumsy, he still listened to her when he was anxious. You're a bit rough, but you listen well, she said with a slight smile, leaning forward and supporting her chin with her hand to make herself comfortable. Hua Jiangwo looked at her with concern in his eyes and softly asked, Does it feel better now? Su Mei didn't want Hua Jiangwo to feel too guilty, so she didn't mention the pain anymore. She knew this was part of solving the problem, so she said, I can do it. Let's continue. They looked at each other, full of care and concern. Su Mei looked into Hua Jiangwo's bright, caring eyes and said seriously, I'm ready. Hua Jiangwo smiled gently and softly said, Good. I'll be extra careful this time. He gently patted Su Mei's shoulder. Some time passed, and just as Hua Jiangwo was about to remove the foreign object, his cotton swab accidentally touched her gums. A sharp, stabbing pain shot through her, and tears suddenly welled up in Su Mei's eyes. Her mind went blank. Outside the window, the clouds seemed to pause, and the birds on the trees stopped chirping, as if the whole world had fallen silent. Ouch! Su Mei couldn't help but let out a low cry, her eyes wide open, filled with tears that shimmered in the sunlight streaming through the window. Hua Jiangwo hurriedly put down the cotton swab, gently wiped away the tears at her eye corner, and looked at the distressed Su Mei with deep sympathy. He then carefully observed Su Mei and noticed her clear, big eyes, her chubby face like a freshly peeled egg, delicate skin with a faint pink hue, and slightly pouted lips. She was extremely adorable. In Hua Jiangwo's heart, Su Mei was the most special person in the world. Don't cry anymore. When you cry, it hurts my heart, Hua Jiangwo softly comforted her, his gaze fixed on her teeth. Su Mei sniffed, said nothing, but tears continued to slide down her cheeks. Hua Jiangwo's throat tightened. He couldn't help but reach out and gently wipe her tears. At that moment, Su Mei felt like the foreign object had already come out, so she said, It's okay now, it should be fine. After saying that, her face was red from the pain and nervousness earlier, looking like a ripe apple. Su Mei looked at Hua Jiangwo with deep gratitude, gently hugged him, and said, Thank you. It hurt, but with you here, I feel very safe. Hua Jiangwo hugged her back softly and said, No need to thank me. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. They embraced each other, feeling the warmth and love spreading in this small space. Her body became lighter, as if she had lost all weight, like a gentle breeze could carry her away. TSK 150 pounds and trying to be blown away? That's a bit difficult. Can you lose a bit more? In that hazy, unclear state, Su Mei faintly heard a silly, somewhat childish voice coming from somewhere far away. The voice sounded distant but clear in her ears. Thank you so much. You're really great. You finally helped me fulfill a long-held wish. Now I feel completely satisfied. I really appreciate you helping me realize this dream. From now on, you should continue to live using my body. As for me, I'll happily go to reincarnation and start anew. These sudden words made Su Mei feel a shiver down her spine. She was terrified and suddenly sat up abruptly from her dazed state. Then she suddenly realized that deep inside her mind, where there should have been endless darkness, a chubby little figure unexpectedly appeared. The small chubby girl had a round, plump, and very cute face. Her face looked soft and rosy, with faint blush on her cheeks, like a ripe apple, making people want to reach out and pinch her. However, what surprised her was that this little chubby face looked completely different from the face of the body Su Mei was occupying at the moment. When her gaze fell on this sudden appearance, Su Mei instinctively used her mind to ask, Could it be? Are you the original owner of this body?
Me?
The little chubby girl nodded. Seeing her confirmation, Su Mei was shocked. What do you mean when you say I fulfilled your wish? It was so frightening. Su Mei was so scared she almost broke down and was about to cry. If that was true, it was just too terrifying. Su Mei, what's wrong? Hua Jiangwo sweat profusely. At this moment, Su Mei had no time to care about Hua Jiangwo. She could only nervously stare at the chubby girl, hoping she wouldn't say anything shocking. Fortunately, the chubby girl shook her head at Sume. "Don't worry, I didn't see anything. After all, I'm still a young girl with my whole life ahead. My wish came true, and this area will be broken. Then I can leave this body and be reborn." "Wait, can I ask you why I ended up in this body?"
Sume was most curious about this.
She couldn't understand how she became the chosen girl to travel through worlds. But she didn't know that the original owner was also confused. "I also want to know why you took over my body." "You ask me, who should I ask? Anyway, I'm going to be reborn now. Thanks for these days, letting me realize that people can live like this. In my next life, I will try to be as outstanding as you. Goodbye." As she finished speaking, the chubby girl's figure slowly faded away in front of Sume. The dark area in her mind also disappeared. Suddenly, she felt much more refreshed. She clearly sensed that her soul had now fully merged with this body. She couldn't help but sigh. That feels so good. Just as Sume was catching her breath, she noticed Guijangwo looking at her worriedly. "Jangwo, it's okay now. I was just a little dizzy earlier." Sume smiled and said. Guijangwo scratched his head, feeling puzzled but not asking further.
Prosperity,
Democracy, freedom, good luck, and great fortune. Tonight we eat chicken. 123,456, not allowed to write. Rewrite the text.
Sorry.
Let's just watch it. That's it. Everyone who understands knows. Even those who don't understand will understand. Kisses and hugs. After Sume put on her clothes, Guijangwo had also finished tidying up. He squatted on the ground, holding the dried, blood-colored dirt in his hands, and reverently placed it into his pocket. Sume was confused. "What kind of scene is this? My pocket holds something precious to you. Your chastity?" Sume asked. Guijangwo shook his head slightly. "No, it's your trust in me. This bloodstain is proof that you trust me enough to give yourself to me. I will keep it safe, just as I will always cherish you in my heart. Sume, I swear, I will treat you well with my whole life." "No need to swear, I believe you." At least for now, she believed in Guijangwo, but she didn't want to place all her hope in him. The person she trusted the most was still herself. As they walked out of the cave, the sun, which had been hiding behind the clouds for a long time, finally peeked out. In that moment, it seemed as if the sun suddenly broke free from the clouds, leaping into the sky and casting its hot, dazzling light over the land. Instantly, the previously dim forest was illuminated by this strong sunlight, every leaf and blade of grass shining with a golden glow. The whole mountain was filled with a warm, gentle atmosphere, like being wrapped in a soft, warm veil. The warmth seeped through the skin into the bones, making people feel very comfortable and relaxed. Birds chirped happily, seeming to celebrate the beautiful weather. Small animals peeked out of their burrows, feeling the warmth of the sun. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, leaves whispering softly, as if nature was playing a beautiful melody. Feeling tired and weak, Sume naturally had no energy to pick herbs anymore. She handed the basket to Guijangwo, asking him to carry it back. But Guijangwo returned the basket to Sume. "You carry the basket, I carry you," Guijangwo said, squatting down in front of Sume, signaling her to climb on. At this moment, Sume was no longer suitable for walking long distances. She felt it was inconvenient, so she obediently lay on Guijangwo's back. Guijangwo carried Sume all the way back home. When they reached the door, the young couple just happened to see Bai Xiaofang returning to cook lunch. Seeing their state, Bai Xiaofang immediately realized what had happened. She glanced at Sume with concern and said, "Why are you lying? You silly girl, how could you? How could you be out in the mountains?"
Sunun tai me, leng on he yang mu, instant blusha deeply.
Actually, just before reaching home, she had gotten off Guijangwo. Now she felt so embarrassed she wanted to hide somewhere. She buried her face into Guijangwo's back and stammered, "Mom." Guijangwo drank 3 big bowls. "When you came looking for us."
Some words were hard to say.
At this moment, Su Xuanhu also came out of the house. He looked at Su Mei and He Jiangwo, smiling like a skinny Mithra Buddha. Good, good, good. Jiangwo, you're lucky. Yes, I am lucky. Thank you, Grandpa. He Jiangwo nodded at Su Xuanhu, then quickly carried Su Mei back to the room. He started checking her. Why are you doing this? I'm just checking if you're badly hurt. If you are, I'll ask Grandpa for some golden wound ointment. He Jiangwo, don't go too far. Su Mei's face turned red, and she kicked He Jiangwo hard. She thought He Jiangwo could dodge it, but unexpectedly, her kick caused He Jiangwo to fall down. He landed heavily on the wooden floor with a loud thud. He hurt his tailbone and struggled to get up, supporting his waist, and said, "You're trying to hurt your own husband. I thought your skills were better." Su Mei felt awkward. She hadn't expected He Jiangwo to fall off the bed. Usually, He Jiangwo could dodge, but he didn't block Su Mei at all. How was I supposed to know you'd kick me? Because you wanted to see everything. How can I know if you're hurt if I don't look? I thank you, but there's no need. I'll ask Grandpa for some wound ointment. I don't deserve that, Su Mei said, pulling the quilt over herself and crawling inside. She felt exhausted and just wanted to sleep. He Jiangwo was tired too, but he didn't dare sleep. He wanted to act like nothing happened and went to chop firewood in the yard. Just as he raised the axe, Su Xuanhu snatched it away. No need to work so hard. Too much work is bad for your health. Grandpa's wine, if drunk too much, can make people weak. You should rest well. When you wake up, you'll have to keep going. The day after tomorrow, your holiday will end, and you'll have to sit on the bus for several days to go back. Hurry up and go to sleep. Hearing Su Xuanhu say this, Hu Jiangui didn't insist anymore. He turned and went into the house, mainly because he felt a bit embarrassed to keep listening to Su Xuanhu talk. But Su Xuanhu stopped him and secretly handed him a few medicine bottles, saying, "These are some everyday medicines, and there's one for you. Take a good look at it. Maybe you'll need it."
Need it?
A trace of awkwardness flashed across Hu Jiangui's face. He wondered if Grandpa had found out about Su Mei's injury and secretly given her medicine. He took the medicines without looking and held them in front of Su Mei, saying, "Su Mei, get up and look at this before sleeping. Grandpa gave me this medicine. Could it be something you can use?" Although Su Mei had been lying down for a while, she hadn't fallen asleep. She was confused after her first deep conversation with Hu Jiangui. It wasn't easy for her to sleep. When she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with messy images. The most memorable scene wasn't the one inside the cave, but the sad little stone. Such a strange memory. Hu Jiangui's embarrassing story made Su Mei remember it for a lifetime. Hearing Hu Jiangui speak, Su Mei, feeling tired, opened her eyes. She looked at the bottles and jars, noticing most were common medicines. Only 2 bottles looked special. Su Mei handed one of them to Hu Jiangui and said, "This one is for you." "For me?" Hu Jiangui looked puzzled as he took the bottle. He read the name on it. 10 complete nourishing pills? Do I really need this? No, I'll give it back to Grandpa. I don't need it. I can't waste such a treasure. Just take it, Su Mei said firmly. Grandpa's medicine is strong and can make your body weak. This pill can help balance that out. I don't need it. Hu Jiangui looked troubled.
Su Mei's face darkened.
If I tell you to take it, then take it. No more nonsense.
Oh.
Seeing Su Mei looked upset, Hu Jiangui obediently chewed the pill and swallowed it. It was very bitter.
Su Mei.
Actually, it didn't need to be chewed. Breaking it and swallowing was fine. After taking the medicine, Hu Jiangui looked at Su Mei and asked, "What is that bottle of medicine you hid?" "Nothing."
Su Mei replied quickly.
Her hurried tone made Hu Jiangui suspicious. He jumped onto the bed and tried to grab her. "Let me see." Soon, Hu Jiangui managed to get the medicine. After reading the name on the bottle, his expression became deep. He looked down at Su Mei and said, "I'll wipe it for you." This was a medicine used after a woman's confinement to prevent tearing and infection. Although doctors treat everyone equally, Su Xuanhu, being an elder, felt a bit uncomfortable prescribing such medicine. He could only give a large amount of medication and mixed in some for Su Mei and Hu Jiangwo, disguising the true purpose. After all, he added ingredients to the wine, and he knew how strong it was. When Su Mei received the medicine, she was already sweating heavily. She refused to let Hu Jiangwo wipe her. Either I do it myself or I won't do it at all. Do it yourself. Although Hu Jiangwo wanted to know how Su Mei was doing, her stubbornness made him obediently return the medicine to her. Just as Hu Jiangwo turned to leave, Bai Xiaofeng brought in a large wooden basin, holding a pot of hot water. She helped Su Mei adjust the water temperature before saying, "Be good, come down and wash up." After speaking, Bai Xiaofeng looked at her with concern and left quietly. Su Mei felt extremely embarrassed. She wasn't shy around Hu Jiangwo, but having family see her like this was very awkward. She got off the bed and sat in the basin, soaking for a while until her body relaxed. Then she stood up, took out a bottle of medicine, and carefully applied it to her private area. The medicine was very good, cool and refreshing, instantly easing her pain. It must have contained some precious herbs. Suddenly, Su Mei remembered she had seen this kind of medicine in the original owner's box taken to the army. No wonder she was able to steal that aphrodisiac. It seemed that Su Xuanhu deliberately placed that medicine in a visible spot so the original owner could grab it easily. Su Xuanhu truly loved the original owner. He was honest all his life, but for her, he was willing to do these shameful things, an overindulgence. If he knew that the original owner had lost her life because of the pills he deliberately misplaced, he would be heartbroken. Fortunately, the original owner didn't leave directly, but stayed in this body for a while. She said she would be a good person in her next life. In this way, Su Mei also saved her grandfather's loved one. She only hopes she will have a good life in her next life. After applying the medicine, Su Mei lay back on the bed to sleep. Hu Jiangwo came in, took the water away, and found a small wooden box in Su Mei's room, putting the dirt from her pocket inside. He took his coat out to wash, but Bai Xiaofeng quickly took it away. Bai Xiaofeng casually threw the coat back to Su Xingxue. "Your brother-in-law is tired. Take this clothes to the river and wash it for him." "He's tired?" Su Xingxue felt like no one loved him anymore. "If he's tired, I won't be tired." Grandpa favors Su Mei, and now even his own mother favors Hu Jiangwo. Su Xingxue feels his life is very hard. Am I really your biological child? If not, tell me early. I'll find my real parents. Is there no justice anymore? I'll wash it myself. Hu Jiangwo took the clothes back. He didn't want his brother-in-law to wash for him. But then, Su Yongsong snatched the clothes away and threw them to Su Xingxue. "It's just washing one piece of clothing. Your mother told you to do it, so go." Oh heavens! Su Xingxue felt very miserable. Su Yongsong's face darkened. "Are you going or not? I'll count to 3. Yes, I'll go. Isn't that okay?" Su Xingxue said, holding the clothes and running wildly, as if a slow step might cause his shoes to hit his face. From afar, Su Xingxue's voice gradually faded away. "My life is so hard, even more bitter than bitter herbs." At the joint request of Su Mei's family, Hu Jiangwo finally returned to the bedroom and climbed into bed to sleep with Su Mei. They slept straight through the night until Bai Xiaofeng finished preparing dinner and called the young couple to eat. Because he was very tired, Hu Jiangwo stayed at Su Mei's house that night. The next morning, after breakfast, they went back up the mountain to pick some medicinal herbs for Qiuqiu as supplements. After collecting the herbs, Su Mei asked Su Xian to check them to make sure she hadn't mistaken any ingredients. Only then did she prepare the traditional medicine according to the prescription. After the medicine was prepared, Su Mei and Hu Jiangwo left the Su family. They returned to the Hu family to stay overnight and planned to leave early the next morning to return to the frontier. Back at the Hu family, Su Mei handed the prepared medicine to her sister-in-law. Knowing that the original owner was not trusted, Su Mei only said that the medicine was prepared by Su Xian. Li Shufan took the medicine and calmly said thank you to Su Mei. She could see that Hu Jiangwo still held no grudges against Su Mei, but she couldn't expect him to be extremely grateful. Su Mei understood this as well, since the original owner had almost taken Huichio's life. As a mother, she wouldn't forgive so easily. Although Li Shufan remained very calm, the next day when Su Mei and Hu Jiangwo were leaving, Li Shufan still took out 4 pairs of cloth shoes she had made herself for them to take away. She looked quite embarrassed. "Third brother, third sister-in-law, compared to the gifts you gave, I feel my things are a bit too simple. These 4 pairs of shoes, 2 for spring and autumn, and 2 for winter. Please take them and wear them. If they fit well, I'll make more for you next year. Big sister-in-law, you shouldn't do such tiring and thankless things." Su Mei wears small leather shoes now, very fashionable. "People probably don't even look at your plain cloth shoes," Ching Erxi said, though she didn't dare offend Su Mei anymore. She still dared to speak sarcastically to Li Shufan. Li Shufan, already feeling that the shoes were too plain and not good enough, blushed deeply. "Su Mei, if you don't like them."
Of course I like them.
"How could I not?" Su Mei said, then took off her leather shoes and chose a pair of thick cloth shoes to wear. She stepped on the ground and smiled. "Thank you, big sister-in-law. When I was walking back, my feet got blisters. With these shoes, I won't have to worry about walking such a long mountain path today." Hu Jiangwo, following her example, also took out a pair of thick cloth shoes for winter and changed into them. The little couple's actions made Li Shufan breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing how Hu Jiangwo and Su Mei showed her respect, Cheng Erxi pouted her lips. She took out some tea leaves she had brought from her family and handed them to Hu Jiangwo, saying, "Third brother, this is tea I personally roasted at my family's place. I paid 5 yuan for it. Everyone in the 10-mile radius knows my family's tea is good. Please try some." "Second sister-in-law, why are you spending money so recklessly? Aren't you relying on us for support? It's not easy for my husband to earn money. Do you think life on the frontier is easy? We usually spend money carefully. Why did you buy tea and spend 5 yuan so casually? That's not right. You should save more. If you have so much money, my husband won't take care of the affairs of the nephews anymore. You're spending money recklessly, and yet you want Hu Jiangwo to raise your children. I feel sorry for him. I really do," Su Mei said, not accepting Ching Erxi's tea, and even making her feel uncomfortable. Ching Erxi's face turned redder than before, and she stammered, "This tea is for third brother. I don't drink tea." Hu Jiangwo returned Ching Erxi's tea, thinking about Su Mei's care for him, which made him feel very happy. When he looked at Ching Erxi, he found her very annoying. "The money I sent back was earned through my hard work at the border, risking my life. Second sister-in-law should save some of it. Instead of wasting it, you should save more to buy a gold bracelet for our mother, which rightfully belongs to her." Besides the bracelet, Urge also took away a set of clothes bought for their mother. He forgot to mention it that day, but now he remembers and says it together. After all, it all belongs to their mother. Second sister-in-law should give it back to her. You are already married. You shouldn't forget to treat your mother-in-law like your own mother. Bringing up old matters, Lu Tsueyin still looked gloomy. She still had feelings for Hu Jiangwo. When she heard him say he risked his life at the border to earn money, tears welled up in her eyes. She also remembered the bracelet and found Cheng Erxi very irritating. Because Cheng Erxi had 3 boys, Lu Tsueyin used to favor her. But recent events made Lu Tsueyin start to have opinions about Cheng Erxi. This was exactly what Hu Jiangwo wanted. He deliberately said things to stir up trouble between his mother and Cheng Erxi. Su Mei's interactions with Cheng Erxi were only during the New Year holidays. But Cheng Erxi would have to live with her mother-in-law all year round. She would face many hardships in this family, which Hu Jiangwo knew well. He couldn't stop supporting the children, but making Cheng Erxi experience her mother-in-law's resentment was also a way to secretly vent his frustration on Su Mei. The carefully prepared gifts were not given out, and she was repeatedly ignored by her mother-in-law. Cheng Erxi was filled with anger, feeling unlucky this year. Holding her luggage and the cloth shoes given by her eldest sister-in-law, Hu Jiangwo and Su Mei set off toward the town. Their trip wasn't just for themselves, they also had to take Huda and Huliang. On the way to the city, Hu Jiangwo planned to send the 2 children to school. When the 2 kids left the yard with their backpacks, many ragged children, some still wearing straw sandals in the cold winter, gathered around, their toes red from the cold. The children looked at Hu's children with envy, confusion, admiration, as well as feelings of inferiority and helplessness. Seeing these pitiful children, Su-mei's heart ached. At that moment, she suddenly understood why Hu Jiangwo was so determined to send his nephews to school. If he doesn't help, then these children of the Hu family will also become one of the unfortunate kids. Many years ago, during a nationwide famine, Hu Jiangwo was able to attend school with his brother's help. At that time, the children around him also came to watch him. Now, after many years, those children who once watched Hu Jiangwo have become farmers working hard in the fields, facing tough lives with little pay. Hu Jiangwo simply hopes that his nephews and nieces won't grow up illiterate and stuck in poverty, living a poor and difficult life. With 2 children, the 2 of them finally set out. When they left, they felt much lighter. They had given away all the things they planned to, and their luggage was small, so they walked faster than they had coming back. Just as they stepped out of the village, they saw Su-mei's parents and several brothers waiting by the roadside. The entire Su family had come to see the young couple off. Family members looked sad and sighed, reluctant to see Su-mei leave. Su Xianhu was crying and kept looking at Su-mei. "Heartless girl, you leaving means it will be a year before you come back. What will Grandpa do? If I pass away first, I might not even see you one last time. Grandpa, don't say such unlucky things. I think you're in good health and can live for many more years. When conditions improve, we'll reopen the clinic together," Su-mei comforted Su Xianhu. Seeing him wipe tears, she couldn't help but cry along with him. This family was truly kind-hearted. Su-mei had already considered everyone in her family as close relatives. Watching the entire family reluctantly part ways, she felt just as sad and heavy-hearted. Her parents and brothers had prepared a lot of food for the young couple, filling 2 large cloth bags with supplies. Hu Jiangwo felt embarrassed to accept the gifts and tried to decline. "We've accepted your kindness, but the mountain road is long, and we can't carry so much. Dad, Mom, brothers, you should take the things back." But their refusal was unsuccessful. The brothers from the Su family quickly decided to send the eldest and 5th brothers to take the young couple to town, carrying the luggage for them. No one paid much attention to the couple's refusal. After the plan was made, Su Xingtang and Su Xingxue simply carried the cloth bags and headed toward the town. In the end, Su-mei had no choice but to accept the gifts and follow her brothers to town. Perhaps because Chung Erxi was not nearby, the 2 children realized they had no support and obediently walked along without causing any trouble. Today's weather was especially sunny, with the sunlight dancing lightly in the air like a joyful painter, using bright colors to wake up the sleeping earth. The shady mountain path was gently brushed by the breeze. The sky was a deep blue like a gemstone, dotted with leisurely white clouds, adding a poetic touch. Sunlight shone on the clouds, giving them a golden glow that made them look more mysterious and charming. Compared to the happiness and excitement of the day they returned, Su-mei only felt that the countryside path was particularly peaceful and beautiful. As she walked, she looked at the scenery around her and didn't feel tired at all until she finally reached the town. When they arrived in the town, the sun was already high in the sky. It was already afternoon. Hu Jiangwo insisted that his 2 older brothers go to a restaurant for lunch before sending them back. Then Su-mei and Hu Jiangwo took a bus heading to the city. After sending the children to school, they spent several more days on the road before finally arriving at the military camp, exhausted. Next door, Aunt Wang, who had no close relatives at home and didn't go back for the new year with Li Yuan, had prepared the yard and heated the warm bed, guessing when Su-mei and Hu Jiangwo would return. When Su-mei and Hu Jiangwo, cold and shivering in the chilly weather, finally returned to the yard, they immediately went to bed to warm up. After resting, Aunt Wang had already prepared dinner. Tired from their long journey, Su-mei and Hu Jiangwo, seeing Aunt Wang's invitation, didn't refuse and went to her house for dinner. To thank Aunt Wang for her care, Su-mei handed her a piece of old hometown cured meat. After eating, They went back to their yard to boil water and take a bath. Once clean, they soaked their clothes in the yard before returning to bed to sleep. Long-distance travel was very tiring. Both of them collapsed on the bed, unwilling to move. Since they had already slept once when they arrived, they couldn't sleep again now. They lay in bed chatting, talking about all sorts of things from north to south. Finally, Ho Jangwo suddenly changed the subject to something Su-mei hadn't expected. He asked her, "Should we make up for our wedding night?" "You're crazy. We're so exhausted. Who would want to do that?" "No, you misunderstood. I mean, when we got married a few years ago, the wedding was too formal and I didn't put my heart into it. Now, since we understand each other, how about we redo our wedding at the army base and also have another celebration for our awkward first night? Would that be okay?" "No need, it sounds complicated. Repeating the wedding probably requires a lot of preparations, so forget it." Su-mei, who grew up in an orphanage, believes in practicality. She doesn't care much about perfect formalities and isn't very interested in the hassle of redoing the wedding. Compared to the wedding itself, she cares more about the quality of their marriage and life. In this era, meeting a man like Ho Jangwo makes Su-mei feel content. She thinks there's no need to fuss over wedding details. When she says it's troublesome, Ho Jangwo quietly stares at the ceiling and then says nothing. The next day, they wake up early and go to report to the army. Even during the new year, the military clinic is always staffed. The only regular doctor is Qin Jingting, but during holidays, the county hospital sends doctors to support the army, covering Qin Jingting's shift. So, even after the new year, the clinic doesn't seem empty. Some rooms are lively as soon as you enter. Su-mei cleans the house thoroughly, lights a fire, and prepares for her duties. Only after she's ready does Qin Jingting come in with a hot cup of tea. Seeing his master, Su-mei quickly takes out local specialties from her family and offers them to him. There are preserved meats and rice cakes prepared by Su-mei's parents and herbal wine brewed by her grandfather. These are all heartfelt gifts from her family. They just hope that Qin Jingting, as her master, will teach their child well. He doesn't want to take anything else. He knows how hard it is for villagers to give these things. He keeps criticizing Su-mei for being naive, saying she shouldn't bring her parents gifts to the army, as they don't lack food. But he loves the herbal wine. The bottle is special. He says, "This wine is really good, Su-mei. No wonder you know so much. Your grandfather brewed this wine perfectly." "Master, I'm glad you like it." Su-mei feels a bit embarrassed. She told her master that she learned medicine from her grandfather and also told him that her master taught her. She acts like an actress, trying to please both sides. These two old men probably won't meet, or she wouldn't know how to explain. Although Qin Jingting was not present, there was still a doctor on duty to provide support. However, most of the soldiers preferred to see Qin Jingting for medical help. On the first day the clinic opened, it was packed with patients. Qin Jingting already knew Su-mei's abilities and didn't let her sit idle. He set up a table opposite him. For minor illnesses, he asked Su-mei to treat the patients, and for slightly more serious cases, he prescribed medicine himself. In the past, Su-mei had always learned by following Qin Jingting around. This was the first time she was seeing patients directly in front of him. During consultations, Qin Jingting would occasionally glance up at Su-mei. He noticed she was calm and organized, asking thorough questions. She didn't seem like a beginner doctor, but rather an experienced senior doctor. Sometimes he wondered how Su-mei, who had only recently started working, could be so professional. "Dr. Qin, please prescribe some anti-itch medicine. My face has gotten more sores, and the itching is unbearable." A young soldier's voice suddenly interrupted Qin Jingting's observation of Su-mei. Qin Jingting looked up displeasedly and glanced at the young soldier. He said, "Didn't you see the notice at the door? Major illnesses are my responsibility. Minor ones are for Dr. Su. Your skin itch isn't a serious illness. Go see Dr. Su. I won't treat it. I won't see anyone else. I only want you," Dulé replied in a muffled voice. He wasn't entirely telling the truth. When the itching was worst, he had seen the doctor on duty in town. But those Western ointments didn't work well, and his own homemade ointment was much more effective. He didn't trust other doctors, especially Su Mei, whose bad reputation he knew well. Qin Jingding remembered Du Lei's face and said, "Seeing Dr. Su is the same. She's a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with a family heritage. Her grandfather was quite skilled. No doctor can guarantee to cure every disease completely. The illnesses you've had for so long are only temporarily improving. Maybe you should try Dr. Su. Perhaps she can prescribe a cure that will completely heal you. I only want you to see me, not her," Du Lei said, lowering his head and showing no intention of moving aside. Seeing that the young man was stubborn, Qin Jingting got a bit angry. He said, "I already told you I can't cure everything. My specialty is internal medicine and acupuncture. This isn't my area of expertise. You should see Dr. Su. There are still many people waiting behind you. What's going on?" The person inside, the one at the front, I heard Dr. Qin say several times to find Dr. Su.
"Just go already, don't waste time. There are still many people behind."
Outside, the people waiting in line heard Qin Jingding's words and urged Du Lei to hurry up through the curtain. Du Lei, feeling discouraged, rubbed his forehead and said, "All right. I won't look anymore. You're busy." As he spoke, Du Lei turned to leave. He would rather feel itchy and uncomfortable than go find Su Mei for treatment. Seeing Du Lei about to leave, Qin Jingting finally shook his head and sighed, stopping him. "Stubborn donkey, wait. I'll get the ointment for you." In the end, Qin Jingting couldn't bear to see the young soldier suffer. He got up and went inside to prepare the homemade ointment for Du Lei. After calling Du Lei, Qin Jingting saw Su Mei for a moment and was suddenly surprised. He hadn't expected that the once unkempt Su Mei had now lost a lot of weight. Her skin, which was once covered with pimples and dark, had become smooth and fragile, like a peeled egg. Because Su Mei had been in the army for a long time, Du Lei had seen her a few times before. He knew she had changed, but the last time he saw her, she had lost about 20 pounds. The change then was not as obvious as it was now. Looking at Su Mei's clear, smooth face, Du Lei couldn't help but touch his own uneven face. He wondered if Su Mei really understood some skin issues. Just as he was thinking this, Qin Jingting came out holding the ointment and handed it to Du Lei. Realizing his own thoughts earlier, Du Lei felt annoyed with himself. He thought he must really be desperate if he was hoping for something from Su Mei. He looked at the ointment in his hand, sighed in relief, paid the usual fee, and left the clinic. After Du Lei left, Qin Jingting sat back down. He continued to secretly watch Su Mei for a while and found that she was very skilled. To see how good she really was, Qin Jingting deliberately gave her many difficult cases. He found that Su Mei handled all of them very well, even easily. By noon, the master and apprentice finally got a break. After working hard all morning, they had treated about the same number of patients. From this morning's observation, Qin Jingting was almost sure that Su Mei was a fully qualified independent doctor. He only now realized why Su Mei stubbornly insisted on becoming his apprentice. She was interested in his acupuncture skills. This girl clearly wanted to learn for her own benefit. She already had a good foundation, but she still listened carefully to his simple medical explanations, showing she was patient. Learning acupuncture requires patience. Qin Jingting sighed softly, thinking that if he taught Su Mei his acupuncture technique, maybe another doctor would leave the team. Medical resources are scarce. Doctors are highly valued wherever they go. The frontier is tough, and the workload is heavy, so few young people are willing to work there. Qin Jingting has been in this position for decades. He often worries about whether capable doctors will replace him after he leaves. If Su Mei could stay here, he would feel at ease. But although Qin Jingting had this thought, he didn't want to crush Su Mei's dreams. Since she had learned everything, he believed she was interested in his acupuncture skills. Seeing Su Mei pack up the clinic, Qin Jingting directly said to her, "Su Mei, starting tomorrow, I will teach you acupuncture." "Really? You're going to teach me acupuncture?" Su Mei thought she would have to learn from Qin Jingting for a long time before starting acupuncture. She didn't expect to get such a surprise on her first day back after the new year, and her eyes lit up. Her excited expression confirmed Qin Jingting's guess. He nodded at her. "Yes."
"Great.
Master, don't worry. I will study hard and won't embarrass you.
Su-mei smiled happily.
When Hu Jiangwo came in from outside, he saw Su-mei smiling so broadly she couldn't close her mouth. Her smile was bright and radiant, full of strong charm. Hu Jiangwo couldn't help but smile along with her. He felt it was amazing. Since that day, he clearly saw Su-mei's face. He kept remembering her image. Sometimes her face would flash in his mind. Every smile and expression of hers had a magic that made his heart race. Hu Jiangwo brought lunch for Su-mei and Qin Jingting. On his first day back, Chen Yilong called him over. Chen Yilong had prepared a big table of food. After eating with Chen Yilong, Hu Jiangwo took out a food box and handed it to him, asking him to bring the food to Qin Jingting and Su-mei. After handing the meal to Su-mei, Hu Jiangwo told her that he had a headache and asked for leave to rest for the afternoon. He said that 3 people had already been arranged to take Su-mei back later that afternoon. When Su-mei heard that Hu Jiangwo was feeling unwell, she instinctively wanted to check his pulse, but he avoided her. It's just tired from a long journey. I'll rest this afternoon. No need for a pulse check. I'll go back now. All right then. Rest at home, Su-mei replied, not thinking anything was wrong. She nodded and said, remember to heat up the bed, so you can sleep warmly. Don't catch a cold again. Yes, thank you for your concern. Hu Jiangwo nodded and left the clinic. Su-mei sat down to eat with Qin Jingting. The afternoon was just as busy. By sunset, Su-mei was so tired she felt sore all over and looked forward to going home to lie in bed and sleep well. However, the people arranged by Hu Jiangwo suddenly found her, saying that the team had an urgent task and couldn't send Su-mei back. They asked her to stay at the clinic for the night. As soldiers always have tasks, Su-mei understood. She told Hu Jiangwo's people it was okay. After Qin Jingting left, Su-mei turned up the heat, curled up on the sofa, and fell asleep. Lying on the sofa, her mind was full of Hu Jiangwo. She was worried about his health, thinking he was pushing himself too hard. He was strong and usually wouldn't ask for leave easily. If he asked to rest, Su-mei guessed he might have some health issues. Unfortunately, the situation happened suddenly, and she couldn't go to see how Hu Jiangwo was doing. Bored and worried, Su-mei didn't realize when she fell asleep. The next morning, her biological clock woke her up naturally. She looked at her watch. It was exactly the time she hoped to wake up, 7:30, not a minute more or less. This normal biological rhythm made Su-mei very happy. After getting up and washing up, Su-mei took a meal ticket and opened the clinic door to go get breakfast. But as she opened the door, loud firecrackers erupted outside, one after another, creating a lively noise like a mountain collapsing or a thunderous drum. Before Su-mei could react, 2 people burst into the clinic. We're not even scheduled for a consultation yet. Su-mei started to speak, but froze because she recognized both of them. They were women. One was Aunt Wang, and the other was Lu Zhao, the daughter of Lu Zhenhai. Aunt Wang held a wooden comb, and Lu Zhao was holding a red dress. Su-mei, sit down quickly, so I can comb your hair. Lu Zhao is helping you change into your bride's outfit. Commander Hu said he wants to give you a military wedding. The wedding procession is already waiting outside the door. A wedding procession?
Su-mei var stund.
She didn't expect that even though she said she didn't want it, Hu Jiangwo still arranged all this without asking her. Since everything was already prepared, Su-mei didn't want to ruin Hu Jiangwo's plans. She first put on her bride's outfit, a bright red dress. Then she asked Aunt Wang to comb her hair. After finishing her hair, Aunt Wang handed Su-mei a piece of cinnabar paper, telling her to press her lips and add color. Su-mei's skin was very fair, and her red lips made her look lively. Although she was a bit chubby, she still looked beautiful and bright at a glance. Su-mei, you are the prettiest chubby person I've ever seen, Aunt Wang said, gazing at Su-mei's face repeatedly. Su-mei thought to herself that it was probably because she had good skin whitening, as being fair can hide flaws. After dressing up and doing her makeup, Lu Zhao held Su-mei's hand and they left the house. A big red flower was attached to the jeep, and Su-mei got in. Then some of Hua Jiangwo's friends formed a small group to the wedding car slowly toward the military residence. When they reached her home yard, Sume saw it was covered with red characters of happiness, red lanterns hung at the door, and red ribbons decorated the place. In the middle of the yard, there was a sewing machine, a bicycle, a watch, and a radio, all tied with red cloth. These were traditional wedding gifts of the time, called 3 turns and 1 ring. Inside and outside the yard, guests sat everywhere, looking very festive. It turned out that he had claimed to have a headache yesterday and made an excuse to keep her at the clinic just to secretly prepare all this. It couldn't have been done in just one afternoon, so he might have stayed up all night. Although Sume didn't care much about these formal ceremonies, she was still touched by the lively scene in front of her. She was about to get out of the car when Lu Zhao suddenly pulled her back. Someone outside the car shouted toward the yard, "The groom is coming out to meet the bride." Through the car window, Sume saw Hua Jiangwo appear in the yard wearing a simple military uniform. He had a red flower pinned to his chest, was wearing military boots, and had a tall, straight figure. He exuded a strong, irresistible aura. His eyes were very beautiful, deep like stars, with slightly pursed lips and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His face carried a smile, and when his gaze fell on himself, Sume felt warmth and love in his eyes. Soon, he arrived at the car, gently opened the door, and saw a woman inside dressed in a red gown with rosy lips. His smile grew brighter, and a hint of tenderness appeared in his deep, ocean-like eyes. Then he extended his slender, well-defined hand in an inviting gesture. "Sume, come out of the car." How can she just get out like that? I need to help Sume with her clothes and makeup. Aunt Wang will do her hair, and Commander Hua needs to give a red envelope before we can bring the bride down. Lu Zhao said, crossing Sume and pulling the car door shut again. Hua Jiangwo was a bit surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a ceremony. People outside the car quickly folded a red envelope from red paper, added 2 yuan, and handed it to Hua Jiangwo, asking him to open the door again. Lu Zhao received the red envelope and no longer made things difficult for Hua Jiangwo. He watched as Hua Jiangwo opened the car door once more. When his hands reached out again, Sume felt her heart flutter. She got out of the car, placed her hand in Hua Jiangwo's large palm, and was led toward the crowd. A sigh of life echoed from the crowd. No one expected that the rough and impulsive Sume would change so much in just a few months. It was truly surprising. Although Sume was still a bit plump, she was quite fair-skinned. Under the red gown, she looked enchanting, like a noble flower in the mortal world. Cheers and blessings flowed in waves. Only then did Sume realize that everyone knew about Hua Jiangwo's plan to hold a wedding again. She was the only one unaware. In the main seat of the courtyard, Qin Jingting and Shen Yilong sat with big smiles. Hua Jiangwo pulled Sume in front of them. Under Aunt Wang's shouts, they performed an ancient and beautiful Chinese wedding ceremony. One bow to heaven and earth. Aunt Wang shouted loudly. Hua Jiangwo, dressed in a neat military uniform, had a handsome and calm face filled with happiness and joy. His deep, dark eyes held strong love. He tightly held Sume's right hand, and both knelt on the quiet, open roof. Aunt Wang called out, "Parents are near, children and grandchildren are full, longevity like the South Mountain." Second bow to the elders. Hua Jiangwo, holding Sume's hand, stood up and looked at Qin Jingting and Shen Yilong standing nearby. He and Sume bowed to them together. "Master, old chief." A teacher for a day, a father for life, Qin Jingting represented Sume's parents. As Chen Yilong, an older leader of Hua Jiangwo, represents Hua Jiangwo's family. Qin Jingting and Shen Yilong smile and nod, their eyes falling on the young couple standing nearby. One of them offers a red envelope.
Couples bow.
Soon, it's the final bow. Sume turns to face Hua Jiangwo. They look at each other and smile, then bow deeply to each other. Hua Jiangwo and Sume lift their heads at the same time, their eyes meeting. Sume clearly hears her heart pounding loudly. Hua Jiangwo shows a loving expression, then gently kisses her on the forehead before releasing her hand. Everything is done. Aunt Wang's dignified voice sounds. Send them into the bridal chamber. Hu Jiangwo and Su Mei are helped into the room. Looking inside, she sees the bed covered with a red blanket and the quilt replaced with a bright red one decorated with 2 mandarin ducks. The room is full of happiness, and Su Mei feels her cheeks flush with warmth. Although she doesn't care much about the wedding ceremony, she feels surprised and touched when Hu Jiangwo personally arranged everything. Wearing a bright red wedding dress, being accepted by him in front of everyone, and receiving their blessings made her heart swell. She suddenly understands why some people are so eager for ceremonies. Being valued and having someone carefully prepare a special moment for you is truly wonderful. Thinking about how quietly Hu Jiangwo did all this, Su Mei feels a sweet warmth inside her. She looks up at his handsome side profile. Hu Jiangwo notices her gaze, turns to her, and smiles, revealing a radiant smile brighter than the sunshine after rain. Suddenly, her heart trembles, as if a feather gently brushed past her, making her heart beat faster for no clear reason. Quickly, Su Mei looks away, a faint blush on her face. Hu Jiangwo notices her shy look and feels a tender affection in his eyes. He steps closer and gently takes her hand. Wait for me. I'll finish greeting the guests quickly, and then I'll give you an unforgettable wedding night. In Hu Jiangwo's eyes, that is the true wedding night, not the chaotic outdoor encounter. Su Mei's heart races wildly. She thinks she understands what Hu Jiangwo means. Imagining what will happen inside the room makes her shy and lowers her head, her ears turning red. She thought that, being well-traveled and experienced, she wouldn't feel shy. However, faced with Guo Jian's intense gaze, she couldn't help but blush. Guo Jian looked at her beautiful face and couldn't resist leaning in to kiss her on the forehead. His lips were cool and soft, leaving a gentle mark on her skin. Su Mei's heart fluttered, and her face warmed up quickly, turning red from her ears to her cheeks. She hurriedly lowered her eyes, trying to hide her nervousness and shyness, and dared not look at Guo Jian. Guo Jian had a smile on his face, and his eyes sparkled brightly. Suddenly, he didn't want to leave her alone inside and took her hand, pulling her outside. Come on, let's go out and toast together. Just after entering the house, Guo Jian pulled Su Mei outside again. Commander Guo, this might not be very proper, Wang Auntie, standing at the door, stopped them. According to the old rules, the bride should wait in the bridal chamber for the groom to come in and lift the veil. Guo Jian stopped and looked at Wang Auntie. His smile didn't fade as he said, rules are meant to be broken, right? Su Mei isn't wearing a veil, just a red flower on her head. Why should I wait to lift her veil? Besides, the woman I marry is so beautiful that she should confidently go out and meet the guests. Why hide away? Some of my brothers are far away and don't often come to the military compound. If they can't see Su Mei, she should go out and let everyone see her. Stop talking, or people will laugh at us. I'm chubby and not at all beautiful. Su Mei blushed, surprised that Guo Jian dared to praise her like that. It would be hilarious if others heard. But Guo Jian looked serious and said earnestly, I say you're beautiful, and I mean it. Being chubby isn't a problem. No one says a beauty has to be thin. You're full and round, with bright eyes and lovely lips. You're truly stunning. Oh my goodness. Su Mei almost couldn't handle it. This man not only looked amazing but also spoke so charmingly. He's not a smooth talker, but he said such heartfelt words. It must be how he truly feels inside. Su Mei felt sweet inside, but because Wang Auntie was at the door, she couldn't show her feelings too openly. Stop talking nonsense, or Auntie will laugh herself to tears. I wasn't laughing. Su Mei, you really look lovely when you're chubby. I told you that this morning when I combed your hair. Most women want to be slim and pretty, but you're different. You are quite evenly built, with all the right curves, and a little extra weight doesn't affect your beauty. Commander Hor is right. Everyone should see your beauty and know that our commander's wife is a perfect match, beautiful and talented, a true couple. I am more than enough for you. As Hu Jianguo looked at Su Mei, he felt more satisfied. He was glad he remembered her face and features, or he might have missed this unique beauty. Seeing the couple so happy, Aunt Wang was as joyful as if her own son had found a partner. Her heart felt sweeter than honey, and her smile was brighter than blooming flowers. To Aunt Wang, the young couple was like her own children. It was a great happiness that they could live peacefully together. According to the old rules, Su Mei was not supposed to meet guests outside. But then Aunt Wang thought, Su Mei's reputation was bad before, and now she had changed her image. She should go out and let others see her, to help restore her reputation. So Aunt Wang ignored the rules and quietly stepped aside. At first, Su Mei felt a bit insecure. She thought her chubby figure in dresses looked unattractive, and she regretted not losing weight for her wedding. But now, after hearing Hu Jianguo's words, she suddenly understood. When she was loved, no matter how she looked, she was the most beautiful in his eyes. Hu Jianguo had loved her and made promises to her even when she was still a little overweight. Su Mei believed that his love included loving her soul the most. Feeling shy and touched, she saw Aunt Wang disappear at the door and couldn't help but tiptoe, gently reaching out to Hu Jianguo's neck, giving him a soft kiss. This kiss was like spring flowers blooming, light and gentle. Hu Jianguo, who is 188 centimeters tall, and Su Mei, who is 167 centimeters, found it a bit difficult to kiss due to the height difference. It was like a dragonfly skimming water, brief and fleeting, then she quickly pulled back. Go out and toast the guests, Su Mei said as she headed outside. But just as she took a step, Hu Jianguo pulled her back. His subtle kiss didn't satisfy him, so he held her head and kissed her deeply again.
Su Mei was suddenly kissed by Hu Jianguo.
She only felt his warm lips carrying a strong tobacco scent, along with his familiar and calming aura. Her heart suddenly sped up, her eyes became dreamy, and she forgot to struggle. Good girl, open your mouth, Hu Jianguo's deep voice echoed in her ear. His hands tightly held her soft waist, pulling her into his embrace. Su Mei, like a well-behaved lamb, obediently opened her mouth. His kissing technique was clumsy, like a beginner, making her feel a bit sorry for him. He didn't even know how to kiss properly, just using his tongue to explore her tempting little mouth, making her heart feel tangled and her mind confused. After a long while, Hu Jianguo finally released her. When they walked out of the room, Su Mei's lips looked noticeably redder. Cieli couldn't help but tease boldly. Teacher, did you just kiss? Was it sweet? Sweet. Hu Jianguo smiled happily and looked at Cieli. You don't have a wife, so asking so much is useless. Be careful you don't feel lonely at night and can't sleep. Their teasing made the atmosphere lively. Soon, more people came over to joke about the young couple. Some unmarried officials, who had never been to the military family compound, came today to attend Hu Jianguo's and Su Mei's wedding. It was their first time seeing Su Mei. People had heard that Su Mei was lazy and overweight, but she looked completely different now. Some couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the rumors are not true. People say Hu's wife isn't good, but she looks pretty and healthy. If I could find someone like her, my mother would be smiling in her sleep. You're brave to even think about the teacher's wife. Nonsense. I'm just saying she's like this, not that. Don't spread false words, someone said. She's not that great. A few months ago, she was still. Dulé saw Su Mei being praised and felt uncomfortable. He wanted to talk about how she used to be. He didn't believe Su Mei could change for the better. Dogs don't change their nature. Dulé thought she was just pretending. Before he finished speaking, Xiaogang shoved a rib into his mouth, making his mouth full. Xiaogang angrily whispered in his ear, You can complain anytime, but today is our captain's happy day. If you dare to talk nonsense, we brothers won't do this anymore. I'll beat you right now. I didn't say anything wrong. Lu Dai took out the ribs, looking unhappy, but after glancing at Hu Jianguo, he ultimately chose to stay silent and said nothing more. Hu Jianguo and Su Mei kept toasting one table after another, quickly finishing all the rounds. Previously, Su Mei had drunk with Su Xuanhu, so she thought she had some alcohol tolerance. She toasted around with Hu Jianguo and still felt fine. When they sat down to eat, Hu Jianguo continued to drink alone with close friends, while Sume, feeling confused, also took a few drinks offered by others. After drinking, she realized that the wine she used for toasting was low alcohol, specially prepared by Huijangwo. However, the drinks others offered were high alcohol, and she didn't notice at first. It wasn't until her eyes started to drift that she realized she was drunk. To avoid embarrassing herself after drinking, Sume casually ate a few bites of food, then found an excuse to go back to her room and sleep. By the time Huijangwo finished entertaining everyone and saw the guests off, Sume still hadn't sobered up. Because the alcohol's effects were strong, she was even more drunk than before. When he entered, Sume's face was flushed, and she faintly saw Huijangwo taking off his clothes in front of her, revealing his six-pack abs. Drunk, she couldn't help but reach out to the man. "Come on, make a move, since it itches." Sume suddenly started singing. Huijangwo was so startled, he covered her mouth with his hand. "What kind of lewd song is that? How dare you sing it? Do you want to die? Is it not nice to listen to?" Sume pushed away Huijangwo's hand, hugged his waist, and looked up at him with her chubby face, looking very aggrieved. "Don't you like my singing?" "No, I don't. That's not proper singing. Singing like that could easily cause me to lose my wife." Huijangwo thought he definitely shouldn't let Sume drink anymore. During the toast, he had even prepared some low-alcohol wine for her. But he didn't expect that careless girl would take another drink from someone else when he wasn't paying attention. Those offering the drinks had bad intentions, hoping to get both of them drunk. Fortunately, everyone had already left. If others heard Sume singing those words, it might cause more trouble. Huijangwo said he didn't like her singing, and Sume was very unhappy. "I sing improperly, then you sing."
Come on, you sing.
"You won't sing, so I will. I can't bear it, really can't. I hurt you so much, hurting you until I am completely exhausted. I call you on the phone, and the beautiful girl is in your arms. Grandma, please calm down." Jangwo took off his clothes because he was covered in alcohol and wanted to wipe himself and change into new clothes. He was about to put on a sweater when he heard Sume start singing again. He didn't have time to put on his clothes and quickly ran over to cover Sume's mouth. Seeing Jangwo's bare body, Sume giggled. She dodged his hand and mumbled, "Your muscles are just as good as theirs." "Oh, so handsome, with 8-pack abs. What do you mean?" Jangwo narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Have you seen other people's abs?"
Of course I have.
"Quite a few. Peng Yuyen, Daniel Wu, Raymond Lam, Takashi Kaneshiro, Jerry Yen, Luo Yunshi. And who else?" Sume squinted in confusion, feeling dizzy and unable to remember. After listing many names, Jangwo's face turned green. "Where did you see these? Have you seen all these people in real life?" "Where else?" "Photos. I don't have the chance to see them in person."
What are you thinking about?
"It was just photos." Jangwo sighed in relief, but then angrily asked Sume, "You've seen enough of them. Do you still want to see more?" "That's enough. Completely enough." Sume poked Jangwo's chest muscles with her index finger and traced his features. "Darling, you should be confident in your handsome face. You look better than all of them. When I first saw you, I thought you were breathtaking." That night, when Sume saw the embarrassed scene of the original owner lying under the blanket after being stripped, she did momentarily feel captivated by that sharp-featured face. Jangwo misunderstood their first meeting. He said, "You wouldn't fall into the river just for show, right? When I was walking to the riverbank, you were still on the shore. You only fell in when I got close. Were you planning this from the start?" "No, that's not it." Sume didn't finish her sentence, but suddenly jumped to the edge of the bed.
Ugh.
She vomited a lot and then lay down in a big shape on the bed, sleeping. Jangwo, hearing the first part of Sume's words, relaxed slightly. He didn't want even falling into the river to be part of some deliberate plan. Sume almost said it wasn't her, but Jangwo mistakenly thought she was about to say it wasn't part of a plan to deceive him. After vomiting, Sume became quite obedient. She lay down and was about to sleep, but Huijangwo couldn't stand her body smelling of alcohol while sleeping. So he found a set of clothes, struggled to change her, enduring her various disturbances. He said he wanted to prepare a memorable wedding night again, but he didn't do anything to the girl who was drunk. After cleaning the house, washing the clothes, and preparing dinner in the pot, he sat beside Su-mei to watch her sleep. She slept very peacefully, sleeping from the afternoon until evening. Time seemed to blur in her dreams. The afternoon sunlight was gradually swallowed by the darkness of night, but she was unaware. The moon had a curved shape, casting a faint light on the earth, and Su-mei slowly woke up, her head feeling dizzy and heavy. "You're awake?" Hu Jiangwo, who had been watching her, handed her some hangover soup he had made while doing laundry. Su-mei took the soup, drank it, then sat up and looked out the window with a puzzled expression. "Why is it already dark? Did you forget what happened this afternoon? Let me help you remember." Peng Yanzu, Huang Zongzi. Hu Jiangwo thought he should help Su-mei recall. She had said a lot, but because she was too shocked, she only remembered these two names. As soon as these names came up, a terrible memory flooded her mind. While others might forget what they drank, she remembered everything clearly. But she didn't want to admit how embarrassing those memories were. She could only look at Hu Jiangwo innocently. "What are you talking about?" she asked. "These are all names you mentioned. Haven't you seen their abs?" Hu Jiangwo teased. "Oh, you're overthinking. Where would I see their abs?" "You said they were in photos. Where are there such indecent photos?" Su-mei said, "I must have been drunk and talking nonsense. Drunken words shouldn't be taken seriously. I have no impression of any abs." Hu Jiangwo thought for a moment and believed Su-mei was right. Not many men would be willing to and take photos for her to see. "For now, I believe you. But from now on, you are not allowed to drink. If you drink too much, you'll just talk nonsense." "Fine, I won't drink anymore. From now on, I will never touch alcohol." Su-mei dared not drink again. She almost caused a big problem because of those few glasses of wine. The alcohol wasn't even strong, but who knew it would hit so hard later? After finishing the drunken incident, Su-mei got up to find some food. Hu Jiangwo quickly brought the dishes over. The couple ate, washed up, and then Su-mei turned on the light and got into bed to sleep. When the light went out, a pair of red candles were lit in the room decorated with red wedding characters, making the atmosphere even more joyful. The bright flames flickered like the passion of lovers, illuminating the entire room brightly. "Why do newlyweds light candles?" Su-mei asked. Hu Jiangwo smiled, his eyes shining with happiness. The candlelight flickered, lighting up the room and their future together. "It's a good symbol. Lighting candles on the wedding night can brighten our future and make our love last longer." "Su-mei, when I married you, my heart wasn't fully at ease, so the wedding was just a formality. But today, holding this wedding again, is what I truly want. Holding your hand and growing old together. From now on, I will keep you in my heart every day and spend every season with you." "Your words are so sweet. I want to kiss them," Su-mei said, unable to say such cheesy words, so she took the initiative to give a loving kiss and tease him. This time, Hu Jiangwo didn't hold back. He quickly turned from passive to active, leaning in. "On the wedding night, in this beautiful moment, Su-mei, remember me tonight." Hu Jiangwo still has more to say, forgot to thank the stone for this. He gently bit her earlobe, trying to set the mood for an unforgettable night with foreplay. That night, every move Hu Jiangwo made was extremely gentle. He was careful, as if protecting a rare treasure. Su-mei couldn't help but urge him to be more gentle. After a long while, the two finally lay down, both blushing. Until it was over, Su-mei remembered to ask Hu Jiangwo, "You said we didn't need to redo the wedding, so why did you secretly prepare everything?" "Because I thought I should give you an explanation. You said you didn't want to redo the wedding because it was troublesome, so I prepared everything. You just need to show up, and it won't be so troublesome, right?" "Hu Jiangwo, you are really kind." Su-mei felt truly content, her heart warm and touched beyond words. No one had ever thought so carefully and considerately for her. She thought this was already the best she could get, but Jiangwo had something even better waiting for her. He reached under his pillow and took out a passbook, handing it to Su-mei. "This 10,000 yuan is all I have. From now on, you keep it. Buy whatever you like. Spend on what you want. Originally, this money was meant as compensation for our divorce, but since we're not divorcing anymore, I want you to have it. I am yours, and my money is yours too. 10,000 yuan? Su Mei's voice trembled a little. She hadn't expected this, especially since it was not the 1980s when the country was full of gold. Zhang Wo wasn't even living with a big family, yet he managed to become a millionaire. She was stunned. How did you save so much money? My monthly salary is 140 yuan. I send 40 yuan home, spend 20 yuan on myself, and save 80 yuan each month. I've been doing this for 10 years consistently. Plus, I received military awards, so the amount naturally grew over time. Except for the year you came, I saved a lot every year. We spent some on the wedding and bride price today, or it could have been more, Zhang Wo said proudly, clearly proud of how much he had saved. Being able to save regularly month after month, year after year, really takes skill. But Su Mei, used to being independent, didn't have the habit of taking others' money. She felt a bit embarrassed and said, I'll help you keep the money safe.
It's not just for me.
It's for you. From now on, this is your money. I am willing to give everything I have to you. Do you understand? Zhang Wo made sure there were no loopholes in his words. Suddenly, from being a single woman past her prime, Su Mei was entering married life. She was just beginning to get used to feelings, but she couldn't adapt so quickly to life. She felt the passbook Zhang Wo handed her was almost too hot to hold. Taking all your money, would that be a bit unfair to you? Because she was an orphan and had never experienced family life, Su Mei didn't know that in many Chinese families, men often handed their money over to their wives to manage. She was independent and believed that everyone's property was private, something not to share or covet. To her, taking Zhang Wo's private money felt like taking advantage of him. Taking advantage of you? Zhang Wo was unhappy with those words. We are a family. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. There's no such thing as taking advantage. Su Mei thought to herself, that's where the problem lies. Ask yourself honestly, if this 10,000 yuan belonged to Su Mei, she would never willingly give it to Hu Jiangwo for safekeeping. She would be completely unwilling. She can talk about feelings, but she can't talk about money. What belongs to Hu Jiangwo can be hers, but what belongs to her is hers. Because she isn't completely honest and sincere, Su Mei feels a little guilty when she holds Hu Jiangwo's belongings. She can't fully entrust her life and assets to others, especially not to someone she loves. Compared to Hu Jiangwo's sincerity, Su Mei feels she has some reservations about him and feels guilty. She can't give this honest man full trust. But Su Mei still kept Hu Jiangwo's bankbook. Over time, she believes that as long as Hu Jiangwo truly keeps his promise and always treats her well, she will eventually trust him completely. She isn't someone who easily gives everything away, but she is definitely not unkind or unfaithful. If Hu Jiangwo can stay loyal and never leave her, Su Mei will also be able to face life and death together with him. The two of them snuggled closely, whispering softly. They didn't know how long it took before they fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when the morning light shone through the window, Su Mei woke up tired. She reached for her watch to check the time, but realized Hu Jiangwo had already woken up. He looked at her with bright, lively eyes. Isn't it said that only exhausted oxen? No broken fields? Why, when she was so exhausted, he still had endless energy. Feeling tired, Su Mei got out of bed and said, Hurry up, or you'll be late for work. The clinic has been busy these days. I'm worried if we go late, the master won't be able to handle it. It's okay, we have time. I got up early, prepared the water for washing, and steamed the buns. All you need to do is get up and have a bite, then we can go to the military district. You got up already? I didn't know. You were too tired to wake up. Hu Jiangwo smiled with a mischievous grin. In the following days, Su Mei was extremely busy. The clinic was crowded with people, forming long lines every day. She was busy all day, like a spinning top, with hardly any rest except for eating and sleeping. The busy life made her and Qin Jingting both feel exhausted, as if weighed down by a mountain. Actually, she was quite confused. Normally, a military region with tens of thousands of soldiers should have more than just one doctor, like Qin Jingting.
This was truly hard to understand.
Even though this place is in a remote border area with harsh conditions and tough living, China has always had brave children willing to serve. Moreover, this is a key military zone. When the country gives an order, many passionate and ambitious young people will step forward without hesitation, risking their lives to serve the great nation. Even as a time traveler, Sume would also willingly stand up if her country needed her, dedicating herself to the brave soldiers defending the border and protecting the land. When she first arrived in this world, Chen Yilong's attitude toward her was extremely harsh. However, when Chen Yilong asked her to go to the military clinic to see patients, she agreed without complaint. At first, she felt very confused and scared about suddenly being in this strange new world. Surrounded by unfamiliar people and environments and facing cold and distant attitudes, she felt anxious and helpless. But over time, she gradually adapted to her new life and tried to fit in. To her, these soldiers guarding the border are defending the country's safety and peace with their youth and lives. They are selfless, resilient, and deserve everyone's respect and gratitude. Facing such great protectors, she couldn't find any good reason to refuse their request to treat their illnesses. Without their bravery and effort, how could this land be prosperous, peaceful, and safe? It is because of these fearless heroes that the country is as strong as a steel wall. Because of their silent dedication, society is full of warmth and hope. And because countless passionate hearts come together, pushing history forward, today's glorious nation is born. Sume admires her ancestors and is willing to contribute. When she was exhausted, with her back aching and almost unable to straighten up, Sume finally couldn't hold back and asked Qin Jingting about the reason behind all this. She was too curious and couldn't understand why such a large military region only had one doctor like Qin Jingting. With a heart full of doubt, she gathered her courage and asked, "Master, I have always wondered why there should be many doctors here, but now there is only you?" Hearing this question, Qin Jingting sighed softly and replied slowly, "Actually, in the beginning, a few years ago, higher-ups did send some doctors here." His voice revealed a hint of helplessness and regret. However, those who came were all wealthy or noble, coming solely to study under Qin Jingting. When he was in Yanjing, he was pressured into taking a spoiled young man as a disciple. That so-called disciple didn't study hard and, using his master's name, caused the death of several people. Because of that incident, Qin Jingting chose to leave and went to the frontier military zone to dedicate himself to the country's border defense. But his departure didn't stop the noble families from trying to send their children to him, hoping to learn from a famous doctor and produce outstanding students. These people lacked genuine dedication to medicine. Qin Jingting refused to accept them as disciples. To prevent them from forcing their way into his life, he took on all the medical duties in the military zone himself. At his busiest, he only slept 3 hours a day. Qin Jingting's move to the frontier was both to avoid the interference of the wealthy and noble families and to punish himself. If he hadn't taken in disciples recklessly, that rebellious disciple wouldn't have gone around practicing medicine under his name and caused a family's death. Sume then realized that her master, known as a famous doctor, had come from the capital to this cold, harsh land, and behind it all was a complicated story. She thought that Qin Jingting probably hadn't told her everything. Being able to reach the military zone meant powerful forces behind the scenes were making things difficult for him. But since Qin Jingting didn't say anything, Sume wouldn't ask. She was just a small person. The problems behind it weren't something she, as a minor figure, could get involved in. At least she now understood why she was working so hard. Seeing Qin Jingting's dedication to medicine, Sume had no complaints and obediently endured her hardships. After a few days of busy work, Qin Jingting gave Sume a day off. Taking advantage of this day, Sume went to the city with Aunt Wang. She bought some groceries and then went to the scrapyard. After searching for a long time, she finally found a set of old textbooks. Because she planned to take the college entrance exam, Sume wanted to buy a set of books to review. The exam had been reinstated the previous year, and although new textbooks were available on the market, they were much more expensive than the old ones. Since both contained the same knowledge, Sume decided to save money and bought a used set of old books. After buying the books and some food, Sume went with Aunt Wong to the department store to buy some daily necessities. Besides shopping for essentials, Sume also wanted to give a gift to He Jangwo. She was wearing a watch he had given her, but she hadn't bought anything special for him yet. They only looked around, and Sume didn't find anything suitable. Recently, she had observed He Jangwo but didn't see anything he needed, so she decided to put the idea aside for now. Giving gifts is an art. To truly touch someone's heart, you need to put some thought into it. Like the watch He Jangwo gave her. He really hit the mark. If the gift isn't to the other person's taste, it's better not to give anything at all. After shopping, Sume and Aunt Wong took the bus back home. Finally having some free time at home, Sume tidied up the house thoroughly, then started preparing dinner. In the morning, before He Jangwo left, she reminded him to come back for dinner. Since Sume started working at the clinic, they mostly ate at the cafeteria, so the stove at home was rarely used. He Jangwo hardly ever ate her homemade dishes, but when he heard she was cooking, he returned home early. After dinner, He Jangwo washed the dishes and cleaned the kitchen, while Sume laid out her yoga mat on the floor to do some stretches. When He Jangwo finished washing the dishes and went to the bedroom, he saw Sume doing some stretching exercises. He noticed her waist and frowned slightly. The once full and plump waist, like a juicy peach, had quietly shrunk by another inch. This made He Jangwo feel quite dissatisfied because, to him, that slightly fleshy touch was more attractive. After Sume finished her yoga, they took a shower together and lay in bed. He Jangwo gently held her in his arms and massaged her soft waist. However, he was surprised to realize that the flesh there was no longer as soft and delicate as before, which made him feel a bit sad and disappointed. Lately, he had advised Sume many times not to lose more weight, but she was determined to do so, and his words didn't seem to make a difference. He Jangwo, today I bought the textbooks I need for the college entrance exam. Starting tomorrow, I will study hard and prepare for this year's exam. Sume didn't know what He Jangwo was thinking. She had mentioned her plans to take the exam before, and now that she bought the books, she casually told him as well. He Jangwo, distracted by Sume's soft flesh, wasn't really listening carefully and just replied perfunctorily. What do you mean, Don't respond letter by letter when I talk to you. What did you just say? I'm talking to you, and you're zoning out, He Jangwo? Say that again. I won't say anything anymore. I'm sorry, He Jangwo said pitifully. Sume pouted proudly. She wasn't really angry. She just couldn't help acting spoiled and being unreasonable. He Jangwo held her tightly in his arms and kissed her fiercely until she was breathless before finally letting go. Be good. Say that again. Being so unconditionally pampered made Sume feel very safe. She understood boundaries and knew when to hold back her little temper. She repeated the matter about the college entrance exam. He Jangwo had heard Sume mention this before and always supported her wholeheartedly. Work hard. Do well on the exam. Studying is always a good thing. You're so smart. I believe you'll get a beautiful university acceptance letter. Of course, Sume said confidently. She was a top student. Getting into university was easy for her. But He Jangwo wasn't entirely worry-free. He looked a bit sad. When you get into university, you'll leave here. University takes at least 3 years, sometimes 5. We'll be apart for a long time. Don't want to miss me? Sume asked with a smile. He Jangwo pinched her soft belly, widened his eyes, then sighed helplessly. Of course, I don't want to. Then I won't go. For some reason, Sume just knew she shouldn't say she wouldn't go, or He Jangwo definitely wouldn't agree. Sure enough, He Jangwo's face suddenly turned serious. Nonsense, you can't say that. Studying is very important. Your education affects your knowledge and future. These are the most valuable things in life. You can't give them up for any reason. Aren't you worried about missing me? Sume looked at He Jangwo with a playful smile. Unexpectedly, Hu Jiangwo asked her, "Are you willing to give up on me?" Sume had never thought about this question. She carefully looked at the man in front of her, whose gentle expression only appeared when he was with her. The thought of not seeing him for a long time made her feel a little sad and uncomfortable. "I will miss you," she said, leaning into his arms and greedily smelling the faint scent of tobacco on him. Sume dislikes the smell of cigarettes. But when she smelled it on Hu Jiangwo, she suddenly didn't mind it anymore. Perhaps, when you like someone, you end up liking everything about them. How could she give him up? "Of course, I would miss you too. Parting is only temporary. Studying is for a better future. We both need to work hard to become better so we can go further in life. Sume, study hard. This brief separation is for us to be together longer. It's worth it." Hu Jiangwo was emotional but also rational. He was truly not selfish, never thinking of keeping her close just because he couldn't bear to be apart, or breaking her wings by holding her back. Sume loved his personality so much. In this era, things are not very open-minded, Sume thought. Men like Hu Jiangwo are hard to find, even with a lantern. She was glad she didn't miss her chance with him. The next day, Sume was on duty at the clinic, while Qin Jingting took a day off. The clinic wasn't very busy anymore. While treating patients, Sume even had time to review her studies. The textbooks felt like child's play to her. She learned them easily. Others had returned their textbooks to teachers after finishing high school exams. But Sume still remembered everything. During university, she was short of money and tutored many students preparing for exams. She had reinforced her knowledge over and over again. It was not so easy to forget. The day passed quickly. The next day, Qin Jingting also returned to work at the clinic. He looked quite happy and told Sume, "When you weren't here, I could only take 4 days off a month. Only when the county medical team sent someone on duty could I rest. Now, with you here, I can take 8 days off. Even my old bones can finally relax a bit." Having 2 days off instead of 1 was definitely good news. During his free time, Qin Jingting noticed the high school textbooks in Sume's hands. He asked her, "Are you planning to go to university?"
Yes, Sume nari.
"A diploma is very important. Well, in about 7 or 8 months, you'll be leaving." Qin Jingting's tone sounded a bit disappointed. He hoped Sume would stay here. But everyone has their own goals, and he couldn't stop Sume from making her decision. Sume noticed Qin Jingting's tone and felt a bit sorry. "Master, I'm sorry,"
she said.
"Foolish girl, what are you sorry for? People always want to go higher. Water flows to lower places. The frontier isn't a good place, so you should read more books. Life is short, and when you're young, you should follow your heart. Don't look at me now, stuck in this small clinic. When I was young, I also lived a wonderful life. Young people should go out and explore. 8 months is enough for you to learn acupuncture well. Your foundation is solid, so don't worry."
"Thank you, Master," Sume said. She didn't know what else to say besides thanks.
At first, she became his apprentice because she admired Qin Jingting's acupuncture skills. But after spending time with him, learning about his story, feeling his kindness and gentle nature, Sume saw him as family. She felt she was acting wrongly. "Why don't you choose 2 apprentices to stay with you? When you were younger, you could handle it. Later, it will become harder and harder for you. I participated in a special experiment. To take on apprentices, I need some people's approval. They can only accept those they arrange as my apprentices. I can't take others. If I could, it's thanks to Jianguo's connection. Never mind, I won't say more. Are you still able to handle this? Maybe I just want to hold on. When I really can't, I have a son and a lover. I'll go back to the city to retire. Once retired, no one can control me." After saying this, Qin Jingting smiled bitterly. He didn't want to talk much about the past, fearing Sume would ask questions. After he finished, he quickly changed the subject. "By the way, what university do you plan to take the entrance exam for?" Of course, a medical university. She wanted to study medicine, her original profession. What other university could it be? Unexpectedly, Qin Jingting shook his head. "Better choose something else." You even corrected university textbooks. What's the use of going to a medical university now? With your current skills, you don't need to go to medical school. How can I get a medical license or become a doctor if I don't go to medical school? Actually, Su-mei still didn't understand the system of this era. She hadn't found the right opportunity to learn about it. Today, Qin Jingting finally explained, the qualification to work in the medical industry doesn't require graduating from a medical university. As long as I write a recommendation letter, you can take the professional qualification exam. With the qualification, you can practice medicine. Why waste your time in medical school? If you can get the medical license without going to university, then Su-mei really doesn't need to attend medical school, since her knowledge is already very solid. However, if she doesn't go to medical school, she hasn't thought about studying another major. She has never been involved in any medical-related field before. What should I study? I need to think about it carefully. Yes, think about it. The medical qualification exam usually starts in June, a month earlier than the college entrance exam. Your foundation should be fine. When the time comes, I'll tell you the exam process and recommend you to take it. Thank you, Master. Su-mei felt very touched. Although she hasn't known Qin Jingting for long, she knows he truly treats her as a close disciple. Qin Jingting smiled gently, as if looking at his own child. Since you call me master, I should do my part. In the afternoon, Hu Jiangwo came to pick up Su-mei after work, carrying a plump, skinned rabbit. The rabbit was fat and was hunted in the mountains. He rode his bicycle to take Su-mei home. This bicycle was a betrothal gift from Hu Jiangwo to Su-mei, and it turned out to be useful. The mountain road was bumpy. Hu Jiangwo patted several layers of cotton cushions on the back seat. Although riding was bumpy, it didn't damage Su-mei's bottom. When they got home, Hu Jiangwo wanted to cook, but Su-mei refused, not wanting him to ruin his culinary skills. Actually, Hu Jiangwo sometimes cooks well, but for complicated dishes, she definitely wouldn't let him cook, as it might turn out badly. After processing the rabbit, Su-mei split it in half. She planned to hang one half above the stove to dry. The other half she planned to fry and eat crispy. However, Hu Jiangwo noticed Su-mei's plan and stopped her. Fry the whole thing. When you eat steamed buns in the morning, you can also have a meat sandwich. There's not much meat, and frying only half isn't enough. Then I'll fry the whole thing. Su-mei only planned to fry half because she was worried she wouldn't finish it all. Since Hu Jiangwo said it wouldn't be enough, she decided to fry the entire rabbit. When it was time to eat, Hu Jiangwo kept scooping meat onto Su-mei's plate. When she shook her head to refuse, he would say, "Lean meat, it's okay to eat a little more." Under Hu Jiangwo's relentless insistence on cutting food, Su-mei stood up and realized she was feeling a bit too full. She felt a little disappointed. I've become so indulgent. I ate so much that I'll need 3 days of fasting to burn off these calories. Hearing Su-mei's words, Hu Jiangwo lowered his head very slightly. For some reason, his lips curled into a subtle, seemingly cunning smile, and he looked a little proud. Su-mei thought that in the coming days, she needed to eat less than usual. However, in reality, over the next few days, Hu Jiangwo came home every evening carrying different kinds of meat: fish, loach, wild boar, mountain chicken, bamboo rat. No one knew where Hu Jiangwo managed to get all these meats during winter. Every afternoon, Su-mei ate until she was full. Each time she sat down and then stood up, she had to hold her waist. These days went by in a blink, and half a month passed. Su-mei kept thinking about dieting the next day. But whenever Hu Jiangwo brought home fresh food and prepared it, Su-mei would immediately forget about dieting after Hu Jiangwo's persuasion. The biggest challenge of dieting was resisting temptation and seduction from others. During this period, Su-mei relied on her willpower to control her cravings. It was already tough to endure, but with Hu Jiangwo's temptations, she gradually lost control. After half a month, it was Su-mei's turn to rest. She went shopping in the city with Aunt Wang. When she stepped on the scale at the department store, she was shocked to find that she hadn't lost weight. In fact, she had gained 7 pounds. When she reached 155 pounds, she was terrified. She realized she had gained so much weight without noticing. Back home, Sume complained to Ho Jangwo, I really need to control this mouth of mine. Today, I weighed myself again, and guess what? I gained 5 more pounds. It's okay, just take it slow and lose weight gradually, Ho Jangwo said casually. But secretly, he was very happy inside, thinking, as long as I keep feeding her well, she'll never slim down to a lightning speed. She'll always be my chubby wife. On the 25th day of the Lunar New Year, it was Qin Jingting's day off. He planned to rest for 2 days. On the 25th, doctors from the city came to support, and on the 26th, Su Mei was on duty. Qin Jingting originally planned to go to the provincial capital to celebrate Lantern Festival, but since his days off weren't adjusted, he postponed his trip a little. When he arrived at the border area, he brought his wife and children with him. However, life in the military district was very hard, so Qin Jingting arranged for his family to stay in the provincial city. The provincial city is not far from the county town, and he often visits there during his free time to reunite with his family. Qin Jingting has 2 children, a son and a daughter. One morning, when Hu Jangwo took Su Mei to the clinic, Qin Jingting had already asked Hu Jangwo to finish work early and drive Qin Ilong's car to pick up his son. His son specially drove from the provincial city to pick him up, but the road from the county town to the military district was too bumpy. His son was inexperienced at driving and didn't dare to drive up. So, he had to ask Hu Jangwo, the experienced driver, to pick him up. After work in the afternoon, Qin Jingting went back to his dormitory to pack his luggage. Su Mei stayed behind to clean the clinic, and Hu Jangwo needed to drive to pick someone up, so she could only wait at the clinic for his return. Although the weather had warmed up completely and Su Mei hadn't seen any animals on the way home for a long time, she still didn't have the courage to go home alone. She waited in the clinic for 2 hours. At first, she was reviewing her textbooks, but gradually she became so sleepy that she fell asleep. Just as she was sitting at the table, her head constantly lowered, fishing for thoughts, the door of the clinic was pushed open from outside. A cold breeze slipped into the room. It was already dark outside. Su Mei heard the noise and thought Hu Jangwo had returned. She looked up and saw that a young, thick-browed, big-eyed stranger had entered. From his features, Su Mei guessed he was Qin Jingting's son. Yawning, she stood up and said, Are you Qin Fong? Yes, I am. The young man replied politely, nodding at Su Mei.
Hello, I am Su Mei.
I'm your dad's apprentice. My master has gone back to the dormitory, probably delayed by something, so he hasn't come back yet. You'll have to wait a little longer for him. Okay, Qin Fong said, glancing up and down at Su Mei. She was a fair, soft girl who looked very gentle. His old man was stubborn and refused many big figures who wanted to send their children to be his apprentices. But quietly, he had accepted a personal disciple in the military district. Qin Fong was quite curious about what kind of person she was. His gaze was very bold and unhidden. Su Mei felt it, but didn't expose it. Instead, she looked up confidently to let Qin Fong see her. This made Qin Fong feel a bit embarrassed. Seeing him turn his head away, Su Mei smiled slightly. The best way to defeat awkwardness is to make the other person feel more embarrassed. When Qin Fong sat down, Su Mei asked him, Why did you come alone? Who picked you up? You're talking about Hu Jangwo. He went to the military district gas station to fill up. His car ran out of gas, and soon he and my dad will take me into the county town. I came on foot. Oh. Su Mei nodded, sat back down, packed her textbooks into her desk, and casually asked, Do you know Hu Jangwo? I've known him for many years. Before, he used to come to pick me up when I visited. Qin Fong spoke while holding his stomach with his right hand. His face looked pale, and he seemed a bit pained, speaking weakly. Su Mei noticed Qin Fong's condition and asked instinctively, What's wrong? It's nothing. Maybe I ate something bad this morning. I just have a little diarrhea. Once my old man comes over and gives me some medicine, I'll be fine. It's already late. The master will come soon, and you'll have to leave. It's a waste of time. Diarrhea isn't a serious problem. Let me take a look. She stood up quickly. She walked over to Qin Fong, extended her hand to check his pulse. Qin Fong didn't really believe that Sume could learn to take a pulse so quickly, but to save her face as a new junior sister, he obediently stretched out his hand. Sume's hand was delicate and smooth, like a fine jade, resting on Qin Fong's wrist. The faint light made her hand look soft and boneless, which made Qin Fong feel a bit nervous. When he entered, he noticed that this young junior sister's skin was so white it seemed translucent. When she looked at his hand, he realized her skin was as clear as beautiful sheep-fat jade. Her hand only stayed on his wrist for half a minute before moving away. Sume turned to walk toward the medicine room, saying as she went, "It's nothing serious, just a bit of cold. I'll give you some warming medicine for your spleen and stomach, plus some medicine to stop diarrhea and relieve pain. Once you sit in the car and get to the city, the stomach pain should go away. Wait a moment. The warming medicine needs to be ground into powder and mixed with water to work. I've been busy these days and don't have any ready. I'll grind some for you." A gentle, soothing voice came from the medicine room. Qin Fong felt a bit dazed and didn't speak. At this moment, Hu Jiangwo came inside. He shook off the cold and said to Qin Fong, "The tank is full. Where's Dr. Qin? Are you taking the stuff and going?" "My father hasn't come back yet. He said he went to the dormitory, but I don't know what he's up to. He's been gone for a while. I feel a bit uncomfortable in my stomach. My junior sister is giving me some medicine, saying it will help after I take it on the way. I should wait a little longer." "Okay." Hao Jiangwo said this and sat across from Qin Fong. He was also very tired. During the day, he was busy with work, and after work, he couldn't go straight home to rest. Seeing Hao Jiangwo sit down, Qin Fong thought for a moment and quietly asked him about Sume. "Big brother Hao, my father's new apprentice is pretty good. He has only been learning for a few months, but already learned how to take pulses. He seems talented, no wonder my father likes him. She's a little chubby, but her skin is very white and soft-looking. She seems quite adorable at first glance. Do you know which family she's from? Is she also the child of a military officer? Is she single? Is she married?"
Why are you asking about that?
Hearing Qin Fong describe her as very white and soft, Hao Jiangwo's gaze already carried some hostility. His tone was cold and harsh. Qin Fong didn't notice this at all. He joked, "I'm a single young man of a certain age. Why do you ask?" "Just eager to find a partner. If she doesn't have a boyfriend, big brother Hao, do you think I have a chance?" "No chance," Hao Jiangwo said firmly. He looked at Qin Fong with a sharp gaze and asked coldly, "Did your father tell you about Sume's family background?" "No." Qin Fong shook his head. "I don't have time. My work unit is so busy it's almost life-threatening. Over the new year, I didn't even have dinner with him much. I just heard occasionally that he took on an apprentice. I'm really busy, so I don't have time to date. When I do have free time, my mom and grandparents keep pushing me to find a match. But now, they promote free love. Getting married through matchmaking feels so embarrassing. No, big brother Hao, why do I have no chance? Although this little junior sister is a bit chubby, she's gentle and quite cute." "You're really out of luck," Hao Jiangwo suddenly smiled. After glancing at Qin Fong, he said, "Because she likes tall and strong guys like me. You little skinny monkey aren't her type." "Nonsense." Qin Fong was annoyed to hear himself called a skinny monkey. Hao Jiangwo still smiled. "If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you."
What are you talking about?
Just then, Sume came out of the house. She was holding some medicine and asked as she walked over. The medicine was taken by Hu Jiangwo. He turned around and looked at Sume with affection, saying, "We were just talking about what kind of man you like. You prefer someone tall and strong, right? A man who isn't serious at all. How could he discuss this kind of thing in front of others?" Yeah, that's right." Sume rolled her eyes impatiently, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Seeing Sume shy and nervous, Hu Jiangwo was pleased and turned back. He handed the medicine to Hu Jiangwo, then winked at Qin Fong, feeling very proud. "See that? Little weakling, I told you she likes someone like me." Qin Fong felt his newly sparked feelings suddenly die out.
He was just surprised.
He didn't expect that the gentle-looking little sister would dare to openly express her love to a man in front of others. She likes tall and strong? Qin Fong looked at his own thin body and shook his head in disappointment. They waited a little longer, but Qin Jingting still hadn't come. Su Mei suggested that Hu Jiangwo drive her home first. Hu Jiangwo said, "Tomorrow, the county hospital has a duty shift. You should rest. I've also requested a day off tomorrow. Since we're both free, why don't we go to the city together today? We've never gone shopping together before."